This is a tale set in the summer of 2008, chronicling the arrival of a football system from 2015. In this pivotal year, a young man named Feng, hailing from China, officially stepped onto the European football stage, altering its landscape forever. With the Titans Messi and Ronaldo at the helm, he declared, "Oh no, I, Feng, shall shatter this duopoly." Witness how Feng navigates through the storm, evolving into a world-class superstar. Chapter 1. June 2008. In June of 2008, on an inconspicuous road in Europe, a young Asian man with yellow skin and black hair gazed around in bewilderment, pondering, "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Clearly, this young man was a descendant of the dragon, articulating his thoughts in perfect Chinese. "What on earth is happening? How did I arrive in this place?" With no one in sight on the deserted road, he could not help but shout towards the sky. Just moments before, he had been engrossed in a pirated version of the FM Football Life game. That very night, he had experienced an odd dream, and upon awakening, he found himself not in his bed, but by the side of this desolate road. "Welcome to Football Life?" A chilling voice reverberated in his mind. Who is that? He jolted, scanning his surroundings, but only stones and weeds greeted his eyes. "Welcome to Football Life," the frigid voice echoed once more. "Don't scare me, I'm not brave." The young man, having just exhaled a sigh of relief, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him in the sweltering summer heat. "Welcome to Football Life. Please verify your information." A striking image materialized in his mind, halting his steps. The figure bore his name, Feng, with details unfurling beside it. Date of birth: May 28, 1988. Age: 20. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 75 kilograms. Ethnicity: Han. Nationality: Chinese. "What is this?" Feng scrutinized the image. "Wait, this character looks like me. But I'm not that tall." He shook his head, and the scene shifted back to reality as he began to assess himself. "Indeed, it is me. I've grown taller and slimmer." It took him a full 10 minutes to accept this new reality. He then turned his gaze back to the image in his mind. Could it truly be the game's doing? He pondered, reflecting on his character. Though Feng was not an ardent football fan, he enjoyed the sport. However, due to European football matches airing late at night, he had seen little live action. He had a particular fondness for football simulation games, especially one called FM, which allowed players to assume the role of a club manager, making trades and building their own football empires. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired the night before. As he typically did, Feng entered a forum to share insights about his club's players. Just as he logged in, a new message appeared. "Football Life, you're no longer a club manager, you will become a player. Come, embark on your player career." A download link accompanied the message. Thus, he downloaded the game, a mere 100 megabytes, and created his player, who now appeared in his mind. "Wait," he shook his head again, then quickly checked his trousers. "Thank goodness, everything is still intact. Oh, it seems like I've grown quite a bit," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha ha ha, this is fantastic." Feng burst into laughter. He placed his backpack on the ground, sat down, and delved back into the images in his mind. Position: midfielder. Defensive midfield player attributes: technique, 14 passing, 15 tackling, 11 marking, 4 ball control, 13 long shot, 13 shooting, 5 heading, 0 dribbling, 12 free kick, 13 crossing, 0 corner kick, 0 penalty kick, 0 total attributes, 100 points each season. Upon task completion, you may earn 30 attribute points. Physical attributes: strength, 15 stamina, 15 speed, 15 physique, 15 jump, 15 balance, 15 agility, 15 explosion, 15 system. Note: we have created an outstanding physique for you to become a successful player. Reputation: unknown. First task in Football Life: seek a club. With your 100 attributes, you are now qualified to be a player. You must find a club to commence your football career. Special note: signing with a club within 10 days will grant you a special reward. What is this? Such a plethora of zeros. Feng gazed at his 13 attributes in utter disbelief. Accustomed to seeing scores above 16, he was flabbergasted by his peculiar attributes. "I regret this. Had I known, I would have chosen the forward position. What good are these defensive midfield attributes?" he lamented. Feng had no particular preference for a position if pressed. He would admit a fondness for goalkeeping. His favorite player was the legendary goalkeeper Oliver Kahn, who dazzled as Germany's mainstay in the 2002 World Cup. The sight of Kahn's commanding presence had ignited Feng's admiration. Yet now, with Kahn announcing his retirement in 2008, Feng felt a pang of sadness at the thought of his hero departing the pitch. Wait, 2008? How is this possible? Isn't it 2015? Why does the system indicate 2008? Is there a bug? He stared at the date displayed in the upper left corner, confusion washing over him. Could be time travel? What on earth is going on? Can someone please enlighten me? Li Feng could not restrain his frustration, shouting into the void. Perhaps the heavens heeded Li Feng's cries, or perhaps the system responded to his plea. Just then, an old car passed by, its age showing, but that mattered little to Li Feng, who knew little about automobiles. What truly mattered was that he had finally encountered another person. Hey there, little guy, do you need a ride? A burly middle-aged man with a thick beard called out to Li Feng, who was still gazing skyward. The words Dutch flashed through Li Feng's mind, triggering another wave of information. Languages: Chinese Advanced, English Beginner, Dutch Elementary. System language levels range from elementary to advanced, and suddenly, a wealth of vocabulary flooded Li Feng's mind. Huh? Ha ha ha. Sorry, little guy, do you need a lift? As Li Feng absorbed this new information, the middle-aged man switched to English. Yes, thank you, Li Feng replied, his words tumbling out in Dutch. Oh, little guy, you speak Dutch? The man exclaimed in surprise. Just a bit, Li Feng nodded. Well, this is the Netherlands, of course. You should understand Dutch, the middle-aged man chuckled. Wait, this is the Netherlands? Li Feng asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Yes, didn't you know you were already within Dutch borders? The man looked at Li Feng with a hint of disbelief. Sir, this is my first visit to Europe, and I have no idea where I am right now, Li Feng said with a naive smile. Well, the little fellow is indeed quite bold, wandering around without knowing the place. This is Holland, and if you continue forward, you will reach Amsterdam, the middle-aged man explained. Are you from Amsterdam, sir? Li Feng inquired. Please, do not call me sir. My name is Edwin de Jong. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Hello, Mr. de Jong. I'm Li Feng from China, Li Feng said, shaking that soft, fluffy hand as he introduced himself. Chapter 2. FC Volendam, China? What a mysterious country that is. Come on over, young man from China, Uncle de Jong awkwardly called out. Just call me Feng, Li Feng replied, tossing his backpack back and settling into the passenger seat. I prefer that name, but I still like to call you little guy, Uncle de Jong chuckled. Foreigners address names differently than the Chinese. They tend to use surnames directly, while Li Feng prefers to be called by his given name. For someone who has lived in China for many years, being addressed by his surname feels quite strange. Are you traveling to the Netherlands? Uncle de Jong inquired. If so, you must visit my hometown. It is the most beautiful place in the Netherlands, he boasted, brimming with enthusiasm. Sorry, Uncle, I'm not here for tourism. Li Feng shook his head. Ah, it's all right. Even if you're not here on vacation, you should still visit my hometown, just north of Amsterdam. Uncle de Jong insisted with unabated warmth. Do you know Ajax? Li Feng asked directly. Of course. The most famous star factory in the world, Cruyff, Van Basten. Rijkaard, pride of Dutch football. In the Netherlands, and indeed all of Europe, I doubt anyone is unaware of Ajax, Uncle de Jong replied. Ha, even I, an Asian, know about it. How could you not? Li Feng scratched his head. What? Are you an Ajax fan? Uncle de Jong echt curiously. Not exactly, Li Feng responded. Actually, Uncle, I aspire to be a footballer. I came to Europe with the hope of joining a club, he continued. Haha, I see. Don't you have football clubs in China? Uncle de Jong laughed, then asked. Ah, Uncle, you wouldn't understand our football scene. Do you know how many people live in China? Li Feng turned the question back. Of course. You're the most populous country in the world, with over 1 billion people, Uncle de Jong answered, exuding confidence. But Uncle, have you ever heard of Chinese football? Li Feng queried. If I recall correctly, China participated in the 2002 World Cup. Uncle de Jong pondered for a moment. Uncle de Jong, you are quite impressive. Li Feng praised the affable Dutchman, giving him a thumbs up. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, Uncle de Jong laughed heartily, though his expression suggested he was quite proud. That was our only appearance in the World Cup, and it was only because Korea and Japan were the co-hosts. Can you imagine a country with over 1 billion people unable to find 25 players to compete? Li Feng said, his tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. I simply cannot fathom that, Uncle de Jong replied, astonished by Li Feng's words. Chinese football is quite complex, and I don't fully grasp it. I came to Europe for my own football dreams. Uncle, I was born in '88, and I am already 20 years old. As a Chinese person, even if you aren't a fan, you would feel a sense of despair for Chinese football. 20 years? Well, that's not too old, little guy. Have you ever played in a league? Uncle de Jong shouldn't the echt. No, I've never played in a match. Li Feng shook his head. This revelation caused Uncle de Jong to momentarily forget about driving, turning to look at Li Feng incredulously. But uncle, I've been practicing football since childhood. I believe that with proper training, I could grow rapidly. I have dedicated 20 years to this pursuit, Li Feng admitted, feeling slightly bashful but determined to assert his aspirations. Coughing to mask his embarrassment at Li Feng's resolute demeanor, Uncle De Jong cleared his throat. Ah, uncle, please hold the steering wheel. You're driving, Li Feng exclaimed, alarmed to see Uncle De Jong's hands leave the wheel. Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? Uncle De Jong asked, stopping the car and dropping the jovial expression that had been fixed on his face, now looking intently at Li Feng. Of course not. Do you think I traveled all the way from Asia to Europe as a joke? Li Feng replied, meeting Uncle De Jong's gaze earnestly. That's truly insane, Uncle De Jong remarked, finding Li Feng's seriousness remarkable. But it's exhilarating. Young people should be like this. You remind me of myself when I was young, he said, his smile returning. Li Feng, momentarily taken aback by Uncle De Jong's transformation, listened intently as the older man continued. I can't help you get to Ajax. But if you're looking to trial with a club, I can assist you. As the car started again, Uncle De Jong dropped a bombshell. Really? Are you serious? Li Feng asked, initially incredulous at the offer. He immediately grasped Uncle De Jong's arm, unable to contain his excitement. Ah, let go of me, you rascal. I still have my wife and beautiful daughter waiting for me at home, Uncle De Jong exclaimed, managing to wriggle free from Li Feng's grip and regaining control of the vehicle. Hey, I'm sorry, Uncle. I didn't mean to. I just got too excited. Li Feng quickly apologized, realizing the danger of the situation. You're quite lucky to have met me, little guy. Let me introduce myself. Edwin De Jong, a Dutchman and the chief scout for FC Volendam, he stated, brimming with self-importance. FC Volendam? Li Feng asked, his face betraying his confusion, as he had clearly never heard of the club. What? You don't know about FC Volendam? Uncle De Jong replied, looking at him as if he were a country bumpkin. Well, I just came from Asia, so it's understandable that I haven't heard of it, Li Feng explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. You uncultured little one. We are a club in the Eerste Divisie in the Netherlands, Uncle De Jong declared, adopting a tone of superiority. Really? Is that so? Li Feng feigned surprise, eager to play along. Absolutely. FC Volendam has a rich history, nearly a century old. Uncle De Jong began to enthusiastically describe the club he represented. FC Volendam is located in Northern Holland, just 20 kilometers from Amsterdam, in a quaint town with a population of only 20,000. The primary industries there are fishing and tourism, with the town renowned for its uniquely Dutch smoked fish cans. Furthermore, it retains its historical charm, making it a must-visit destination for travelers. The tulips from Volendam are also well known throughout Amsterdam. The club is situated in this picturesque town, where the entire community is devoted to supporting FC Volendam. Their home ground, the Veronica Stadium, has a capacity of 6,200, and on match days, nearly a third of the town's residents flock to the stadium to cheer for their team. In the 2007 to 2008 season, FC Volendam ascended once more to the Eerste Divisie. Previously, they had reached the top league in the 2003 to 2004 season, and even earlier, they had made it to the top division, but each time, they returned to the second tier after a single season. However, in the recent 2007 to 2008 season, FC Volendam surged again, clinching the championship of the Eerste Divisie and directly promoting to the top league. The Dutch league differs slightly from the 5 major leagues in Europe. Only the last place team is relegated, while the bottom 2 contend with teams ranked 2 to 7 in the lower division for the next season's top league qualification. Chapter 3. Frans Adelaar. After a half-hour journey, Li Feng officially entered the Dutch capital, Amsterdam, home to the world-renowned Ajax football club. During the year 2008, Ajax's twin stars echoed throughout Europe, particularly the main striker Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, who emerged from Eindhoven, gained prominence at Heerenveen, and made his name resound in Ajax. This Ajax forward is now regarded as the most prolific Dutch scorer since Marco van Basten, earning accolades across Europe, capturing the attention of numerous elite clubs, particularly Real Madrid and AC Milan. Despite Huntelaar's brilliance, Ajax's other star seemed much dimmer at the moment. However, for Li Feng, who possessed memories from 2015, this seemingly overshadowed twin star was destined to become a formidable force in European football, the Uruguayan striker, Luis Alberto Suarez. While Huntelaar basked in the limelight as Europe's most efficient forward, he inexplicably struggled to secure a starting position at a major club throughout his career. During the winter break of the 2008 to 2009 season, he transferred to Real Madrid for a hefty $27 million, but remained for only half a season before being sold to Milan. After a season there, he moved to the Bundesliga powerhouse Schalke 04, where he continued his career. In contrast, Suarez remained with Ajax until 2011, when he finally made the leap to the Premier League with Liverpool during the winter transfer window. After acclimatizing to the pace of the English game, he surged in the 2013-14 season, ultimately transferring to the illustrious Barcelona, where he formed a formidable trio with Messi and Neymar, clinching both the La Liga and UEFA Champions League titles in the 2014-15 season. One cannot help but admire Ajax's prowess. It has produced countless global superstars and remains a place of immense aspiration. What do you think? Should we stop and take a look at the world's most successful club? Uncle De Jong suggested, leading Feng past the Ajax Stadium, the Amsterdam Arena. When I become a real player, I will return as an adversary of this stadium, Feng remarked wryly. He understood that with his current attribute points totaling a mere 100, establishing himself at the Amsterdam Arena would be a formidable challenge. With better options now available, he had no desire to entertain such thoughts. Ha, little one, I look forward to your performance, Uncle De Jong laughed heartily, giving Feng a thumbs up. Hold on tight. I'm taking you to our team now. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and left the Amsterdam Arena behind. As Feng gazed at the foreign cultural landscape, he gradually fell into a contemplative silence, transitioning from initial surprise and excitement to a more composed state. He began to recall his memories until Uncle De Jong's voice roused him back to reality, visibly easing the tension on his face. Aside from the inexplicable journey back to 2008, his memories remained unaltered. Uncle, may I borrow your phone? Feng called out to the Dutchman preparing to exit the car. Sure, Uncle De Jong nodded, retrieving an old mobile phone that appeared somewhat antiquated in Feng's eyes, and provided him with a familiar number. Mom, I'm abroad now and have found a job. Feng spoke softly once the call connected. That's good. Just take care of yourself. I'll tell your father and sister. A woman's voice responded from the other end. With that, Feng hung up the phone. Regardless of who you are, I will ensure my family enjoys a better life. Feng vowed, gripping the phone tightly. Uncle, let's go. I can hardly wait. After gathering his thoughts, he returned the phone to Uncle De Jong, his tone filled with urgency. Ha, let's go, Uncle De Jong said, leading Feng into the unassuming office building of FC Volendam. At that moment, the head coach, Frans Adelaar, was exiting the building. Hey, Frans, Uncle De Jong exclaimed, surprised to encounter the team's head coach so soon. Frans Adelaar, born in 1960 in the central Dutch city of Utrecht, spent his professional career with his hometown club, FC Utrecht. Perhaps due to an unremarkable career, he retired at the age of 30 to embark on a coaching journey. How's it going? Adelaar inquired directly upon seeing De Jong. Not well. The other party insists on guaranteeing a starting position, or they're unwilling to join our team, De Jong replied, shaking his head, his smile fading. Let us look for someone else then. If all else fails, I'll swallow my pride and reach out to my former club, Adelaar said, furrowing his brow. Frans, do you have a moment? Uncle De Jong shifted the conversation. I just finalized Paul S. contract, preparing to head back, Adelaar replied. Perfect. Allow me to introduce you to Feng, a player from Asia, Uncle De Jong said, pulling the still curious Feng closer. Young man, this is Mr. Adelaar. Our head coach, he continued, then turned to Feng. Hello, Mr. Adelaar, I'm Feng, Feng said politely, extending his hand. He had been secretly observing the middle-aged Dutchman named Frans, especially after their conversation, which led Feng to believe he was an executive of the club. He never anticipated that he was actually the head coach. Hello, Feng, Adelaar responded, and it must be said that hearing foreigners pronounce Chinese names often sounds peculiar. You may call me Feng, Feng replied warmly as he looked at the head coach. Frans, he wishes to trial with our club, Uncle De Jong. Ever the straightforward one, bluntly stated Feng's intentions. Oh, Adelaar remarked, scrutinizing the young man. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and weighing over 70 kilograms. He appeared quite impressive. What position did you play at your previous club? Adelaar asked after appraising Feng. Coach, I played as a defensive midfielder in China. Feng answered nonchalantly. A defensive midfielder? Both Adelaar and De Jong exclaimed simultaneously, their faces displaying a hint of confusion. Yes, Feng confirmed. Young man, you didn't overhear our conversation about needing a defensive midfielder, did you? Uncle De Jong queried. Uncle, when did you mention needing a defensive midfielder? Li Feng asked, bewildered. Did we not mention it? Uncle De Jong scratched his thinning hair, glancing at Coach Adelar. Let us go. The youth team is training. I'll take you to try out, Adelar said, his expression reflecting disbelief at his assistant's cheerful demeanor before directly addressing Li Feng. Oh wow, this plot is progressing too quickly. I can hardly keep up, Li Feng thought, astonished that the head coach would issue an invitation so directly. Furundum is but a modest club with only 2 training pitches, one designated for the first team and the other for the youth squad. Currently, the first team is on holiday, allowing the youth team to utilize both fields for their training. Upon the arrival of Li Feng and his companions, the youth squad was engaged in a practice match. Uncle De Jong, with a booming voice, called out, "Ah, it's Mr. Adelar, the head coach." At the sound of the Dutchman's voice, the entire training session came to a halt, and the youth players displayed their excitement upon seeing Adelar. Could it be that the head coach is here to observe us? A flurry of speculation erupted on the field. Hey, who told you to stop? A middle-aged man blew his whistle, pointing at the youth players, prompting them to refocus on their training, although their glances frequently strayed towards the coach. Edwin, I'm going to complain about you, one of the players muttered after resuming their practice. Coach Wolker approached and casually remarked, Chief Franz, go ahead and complain. The young, unfazed, replied, You know, I've been friends with you for decades. I must have been blind to your character all those years ago. The youth team coach, well aware of the situation, listened attentively as De Jong and Wolker explained their purpose for being there. Not a problem, Wolker nodded after understanding the circumstances, then led Li Feng to the sidelines. Change into your gear and warm up. You'll be on the field shortly, he instructed. Yes, coach. Li Feng grublia, brimming with excitement as he retrieved his cleats and jersey from his backpack and changed on the spot. 10 minutes later, Li Feng approached Wolker, breathless and exhilarated. Coach, I'm ready, he exclaimed, his voice quivering with anticipation. It was an extraordinary moment as he stepped onto the pitch for the first time in his life. Go out there and showcase your abilities, Wolker encouraged, giving Li Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just then, a 17 or 18-year-old boy, visibly frustrated at being substituted, walked off the field, clearly displeased at the coach's scrutiny. As Li Feng took his position on the field, he felt as though he were in a dream. I'm really on the pitch, he thought, standing there in a daze. However, the match resumed, and suddenly a furious voice broke through his reverie. Hey, newcomer, what are you doing? It was only then that he snapped back to reality. Meanwhile, De Jong had covered his eyes in dismay, questioning if he had made a mistake in bringing Li Feng along. Em sorry. Li Feng quickly apologized to his younger teammates, having realized that his momentary lapse had allowed the opposing team to intercept a pass intended for him, resulting in a goal. It was entirely his fault. Continue. Keep going. Wolker's voice rang out from the sidelines. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng steadied himself, prepared to fully engage in the match. Yet, due to his earlier blunder, it was clear his teammates harbored doubts about him. For the next several minutes, he found himself merely chasing the ball like a headless chicken, never truly involved in the game. Adelar, observing from the sidelines, frowned in disappointment. Li Feng's performance was undeniably lackluster. Had it not been for his trust in his assistant, he might have questioned whether the young man was even a player. As the whistle sounded, signaling halftime, De Jong glanced anxiously at Adelar, who crossed his arms and remarked, I know what you're going to say. I'll keep watching. Thank you, De Jong replied, then hurried to the sidelines. Kid, did you realize how poor your performance was? He said sternly, gripping the bewildered Li Feng by the arm. Em sorry, Ankel. Li Feng mumbled, hanging his head in shame. You don't need to apologize to me, but at this rate, you'll be saying goodbye to your football career. De Jong warned. But uncle, I truly don't know what to do on the pitch. Li Feng admitted, barely able to lift his head. De Jong, recalling Li Feng's earlier remark about never having played a proper match, asked, What can you do? What do you mean? Li Feng questioned, confused but intrigued by the older man's concern. Let us put it this way. When you practice alone, what are you best at? De Jong inquired. Best at? Li Feng pondered, recalling his attributes. Uncle, I can pass. That is what I'm best at, and my technique is decent too. Good, then listen. You are the defensive midfielder, and this area is your domain. When you get on the field, don't chase the ball, stay in your position. If the opposing players come into this area, you need to challenge them and disrupt their play. I'll speak to the coaches and make sure they pass you the ball so you can distribute it to the open teammates, De Jong explained. guiding Li Feng to the edge of the pitch and indicating the midfield area. Li Feng's eyes lit up as he absorbed De Jong's advice. "Uncle, I know what to do now," he exclaimed, finally lifting his head with renewed determination. "All right, I'll be watching your performance in the second half. You only get one chance. It's up to you to seize it," De Jong said before stepping away to discuss matters with Coach Wolker, returning to Adelar's side shortly thereafter. "Edwin, you seem quite fond of that Asian lad," Adelar remarked as De Jong rejoined him. "Perhaps," De Jong replied with a smile. "I've had a great conversation with him on our way here. He is a young man with dreams." "We shall see," Adelar nodded. As a well-respected scout within Furundum, he had been a fan of the club since childhood. Though he had not made it as a player due to a lack of talent, he transitioned into scouting, dedicating over a decade to the club. Edwin De Jong was a name known throughout Furundum, and he held significant sway even with the club's president due to his esteemed reputation among the fans. "Kid, give it your all. Don't let that old man Edwin down," Wolker encouraged, patting Li Feng on the shoulder before signaling the players to return to the pitch for the second half. "Stay calm, Li Feng. You can do this. You have a system backing you. You are on the path to becoming the best player in the world," he reassured himself as he stepped back onto the training field. When the whistle blew to restart the match, the youth players, following their coach's tactical instructions, passed the ball to Li Feng. Having discussed strategy beforehand, they were all aware of the game plan, and the opposing striker charged at Li Feng without hesitation. This time, Li Feng did not freeze. As he received the ball for the first time, his heart steadied. Watching the oncoming opponent, Li Feng deftly sidestepped, evading the challenge. And with a push, he surged forward. Li Feng paid no mind to the opponent who had just attempted to steal the ball from him. Little did anyone expect that this seemingly foolish player, who stumbled about the field in the first half, would deftly navigate past his teammates and advance the ball into the offensive zone. It was merely a fleeting moment of surprise as Li Feng crossed the midfield line. Two opposing players charged towards him. At this moment, he appeared to be a completely different player than in the first half. With a subtle flick, the black and white ball rolled to his nearby teammate, swiftly bypassing the two defenders. He raised his hand, signaling for the ball to be passed back to him. His teammate complied, sending the ball back to his feet. Li Feng lifted his gaze, spotting a player in a yellow jersey far ahead. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball on a graceful arc, perfectly landing at the feet of the yellow-jerseyed player. Without pausing, he retreated to his own territory. As the whistle blew, cheers erupted from the players in yellow surrounding him, his teammates. "Hey, mate, that was a brilliant pass," exclaimed the teammate who had just scored, rushing over to embrace him. At this moment, Li Feng was still enveloped in the thrill of the play, as if everything had unfolded so naturally and skillfully, as though it were his destiny. The beautiful and composed execution, coupled with the precise long pass, caught the eye of Volk, who couldn't he help but praise, I knew this kid was something special." The most delighted among them was Uncle De Jong, whose genuine smile spoke volumes. "Not bad at all," said the head coach, Adelar, nodding in approval. "This performance is worlds apart from the first half, especially that long pass into the opponent's box. Such precise judgment is remarkable. This requires not only excellent technique, but also a broad vision." Meanwhile, on the field, Li Feng had distanced himself from the earlier, bewildering familiarity. Observing his teammate score thanks to his assist, he cheerfully remarked, "Hey, mate, as long as you find space, I can get the ball to you again." That was fantastic. The celebration concluded, and the teammate embraced Li Feng before dashing back to his position. Unfortunately, thereafter, Li Feng could not replicate the ease with which he had initially delivered the ball to his teammates, as Coach Volk had assigned a player to specifically mark him, making it difficult for him to maneuver as freely. However, as time passed, Li Feng's performance continued to improve. Even though he could not assist in scoring as he had at the beginning, he became increasingly adept, orchestrating the midfield with finesse while actively disrupting the opponent's attacks through vigorous running and tackling. As the match drew to a close, Volk praised Li Feng as he exited the field. "You did very well, little guy." "Thank you, Coach," Li Feng replied, taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his brow, sincerely expressing his gratitude to the head coach. "Go on, Edwin and the head coach are waiting for you," Volk encouraged, giving Li Feng's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Thanks, Volk." Li Feng quickly headed towards Adelar and De Jong. You performed remarkably well." De Jong beamed at Li Feng. "Do you have an agent?" Adelar's question sent Li Feng into a state of ecstatic disbelief. No, I don't," he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, completely unaware of what he was saying. Upon leaving the office building of the Volendam club, Feng gazed at the 5,000 euros in his hand, still in disbelief. "Uncle, have I really joined the club? Am I officially a player now?" he exclaimed, gripping the money tightly and turning to the Dutch uncle walking beside him. "Yes, little guy, you are indeed our player. You signed a contract just now," De Jong replied with a resigned expression. "With a weekly salary of 500 euros and a 3-year term, along with a signing bonus of 5,000. This was Feng's first contract, negotiated with the help of De Jong since he had no agent. "This is unbelievable. I've entered Europe and become a real player," Feng said with a silly grin. "Haha, you are quite the character," chuckled the Dutch uncle, unable to contain his laughter. "Uncle, I have money now. Let us go. I'll treat you to a grand meal." Feng waved the 5,000 euros enthusiastically. He knew that without meeting this Dutch uncle, he might have been homeless, uncertain of how long he would endure such hardship. "You little rascal, 5,000 euros isn't much. Wait until you start making real money before treating me." De Jong playfully swatted Feng on the head. "Hey, uncle, 5,000 euros is equivalent to 50,000 yuan, Feng, brimming with pride, declared, unfazed by the uncle's jest. "Honestly, this is the most money I've ever earned." Suddenly, Feng's expression shifted as he recalled something important. "Oh no, how could I forget that?" he shouted, filled with regret. "What is wrong, little guy? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" De Jong jumped at Feng's sudden outburst. "Uncle, I just realized I need to discuss accommodation with the manager," Feng said, his face falling. "No witties. You can stay at my place since I brought you here." "We have 2 empty rooms," De Jong replied nonchalantly. "Is that really okay?" Feng hesitated. "Hey, little guy, do you think this is free? You'll need to pay me 500 euros each month." De Jong's words brought Feng back to reality. "All right, that's just my weekly salary anyway," Feng replied readily. "But still, thank you, uncle." He sincerely expressed his gratitude once more. Afterward, the Dutch uncle drove Feng away from the club. De Jong's home was not far, just a 5-minute drive away. It was a house with distinct local charm. 3 stories high. The first floor housed a courtyard and a hall, while De Jong's family lived on the second floor, himself, his wife, and their daughter. The third floor had 2 rooms that were typically left vacant for storage. De Jong's wife, Vilali, a woman in her 40s with a slightly plump figure, welcomed Feng warmly as their daughter was not home at the moment. It must be said that this couple was exceedingly hospitable. After a quick, distinctive Dutch dinner, De Jong took Feng to the 3rd floor to prepare the room, while his wife gathered daily necessities for him. It was late into the night before everything was settled. "All right, you're tired too. Freshen up and get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you around, and the day after, you'll need to report to the youth team. Before the new season starts, you'll be training with the youth squad," Uncle De Jong said as he exited the room. "Thank you, Uncle." Feng expressed his gratitude once again. "Haha, you Easterners are quite the trouble," De Jong teased as he left Feng's room. The 3rd floor room could be considered a master bedroom, complete with a private bathroom, which was quite convenient. Feng's belongings were minimal, just a backpack containing 2 sets of summer clothes and a sports outfit. Looking at his meager possessions, he felt puzzled about the circumstances surrounding his transition into this new world. Suddenly, recalling that the system had a task, he quickly dried his hair, lay down on the bed, and entered the mental imagery of the task. "I should have completed the system mission," he thought, staring intently at the taskbar below. The first task of a football life, to seek a club. With attributes reaching a remarkable 100, you possess the qualifications to become a player. It is now essential to find a club to embark on your football journey. Special reminder: signing with a club within 10 days will grant you a special reward. Completed. Haha, the task was accomplished on the very first day? Is there an added bonus to the reward? Feng could not help but exclaim, eager to claim his reward. Immediately, an enchanting chime resonated in Feng's ears, followed by a text appearing before him. Task completed. Reward: 5 attribute points. Note: attribute points will only be awarded after completing seasonal tasks. As this is the host's first task, the points are granted immediately. Additionally, attribute points can only be used at the end of the season. Before the commencement of the new season, usage at other times is strictly prohibited. Since the host completed the task within the stipulated time frame, a special reward has been granted. The talent system is now activated. With this talent, one will possess an expansive field of vision, able to clearly perceive every movement on the pitch and the positioning of players on both sides. Note: A player can only possess 3 talents throughout their career. Upon completing a task, talents are assigned based on the player's characteristics, and players cannot choose. Wow, this is incredible. Li Feng's eyes sparkled at the talent known as field vision. It was undeniably an extraordinary gift. If only I had possessed such vision during the training match earlier, I could have certainly made a more impressive contribution, thus gaining the coach's attention. And what are these 5 attribute points? After the initial excitement faded, Li Feng turned his gaze to the other reward, 5 attribute points. As a central midfielder, the brain of the team, one must be capable of both offense and defense. It has been said that a skilled central midfielder can determine the fate of an entire team. In today's football world, central midfielders are plentiful and can be categorized into 3 main types. The first type is the technical midfielder, the most sought after in contemporary football. Notable representatives include Xavi from Barcelona, Pirlo from Milan, Fabregas from Arsenal, and Xabi Alonso from Liverpool. This type of midfielder often requires the support of a defensive counterpart, known as the second type. The intercepting midfielder, exemplified by Gattuso from Milan, Eschen and Makelele from Chelsea, and Mascherano from Liverpool, who are colloquially referred to as beastly midfielders. The final category is the versatile midfielder, capable of both attacking and defending, serving as the linchpin of the team's offense and defense, linking the entire squad. It must be noted that such midfielders are exceedingly rare in today's football. The closest examples would be Yaya Touré and Busquets from Barcelona, though they are merely close approximations. After considerable contemplation, Li Feng allocated 3 points to dribbling, 1 point to technique, and the final point to tackling. Following this adjustment, Li Feng's attributes transformed to technique, 15 passing, 15 tackling, 12 marking, 4 ball control, 13 long shot, 13 shooting, 5 heading, 0 dribbling, 15 free kick, 13 crossing, 0 corner kick, 0 penalty kick, 0 total, 105 points. With such attributes, complemented by the talent of field vision, it seems plausible that he could establish himself in the Eredivisie. Gazing at his attributes, Li Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. The current state of Dutch football is not what it was a decade ago. 10 years prior, the Eredivisie was at its peak. But with the advent of the Bosman ruling, the damage endured was immeasurable, causing a sudden decline from a top European league to a second-tier status. One can only imagine the disdain the Dutch harbor towards the Bosman ruling. Season task, relegation battle. Assist FC Volendam in remaining in the Eredivisie. Upon completing the first task, the second task immediately emerged. Chapter 6. The boisterous European scene. The year 2008 marked a festive time for the great footballing nations of Europe, as the quadrennial European Championship was approaching. The European Championship, known as the UEFA European Football Championship, represents the pinnacle of European national football, second only to the World Cup. Europe is the cradle of modern football and the epicenter of the sport. Every player aspires to make their mark here, where the world's elite clubs converge, and the 5 major leagues resonate globally. Germany, Spain, France, England, Italy. Each name carries significant weight. Aside from the South American giants, nearly all other world-class teams are clustered in Europe, making the influence of the European Championship second only to the World Cup. During such times, it is a festival for fans across nations, a moment of jubilation. The 2008 European Championship was co-hosted by 2 small nations, much like the 2002 World Cup, which was jointly hosted by Japan and South Korea. Similarly, the 2008 European Championship was co-hosted by Austria and Switzerland. If one were to cite the most shocking event of the 2008 European Championship, it would undoubtedly be the unexpected elimination of England, a footballing powerhouse with the best league in Europe during the qualifiers, a revelation that stunned the entire footballing world. It was from this year onward that Spanish dominance in world football began. From their victory in the 2008 European Championship to their triumph in the 2010 FIFA World Cup, Spain claimed 2 European championships and became the first nation to successfully defend the title. Furthermore, they defeated the Netherlands to secure the World Cup in South Africa, basking in glory. In stark contrast to Spain's illustrious achievements, the Netherlands, a formidable force in European football, has endured a rather dismal fate. To date, the Dutch have only won the European Championship in 1988, with no further accolades in any major international tournaments, especially the World Cup, where they have reached the finals thrice, only to fall short, earning them the title of the crowned kings of football, particularly in the subsequent World Cup in South Africa. Spain ascended to the pinnacle of world football over the backs of the Dutch, while the Netherlands did achieve a remarkable victory over Spain in the 2014 Brazil World Cup. It pales in comparison to the grandeur of a World Cup final. Of course, at this moment, aside from Feng, no one was aware of these events. However, these matters held no relevance to him now. The only connection he could make was his current presence in the Netherlands, where he could only support the Dutch team alongside Uncle de Jong. Ironically, he had even invested half of his signing fee on a bet that Spain would ultimately triumph, leading to some good-natured ribbing from Uncle de Jong for a while. Currently, Feng's life revolved around a simple routine, from Uncle de Jong's home to the FC Volendam club. Starting from the third day, he arrived punctually at the training ground daily, honing his skills with the youth team. Should the youth team take a break, he would train alone. Perhaps due to the system's influence, Feng was akin to a sponge, fervently absorbing everything around him. Feng's remarkable progress left the youth team's coach, Voke, astounded. He even approached Uncle de Jong to inquire about the origins of such a prodigy. Naturally, Uncle de Jong had no reason to withhold information from his friend. Upon learning that Feng was picked up by Uncle de Jong on the road, Voke could not help but exclaim, "What a stroke of luck!" This legendary tale would later become a source of pride for Uncle de Jong, as he was the one who introduced Feng to European football. Without him, there would be no future legend dominating the pitch and standing atop Europe. Their bond grew to be as close as family. As the European Championship fervently unfolded, the continent's top clubs began their fierce competition, not on the pitch, but in the transfer market. News erupted daily about which club was eyeing which player, willing to spend lavish sums to bring them into their fold. Today, it was reported that Real Madrid has set its sights on Klaas-Jan Huntelaar from Ajax. Tomorrow, it was revealed that Arsenal is also pursuing Huntelaar, hoping to bring him to the Emirates Stadium to form a formidable Dutch duo alongside Robin van Persie. Subsequently, Manchester United, unwilling to be outdone, joined the race for Huntelaar as well. When Uncle de Jong, holding these news articles, expressed his admiration for the talents emerging from the Eredivisie to Feng Yun, Lee scoffed, fully aware that Huntelaar was not moving this summer, and that these clubs were targeting someone else. Real Madrid's aim was another Dutch star, the captain of Hamburg, Rafael van der Vaart, as the new money in the Premier League had set its sights on this galactic team. Meanwhile, the Arsenal manager held a particular fondness for his fellow French compatriot, Samir Nasri. The only one genuinely interested in Huntelaar was the venerable Sir Alex Ferguson, who was preparing for the departure of Cristiano Ronaldo. As time progressed and the European Championship entered its latter stages, the Netherlands emerged from a challenging group that included France and Italy. When the Dutch team reached the quarterfinals, the entire nation erupted in celebration, especially upon learning that their opponents in the round of 16 were not particularly formidable, Russia. However, the outcome proved bitter. As the Dutch celebrated their advancement, Russia delivered a stunning blow, defeating the Netherlands and sending them back home, yet again leaving the team without a title. This match was the only one Feng watched alongside Uncle de Jong, and in jest he blamed Uncle de Jong for the loss, suggesting that had they watched together, the outcome would have been different. Of course, this was all in good humor, but Lee could not shake the feeling. Ultimately, history remained unchanged, with Spain claiming the European Championship title, resulting in Lee earning a windfall of €25,000. He generously sent half of this sum to his parents, retaining the other half for his own expenses. Subsequently, he took the opportunity to purchase a computer and a mobile phone, ensuring he would not feel too isolated upon his return, allowing him to chat online with friends and indulge in games occasionally. The European transfer market was bustling, with major clubs making their moves. In the Premier League, Chelsea, once known for their lavish spending, tightened their belts, acquiring Deco and Bozingwa for just over £20 million. Arsenal continued its modest approach, signing the future Welsh star Aaron Ramsey, who would later be known for the Ramsey's Law. Additionally, Arsenal's coach Wenger brought his compatriot Nasri to the Emirates. Liverpool sought to bolster their attacking line, spending £20 million on Tottenham's Irish forward, Robbie Keane. However, this signing proved unsuccessful, as he returned to Tottenham after only half a season. The two Manchester clubs were the most extravagant spenders this summer. Manchester United set a record by signing Bulgarian striker Dimitar Berbatov from Tottenham for £30,075,000. Meanwhile, Manchester City splurged £32,500,000 to bring Brazilian Robinho from Madrid, making him the most expensive signing of the summer. The transfer market in the Premier League was nothing short of spectacular, and other top leagues were equally vibrant. AC Milan spent €25 million to acquire the core player for Barcelona's second team, Ronaldinho, and also secured the loan of former Ukrainian star Shevchenko. Observing such significant moves from their city rivals, Inter Milan was not to be outdone, spending over €50 million to bring in Portuguese winger Quaresma, Brazilian Mancini, and Ghanaian midfielder Montari. Of course, the transfer frenzy would not be complete without the participation of La Liga giants Barcelona and Real Madrid. Real Madrid brought in Hamburg's captain and Dutch midfield linchpin for €13 million, followed by the acquisition of Argentine defensive prodigy Garay for $10 million. Surprisingly, Real Madrid refrained from excessive spending during this transfer window, even managing to turn profit. Conversely, Barcelona entered a rebuilding phase following the departures of Ronaldinho and Deco, investing heavily in new talent. €14 million on Sada Keita, €5 million on homegrown talent Piku, €16,500,000 on Uruguayan defender C-Series, €32 million on Brazilian right-back Alves, and €15 million on Haleb from Arsenal, totaling nearly €100 million, a rather extravagant endeavor. Nonetheless, these events held little relevance for Feng, who remained blissfully detached from the external turmoil, fully engrossed in football. His sole focus was on rigorous training to compensate for his lack of foundational skills, with the ultimate goal of establishing himself at FC Volendam and stepping onto the pitch in the Eredivisie. Chapter 7. The first team of the year 2008 was a significant one for sports, with the European Championship concluding just a month before the onset of the Olympics. As a Chinese national, Feng was not unfamiliar with the Olympics, though he had never been particularly passionate about sports. In his previous life, he paid little attention to the games, and in this new experience, he was even less inclined to engage. It was not that Li lacked patriotism. Rather, he took pride in being Chinese, but he found the Olympic events dull and uninteresting. With grander life ambitions set against the backdrop of Europe, he had no intention of wasting time on pursuits he did not enjoy. As the Olympics commenced in August, the players of FC Volendam had already returned from their vacations. Although the Dutch league started later than others, the training period was on par with other leagues, as pre-season conditioning was necessary. From June to August, Lee made remarkable strides in his development, even catching the attention of the head coach, Adriel. With an attribute score of 105 and a talent for reading the game, Lee lacked only experience and foundational skills. After 2 months of intense training, supplemented by special attention from Vogt and De Jong, Lee quickly filled these gaps. While he could not yet be compared to professional players, he certainly surpassed many of the younger talents in the team. Thus, when the team began its preseason training, Coach Adriel and Vogt agreed to elevate Lee to the first team. At last, Lee encountered true professional players. The first team of FC Volendam comprised 28 members, including 2 loan players. Among them was a winger his age, Narsing, on loan from the Eredivisie powerhouse AZ Alkmaar, and another loaned attacking midfielder, Dominic van Dijk, from a second-tier club, FC Emmen. The core player of FC Volendam was their striker, Jack Dubby, standing at 186 centimeters and weighing 78 kilograms, a quintessential center forward. Dubby played a pivotal role in securing the Eredivisie championship for Volendam last season, having scored 26 goals in 35 matches, making him the league's top scorer. The team captain was one of 2 young players, both products of the club's youth academy. The main captain, aged just 24, was central defender Eni Hilder, while the vice-captain, slightly younger, was attacking midfielder Craig Van Sonning. 2 individuals of similar age trained together, subsequently being promoted to the first team, and both established themselves in the squad, culminating in Adler's appointment of one as the new captain of the team this season. It is noteworthy that Volendam boasts not only a youthful captain, but also a remarkably young overall team structure. With merely 2 players exceeding the age of 30, the pivotal defensive midfielder, the 33-year-old veteran Matthew Boots, and the 31-year-old substitute goalkeeper Harman Kuipers. After a few days of acclimatization, Feng realized that Boots was indeed the sole veteran in the midfield, a revelation that left him feeling quite pleased, as it heralded numerous opportunities for him. During the ensuing training sessions, Feng was assigned the role of a substitute main defensive midfielder. Yet the outcome was less than satisfactory. This was primarily due to the fact that Feng's style diverged significantly from that of the veteran. Boots embodied the traditional, tenacious defensive midfielder, tasked with intercepting and disrupting the opponent's attacks, while the orchestration of the team's play was entrusted to his immediate forwards, Drange and Van Sonnen. In stark contrast, Feng was a technically gifted playmaker, requiring possession of the ball to dictate the rhythm of the game, which was challenging as the substitute team already relied heavily on Czech midfielder Vltava and Van Dijk. Prior to Feng's arrival, Vltava was the only non-Dutch player in the squad, and their shared foreign status fostered a relatively amicable relationship. While defensively Vltava showcased commendable interception skills, his man-marking left much to be desired, rendering him incapable of disrupting attacks as effectively as the veteran. Consequently, under the coach's tactical expectations based on Boot's capabilities, Feng found himself struggling to meet such standards. His performance in practice matches was riddled with flaws, a fact that did not escape Adler's notice, who summoned Feng multiple times for discussions. However, it became clear that no amount of coaching could alter Feng's inherent limitations. He realized that his defensive attributes were only sufficient to contend with younger, less experienced players, and against seasoned professionals in a real league, he felt woefully inadequate. Fortunately, at just 20 years of age, Feng's youthful vigor and his 12-point interception attribute, combined with decent physicality, spared him from the coach's consideration of replacing him. The main reason was that Volendam had no viable alternatives, as evidenced by prior recruitment failures. As time passed, Volendam prepared for their first friendly match against a semi-professional regional team, fielding their main lineup with goalkeeper Van Hoen, defenders Koen, Skilder, Helden, and Bacon's, midfielders Boots, Smit, Drange, Myers, Van Sonnen, and forward Jack Dubby. In a display of dominance, Volendam triumphed with a score of approximately 4-0, with Feng taking the field as a substitute in the final 10 minutes of the second half, though his impact was minimal, merely running about without making a notable contribution. However, 3 days later, in another friendly match, his performance drew Adler's ire. Although they faced another semi-professional team from the regional league and secured a win with a score of 3-2. The overall display was far from what one would expect from a team competing in the highest echelon of Dutch football. Feng played the entire match, yet his performance was dismal as he bore responsibility for nearly all of the opponent's 2 goals. The first goal was a result of Feng's failure to press effectively, allowing the opposition to strike a stunning 35-meter shot, while the second stemmed from his reluctance to release the ball, leading to a crucial turnover and a one-on-one opportunity for the opponent. Such errors, even in an inconsequential friendly, were sufficient to provoke Adler's fury, especially considering Feng was the only substitute available for the pivotal defensive midfielder position. Time, indifferent to individual circumstances, marched on, and Feng found himself unable to alter his attributes. The only recourse available to him was to train diligently, while he could not enhance his inherent skills. He aimed to leave a favorable impression on the coach. Consequently, the following day, Feng resolved to approach training with renewed vigor and a more diligent attitude. To prevent the blunders witnessed in the previous match, he refrained from holding onto the ball for too long, ensuring that he would not keep it at his feet for more than 5 seconds. This adjustment garnered subtle approval from the coach over the next few days of training. 3 days later, Volendam faced their third friendly match against another Dutch powerhouse, PSV Eindhoven, albeit their reserve team. The match concluded with a 1-2 defeat for Volendam, marking their first loss in the series. This defeat appeared to open the floodgates to a string of losses, as Volendam subsequently fell to 3 more opponents: the La Liga team Villarreal, one of the Eredivisie giants Feyenoord, and a team from the Eredivisie, culminating in a disheartening streak of 4 consecutive defeats. On August 30th, 2008, the long-awaited moment arrived as the Eredivisie officially commenced. The first match featured Vitesse against Groningen, followed by Utrecht facing the second-largest powerhouse in the league, PSV Eindhoven, at the Nieuwe Galgenwaard Stadium. The stadium, with a capacity of 21,072, was filled to capacity, with fans cheering in anticipation even before the match began. At 1:30 p.m., the players took the field, with Utrecht donned in their home red and white kits and PSV in their third purple kit due to color clashes. However, the color of the kits did not influence the outcome. After 90 minutes, the scoreboard displayed a resounding 1-5 in favor of PSV, marking a triumphant start to their season while leaving Utrecht in a state of embarrassment. The second match, at 5 p.m., saw Vitesse host Groningen, but the home fans could not rally their team to victory, as Vitesse suffered a dismal 0-4 defeat. Thus, the opening matches of the Eredivisie concluded with a series of away victories. Back in Volendam, as the team prepared for their first match of the season the following day, the coach allowed the players an early release to rest. After showering and changing into casual attire, Feng bid farewell to his teammates. Having spent nearly a month together, he had developed a strong rapport with them, facilitated by the language system that allowed him to even pick up some Czech while communicating with Vltava. Another factor contributing to this camaraderie was the absence of positional conflicts. Feng was the sole substitute for the defensive midfielder role, and despite Boots' veteran status, his position remained unassailable. Boots often took the time to mentor Feng, sharing invaluable experience during training sessions. Leaving the training facility and strolling along the charming, quintessentially Dutch streets, Feng reflected on his experiences over the past 2 months, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief at his seamless adaptation. He realized that he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Everything unfolded naturally, creating an illusion that he had always lived in this manner, training, playing, and enjoying the simplicity and fulfillment of life. Unbeknownst to him, Feng returned to the quaint, detached house of the De Jong family. As usual, he reached for the gate, but it did not yield as it typically would, and the sensation in his hand felt markedly different from what he was accustomed to. How describe it? Smooth and tender to the touch. Just as Feng was pondering the peculiar sensation, an irate woman's voice pierced through the air. "Pervert. Have you had your fill?" Startled, Feng quickly withdrew his hand, only to be met by the sight of an indignant, youthful face. With long golden hair, whether natural or dyed, was unclear. Her fair complexion bore a hint of rosy hue. Standing tall, approximately 1.7 meters, her height was nearly equal to Feng's when complemented by high heels. "My apologies, I was lost in thought and inadvertently strayed," Feng hastily offered, casting a glance at the girl before him. The girl, with an air of haughtiness, turned away, her golden locks brushing against Feng's face. Observing her departure, he shrugged it off and glanced around. "Wait a moment, this is indeed the right place. I haven't gone astray," Feng realized when suddenly a soft, white hand landed on his shoulder. "Hey, little guy, did you know that scaring people can be deadly?" A voice chided. "Do you really think I'm that timid?" Feng retorted, feeling slightly insulted by the comparison. The woman continued, "Hey, old man, we may be familiar, but I can still sue you for defamation," she teased, her expression one of playful disdain. With a dismissive toss of his head, Feng replied, "In China, we have a saying, 'Great minds forgive.'" With that, he strutted into the courtyard, eliciting a chuckle from the woman, who quickly followed him inside. "Father." Just a few steps in, a sweet, syrupy voice rang out from within. "Oh, my precious daughter, you finally returned. I thought you wouldn't make it." Feng watched as the previously irate woman dashed past him with remarkable speed, embracing a girl who was, to his surprise, the very same one he had inadvertently touched earlier. "Father, I thought you wouldn't wait for me," the girl said after a flurry of affectionate gestures. "Ah, my dear, it seems I was mistaken," the father exclaimed, quickly apologizing. "By the way, do you know the gentleman behind me?" It was evident the girl had noticed Feng standing there. "Oh, I nearly forgot," the father exclaimed. "Let me introduce you. This is my darling daughter, Sylvia, and this young man hails from China. His name is Feng, currently a player for our beloved FC Volendam and residing with us." "Really?" Sylvia's eyes widened with astonishment. "I must admit, I misjudged you earlier," she said, extending her hand in greeting. "No, it was my fault for being preoccupied," Feng replied, shaking her hand briefly before letting go. "Have you two met before?" The father's curiosity piqued as he observed their interaction. As they strolled homeward, Sylvia linked arms with De Jong, recounting the earlier incident at the door. "It seems the little guy was simply too nervous, understandably so. Tomorrow marks the first official match of his career," she remarked with a light-hearted tone. Uncle, I wasn't even thinking about the match," Feng interjected. "But after that little scare, I find myself feeling quite anxious." Indeed, he had been lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the impending game until reminded by the father. A sudden wave of nervousness washed over him. "Hey, whether you play or not remains uncertain," the father chuckled. "Just enjoy dinner and rest early tonight. Follow the coach's instructions tomorrow." Feng's mind was now filled with a flurry of thoughts. The prospect of even making it to the team roster seemed daunting. He sank into the sofa, feeling deflated, much like a deflated football. "There's no need to fret. Just treat it like any other game, the father reassured him. Spend your evening playing video games or chatting with friends back in China. Tomorrow will unfold as it should. Strangely enough, the father's words alleviated much of Li Feng's anxiety. At that moment, De Jong's wife and daughter emerged from the kitchen, presenting a delightful array of Dutch delicacies, pancakes, fish fillet, and mashed potatoes. For your first match, Li Feng, she exclaimed cheerfully. Thank you, Valerie, Li Feng said, rushing to set the table and offering a heartfelt embrace in gratitude. Best of luck, Li Feng, Valerie whispered encouragingly in his ear. After dinner, Li Feng took a leisurely stroll with the De Jong family before retreating to his room. He felt fortunate to have encountered such a warm-hearted Dutch family, as their hospitality shone brightly through their open demeanor. Chapter 9. On the bench, perhaps the father's words had taken effect. That night, Li Feng slept soundly, free from the grip of anxiety, and experienced the most restful slumber since arriving in the Netherlands. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as the core of the team, leading FC Volendam to victory against formidable opponents. As Li Feng prepared for the club the next morning, he could palpably sense the fervent excitement in the air. The streets were alive with fans clad in FC Volendam jerseys, some already congregating and heading towards the stadium. After months of off-season, the fans were bursting with anticipation for the match. Hey Feng, will you be playing today? A familiar fan called out. I can't say for certain. It's up to our coach, Li Feng replied with a hint of resignation. Well, if you do play, I'll be watching closely. If you make any significant blunders, I'll come to De Jong's house to give you a piece of my mind, the fan jested, a burly man with an intimidating demeanor. Are you sure you could take me on? Li Feng countered, flexing his biceps with a smirk. Laughter erupted among the surrounding fans. Come on, Horst, do you really think you could take on Feng? Despite his fierce appearance, the townsfolk knew Horst was a kind-hearted soul. Thanks to the system, Li Feng's physique was nothing short of exceptional. His sculpted form was a testament to his rigorous training, a stark contrast to those who toiled tirelessly to maintain their shape. Following FC Volendam's jubilant victory, the fans ceased to impede Li Feng, rallying towards the stadium while he continued his jog towards the club. An hour later, at the Veronica Stadium, the crowd of 6,200 was a sea of orange, save for a small section of blue and white. The players had already retreated to the home locker room, engaged in their final preparations. All right, team, this marks our return to the top division, Adelar declared, capturing the attention of the players. What do you think our home crowd of 6,000 desires? Victory, the players responded in unison. Excellent. Our goals are aligned. Now let us go out there and fight. With that, Adelar raised his hand, and the captain, Hilder, bellowed, leading the starting players out of the locker room. Van Hoeven, Koning, Hilder, Helden, Bakens, but Smit, Drange, Meeges van Sonnen, Dobby, and the main lineup of FC Volendam. With 7 substitutes, Peruz, Ildes, Minard, Li Feng, Valent, Van Dijk, and Nursing, where Li Feng made it to the matchday squad. The date, the 28th, corresponds with his jersey number, a reflection of his birthday. The coaches from both sides exchanged handshakes before returning to their respective benches. With the referee's whistle, the match between FC Volendam and Heerenveen officially commenced. Welcome to the match commentary. I am your commentator, Mullen. Naturally, I cannot fulfill this task alone, so I have invited a dear friend, a familiar face to FC Volendam fans, Wim Jonk, a club legend. Let's warmly welcome Wim. Thank you, friends. From today onward, for the entirety of this season, I will be providing commentary for every match of FC Volendam alongside Wim Jonk. With Wim's presence, the bar at FC Volendam erupted in cheers. Wim Jonk, a celebrated youth player from FC Volendam, has played for prestigious clubs such as Ajax, Inter Milan, and PSV Eindhoven. Mullen, glancing at the lineup, remarked, well, the main roster of FC Volendam does not differ significantly from last season. The only change being the departure of the veteran midfielder and the arrival of Paul. Suddenly, Mullen exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. Oh, look what I found. Hey, could you keep it down? You're about to shatter my eardrums. Jonk exaggeratedly covered his ears. Wim, just look at FC Volendam substitutes, Mullen suggested. A Chinese player? FC Volendam has a Chinese player? If I am not mistaken, this marks the second Chinese player to appear in the Eredivisie. Mullen stated before Jonk could respond. I vaguely remember a Chinese player briefly appearing for PSV Eindhoven in 2006, Jonk reminisced. Indeed, that is quite rare. Mullen chuckled. Li Feng. Nationality: China, born on May 28, 1988, plays as a defensive midfielder. He joined the team on June 1, 2008. Regardless, let's extend a warm welcome to this young man from China. Mullen read aloud Li Feng's official information. As the match progressed to the 25th minute, FC Volendam broke the deadlock, but intercepted the ball and passed it to Smit, who advanced into the half before passing it to Drange. The ball barely paused at Drange's feet as he nudged it towards the deputy captain, Van Sonnen. At that moment, Dobby used his robust physique to shield off a Heerenveen defender, and Van Sonnen, not attempting to be greedy, passed the ball to Dobby, who scored. A goal by Jack Dobby from FC Volendam. They have taken the lead. Congratulations to FC Volendam. What a splendid start, Mullen exclaimed, rising to his feet. This is the tactical essence of FC Volendam. Veteran but intercepts the ball, immediately distributing it to the front line, culminating in a goal by their forward. This strategy led FC Volendam to victory in the Eerste Divisie last season, with Dobby earning the title of top scorer with 26 goals. At the moment Dobby scored, the entire stadium erupted in jubilation. The substitutes rushed to the sidelines, and Li Feng was no exception, acting naturally amidst it all. However, being in the thick of it, Li Feng did not perceive anything amiss. The match continued in an orderly fashion, and no further goals were scored in the first half. FC Volendam went into halftime with a 1-0 lead thanks to Dobby's goal. After a 15-minute break, Li Feng appeared on the substitutes bench as the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the second half. Merely 5 minutes into the second half, Heerenveen equalized through their center forward, Gerald Sporn, the 33-year-old veteran, proving that he still possesses his sharpness with a powerful header. The dynamics shifted as the previously dominant FC Volendam began to be pressured by Heerenveen. Just 5 minutes after the first goal, Heerenveen took the lead, with a long-range strike from their Norwegian midfielder, Christian Grindheim. As a national representative in the core of Heerenveen's midfield, Grindheim showcased his worth. Adelaar had to make changes. Observing his team's shift from leading to trailing, Wim Jonk pointed out FC Volendam's coach. Indeed, just 10 minutes into the second half, Heerenveen had completed their comeback. Without changes, FC Volendam was headed for a painful defeat. Mullen nodded in agreement. At this moment, Adelaar recognized the necessity for action. A few minutes later, he substituted Nursing for the underperforming Meeges, and 10 minutes later, Van Dijk replaced Smit, transitioning to a 4-3-3 formation. In the 80th minute, FC Volendam scored. A young winger on loan from Alkmaar tore through Heerenveen's defense with his speed, helping FC Volendam equalize. Mullen's voice echoed throughout the broadcast room. Watching Nursing celebrate joyfully, Li Feng felt a twinge of envy, wishing it were he running on the pitch. However, Nursing's goal did not secure a draw for FC Volendam. A late goal from Heerenveen's substitute, young winger Roy, sealed the match. According to convention, the home team comes first, and FC Volendam ultimately lost their first Eredivisie match. Li Feng remained seated on the bench for the full 90 minutes, witnessing his first professional match and the first defeat from the sidelines. Chapter 10. Free kicks and consecutive losses. Free kicks. In contemporary football, when one mentions free kicks, most immediately think of Beckham. The Beckham curve, the bending technique. His free kicks are truly unparalleled. With his left foot at a 45-degree angle to the ground, his left hand maintaining balance, and his right foot striking the lower third of the ball. In the eyes of so-called experts, Beckham's bending free kick is deemed unreplicable. Anyone attempting to mimic it would likely end up injured. However, aside from Beckham's singular talent, there are numerous free kick maestros in modern football, such as Milan's Pirlo, Lions midfield wizard Juninho, Ronaldinho, who just transferred to Milan this summer, and Manchester United's star Cristiano Ronaldo. The importance of free kicks cannot be overstated. They are an essential scoring method for any team, often altering the course of a match. This has been vividly illustrated in past games. Following the conclusion of the opening round of the Eredivisie, Europe entered an international break, and the Eredivisie entered a 2-week hiatus. As the team took a break, Li Feng focused on his free kicks and long shots, particularly since he was primarily utilized as a substitute by the coach and had little opportunity to advance into the attacking phase. Seeking to make an impression, Li Feng recognized that free kicks presented a valuable avenue. Moreover, and most importantly, there were no standout free kick specialists within FC Volendam. Hence, during the break, Li Feng scoured numerous free kick videos and ventured alone to the team's training ground to embark on his free kick training journey. With a free kick attribute of 13, it is neither too low nor too high. After initial training, Li Feng discovered that this rating did not yield a high success rate. He was unsure of the success rates of the so-called free kick masters, but he found that he could only score once out of 10 attempts, and on lucky occasions, perhaps twice. He was greatly troubled by this, ultimately seeking the counsel of the youth team coach, Vogue. Initially, his interest in Li Feng may have stemmed from his old friend De Jong, but over the course of the following month, he began to genuinely appreciate Li Feng's potential. Thus, he became particularly invested in Li Feng's performance on the first team. Indeed, it might be said that Vogue is currently the individual who understands Li Feng best within the entire Volendam team. Vogue recognized that Li Feng was not a conventional defensive midfielder, and regarding his awkward position on the first team, he felt helpless, as he was merely the youth team coach. Your success rate is quite commendable, yet you lack a distinctive personal style, Vogue remarked after observing Li Feng for a while. In an effort to enhance his success rate, Li Feng had been diligently watching numerous free kick videos. Aside from Beckham's almost supernatural technique, he had attempted every other free kick style. Personal style? What on earth is that? Li Feng pondered, completely bewildered. Have you been watching many free kick videos these past few days? Feng inquired. Yes, I've studied Pirlo, Juninho, Carlos, and Mihajlovi. Aside from Beckham's free kicks, I've tried all the rest, Li Feng responded with a nod. Which player's free kick do you favor the most? Asked Vogue. Roberto Carlos. I admire the sheer power of his strikes, as if they could obliterate anything in their path. Li Feng replied without hesitation. All right, let's rephrase that. Which type of free kick feels the most comfortable to you? One that you are most confident can find the back of the net? Vogue said, exasperated. With my left foot, Mihajlovi's technique feels the most comfortable, and I scored 2 out of 10 attempts. With my right foot, I prefer the method of karaoke, also scoring 2 out of 10, Li Feng contemplated before answering. Goodness, I almost forgot this lad is extraordinary, Vogue internally mused. Due to the system's enhancements, Li Feng possessed remarkably balanced abilities with both feet. Therefore, focus on practicing the techniques of these two players. When you can execute them effortlessly, that will be your personal style, Vogue concluded. It must be said that the system had bestowed upon Li Feng an exceptional physique. Mihajlovi and karaoke were both heralded as masters of free kicks in Europe and South America. And now Li Feng, adept with both feet, was poised for a promising future. Mastering free kicks is not an overnight endeavor. It requires years of dedicated practice. After a brief respite, the team reconvened. Although they faced defeat in their first match, it did not dampen their spirits. As a relegation-threatened team, experiencing losses throughout a season filled with dozens of matches is simply part of the game. On September 14th, in Rotterdam, the second largest city in the Netherlands, known as Europe's largest port and a crucial bridgehead between Asia and Europe, 2 teams from this city compete in the Eredivisie. Feyenoord, one of the league's 3 giants, and Sparta Rotterdam. This round, Volendam's opponent was none other than Feyenoord. The team boasted former Bundesliga star Roy Mackay, veteran Giovanni van Bronckhorst, and local superstar Jorginho. All-season players compared to Volendam's squad. The disparity in strength between the 2 teams was stark. Nevertheless, as the head coach, one cannot simply concede defeat. And Volendam fielded their strongest lineup. Ultimately, the outcome unfolded as anticipated. Volendam lost 0-5, enduring yet another defeat at Feyenoord Stadium, with Li Feng remaining on the bench for the full 90 minutes. It is worth mentioning that Feyenoord also had an Asian player, South Korean international Lee Tae-soo. However, he was unfortunately not present with the team as he was loaned back to Suwon Samsung in South Korea. Otherwise, an intriguing Asian benchwarmer derby could have unfolded, showcasing who could sit on the bench longer. After the match, Volendam departed from this grand European port city, returning to their quaint fishing village town to prepare for their next opponent, 20. In the third round, Volendam would host 20, possibly setting the stage for their first victory of the season. However, it was evident that this had little to do with Li Feng. Although he was the only substitute for the defensive midfielder position and was the hardest working player, often staying behind after training to practice alone, the head coach believed Li Feng was misdirecting his efforts. Instead of honing his defensive skills, he was dedicating time to free kicks and long-range shots. Consequently, Adelar had repeatedly sent assistant coach Marcel, but to guide Li Feng in his training. Li Feng complied obediently, but once the coach departed, he discreetly returned to practicing free kicks and long shots, akin to a child behaving well in front of adults while being a mischievous rascal behind their backs. Chapter 11. 7 consecutive losses on September 21st at Volendam's home ground, Veronica Stadium. The disappointment was palpable on the faces of departing fans. Volendam had lost again, 1-2, with the home team on the forefront and the visitors trailing behind. This marked the third defeat of the season, extending their losing streak to 3 matches and granting 20 their first victory of the season. Once again, Feng sat on the bench for the full 90 minutes, watching his despondent teammates and the visibly frustrated head coach Adelar. The coach, who consistently included Feng in the squad, yet withheld playing opportunities, left Feng with a bittersweet feeling. He lamented the team's loss, yet there was an undeniable thrill in the hope that the team would continue to falter. It must be noted that Feng was not yet a true professional player, and his sense of professional ethics still required refinement. Exiting the club, he spotted Sylvia, the tall daughter of Uncle De Jong, at the entrance. "Hey, you finally came out. I was about to leave without you," she exclaimed. "You were waiting for me?" Feng's mind spun in confusion. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time a beautiful girl had waited for him. Although he held no special feelings for Sylvia, the mere fact that a lovely girl awaited him brought him joy. "My mother asked me to buy some fresh seafood at the port, and I thought I'd invite you along," Sylvia explained. "Ah, so you need me as a laborer. Good thing I didn't overthink it," Feng chuckled. "What do you mean by laborer? Don't you eat?" Sylvia countered. "Miss, have you ever seen me eat fish?" Feng inquired. "Wait, you don't eat fish?" Sylvia exclaimed, staring at him as if he were a monster. In Volendam, smoked fish was the town's specialty, and fish was the most common food. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone who didn't eat fish. "What is so strange about it?" "I come from Asia, from China," Feng said, pouting. "Doesn't China have fish?" Sylvia asked curiously. "Come on, have you ever seen a country without fish?" Feng replied, "Speculas." "All right, you Chinese are truly odd. How can someone not eat such a delicious food as fish?" Sylvia looked at him, utterly baffled. Thus, the two engaged in a light-hearted banter as they gathered the items needed by Villery: fresh fish, sausages, cheese, flour, and more. By the time they returned to her doorstep, Feng was burdened with several large bags, while Sylvia, carefree, held an ice cream cone, walking ahead with a smile. "Feng," Sylvia suddenly called out, turning around. "Hmm?" He responded, gazing at the girl who had abruptly halted. "Even though we are on a 3-game losing streak, I believe we will soon achieve victory," Sylvia stated earnestly, looking straight into Feng's eyes. "Perhaps," he replied non-committally. "Although I am uncertain of your capabilities, I have faith that you will soon seize an opportunity. My father has remarked that you are the most diligent player in the club. I believe the Almighty is just. Those who work hard will ultimately earn his favor." After uttering these words, Sylvia turned and dashed inside without a backward glance. Amused, I felt comforted. Currently, Sylvia is studying at the University of Amsterdam and only returns home during vacations. Although we are acquainted, we are not particularly close. It is evident that her visit to console me was likely at the behest of the Dutch giant and Villarreal, who sensed my emotional turmoil and requested Sylvia's support. As we are peers, nonetheless, being comforted by a beautiful woman is a pleasant experience, I thought with a smile. A week after the 3rd round of matches, the Eredivisie commenced its 4th round. Volendam traveled to Eindhoven, the 4th largest industrial city in the Netherlands, to face the prestigious PSV Eindhoven. However, this time, I did not appear on the roster. In pursuit of victory, Coach Adelar opted for a tactical shift, abandoning the long-practiced 4-5-1 formation in favor of a 4-3-3. The goalkeeper and defenders remained unchanged, comprising Van Hoeven, Koning, Hilder, and Bakens, while the midfield was restructured to include Butts, Drang, and Van Sonning. The forward line featured Hofstede, Dubina, and Single. The versatile Smit was relegated to the bench, enjoying more trust from the coach than I did. Ultimately, Volendam did not secure a victory, suffering a loss of 1-0. Nevertheless, the match was not entirely disheartening, as the narrow scoreline attested, reinforcing Adelar's resolve to persist with the tactical alteration. On October 5th, the Eredivisie reached its 5th round, where the bottom-ranked Volendam faced a new opponent, Breda, currently residing in 4th place. In recent years, Breda has emerged as a notorious disruptor in the league, often toppling higher-ranked teams. By the end of the season, Breda finished in 8th place, securing a spot in the UEFA Cup qualifiers. Like Volendam, Breda's strategy centers around its forwards, with Ghanaian international Matthew Amoa leading the charge. However, the age demographics of the two teams starkly contrast. Breda's starting lineup boasted 6 players over 30, embodying a quintessential veteran squad. Yet, it was these experienced players who propelled Breda to an impressive 4-2 victory against Volendam, who struggled throughout the match. This defeat underscored the vulnerability of Adelar's tactical shift, as I once again found myself absent from the roster. With this victory, Breda surged into the top 3 of the standings, while Volendam faced a 5th consecutive defeat, remaining at the bottom with 0 points. This dismal streak had put coach Adelar's position in jeopardy. Had the club not been financially constrained, he might have already departed. The team's morale was notably low, especially during training, where I could palpably sense my teammates' frustration and impatience. The once vibrant training ground fell silent. While I had previously made the roster and sat on the bench, I had not been included in the last 2 match lists. The club then encountered an international break, which did not alter Volendam's plight. Adelar remained helpless, and in this bleak atmosphere, Volendam faced its 6th-round opponent, away in The Hague against ADO Den Haag. Adelar maintained the 4-3-3 formation, unwilling to abandon his tactical shift. However, the outcome was a harsh wake-up call. The demoralized Volendam squad performed poorly, resembling a team in a daze, conceding 2 goals in the first half. Had Adelar not adjusted the formation at halftime to bolster the defense, the scoreline might have been even more devastating. Following this match, Volendam found itself in dire straits. Coach Adelar was summoned to the office of club president Lucien Tour, where he remained for an hour. Upon exiting, it became known throughout the club that Tour had issued Adelar an ultimatum: win the next 2 matches or face termination as the first coach dismissed in the Eredivisie this season. In the days that followed, Volendam's players trained under the weight of Adelar's furious admonitions. I even dreamt of his shouting at night. However, fate seemed to have abandoned Adelar. During the final training before the next match, veteran but aggravated an old injury and would need to rest for a fortnight. This turn of events was disastrous for the team, yet it was fortuitous for me, significantly increasing my chances of making my professional debut. On October 26th, Volendam visited Alkmaar to challenge the illustrious coach Van Gaal's team, where I encountered the legendary figure in person. 90 minutes later, the scoreboard bore the stark numbers marking Volendam's 7th consecutive defeat, and I again sat through the full match, as Adelar opted to reposition Smit without granting me an opportunity. Adelar had reached the precipice. Chapter 12. Volendam needs a hero, 7 consecutive losses. I am unsure if this marks the worst start in Eredivisie history, or if it is the most dismal beginning for Volendam. I was not part of the previous records, and I cannot claim involvement in the current 7-game losing streak, as I have yet to represent Volendam in an official match. Among the first-team squad, I stand as the sole player, aside from the backup goalkeeper, who has not participated in a formal game. I am perplexed by this situation. If it were due to a lack of effort in training, my teammates would vehemently disagree, for they witness my commitment to extra practice daily. If my defensive skills are inadequate, I cannot accept this either. While I may not possess Butz's defensive prowess, I am certainly not inferior to Smit, who is a versatile player capable of occupying various midfield and defensive roles. One possible explanation is that Coach Adelar does not trust me. Yet this theory falters, as Adelar has included me on the bench for 4 of the 7 matches. Uncle, what could be the reason for this? Confused, I dared not confront the coach directly and instead confided in the Dutch uncle. Little one, it seems your tone carries a hint of resentment, the Dutch uncle remarked. I don't understand why I am included in the roster but denied playing time. If that is the case, why include me at all? I expressed my feelings candidly. Little one, would you believe me if I said it is to protect you? The Dutch uncle replied. What do you think of our team's composition? He inquired before I could respond. What composition? I was unsure how to interpret his question. We are one of the youngest teams in the league. This youth movement began under Franz's leadership. Over the past few years, he has promoted many young players, with the most notable performances coming from Hilder and Van Sonning. For young players like you, mindset and confidence are crucial. Once they establish a positive mindset and confidence, they will progress rapidly. Otherwise, they risk being pushed into despair. The Dutch uncle observed. Is the implication that the coach is indeed protecting me? Feng spoke with a hint of disbelief. The way you refer to him reflects your true feelings. The Dutch uncle had long seen through Feng. Typically, members of the team addressed him as Coach Adelar. Yet Feng insisted on calling him Mr. Head Coach, which clearly indicated his lack of respect for the coach. But uncle, are you not aware that some individuals are inherently bold and fear no challenges? Have you ever encountered a superstar who ascended without obstacles? In our culture, there's a saying that circumstances create heroes, and heroes shape circumstances. To elucidate, in times of adversity, capable individuals rise to the challenge and ultimately become heroes. Alternatively, those capable individuals may require such challenges to forge their own heroism. Feng articulated, albeit somewhat awkwardly. This is merely his interpretation. Please do not take offense. Are you suggesting that you possess the ability to alter the current state of the team and emerge as its savior? The Dutch uncle gazed at Feng with keen interest, seemingly unperturbed by his words. How would I know without trying? Feng raturta, exhibiting a naufun stubbornness. Before acquiring the system, he had been rather complacent, but perhaps the system had subtly transformed his character. Young lad, this is not solely for me or you to decide. However, as your friend and elder, I must caution you not to blame your head coach. You may feel frustrated by his reluctance to grant you playing time. Yet from his perspective, he is merely shielding you, for you are but a novice with no competitive experience, the Dutch uncle concluded. The night passed in silence. The next day, Feng rose at 8 as usual and began jogging around the town. By 10, he arrived at the club to commence a day of training. Following the start of the league, the players' training regimen was not particularly strenuous, consisting of recovery training, joint practice, and individual strength training. After his conversation with the Dutch uncle, Feng felt an impulsive desire to approach Coach Adelar and request playing time. However, Adelar did not appear at the training ground that day. The session was conducted entirely by the assistant coach. Once the impulse faded, Feng discarded the thought from his mind. Although the system had indeed altered his character slightly, time was fleeting. Unbeknownst to Feng, while he refrained from seeking out Adelar, the Dutch uncle had brought youth team coach Volker to the head coach's office. What brings you two here? Adelar inquired, somewhat surprised. Franz, as the head coach, I should not be the one to say this. But as a friend who has worked alongside you for years, I feel compelled to present this matter, the Dutch uncle stated with a rare seriousness. What is it? Adelar did not display any signs of displeasure. Their camaraderie had always been strong. Hey, this is not my business. I was merely dragged here by Edwin to lighten the mood. Volker interjected as he took a seat. Get out of here. We're discussing serious matters, the Dutch uncle scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Yesterday, the young lad sought me out for a chat. The Dutch uncle continued. Feng? Adelar queried. Who else could it be? The Dutch uncle nodded. Then he must have said many unflattering things about me. Adelar joked, albeit rarely. Haha, Franz, you couldn't be more mistaken. Though the lad may not be fond of you, he did not speak ill of you, the Dutch uncle replied. Oh, what did he say? Adelar asked with curiosity. The young lad told me he possesses a bold heart, the Dutch uncle revealed without hesitation. He also mentioned that the team needs a hero, he added. Does he believe he can become such a hero? Adelar queried. While the young lad did not state it explicitly, it was evident that this was indeed his implication. The Dutch uncle affirmed. Adelar remained silent, yet his shake of the head clearly communicated his thoughts. Edwin, you should understand that young players. Adelar began, unable to contain himself. Franz, I know what you wish to convey, but perhaps you might consider Volker's perspective, the Dutch uncle interjected. Fine, Volker shrugged. Franz. Perhaps you have always viewed Feng as the successor to Butts, thereby overlooking certain aspects. Feng possesses exceptional vision, commendable technique, and precise passing. Paul and Vita also have commendable technique and accurate passing, Adelar countered. Yes, but Franz, you neglect my earlier point. Feng possesses remarkable vision, Volker emphasized. Apologies for being blunt, but you cannot fathom the extent of Feng's extraordinary vision. During my month-long observation of him in the youth team, I noted that he consistently identifies the defensive gaps in the team. While he may not always make the correct judgments or timely decisions, he can deliver the ball accurately to his teammates, Volker asserted, raising a finger for emphasis. All right, I understand. I will take your advice into consideration, Adelar finally conceded, furrowing his brow. Perhaps Adelar absorbed the Dutch uncle's and Volker's words, or perhaps he did not, regardless of what lay ahead. Reality did not permit him to instigate any changes. For just a day later, FC Volendam would face their 8th-round opponent, welcoming the team from Tilburg, Willem II, to their home ground. In the preceding 7 matches, each contest had been spaced a week apart, yet the 8th round offered merely 3 days, allowing no time for Adelar to enact any so-called modifications. On October 29th, in the afternoon, at the Veronica Stadium, FC Volendam donned in orange jerseys, faced off against Willem II, who sported deep blue away kits. Dear viewers, welcome to the 8th round of the Dutch Eredivisie. I am Mullen, speaking live from the Mullen Stadium, ready to commentate on the FC Volendam match. Mullen opened. I am Jonk. Jonk quickly introduced himself. In the first 7 rounds, FC Volendam had yet to secure a victory. Even the draws had eluded them. Thus, they entered the 8th round with a total of 0 points, languishing at the bottom of the league. As a former player, Jonk expressed his deep concern. Perhaps a change in head coach might bring about a shift for Volendam. Furthermore, I have heard that the president has issued a final ultimatum to the head coach, which means Adelaar could potentially be the first coach in the Eredivisie to be dismissed. Mullen continued. Is that so? I was unaware. Jonk shook his head. Hey, Vim, can you stop pretending? As a Volendam veteran, you must be aware of the team's situation. Mullen unabashedly called out. Now, let's take a look at the lineups. Jonk deftly redirected the conversation, eager to avoid further discussion on that topic. All right, let's examine Volendam's starting lineup. They have reverted to their initial 4-5-1 formation, albeit with Smith stepping in for the injured butts. Valenta and Van Dijk also feature in the starting lineup, Mullen remarked as he reviewed the main roster. Let's take a closer look at the lineup of Willem II, where the dual strikers remain unchanged, consisting of the Swedish international Georgi Morade and the domestic forward Frank de Maag. It is evident that Willem II's starting formation has not altered, as they are clearly intent on fielding their strongest side to secure points against FC Volendam. The referee's whistle signals the commencement of the match, with Willem II kicking off first. Morade pushes the ball forward to his partner de Maag, who begins to advance towards the Volendam half. However, de Maag refrains from carrying the ball forward. Instead, he deftly nudges it with his heel to the feet of Willem II's midfield maestro, Seet Badaha. Smith approaches, but his eagerness leads to folly. He opts to intercept Badaha rather than mark him closely and is skillfully deceived. Badaha threads a pass through to Morade, who attempts a long-range shot. But the effort is thwarted by the vigilant Van Hoeven. The commentary from Mullen is highly animated. Meanwhile, Volendam's head coach, Adelaar, is equally fervent, having dashed to the sidelines to vociferously admonish Smith, who raises his hand in acknowledgement, vowing to improve. The match continues. Yet both teams struggle to create significant opportunities in the first 30 minutes, aside from a solitary early threat. The game settles into a rhythm, with both sides exchanging possession but failing to carve out clear chances. As the 35th minute approaches, Volendam conjures a moment of danger. Substitute De Lang's pass finds Van Dijk, who then relays it to the advancing Myers. Myers makes a breakthrough along the flank, delivering a cross near the baseline, but is deflected by a Willem II defender. The ball fortuitously lands at Van Dijk's feet outside the penalty area, and without hesitation, he unleashes a powerful strike. Alas, the shot narrowly misses, grazing the post, eliciting a sigh of disappointment from commentator Jonk. Willem II counters with a long pass from their goalkeeper, landing at the feet of the young talent Dior, demonstrating remarkable composure. Dior opts for a quick pass to de Maag, who finds himself one-on-one against Helden. De Maag, showcasing the fine technical skills typical of Dutch players, successfully evades Helden. The ball finds its way into the net as Frank de Maag, the Willem II forward, skillfully maneuvers past Volendam's central defender Helden and, faced with the advancing goalkeeper, slots the ball into the far corner, scoring a magnificent goal. With this, Willem II breaks the deadlock in the 36th minute, igniting jubilation among their supporters, while leaving Volendam in a state of silence. The first half concludes with the referee's whistle. As the whistle blows, the previously furious Adelaar regains his composure, following his players into the dressing room. For Volendam, Willem II's goal is undoubtedly a heavy blow, and the atmosphere in the locker room is palpably tense. In the second half, Adelaar opts for a more aggressive approach, substituting Vida for Bernard and replacing midfielder Valenta with Voorhofstede. As the players warm up, Adelaar's next directive captures their attention, even prompting the usually reserved Feng to look up in astonishment. Feng, you are the sole core of the team in the second half. The offensive strategy will hinge entirely upon you, Adelaar asserts. Assistant coach Butte interjects, voicing concerns about the risk involved given their lack of prior training in this strategy. Adelaar dismisses the apprehensions, stating, let the players execute as they have trained. Simply put the ball in Feng's hands. Perhaps the suddenness of this responsibility overwhelms Feng, as he remains unresponsive until nudged by the substitute goalkeeper, Peruz, prompting a realization. "Coach, I will head out to warm up now," he exclaims, eagerly dashing onto the pitch. Observing Feng's earnestness, his teammates erupt in light-hearted laughter, alleviating the previously somber atmosphere. The 15-minute halftime flies by, and the players return to the field. Just before the match resumes, Feng whispers to the starting striker, Jack Dubey, before returning to his designated position. At last, stepping onto the pitch, Feng clears his mind of all distractions. In Chapter 14, Feng's performance is highlighted. "Oh, it seems Adalar is genuinely seeking change," Mullen comments, noting the tactical shift as a forward replaces a midfielder and a young Chinese player takes the place of the withdrawn Van Dijk. The formation has transitioned to a 4-4-2, raising questions about Adalar's intentions, whether to bolster the attack or enhance defensive solidity with an inexperienced player. Just 15 seconds into the second half, Volendam equalizes, courtesy of a goal from forward Jack Dubey, assisted by the debuting young Chinese player, Li Feng. Mullen's commentary is abruptly interrupted by Jonk's excited exclamations. This is a well-orchestrated goal. Just before kickoff, the Chinese midfielder whispered a strategy to Dubey, and as the match commenced, Dubey surged into Willem II's penalty area. Indeed, this was a tactic conceived by Li Feng himself. During the warm-up, he pondered how to help his team level the score, but found no solution until he spotted Dubey at the center circle just before the match began. Seizing the opportunity to exploit the opposition's unfamiliarity, he initiated a swift counterattack. As Dubey charged forward into Willem II's defensive line, Hofstede obeyed the coach's command, passing the ball back to Li Feng. With precision timing, Li Feng delivered a long pass into the penalty area, catching Willem II off guard. Dubey, well prepared, leaped to receive the ball, skillfully controlling it before unleashing a powerful shot that left the Willem II goalkeeper with no chance to respond. Dubey's goal ignites a frenzy at the Veronica Stadium, with players and coaches alike rushing onto the field. What a splendid assist! Dubey immediately rushes to embrace Li Feng, as the rest of the Volendam players join in the jubilant celebration around them. Li Feng, now in front of the fans, passionately urges them to rally behind the team. Mullen observes what a distinctive player. He is engaging the fans in a manner unlike any other. Amidst the cheers, Li Feng acknowledges the crowd's enthusiasm, nodding appreciatively in response to their encouragement. The exuberance of the fans surges once more, though the referee approaches Li Feng, warning him to refrain from excessive celebration, as play must resume. This lad is truly entertaining. One wonders why such a vibrant character has not graced the pitch for a single minute in the previous 7 matches. Mullen muses. Moulin could not help but laugh as the referee called back Li Feng. As the match resumed, Jonk remarked, "Let us see what changes this young player from China can bring to Volendam." The audacious attack from Volendam incited the ire of the Willem II players, who unleashed a furious barrage against Volendam's goal for the next 10 minutes. Had it not been for their unfortunate luck and Volendam's resolute defense, even Dubey would have returned to help defend, leaving only Hofstede at the front. During this intense period, both teams exhibited their tempers, prompting the referee to brandish 3 yellow cards to temper the players' emotions. In the 15th minute, a counterattack from Volendam sent shivers down the spines of the Willem II players, who only regained their composure under the furious shouts of their coach. After withstanding the onslaught from Willem II, Li Feng assumed complete control of Volendam's organization. His passing, orchestration, and ball retention transformed Volendam's play into a well-structured endeavor. Each attack was executed with remarkable patience. Although the frequency of their attacks diminished, the quality saw a significant enhancement. Coach Adriel regretted his previous approach, having always employed Li Feng as a laborious defensive midfielder akin to Butts, hoping to mold him into a workhorse. He had never utilized a playmaking midfielder before, entrusting the organization to the midfielders and attacking midfielders. As the match approached the 80th minute, Li Feng made his first error of the game, misplacing a horizontal pass to Myers, which was intercepted by Willem II's fullback, Verluso, who had anticipated the move and snatched the ball before Myers could react. Willem II swiftly launched a counterattack. Verluso propelled the ball forward to winger Ziller, who, with a change of pace, evaded Kembas and reached the byline. At this moment, the towering Morid, standing at 189 centimeters, raised his hand to signal for the ball. Ziller, without hesitation, delivered the ball into Volendam's penalty area. Morid leaped high, executing a powerful header aimed at the bottom left corner of Volendam's goal. standing helplessly on the right. Van Hooven could only watch as the ball sailed toward the net. Yet, just before it crossed the line, an astonishing figure in an orange Volendam jersey appeared in front of the ball, deflecting it with a resounding thud, sending it soaring high into the air. Oh, the size of Willem II fans were palpable, while Volendam supporters rejoiced. Number 28, the tenacious Feng, had saved the day at the last possible moment, rescuing both himself and his team. An ecstatic Hilder rushed over to embrace Feng, repeatedly expressing gratitude, for he had been tasked with marking Morid. Had the latter scored, he would have borne the brunt of the blame. Let go of me. You're suffocating me. I still want to win the game. Feng exclaimed, extricating himself from Hilder's embrace with an expression of disdain. As the match resumed, the ball remained with Willem II. Confronted with Volendam's solid defense, they ultimately concluded their attack with a wild shot over the bar, narrowly evading a perilous moment. With just over 10 minutes left in the match, Volendam began to intentionally tighten their defensive lines. Coach Adriel made a final substitution to waste time, replacing Duby with Nersinger, while Hofstede fell back to midfield, leaving only Nersinger up front. While the team endeavored to secure this hard-fought draw, only two players were focused on scoring, the newly substituted Nersinger and Feng. Nersinger, not a Volendam player, sought to showcase his abilities to earn more playing time. In contrast, Feng aimed for his team's victory in his debut match, hoping to commence his career with a triumph. As Volendam's defense solidified, Willem II found themselves unwittingly pushing forward. In the 3 minutes of stoppage time was of the essence for Feng. At that crucial moment, Mr. executed the match's most pivotal interception, stealing the ball from Willem II's midfield maestro, Bodahar. The ball swiftly arrived at Feng's feet. Instead of opting for a pass, he surged forward into Willem II's half. The opportunity arose. The young Chinese lad carried the ball into enemy territory as Willem II hurriedly retreated. He passed it to Nersinger, who had been lurking in the opposing half. Alas, the chance slipped away as Feng hesitated before passing. Willem II's defenders had already regained their positions. Faced with a dead end, Nersinger sent the ball back to the advancing Hofstede, who was now beside Feng. The ball found its way back to Feng. He glanced at the Willem II goal, quickened his pace, and charged at their defense. Before him stood the formidable Sierra Leonean midfielder, Alhaji Kargab. With a feint and a burst of speed, Feng glided past Alhaji, leaving him no time to react. Recognizing Feng's advance, Nersinger retreated. As Willem II's center-back, Swankels, approached, Feng remained composed, opting not to attempt a breakthrough, instead passing the ball to Nersinger, who eagerly awaited it. As Nersinger received the ball, his expression shifted, revealing uncontainable excitement. In that moment, he envisioned becoming Volendam's hero, not only ending their 7-match losing streak, but also securing the team's first victory of the season. Ignoring Feng, Nersinger focused solely on the Willem II goal and the defender, Dennis Kinker, looming behind him. Kinker, robust and commanding, excelled in direct confrontations and aerial duels, making him a formidable opponent for agile players. To overcome such a defender, speed was essential, Nersinger's greatest asset. With a deft move and a burst of acceleration, he bypassed Kinker, who now stood as the final obstacle. Willem II's goalkeeper, Michael Als, roared in anger, charging toward Nersinger, unfazed by Al's fierce demeanor. Nersinger lifted his head and instinctively prepared to shoot for the far corner. However, in that fleeting moment, Als halted, his body leaning to the right. The outcome was predictable. Nersinger's shot failed to surpass Al's outstretched hands. With a world-class save, Als deflected Nersinger's attempt, plunging the stadium into a cacophony of contrasting emotions, sighs from Volendam supporters and cheers from Willem II fans. Yet, just as the cheers began to swell, they were abruptly silenced. The ball remained in the penalty area, and an orange-clad player surged forward, striking the ball with the force of a cannon, propelling it into the net. Number 28. The identity of the player revealed by the black number on his jersey had scored. It was a timely follow-up from the Chinese midfielder, granting Volendam the lead in the dying moments of the match. Wim Jonk seized the opportunity to exclaim in exuberance, "He has stolen my job." At this moment, the fans erupted in jubilation, their cheers seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. After scoring, Feng stood dazed in front of the goal, having instinctively rushed into the penalty area, consumed by thoughts of triumph. "Damn it, we are winning," Hofstede exclaimed, enveloping the still-dazed Feng in a bear hug. his right hand rhythmically patting Li Feng's back. The sudden pain jolted Li Feng back to reality, prompting him to push Hofstede away and dash toward the backfield of FC Volendam, rejecting the celebratory gestures of his teammates. He charged directly towards the section filled with Volendam fans, turned his back to them, and raised both thumbs, incessantly gesturing toward his name. "Cheer for me. I am Li Feng, this is my name, and I hail from China." At this moment, Li Feng's emotions erupted, and he shouted fervently. The chant of Feng, Feng, Feng. Feng began with the fans who recognized him, gradually swelling until the entire Volendam crowd joined in, filling the air above the small town with the sound of his name. Listening to the fervent cheers, Li Feng felt as though the entire world belonged to him. He relished this feeling, one that transcended words. Long before Li Feng scored, the substitute bench for Volendam had descended into chaos. Coach Adelar was ecstatic, embracing everyone in sight, and in his exuberance, his expensive suit was torn, a detail he would only discover post-match. In stark contrast, the bench for Willem II was engulfed in silence. Their coach, Andries Jonker, erupted in anger. Storming out to shout at the players on the field, none of this involved Li Feng. The jubilant celebrations of Volendam were so excessive that an outsider might mistakenly think they had just clinched the Eredivisie title. The referee, initially inclined to allow the festivities, ultimately intervened, unable to watch any longer. Despite only a minute of stoppage time remaining, the match was not yet over. 2 minutes later, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, and once again, Volendam found themselves submerged in a sea of joy. Substitute players rushed onto the field, embracing each teammate. Victory was a monumental achievement for Volendam, especially after enduring 7 consecutive defeats. It had taken 2 long months since the league's commencement for them to secure their first win in the Eredivisie. Their reasons to celebrate were plentiful. Even the coach joined in the revelry, for this victory might have salvaged Adelar's coaching tenure of Volendam, pulling him back from the brink. Thus, Adelar approached Li Feng, expressing his gratitude. Without waiting for Adelar to finish, Li Feng preemptively thanked him. His appreciation was entirely sincere. Chapter 16. Consecutive victories after the match against Willem II. Li Feng discovered that he had inadvertently become a local celebrity in the small town. Previously, only familiar faces greeted him on the streets, but following this latest match, everyone, whether acquainted or not, greeted him warmly. This transformation made Li Feng feel like a star, reminiscent of the age-old adage, after years of obscurity, fame arrives with a single moment. One match had catapulted Li Feng into the spotlight, and those who knew him sought autographs, including the initially intimidating Horst, who the next day purchased a Volendam jersey featuring Li Feng's number 28, eager for his signature. Of course, Li Feng's very first autograph had already been claimed by Sylvia, who teased him, saying, "If you become a superstar in the future, this shirt could fetch a fortune." It should be noted that Sylvia did not purchase the shirt. Prior to this, an older Dutch gentleman had bought 3 jerseys with Li Feng's number, one for each family member. During the first match, Sylvia found herself compelled to wear Li Feng's number 28 jersey, much to Li Feng's ignorance, and ultimately, he did not get to play that day. Since then, Sylvia had refrained from wearing it. "Dedicated to my sister in Europe," was inscribed in Chinese characters by Li Feng. Following Sylvia's rather lukewarm attempt at consolation, Li Feng began to grow closer to her, though his intentions remained purely platonic. Despite Sylvia's beauty, he did not entertain any romantic notions. The open-mindedness of the Dutch was evident, as the older gentleman encouraged Li Feng to pursue Sylvia, but both were ultimately rebuffed, settling into a brother-sister relationship, with Li Feng being a year older and naturally assuming the role of the elder brother. Consequently, Li Feng felt increasingly at ease in the home of the older Dutch gentleman. The 9th round of the Eredivisie was set for November 2nd, just 3 days after the 8th round, with their opponent being the relegation-threatened FC Groningen. Having been promoted to the Eredivisie last season, FC Groningen finished 16th, managing to remain in the top tier through the playoffs. Currently, they had accumulated 7 points, placing them 14th in the league. Volendam, with only 3 points, remained at the bottom, yet the gap to the teams above them was not insurmountable. Ahead of them was Vitesse, with 5 points. Vitesse had also secured their first victory of the season in the 8th round, while above them was the unexpectedly struggling Feyenoord, one of the traditional powerhouses of Dutch football, who had only managed 5 points thus far, resting in 16th place, with their sole victory coming at the expense of Volendam. Following Vitesse were Roda with 6 points. and Graafschap with 7, while the top positions were held by AZ Alkmaar, 20, and Groningen, accumulating 18, 17, and 16 points respectively. The point differentials between teams, whether at the top or bottom, were minimal, suggesting that with improved performances, Volendam could soon escape the relegation zone. Starting from the 7th round, the schedule became notably congested. October 26 for the 7th round, October 29th for the 8th, November 2nd for the 9th, November 9th for the 10th, and the Dutch Cup on November 13th, followed by the 11th round on November 16th. This grueling schedule truly resembled a marathon. As the 9th round approached on November 2nd, the morale among Volendam supporters was palpably elevated. Fans grouped together, making their way to the Veronica Stadium, their path filled with song, and occasionally, one could spot supporters clad in the number 28 jersey. In the previous round, Feng had single-handedly turned the tide, contributing a goal and an assist to help Volendam end their losing streak and achieve their first victory of the season. His stellar performance naturally garnered the attention of the fans, and his number 28 jersey became a common sight among them. Those familiar with Feng, including Sylvia, enthusiastically donned the jersey in support of their friend. However, due to school commitments, Sylvia could only attend home matches to cheer for him, while away games were watched solely on television. Amidst a sea of towering Dutch men, Sylvia's beauty shone like a delicate flower, a true gem among the greenery. Following the last match, Adelaar had managed to secure his position temporarily, and Feng's remarkable performance prompted tactical adjustments, now centering the team around him. The formation remained a 4-5-1, but with a dual defensive midfield setup, eliminating the central midfielder role, leaving Valenta and Drent to vie for positions. Van Hoen, Cunning, Shield Yildiz, Bakens, Feng, Smith, De Lange, Hofstede, Van Sonnen, Dubby. This was the main lineup for Volendam in this round. Yildiz replaced Helden, Myers rested, and Hofstede became a starter, while Van Sonnen returned to the starting lineup after a brief respite. In his first ever professional start, Feng did not disappoint. Although he did not score or provide direct assists, he was involved in all 3 goals. For the first goal, Feng exchanged passes in the backfield, forcing a player from Graafschap to press him. He then passed the ball to De Lange on the left, who swiftly delivered it to Van Sonnen. Taking a couple of steps forward, Van Sonnen unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area that pierced the Graafschap net. With a 1-goal lead, Volendam played with greater ease. Just before halftime, they doubled their advantage. Feng sent a long pass that crossed into Graafschap's half, landing at Dubby's feet. Dubby attempted to turn and shoot, but was thwarted by a defender, leaving him no choice but to pass to the unmarked Hofstede, who easily slotted the ball into an open goal. The third goal came in the second half when Feng's pass won a corner, which was converted by substitute center-back Yildiz with a header. Feng's performance was not without flaws. He made several mistakes, and one of Volendam's conceded goals stemmed from his error. Nevertheless, in light of his contributions to the team, such lapses were deemed acceptable, especially since this was only his second competitive match. With this victory, Volendam celebrated 2 consecutive wins. Unfortunately, both Vitesse and Feyenoord, who sat above them in the standings, also triumphed, leaving Volendam and Roda tied on 6 points, still at the bottom of the league. Chapter 17, Rising Up. Precise passing, exceptional field vision, and extraordinarily acute awareness. These are Feng's most remarkable skills at present, particularly his vision, which appears to elevate him above the ordinary. Through these 2 matches, he discovered that comprehensive field awareness is not merely a matter of visual observation. Sometimes, intuition plays a crucial role. However, he still needs to explore this capability further, as he does not yet possess the extraordinary talent he aspires to achieve. Feng also has many shortcomings, such as his limited match experience and his ability to read the game, particularly in timing offensive plays and passes. The consecutive victories have profoundly transformed the atmosphere within Volendam's squad. Training sessions are no longer dreary, and the overall environment has begun to lighten. Players frequently gather during breaks to engage in playful banter, discussing topics and sharing jokes typical among men. In a country as open as the Netherlands, such discussions often revolve around women. With Amsterdam, a mere 20 kilometers away, being the largest red light district in the world, the cultural openness is palpable. In fact, the Dutch consider such liberties as fundamental human rights, which contributes to a staggering divorce rate of 45%. As a young man, Feng has yet to engage in a formal relationship, not due to a lack of interest, but rather because he has often been rejected by those he admires. Consequently, when teammates delve into conversations about women, Feng tends to withdraw. His navet quickly caught the attention of his teammates, and soon the entire first team was aware of the existence of this peculiar 20-year-old still navigating his youth. In the Netherlands, children are exposed to such knowledge as early as 6 years old, with activities deemed legal by the age of 12. The average age for first experiences is 17. Thus, it is rather unusual for a 20-year-old like Feng to still be considered a boy in such a liberated society. His teammates have repeatedly encouraged him to visit Amsterdam and experience the warmth of Dutch women. While he cannot deny feeling tempted as a normal man, Feng's courage falters at the thought of a first encounter. He remains steadfast in his belief that such moments should be reserved for a wife. His insistence on this traditional view has led his Dutch teammates to marvel at the mystique of the Eastern culture. However, out of respect for his own dignity, he refrained from clarifying his stance. The 2 consecutive victories also solidified Feng's position within the team, prompting his teammates to adapt their movements around him. Whenever Feng received the ball, at least 2 players ensured they were available for support, thereby providing him with ample passing options and minimizing the risk of being overwhelmed by defenders. Remarkably, it took only 2 matches for Feng to transition from a mere substitute to the team's organizational core, a shift so swift that many were caught off guard, especially since several teams lacked comprehensive information on him, excluding, of course, Volendam's upcoming opponent, Groningen. Groningen's head coach, Ron Jans, is a rarity in Dutch football, having maintained his position since 2002, successfully developing Groningen into a formidable force within the Eredivisie. Observing the impact of this Asian player on Volendam, Jans noted that all 5 goals in the 2 matches originated from Feng, highlighting his exceptional talent. However, he questioned why such a remarkable player had not seen a minute of playtime in the first 7 rounds. Perhaps it was due to the head coach's lack of trust in the player, offered assistant coach Raymond as the most plausible explanation. It's a pity that such a talented young man ended up at Volendam. He could have trained with us, remarked Jans. The assistant coach rolled his eyes, suggesting they shift focus to the upcoming match. Let Femi mark him tomorrow. If we can neutralize him, Volendam will pose no threat, Jans concluded. The next day, at Groningen's Euroborg Stadium, the venue was filled to capacity with 20,000 spectators. Aside from a small section occupied by Volendam supporters, the stands were awash in blue and white. As the match commenced, Feng felt an unusual intensity as he was closely shadowed by an opponent, Femi Jirol, a Nigerian national and Groningen's starting defensive midfielder. Groningen employed a dual defensive midfield strategy, with Jirol focusing on defense while the other midfielder, Daniel Den, orchestrated play. This setup mirrored Volendam's tactical adjustments, making it challenging for Feng to adapt initially. Jirol's physicality and stamina were formidable, embodying the quintessential traits of a powerful athlete. Feng found himself somewhat disoriented, realizing the reality of being a player. After a moment of internal reflection, he steered his focus back to the match, reassured by the system's provision of a robust physicality that allowed him to contend physically against such opponents. Although his body can withstand the relentless and formidable impacts, he finds it challenging to orchestrate the team's offense with the same fervor as in the previous 2 matches. He still requires an adjustment period. Consequently, at the conclusion of the first half, Volendam found themselves in a passive position, ultimately succumbing to Groningen by a score of 1-0. The solitary goal conceded can be attributed to the seasoned veteran, Butts, whose return from injury proved invaluable. Butts' prowess is indeed incomparable to that of Smith. Throughout the first half, but effectively neutralised Daniera. Were it not for Groningen's superior overall strength, they would not have led by even a single goal. After the halftime break, both teams re-entered the field, and unlike the first half, Feng exhibited marked improvement in the second. He gradually adapted to the formidable physicality and, upon observation, discerned that while his opponent was robust and possessed remarkable endurance, his speed and explosiveness were lacking. Feng became confident that he could outpace him significantly. Thus, in the second half, Feng's performance began to flourish. Upon gaining possession, he frequently employed his speed and agility to break free from his opponent. As Feng transformed his approach, Volendam's offense naturally improved. Although they still faced challenges, they ultimately relied on Feng's precise through ball, which pierced through Groningen's defense, allowing Dubby to score his 4th goal of the season. The match concluded with both sides settling for a 1-1 draw. granting Volendam their 7th point in the league, surpassing Roda, who lost in this round, and tying with Graafschap on points, thus ascending to the 16th position in the league standings. Currently ahead of Volendam are Sparta Rotterdam with 8 points and Vitesse with 9 points, while Volendam's next opponent is officially Sparta Rotterdam. Chapter 18. Ambition before the 11th round of the league. Volendam must compete in the 3rd round of the Dutch Cup, where fortune did not favor them, as they drew the first-tier Giants Ajax. Although Ajax had a rocky start to the season, by the time of the 10th league match, they had completely rejuvenated, achieving 4 consecutive victories and currently standing 3rd with 22 points. In front of Ajax are Alkmaar and the formidable Breda. Ajax's current head coach is Marco van Basten, one of the legendary Dutch trio and regarded as one of the greatest forwards in Europe, despite retiring at a mere 28 due to injury. His comprehensive skill set made him an idol for nearly all forwards. It must be said that Van Basten is akin to a myth during his playing days. He garnered worldwide acclaim, even eclipsing the likes of the extraterrestrial Ronaldo. The name Van Basten is sufficient to be mentioned alongside Maradona. Although Feng was merely a child in short pants during Van Basten's prime, this did not hinder his admiration for the legendary player. He even harbored a desire to seek Van Basten's autograph post-match. Unfortunately, this wish remained unfulfilled, as Feng did not even make the squad for this match, leaving him sidelined at the club. It was evident that Adelaar had little interest in the Dutch Cup. However, often when one least expects it, the outcome can be quite surprising, as Volendam managed to secure a last-minute victory over Ajax in extra time, with Nursing scoring the decisive goal. To conserve energy for the upcoming league match, Volendam fielded an entirely substitute team, while Ajax resorted to deploying their youth squad. Although Ajax is renowned for its plethora of talent, it was a far cry from their former glory, ultimately exiting in the 3rd round, while Volendam fortuitously advanced to the round of 16 in the Dutch Cup. This unexpected delight filled Volendam with joy, and they graciously accepted it. However, their primary focus remains the league, for only by triumphing over Sparta Rotterdam can they escape the relegation zone, despite the league being only in its 11th round. Every point is of utmost importance for a team battling relegation. Thus, Volendam places immense significance on this crucial match. 3 days swiftly passed, and, on November 16th, Volendam returned to the Netherlands' 2nd-largest city for the 2nd time this season, hoping for a different outcome than their previous encounter against the illustrious Feyenoord, where they suffered a 5-0 defeat. In Rotterdam, Feyenoord stands as the unmistakable emblem of the city. As a prominent Eredivisie club, Feyenoord has never regarded their local rivals, Sparta, as a serious contender. Despite being city rivals, there is little comparison, as Feyenoord's true adversaries have always been the dominant Ajax and PSV. However, Sparta fans harbor a deep desire to triumph over Feyenoord, and given that Feyenoord's performance this season has not been markedly superior to Sparta's, accumulating only 11 points after 10 matches and sitting in 11th place, Sparta fans began to see hope. Thus, prior to the match, Sparta supporters were vocally proclaiming their intent to defeat Volendam and close the gap with Feyenoord, eager to trample them underfoot. As the head coach, Adelaar seized this opportunity to galvanize his players. After his motivating speech, Volendam's players were filled with fervor, and even Feng, having studied Sun Tzu's The Art of War, exhibited signs of an awakening spirit, feeling the collective energy. At last, the match commenced, with Volendam facing Sparta at the Sparta Stadium. The once confident Sparta fans had fled the stadium by the 70th minute, leaving only the jubilant cheers of Volendam supporters. In mere 70 minutes, Volendam had surged to a commanding 3-0 lead, with Feng substituted in the 75th minute by Adelaar. It is noteworthy that, after just 4 matches, Feng had already begun to enjoy the privileges of a core player. Although he did not record any direct assists or goals in this match, his influence on the field was unequivocal. With this victory, Volendam amassed 10 points, successfully distancing themselves from the relegation zone, now sharing the same points as ADO Den Haag and Vitesse, while relegating Graafschap, Sparta Rotterdam, and Roda to the danger zone. As the matches progressed, Feng gradually realized that attributes are merely a foundation provided by the system, and how to leverage these attributes requires a player's own exploration and mastery. For instance, although Feng's dribbling attribute is rated at 15, his actual dribbling ability is not particularly outstanding, necessitating continuous practice to enhance his skills. This principle applies to all attributes. Of course, Li Feng's training is not akin to that of an average individual. He does not require prolonged toil, as he is fundamentally based on his attributes. Li Feng aims to establish a connection with the football, what is commonly referred to as touch, so that he may learn to control the ball's techniques and movements. Thus, Li Feng's journey remains long, and recently, he has intensified his training regimen. In addition to daily long-range, shooting, and free-kick practice, he engages in juggling, sharp turns, and sudden stops, even carrying a football with him on his way home to enhance his touch. Naturally, his training catches the attention of passers-by. However, immersed in his love for football, he remains unfazed, especially since he is undoubtedly the darling of Volendam. Since he began playing, the team has achieved remarkable results, with 3 wins and 1 draw in 4 league matches, propelling them out of the relegation zone. Li Feng thoroughly enjoys interacting with fans of the stadium, who appreciate his spirited demeanor during matches. Off the field, he is entirely different, greeting acquaintances he encounters daily and taking time to chat and joke with a few devoted fans. Li Feng's training was monotonous and uninspiring. Given the opportunity to start anew, he resolved not to drift aimlessly. His mind was consumed with thoughts of football. He aspired to achieve greatness, to become a football superstar, to be the focal point on the pitch, and to compete alongside the elite football legends in the near future. He envisioned lifting trophy after trophy, etching his name indelibly into the annals of football history, earning the admiration and reverence of future generations, akin to the likes of Maradona, Pele, and Van Basten. He was determined to leave behind a monumental legacy that belonged solely to him, Li Feng. This ambition was the driving force behind his current training. Additionally, he harbored a humble wish, one that belonged to the former Li Feng, a simple desire to amass sufficient wealth to marry a goddess. Chapter 19. Escaping the relegation zone on November 22nd, the 12th round of the Dutch Eredivisie commenced, with the opening match featuring FC Volendam facing off against Roda in a critical battle for relegation survival. The intensity of this clash rivaled that of a title-deciding match, as defeating direct rivals was essential for securing their standing. At the Veronica Stadium, both sets of fans and players were eagerly prepared, each determined to triumph over the other. Even before the match began, the fans were already competing fiercely. Naturally, the Volendam supporters would not allow their rivals to dominate, and they unleashed a thunderous cheer to suppress Roda's fans. Welcome, football enthusiasts, to the 12th round of the league. I am Urin, announced one of the commentators. And I am Jonk, the other added, as they settled into the media center's broadcasting booth. Hey Vim, I've heard you've been in good spirits lately, Murin inquired first. Indeed. I believe everyone in town shares this sentiment, Jonk nodded. Oh, and what might be the reason for such cheer? Has something good happened? Murin feigned ignorance. Come on, as a commentator for Volendam, aren't you thrilled about their recent successes? Jonk teased, clearly setting a trap for Murin. Haha, of course. I've become quite enamored with that Chinese player. Since the first time I saw him on the pitch, I've been a fan. Murin adeptly avoided falling into the trap, knowing what the Volendam fans wanted to hear. Would you like an autograph? I can help you get one, Jonk jested. Oh, absolutely. I've even bought a jersey. But I must personally ask him, Murin replied, shaking his head. Their banter resonated throughout Volendam, eliciting laughter from fans gathered before their televisions. As the players took to the field, Murin, ever vigilant, exclaimed, Volendam's lineup remains unchanged. Van Hoeven, Koning, Hilder, Helden, Bakens, Li Feng, Boots, Drange, Myers, Van Sonnen, and Dubby. Jonk introduced. Oh look, the young Chinese lad is off to rally the fans again, Murin noted as he spotted Li Feng heading toward the supporters. I love this kid. He is always brimming with passion. He laughed. Victory. All we need is victory. The fans closest to Li Feng chanted in unison. Li Feng responded by extending his hand, prompting another eruption of cheers from the crowd. Among the fans, a small group donned the number 28 jersey, not numbering many, just a few dozen, including Sylvia, who received a warm greeting from Li Feng. After the introductions of both teams, the match officially commenced with the referee's whistle. Roda, the visiting team, initiated the first attack. Right back Arnold broke through Bakens and delivered a cross, which Belgian striker Johan attempted to sweep into the net, but the ball ricocheted off Van Hoeven's leg. In response, Volendam launched a counterattack. Li Feng skillfully maneuvered the ball forward into Roda's half. Despite the pressure from Roda's young defensive midfielder, Woolmer, Li Feng opted for finesse over force, passing to Boots behind him. Boots quickly relayed the ball to the right back, Drange. At this moment, Li Feng had maneuvered past Woolmer, and Drange returned the ball to him. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feng found himself at the edge of Roda's penalty area, as Duby was entangled with a defender. And another defender had been drawn away by Van Sonnen. To his astonishment, he discovered an open path ahead. The ball found the net. In under 10 minutes, Volendam took the lead. The young Chinese midfielder, Feng, unleashed a powerful long-range shot, marking the first goal for Volendam. Murin leapt up, exclaiming, "Months of long-range training have finally borne fruit for Li Feng on the pitch." He relishes the sensation of striking from distance. His shot, like a cannonball, surged towards the opponent's goal. It's a feeling of relentless determination, simply exhilarating. A man must shoot far. After scoring, Li Feng sprinted towards the sideline, pointing to his name on the back of his jersey. "Feng! Feng! Feng!" The fans responded enthusiastically. In that moment, the entire Veronica Stadium echoed with a singular word. "Listen, listen, listen." Jonk remarked with envy. "The whole of Volendam is cheering for this lad." "Ha ha, Vim, are you envious?" Murin seized the opportunity to tease Jonk. "Absolutely." At Volendam's most challenging times, Feng emerged as a savior, guiding them back to victory. He is a hero, Volendam's hero, and such a figure is certainly worthy of admiration. Jonk conceded openly. "Well, I must admit, I feel a twinge of envy for the lad. I even suspect this is a divine arrangement for him to save Volendam." Murin jested. "Finally, let us congratulate Feng for scoring his second league goal of the season." Following the celebration, the match resumed, and their conversation shifted back to the game. With the lead in hand, Volendam pressed forward relentlessly, launching wave after wave of attacks. Unfortunately, despite 3 golden opportunities, they failed to capitalize, concluding the first half with a mere 1-0 advantage. As the second half commenced, Coach Adelar swiftly made adjustments, substituting the out-of-form Duby for Hofstede. This substitution bore fruit almost immediately. In the 15th minute of the second half, Hofstede, receiving a pass from Myers, scored with a deft touch. The excitement did not end there. Just 10 minutes later, Volendam netted again, with Myers scoring after a header assist from Hofstede. Drange broke through and passed the ball. Hofstede flicked it on, allowing Myers to strike before the defenders could react. With this goal, Volendam sealed their victory, while Roda managed to score a consolation goal in the dying moments. After this round of matches, Volendam achieved an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 draw in their last 5 games, advancing to the round of 16 in the Dutch Cup. The club's fortunes appeared bright, eliciting joy among the fans. However, this happiness was likely to be short-lived, as their next 3 opponents were formidable: Nijmegen, Ajax, and Utrecht, with Ajax being the most challenging, currently sitting 3rd in the league. Nijmegen and Utrecht were also seasoned contenders, occupying the 8th and 10th positions respectively. Thus, there is a significant possibility that after a streak of victories, they might find themselves facing a series of defeats. But those concerns were for another time. For now, Li Feng reveled in the joy of triumph. Chapter 20. Facing Ajax on November 30th, Volendam arrived in Nijmegen, the oldest city in the Netherlands, to challenge the local club. Nijmegen. In recent seasons, Nijmegen has achieved commendable performances, consistently finishing in the top 10, and at the beginning of this season, they even surged into the top 3 of the league table. However, their fortunes quickly declined, and they currently sit in 8th place in the Eredivisie. While their strength undoubtedly surpasses that of Volendam, the unpredictable nature of football means that anything is possible. Recently, Volendam has been in excellent form, having previously held Groningen to a draw. Thus, they harbor no fear of any opponent. Despite this confidence, the final outcome was bitter. The match ended with a score of 6-1, with the home team dominating and the visiting team trailing behind. In front of over 10,000 fans at the Goffert Stadium, Nijmegen decisively demonstrated who truly held the home advantage. The game was entirely under Nijmegen's control. Li Feng remained the hardest working player on the field. However, it seemed as though the other players had lost their way. By halftime, they were trailing 3-0. In the second half, following a fierce reprimand from Adelar, performance improved, with Li Feng orchestrating a goal by Dranth. Yet, Nijmegen quickly regained control, leading to a final score of 6-1. This match marked Li Feng's first career defeat. While the previous 7 losses felt more like a spectator's experience, this game was a personal trial. He felt sadness, frustration, anger, and helplessness. as he was confronted with the negative emotions that accompany defeat for the first time. Nevertheless, Feng understood that no team could achieve perpetual victory. Even the best players experience fluctuations in form. As a professional athlete, he needed to adapt and learn, adjusting his mindset gradually. With November's journey concluded, December arrived, bringing Volendam's first opponent of the month, the formidable Ajax. This season, Ajax has shown some inconsistency, yet they remain a team far beyond Volendam's reach. After 13 rounds of play, Ajax has accumulated 26 points, ranking third in the league, while Alkmaar, led by Van Gaal, holds the top position. And Breda is performing exceptionally in second place. The Eredivisie will feature 4 rounds of matches this month before entering a lengthy winter break lasting 20 days. From a conclusion of the 17th round on December 28th until January 17th, 2009. On December 7th, Volendam traveled to Amsterdam to face Ajax. For Volendam, this neighboring rivalry has always been viewed with admiration, as the proximity between the two teams is significant. Unlike previous away matches, the Amsterdam arena witnessed an influx of Volendam supporters this day. Though Ajax is a pride of Dutch football, the nature of competition dictates that they must show no mercy. In the KNVB Cup, Volendam surprisingly triumphed over Ajax, but it should be noted that they faced Ajax's youth team then. In this match, Ajax spared no effort, fielding their strongest lineup: Stekelenburg, Van der Wiel, Vermeulen, Vertonghen, Emmanuelson, Suarez, Huntelaar, among other stars. Observing such an impressive roster, Feng felt a pang of apprehension. Feng, unlike others, was acutely aware that all these players could easily be mainstays in European powerhouses. Vermeulen would later transfer to Arsenal, Huntelaar to Real Madrid, and Suarez to Liverpool before moving to Barcelona. The strength of this lineup was overwhelming. As he glanced at his own teammates, Feng felt the harsh disparity. The difference was not only among the players, but also in the caliber of the coaches. One a former Dutch national team coach, the other a longtime manager of lower-tier teams. The contrast in their experience was glaringly apparent. Despite his discomfort, surrendering in the match was not an option, even when faced with such formidable opponents. Feng's initial reaction stemmed from preconceived notions, yet this only fueled his determination. As a man aspiring to reach the pinnacle of football, he could not allow himself to be intimidated by his adversaries. Thus, when the referee blew the whistle to commence the match, Feng's focus immediately sharpened. Volendam's number 28 is quite active in defense, trying to contain Luis, the Ajax commentator noted with a tone of superiority. At that moment, Suarez broke past Feng and entered the Volendam penalty area. Adelaar had opted for the quicker Ildes to replace Helden for this match, tasked with defending against Suarez. Huntelaar was left to the team captain, Hilder. As Suarez maneuvered past Feng, Ildes closed in, clearly matching Suarez's speed. Unable to shake off Ildes, Suarez glanced at Huntelaar, but the latter was entangled with Hilder. At this juncture, Feng hastened his pursuit. Being caught in a double team could lead to conceding a goal. Consequently, Suarez opted to shoot before Feng could arrive, but Van Hooijdonk leapt and caught the ball. Soon after, the ball returned to an Ajax player. Feng launched a long pass, and, as the ball descended, Vermeulen positioned himself in front of Duby, directing the ball to Van der Wiel. Van der Wiel then surged down the right flank, delivering a high cross. Huntelaar managed to reach the ball, but under Hilder's pressure, he sent it soaring over the bar. Van der Wiel has made a pass, and Huntelaar has reached the ball, so close, just a fraction away from taking the lead. However, it matters not. Ajax has already firmly grasped the match's control. Scoring is merely a matter of time, the Ajax commentator remarked with ease. Though such commentary was irksome, it reflected the reality. Ajax maintained complete dominance over the game's rhythm. Even when Feng occasionally played a remarkable pass, it was swiftly thwarted by Ajax's defenders. In such circumstances, if Volendam managed to avoid conceding a goal, it would surely be due to divine intervention. As fate would have it, the divine was not displeased with Ajax. After an aggressive onslaught lasting 20 minutes, Ajax finally secured their first goal, scored by their star forward, Huntelaar. Emmanuelson sprinted half the field before delivering a low cross, and Huntelaar showcased his prowess as the leading striker in the Eredivisie, outmuscling Hilder to convert the chance. Chapter 21. Perseverance. Following their lead, Ajax shifted from relentless attacking to a more measured approach, patiently seeking opportunities. In contrast, The trailing Volendam was compelled to seek chances for a counterattack. However, the disparity in strength meant that Volendam struggled to create significant opportunities, allowing Ajax to capitalize and extend their lead. The second goal came from Ajax's other forward, the future world-class striker, CR7. At this juncture, CR7 was no less formidable than Huntelaar, particularly in terms of individual skill. He possessed the ability to dribble and maneuver with the finesse typical of South American players. Nevertheless, Huntelaar remained the focal point of Ajax's attack, relegating CR7 to a supporting role. Consequently, his performances were less conspicuous. CR7's second goal epitomized his individual brilliance. During a counterattack, he deftly evaded both Boots and Hilder before skillfully rounding goalkeeper Van Hooijdonk to slot the ball into an empty net. The second goal profoundly impacted the morale of Volendam, and they struggled to regain their composure before the halftime whistle. During the break, Adelaar found himself at a loss, only able to encourage the players to fight for their fans. Time slipped by swiftly, and Adelaar urged, "Go on, do not carry any burdens," as he reminded them. As the match resumed, Ajax continued to dictate the pace, leaving Volendam with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. At this moment, Feng finally grasped the feeling of being overwhelmed, yet surrendering was clearly not in his nature. He persisted in his efforts, whether in defense or in creating opportunities for his team. This match was undeniably the most challenging one Feng had faced as a manager. If one were to examine the running statistics of Volendam's players, it would reveal that Feng was the most active on the field. In previous games, he had completed the full match feeling merely fatigued, but this time, as the second half approached 70 minutes, he sensed that he was nearing his limit. "Franch, Lee is nearly out of steam. Should we not consider substituting him?" observed assistant coach Buter, unable to contain his concern while watching Feng's relentless efforts on the pitch. Adelaar, who heavily relied on Feng, was acutely aware of his struggles. As the head coach, he longed to substitute Lee, but he understood that now was not the moment to do so. As his disciple had not yet given up, he was still running. To replace him at this juncture would severely undermine Feng's enthusiasm and confidence. However, Adelaar's assessment did not align with Feng's thoughts. Lee possessed a system that fueled his belief in potential success. His relentless drive stemmed from a refusal to abandon efforts without trying. Unlike in the past, when he settled for mediocrity, having received a renewed opportunity, Feng had vowed to himself that given such a splendid chance, there was no reason to choose the path of the ordinary. He cherished every moment spent sprinting on the field, as it represented the realization of his dreams. As the clock approached 78 minutes, Volendam made substitutions, but it was not Feng who was replaced. Rather, it was a forward and an attacking midfielder, particularly Duby, who struggled against Vermeulen's defense. Adelaar opted to bring in the faster Nursing and Hofstede. Little did he anticipate that this substitution would yield unexpected results. By the 85th minute, Huntelaar passed back to CR7. If anyone had been particularly observant of CR7 during this match, it was undoubtedly Feng. For CR7 was one of the finest forwards in 2014 and 2015. The moment CR7 received the ball, Feng closed in on him, catching CR7 off guard with his sudden advance. The unexpected collision caused CR7 to lose control of the ball, and Yildiz, who had been grappling with CR7, seized the opportunity to intercept it. Upon seeing the ball secured by Yildiz, Feng made a run and raised his hand for the pass. Yildiz, recognizing the situation, promptly delivered the ball to Feng, who took a couple of steps before glancing up to see Nursing lurking in Ajax's defensive line. With a precise long pass, he sent the ball to Nursing's feet. At that moment, Nursing faced only Vertonghen behind him. Unmoved by Nursing's feigned moves, Vertonghen stood his ground. Realizing this, Nursing attempted to leverage his speed to break through. He pushed the ball forward, preparing to accelerate. However, reality proved less forgiving than his aspirations. As he attempted to maneuver past the defender, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. Nursing, having been tripped, sprang to his feet, colliding with Verheck. Fortunately, Hofstede, who had been ready to support, quickly intervened to pull Nursing back to safety. The referee promptly issued Vertonghen a yellow card and delivered a warning to Nursing, ultimately awarding Volendam a direct free kick from just outside the penalty area, approximately 40 meters away. Typically, Volendam lacked a specialist for free kicks, as such responsibilities usually fell to the midfielders. However, this time, Feng approached the ball. Before he could take it, Another Volendam player swiftly claimed possession. Number 20, nursing. Hey, how about I take this one? Li Feng suggested, pausing momentarily before approaching nursing. I want to take it myself. Nursing frowned slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. Buddy, let me handle this. I promise I won't steal any future free kicks from you. Li Feng reassured him kindly. Eventually, Nursing glanced around at the teammates gathered around Li Feng and reluctantly relinquished the ball to him. As a lone player, he felt he could not compare himself to Li Feng at this moment. Despite his reservations, he had no choice but to concede this opportunity. Li Feng positioned the ball for the free kick, awaiting Ajax to form their wall. He then glanced at the referee, took a deep breath, and prepared to run up to the ball. With a powerful strike of his right foot, he sent the ball soaring into the net. A stunning free kick marked by strength, speed, and precision. In the closing moments, Volendam had pulled one back, and even Ajax's commentators could not help but praise Li Feng's remarkable execution. "Oh, what is this Volendam player doing?" He asked, charging towards the fans. Exclaimed the commentator. "My goodness," he asked, provoking Ajax as supporters. As Li Feng exuberantly approached the sidelines, he turned his back to the fans, pointing at the name on his jersey, celebrating his goal. A chorus of boos erupted from the Ajax crowd, and the nearest fans hurled objects in his direction. Thankfully, Volendam's players reacted swiftly, rushing to Li Feng's side to shield him from the onslaught. "This kid," Adelar exclaimed, exasperated. "Get him off the field right now." He barked at his assistant coach, his face a mask of fury. Chapter 22. The favor of Van Basten. Ultimately, Ajax triumphed over Volendam with a score of 2-1. However, the focus of both fans and Dutch media had shifted away from the match itself. Prior to this game, Li Feng had merely been a name in Volendam. Afterward, he had achieved a modest level of fame throughout the Netherlands, provoking the fans after scoring, particularly against Ajax. The pride of Dutch football and the nation's premier club was an act not easily replicated by the ordinary player. In the post-match press conference, Adelar sat before the Dutch media with a stoic demeanor. "Mr. Adelar, what are your thoughts on your player's provocation of the fans?" A reporter eagerly inquired as soon as he took his seat. "Please be mindful of your wording. My player did not provoke the fans," Adelar replied. "Are you suggesting we are blind?" The reporter silently fumed. "Mr. Adelar, we have numerous media representatives here, dozens of individuals, and nearly 50,000 fans in Amsterdam. Is it our vision that is lacking?" The reporter retorted without reservation. "I'll reiterate, my player did not provoke the fans. It was merely a celebration. If you don't believe me, please review Volendam's previous matches." Adelar maintained his stance firmly. "Well, we lost the match, and I must return to comfort my players," Adelar concluded, making his exit. As he left, Van Basten entered, seemingly ignoring the situation. It must be said that due to Li Feng's influence, Adelar had the unique experience of being the center of attention at a post-match press conference. "Mr. Van Basten, how do you perceive the unreasonable behavior of the Volendam player?" The reporters shifted their focus to him as Adelar departed. "I do not believe that this Chinese player is provoking the fans. FC Volendam is our opponent, and naturally, we have done our research. This is merely a personal celebration by the player. I hope the fans do not take this matter to heart." Van Basten smiled and remarked. However, this situation seems amiss. Though Van Basten is renowned for his good temperament, such a reaction is unwarranted. Those who can become journalists are astute individuals, and they immediately grasp the issue at hand. Van Basten turned to the Chinese player and was asked, "Mr. Van Basten, how do you perceive the performance of this Volendam player?" Another reporter inquired. "Well, he is an exceptional young player. I see qualities in him that many current young players lack: resilience, an unwavering spirit, and an insatiable hunger for victory. If you have observed closely, you would notice that he was the most active player on the field. Of course, his abilities are remarkable as well." All of Volendam's threatening attacks stemmed from this young man's feet. Van Basten openly expressed his admiration for Li Feng. It is clear, even to the most obtuse, what Van Basten intends. Thus, another reporter eagerly asked, "Mr. Van Basten, does Ajax have intentions of bringing this player back to Amsterdam?" "Ladies and gentlemen, time is up. My players await me. I must take my leave," Van Basten said, glancing at his watch, standing up, and then disregarding the reporters as he exited the press conference. Indeed, Bambasta no prasietas Li Feng. His coaching style leans toward control, and during his tenure with the national team, his Netherlands squad at the 2008 European Championship was truly impressive. After the tournament, Van Basten departed from the national team to take the helm at Ajax. Ajax fans began to rejoice, anticipating breaking PSV's 4 consecutive championships and reclaiming the Eredivisie throne. However, the outcome has not aligned with the fans' desires. As the league progresses, Ajax's performance has been inconsistent. Currently, although they surpass PSV in points, they are firmly suppressed beneath Alkmaar, led by Van Gaal. Is it possible that others are unaware of the reasons? Does he himself not understand? Ajax's defense and attack are undoubtedly the best in the Eredivisie. Yet their midfield does not match up to the caliber of the defense and attack. Particularly, Ajax's midfield lacks a player capable of ball control and orchestration, and such a player is indispensable to his tactics. Therefore, when Van Basten discovered Feng, he realized that Feng perfectly aligns with his tactical approach. Especially during today's live observation of Feng's performance, Van Basten increasingly admired him. His robust physique, commendable skills, expansive vision, and precise passing, coupled with his indomitable spirit and refusal to concede defeat. This led to the scene at the post-match press conference. Of course, Feng is currently unaware of this, nor does Adelar, who left first, realize that Van Basten is contemplating poaching him. At this moment, Feng was reprimanded once more by Adelar. However, Feng paid little mind to it, knowing that he had nothing to fear from Volendam. Moreover, he never intended to provoke Ajax's fans. In his words, "I merely wanted them to know who I am, to remember my name." Due to some comments from Van Basten, the following day's newspapers did not focus on Feng provoking the fans, but rather reported that Van Basten had taken an interest in him, intending to bring him to Amsterdam, just 20 kilometers away. Ajax displayed their goodwill by not reporting Feng's supposed provocation to the Dutch Football Association, allowing him to escape a calamity. The next day, Feng arose as usual, jogging around the town before arriving at the club for training. Along the way, he noticed something amiss. The residents who typically greeted him now lacked their usual warmth, and a few even appeared hesitant to speak to him. Even when he entered the changing room, Volendam's players regarded him with strange expressions. "Hey, guys, I merely made a celebratory gesture. Is it necessary for you to look at me like that?" Feng finally could not contain himself. Feng, do you not know what has happened?" Valencia, who had a closer relationship with him, approached with uncertainty. "What could have happened? It's just that I provoked the fans, right? I've explained it already. I truly did not mean to provoke them. You all should know that even if Ajax reported me, would the association punish me?" Feng quickly realized, is the punishment severe? How many matches would I be suspended? It would mean I can't play for the rest of the season, right? Feng asked, visibly worried. Clearly, this fellow was truly oblivious to the situation, and Volendam's players confirmed that Feng had no idea what was transpiring. Chapter 23. Refusal at this moment. In the office of the Groningen club as head coach, Ron Jans cursed, "Damn it, those Ajax bastards. It seems this young lad is fated to be with us no longer." He cursed loudly at the newspaper he had just received. "Hey guys, what on earth is happening?" Feng ansiosely inquired. "Congratulations, Feng. Van Basten has taken notice of you. You are being sought after by Ajax," the team captain, Hilder, said, patting Feng on the shoulder. "What the hell is this news? Van Basten has taken notice of me? Ajax wants to buy me? What is going on?" Feng exclaimed, bewildered. "Is this a joke? Come on, you can see for yourself," Bud said, handing Feng a newspaper. The headline reads, "Van Basten greatly admires the young Chinese player and hopes to bring him back to Amsterdam." The article elaborated that it is well known Van Basten has been searching for a midfield orchestrator, and Feng's performance for Volendam yesterday impressed him. The essence of the report was clear. Ajax desires to acquire Feng. Is this truly real? After reading the article, Feng displayed an expression of exhilaration. "Has your agent not received a call from Ajax?" Valencia asked. "Agent? Do you think someone with 500 euros to their name has an agent?" Feng retorted. "Don't worry, an agent will be seeking you out soon," Van Sonnen remarked enviously. At that moment, head coach Adelar entered the room. Without needing to look, it was evident how displeased he was. "Change your clothes. We're going out to train," Adelar commanded sternly. "Feng, you stay," Adelar added, casually finding a place to sit. Feng's teammates hastily changed clothes and left the locker room without a backward glance. "Feng," Feng approached Adelar and called out. "Tell me the truth. Has Ajax contacted you?" Adelar inquired, gazing intently at Feng. "No, I only learned of this news when I entered the locker room." Feng replied. "Really?" As Li Feng responded, Adelar scrutinized him closely, and it was evident from Li Feng's expression that he was not lying. However, Adelar still inquired uncertainly. You have no reason to deceive me? I am not lying. Li Feng met Adelar's gaze firmly. Then what are your thoughts? Adelar asked. What thoughts could I possibly have? To be honest, I felt quite exhilarated when I first saw the news, Li Feng candidly confessed. Coach, is Ajax really looking to buy me? Have they made an offer? Li Feng suddenly realiza. Yes, they made an offer last night for 100 euros, which we rejected. This morning, they submitted another offer for 200. Adelar candidly shared, revealing his genuine regard for Li Feng. Has the club agreed? Li Feng asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Do you hope the club agrees or refuses? Adelar glanced at Li Feng once more and inquired, what do you think? Li Feng pondered for a moment before responding. In China, we have a saying, people strive for higher grounds, while water flows to lower places. As a player, no one can refuse the opportunity to join a prestigious club. However, I truly never considered leaving the club at this moment. I cannot even fathom how I would face the fans here if I departed for Volendam to join Ajax. This reflection encapsulated Li Feng's genuine thoughts, alongside the pressure of the system task in his mind, helping Volendam avoid relegation. He could not afford to take such a risk. Leaving Volendam now would signify a failure of his mission. What does the club hope for? Do they wish for me to stay or to sell me to Ajax? Li Feng then asked. Of course. We hope you remain with the club, Adelar replied without hesitation. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. Li Feng responded gratefully. Now go train, Adelar said, patting Li Feng on the shoulder. Yes, I hope the club rejects Ajax's offer. I wish to remain with Volendam this season, Li Feng expressed as he turned his back to Adelar while exiting the locker room. With those words, Li Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Li Feng's affirmative response, Adelar had initially visited the club's manager's office to decisively reject Ajax's bid, subsequently announcing on Volendam's official website that no players would be leaving the club after discussions with the team. At Ajax's headquarters in Amsterdam, Marco informed Van Basten, Volendam has rejected our offer, and the player has clearly stated he will not leave before the season ends. Van Basten furrowed his brow and replied, I understand. Let's reassess after the season. The news regarding Li Feng's transfer came swiftly and ended just as quickly, with the conclusion astonishing everyone. No one had anticipated that this young Chinese player would decline Ajax, opting instead to remain with Volendam. This young man is indeed remarkable. He has turned down Ajax. It seems he is destined to be out of my reach, Ron Jans mused, keeping a close eye on Li Feng. However, Li Feng's troubles were far from over. With the news of the transfer circulating, he had gained a modest fame in the Netherlands. Ajax's every move garnered the attention of the entire country. And in the following days, a dozen so-called agents visited Li Feng's home. Having not witnessed such encounters before, Li Feng was not entirely unfamiliar with agents, especially since players' contracts are typically negotiated by them. In reality, he only knew of two prominent agents, Mendes from Portugal and Ilario from Italy. However, it was clear these high-profile agents would not take an interest in him at this stage. Li Feng was also not inclined to seek their assistance, preferring to take charge of his own future. He wanted to find an agent who suited him. Thus, he turned away all the agents who approached him. Time passed unnoticeably, and on December 14th, Volendam faced their 15th opponent, Utrecht, in an away match. This team was the former club of coach Adelar, who had spent his entire playing career there and had even served as their head coach in 2002. As a local and lifelong player, Adelar received a warm welcome from Utrecht's fans when he stepped onto the pitch. The match concluded in a peaceful manner, with both sides having ample opportunities. Yet neither could convert, resulting in a 0-0 draw. This stalemate allowed Volendam to halt their losing streak. Following this round, only 2 matches remained until the winter break, and fortunately, the remaining opponents were not too formidable. If they performed well, Volendam could enjoy a joyous Christmas and winter break. On December 21st, at Volendam's home ground, the Veronica Stadium, they welcomed their direct relegation rivals, Heracles. Although the club's name evokes the might of the ancient Greek hero, their performance was not reflective of such grandeur. Heracles' best achievement was winning the Dutch Cup decades ago, and since their promotion to the Eredivisie in the 2004-2005 season, they had been embroiled in relegation battles, currently sitting on 19 points. During stoppage time in the first half, Volendam's midfielder, Drange, scored a stunning long-range goal. breaking the deadlock and marking his first goal of the season, prompting a roar from Mullen. Van Hooven took a goal kick, and after receiving the ball, Heald sent it directly to Li Feng's feet. Sensing the urgency, Li Feng utilized his vision to deliver a precise long pass to Dubby, who received the ball just as a defender from Heracles attempted to intercept it. Drange arrived just in time to take a powerful shot from distance. After the halftime break, Heracles mounted a counterattack, but their excessive forward pressure allowed Volendam to exploit the opportunity for a rapid counter. Li Feng sent a long pass from the back to Van Dijk, who skillfully assisted Dubby for an easy goal, marking Dubby's sixth goal of the season and effectively sealing the match for Volendam. Ultimately, Volendam triumphed over Heracles with a score of 3-1, securing their fifth victory of the season and further solidifying their position. As the match concluded, Li Feng was about to celebrate his first Christmas in the West. With the final round of the first half scheduled for December 28th, ADLR generously granted the players a few days off to enjoy a delightful Christmas. On the 22nd and 23rd, the players completed their training as planned, and on the 24th and 25th, the team enjoyed a holiday. They reconvened on the 26th in preparation for the last match of the first half. With the approach of Christmas, the small town of Volendam was already enveloped in festive spirit. On December 23rd, ADLR compassionately concluded training early, and the players eagerly rushed to shower and change before heading home. The season had been long. Although the Eredivisie was not overly congested, it was certainly not easy, especially during the West's most significant holiday. Who wouldn't want to spend it with family? "Hey, Feng, it's snowing. Take an umbrella," called out the elderly gatekeeper, Brooke, as Li Feng exited the club. Indeed, snow was falling. Initially unaware, Li Feng, dressed in a down jacket with a hood, chuckled, "No need. I've seen snow for over a decade." "All right then, Merry Christmas, Feng," Brooke replied without pressing further. "Merry Christmas, Brooke," Li Feng returned, leaving the club behind. Volendam was a quaint town that had once been a fishing village, and now it had retained its Dutch charm, gradually becoming a tourist destination with streets lined with unique shops. For Li Feng, who had lived in Volendam for half a year, the sights were not particularly captivating. However, for tourists, everything was refreshingly new. Daily, visitors arrived, occasionally encountering Asians. Yet, in his time there, Li Feng had never met any fellow Asians, as his life had revolved around a routine of training and matches. Certainly, the absence of Li Feng in the town does not imply that the residents are oblivious to him, especially since Li Feng has become an indispensable part of the FC Volendam roster. Consequently, whenever an Asian individual appears in the quaint town, they are met with an overwhelming warmth and hospitality from the locals, to the extent that shopkeepers often extend preferential treatment to them over other visitors. In truth, at this juncture in China, Li Feng is not widely recognized. At least a handful of individuals are aware that a Chinese player is making strides in the Eredivisie, albeit this knowledge is confined to a select group of avid followers of Dutch football. However, this scenario is poised for transformation, as soon Li Feng will genuinely capture the attention of Chinese football fans. "Excuse me?" A figure abruptly obstructs Li Feng's path. "How striking she is," he muses, taking in her long, lustrous black hair tied in a high ponytail, her fair and rosy complexion, and her captivatingly large, clear eyes. She is clad in a bright yellow down jacket, paired with fitted jeans and casual sneakers, evoking an immediate sense of affection. Li Feng gazes curiously at the enchanting beauty before him. "Hello, may I ask if you are from Korea, China, or Japan?" The graceful young woman inquires. "Apologies, I am Chinese," Li Feng replies. "Hello," the young woman greets him in somewhat halting Mandarin. "Haha, hello. Are you from Korea?" Li Feng asks. "Yes. My name is Sun Yi-jin, and I hail from Korea," she responds in Korean. Indeed, upon hearing Korean, a memory resurfaces in Li Feng's mind. He possesses a basic understanding of the language, largely due to his past indulgence in numerous Korean variety shows, including Family Outing and Running Man. He is particularly fond of the national treasure, Yoo Jae-suk. In later years, China would see a significant influx of Korean variety shows, which would dominate the Chinese entertainment landscape. "Hello, I am from China, and my name is Li Feng," he introduces himself in Korean. "Ah, you can speak Korean?" Sun Yi-jin exclaims, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Haha, just a little," Li Feng nods. "That's wonderful. The thing is, I lost my wallet and phone. I'm staying at a hotel in Amsterdam. Could you possibly lend me some money to return to my hotel? But rest assured, I will pay you back." Sun Yijin says, bowing slightly in gratitude. Of course, no problem. But did you lose your wallet and phone here? Li Feng inquires, naturally inclined to assist. Yes, she affirms with a nod. Then I might have a way to help you retrieve them. Really? I cannot guarantee it, but we can certainly give it a try. By the way, are you in a hurry? If so, I can lend you the money first, he offers. I'm not in a rush. I'm just here for a vacation, Sun Yijin replies, waving her hand dismissively. All right then, please wait a moment. Li Feng says as he retrieves his phone and calls the administrator of the FC Volendam website to post a message regarding the lost items. Your Dutch is quite fluent. Do you live around here? Sun Yijin asks after he hangs up. Well, somewhat. I've been here for 6 months. I'm a player for the local team. Li Feng responds. Football? She inquires. Yes, I'm a football player, he confirms. Really? I quite like football, she reveals. Really? Li Feng expresses his surprise. Of course. While I cannot compare to true fans, among all sports, football is my favorite, she elaborates. The two continue their conversation as they stroll into a CAF designed for tourist respite. Hey, Feng, is this your girlfriend? The CAF owner immediately asks upon their entrance. I wish I could say yes, but unfortunately, she is just a newly acquainted friend. Li Feng shoes. You seem to know everyone here. Sun Yijin remarks, curiosity piqued by the friendly exchanges between Li Feng and the CAF owner. As nearly everyone they pass greets him warmly. Naturally, the residents of this town are all fans of the team I play for, Li Feng explains. Li Feng orders 2 servings of local delicacies for Sun Yijin, while he opts for a glass of plain water. Truthfully, in his past life, he had never encountered such a stunning Asian woman standing before him. Thank you, Sun Yijin says, bowing her head in appreciation, reflecting the traditional values of courtesy prevalent in Korea. Sun Yijin possesses an inviting aura, devoid of any sense of distance, especially when she smiles, captivating Li Feng's gaze. He hardly notices how effortlessly he engages in conversation, particularly in the presence of such beauty. Time slips away, and their rapport grows increasingly familiar. It seems that retrieving Sun Yijin's wallet and phone may not come to fruition, as the daylight gradually fades. No worries, she reassures him. Although I lost my wallet and phone, I gained a Chinese little brother in the process, so I consider myself fortunate. Her eyes sparkle beautifully as she smiles. At that moment, Li Feng's phone rings. Feng, where are you? Your friend's wallet and phone have been found. They were picked up by a young fan. The administrator informs him. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged Dutch man in his 30s enters the CAF, accompanied by a young boy of about 7 or 8. Feng, here are your friend's belongings. Let her check if anything is missing, the man says, handing Li Feng a small red bag. After inspecting it with Sun Yijin, Li Feng turns to express his gratitude to the father and son. Thank you. If you really want to thank us, could you give us your autograph? My son is a huge fan of yours, the Dutchman requests. It would be my honor, Li Feng responds, signing autographs for the father and son. Chapter 25. A half-day tour in Amsterdam. Sun Yijin, born on January 11th, 1982, is a celebrated South Korean actress who embarked on her artistic journey in 1999. Recently, she was awarded Best Actress at the Korean University Film Festival. Currently on a break, she chose to travel to Europe, specifically the Netherlands, for relaxation. South Korea is a fascinating nation where, despite the glamorous facade of its entertainers, they endure considerable hardships. Korean artists must constantly monitor their behavior, as any misstep could lead to public condemnation and a swift exit from the industry, leaving them to fade into obscurity. Thus, the pressure on artists in Korea is unparalleled compared to other countries, making travel a vital outlet for alleviating stress. The unfamiliar sights and sounds, coupled with the freedom to wander through bustling streets without recognition or the presence of cameras, allow her to exist solely as a tourist, not as a celebrity. This is precisely why Sun Yijin relishes travel. Upon returning to her hotel in Amsterdam after leaving Volendam, she finds it astonishing that she has grown so close to a man she barely knows, even accepting his invitation. Following the retrieval of her phone and wallet, as a gesture of gratitude, she invites Li Feng to dinner. They exchange phone numbers, and upon learning that she will remain for a few more days, Li Feng invites her to watch FC Volendam's final match against Vitesse in Arnhem. Additionally, he extends an invitation for her to celebrate Christmas in Volendam, offering her a genuine Dutch Christmas experience. It is intriguing how serendipitous events can forge friendships between two previously unacquainted individuals. Sun Eugene is not only beautiful, but possesses a charm that evokes a sense of comfort, akin to that of an amiable neighbor. To welcome the arrival of Christmas. The following day, Feng accompanied his Dutch uncle's family to Amsterdam. Having spent half a year in the Netherlands, this marked his first genuine exploration of the city. Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands, is also its largest city, housing a population of approximately 1 million. The city boasts numerous tourist attractions, including its historic canals, the Rijksmuseum, the Van Gogh Museum, the Anne Frank House, and, of course, the world-renowned red light district, which is particularly favored by man. Amsterdam has evolved from a fishing village into a bustling metropolis, having experienced both prosperity and destruction, and has been shaped by the trials of world wars. Embodying a microcosm of Dutch history. This was Feng's third visit to Amsterdam. His first was during a trip to Europe 6 months earlier when his Dutch uncle took him to the Amsterdam arena. The second visit was to watch Ajax play in Volendam. Now, on this third occasion, the city was adorned with Christmas trees. After confirming the time to return with his uncle, Feng commenced his day of exploration. The residences in Amsterdam are quite unique. Some houses are exceedingly narrow, while others lean at peculiar angles. These leaning structures have even become part of the world's cultural heritage. This piqued Feng's curiosity, making him wonder what it would be like to live in such a house. True to its name, the city is crisscrossed by waterways, and Amsterdam is often referred to as the city of festivals, hosting numerous celebrations each year, especially during this festive season. The atmosphere is so vibrant that it is hard to believe unless experienced firsthand. At this moment, Feng felt like a country bumpkin in the city, gazing around in awe and curiosity. As Feng stood on the street, contemplating where to dine for lunch, a familiar voice called out his name uncertainly. "Is that you, Sister Ejean?" He turned to see son Ejean, whom he had met just the day before. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" she replied, carrying several bags filled with items. "Oh, I'm just here to explore. I've been in the Netherlands for 6 months, and this is my third visit to Amsterdam. My uncle is here to buy Christmas supplies, so I tag along," Feng explained. "I thought you were here to see your sister." "Son," Ejean joked. "Indeed. I was planning to call you later to invite you back," Feng replied. "Well, at least you have a conscience. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal," she said. In Korea, it's customary for seniors to pay when dining with juniors. Feng, adept at navigating social situations, took the bags from son Ejean and followed her into a Chinese restaurant, demonstrating that in Amsterdam, one can enjoy a culinary experience from any corner of the globe. Clearly, son Ejean had chosen a Chinese restaurant to accommodate Feng. "Sister Ejean, can you carry all of that back?" he asked, setting down the bags, unable to fathom how a woman could carry so many items while shopping. After only a brief time, he felt fatigued, despite being an athlete accustomed to running 90 minutes on the field. "Silly, I could just mail them back," son Ejean playfully responded, her demeanor transformed in this unfamiliar environment. "All right, you win," Feng conceded, shifting the conversation until their meal arrived. The dishes included boiled beef, braised ribs, spicy shredded potatoes, and stir-fried greens, accompanied by tomato and egg soup. It was a long-awaited taste of Chinese cuisine, and Feng savored every bite, declaring it the most delightful meal he had enjoyed in months. Athletes often face numerous restrictions, but fortunately, Feng refrained from smoking and drinking. His only struggle was his desire for delicious food. While the meals prepared by his uncle were quite satisfactory, Dutch cuisine was rather monotonous in comparison to the vast array of Chinese dishes. After spending half a day with son Ejean, Feng returned to the hotel where she was staying, feeling utterly exhausted, as if he had played 3 back-to-back matches. Despite their brief acquaintance, they shared a camaraderie reminiscent of longtime neighbors, an attractive sister, and a well-meaning brother. Feng's appearance was not particularly striking, but he possessed a certain charm that grew on those who took the time to look closely. After helping son Ejean pack her purchases and entrusting them to the hotel staff for mailing back to Korea, she accompanied Feng back to Volendam in his uncle's car, where he found himself explaining the situation amid the bemused glances of his uncle's family. Chapter 26. The last round before winter break in the Netherlands. Christmas is traditionally celebrated on the 25th and 26th. During these 2 days, Dutch families typically host gatherings at home. Feng officially celebrated his first Christmas in the West, accompanied by the renowned Korean actress Sun Ijun, although he was unaware of her celebrity status. On the 26th, Volendam resumed training, even holding the first match of the 17th round, with Feyenoord facing Breda. Due to their performance in the first half of the season, Feyenoord became the first club in the Eredivisie to change coaches. Volendam's opponent was Vitesse, a team currently struggling with their performance. Feng's arrival had brought significant change, lifting Volendam from the bottom of the league standings, while Vitesse had accumulated only 12 points, making them the lowest-ranked team in the Eredivisie. After 2 delightful days of Christmas festivities, Feng returned to the team to prepare for the final match before the winter break. Sun Ijun, guided by Sylvia, explored the entirety of the Amsterdam area. Sylvia, an avid traveler, had been away when Feng first arrived in the Netherlands, taking advantage of the holiday to explore Europe with friends. Evidently, everyone had enjoyed the holiday, especially given the club's commendable performance. Players gathered in small groups, sharing amusing anecdotes from the past few days, while Dubai, changing clothes, remarked on Feng's newfound romance. "Oh, Jack, is this true? How did you find out?" he asked, clearly intrigued by the topic of women. The vice-captain, Van Sonnen, joined in, expressing curiosity about Feng's relationship, as he and his friend often frequented Amsterdam's red light district. "It's on the official website. A fan uploaded it, and many have verified it," Dubai explained, referring to a beautiful Eastern woman. "How beautiful is she?" Van Sonnen inquired, visibly interested. "Just check the website when we get back. I think she's quite pretty," Dubai shrugged. He then threw an arm around Feng's shoulder and said, "Look, I don't have a girlfriend. Why don't you introduce me to an Eastern beauty? I've never dated a foreign girl." "Me too. I don't have a girlfriend either. Let me experience the warmth of an Eastern beauty and show her the strength of a Dutch man," Van Sonnen added, flexing his muscles. "Are you sure you two can compete with me?" Feng retorted, shedding his shirt and casting a disdainful glance at his 2 playful teammates. How could a man who has never been with a woman dare to call himself a tough guy? Observing the perfect muscles and contours adorning Feng's physique, both Duby and Fan Sonnen directly remarked that Feng was merely an old boy. "Haven't you noticed that I already have a girlfriend?" Feng, having grown weary of the misunderstanding, resignedly acknowledged it. "Who would know? We're not your girlfriends," they retorted, yet both, seasoned in their own right, synchronously suggested that inquiries could be directed to Amsterdam regarding their exploits. Ignoring them, Feng asserted, "You know my worth. Let's not dwell on this topic to avoid further embarrassment." With that, he changed his clothes and exited the locker room. This fellow, having acquired a girlfriend, certainly displayed a different demeanor. Both of them felt somewhat intimidated by Feng and hurriedly finished changing before rushing out. Today's training was relatively light, comprising simple recovery exercises such as jogging, shuttle runs, and ball touches. In truth, if not for the prolonged absence from the pitch, the training load would not have been substantial, as the season is long and players have limited stamina. As 2 days swiftly passed, on December 28th, the final round of the first half of the Dutch Eredivisie commenced. Excluding the match on the 26th, the remaining 8 games were all held today. Vitesse, situated in the eastern Dutch city of Arnhem, along the Lower Rhine, boasts a stadium named Gelredome, which can accommodate 30,000 spectators. This is considered a large stadium in the Netherlands, especially when compared to the modest 6,000-seat venue of Volendam. However, the size of the stadium brings its own drawbacks. Despite being located in the capital of Gelderland, the stadium rarely fills up due to the team's inconsistent performance. This time, nearly 1,000 Volendam fans traveled with the team, among whom was Sun Ijun, who accepted Feng's invitation. Clad in a Feng jersey bearing the number 28, she walked alongside Sylvia in the group of fans. "Is this your first time watching a match at the stadium, sister?" Sylvia inquired, noticing Sun Ijun's slight unease. "Not my first. I have watched matches before in Korea, but this is my first time viewing a game abroad," Sun Ijun replied with a smile. "Korea, I know that. The 2002 World Cup was held there," Sylvia commented. "Yes, that year, our country reached the semi-finals," Sun Ijun said, pride gleaming in her eyes as a Korean. "Oh, your country's football is quite commendable," Sylvia nodded. "Indeed. Are you familiar with our esteemed Park Ji-sung? He previously played for PSV Eindhoven in the Netherlands and is now with Manchester United in the Premier League." Sun Ijun spoke with admiration for her country's pride, noting that Park Ji-sung is arguably Asia's finest player, his standing in a prestigious club like Manchester United being the ultimate testament to his prowess. "Is that so?" I believe Feng may one day surpass him, Sylvia remarked. Oh, then does that mean Li Feng will be leaving here? Sun Yijin pondered aloud. Yes, sister. You may not be aware, but Feng is exceptional. Previously, Marco van Basten of Ajax expressed interest in acquiring him, but both Feng and the club declined, Sylvia explained. Yes, I'm aware, Sun Yijin nodded. Ajax is a prestigious club in the Dutch league, a source of national pride, renowned worldwide. Van Basten was once the finest player in the Netherlands, one of Europe's greatest forwards, but he is now retired and serves as Ajax's head coach, Sylvia succinctly summarized. Thus, I believe Feng may only remain until the end of this season. Next season, he might not stay with Volendam. Sylvia's tone grew somber, her smile fading. As their conversation unfolded, the surrounding fans fell silent. They were all members of Li Feng's jersey-wearing group, and many shared a friendship with him. Being a Korean artist, Sun Yijin was acutely aware of her surroundings and quickly noticed the sudden quietude among the once animated fans. Synchronizing seamlessly, she and Sylvia concluded their dialogue as the players emerged, swiftly capturing the fans' attention. Chapter 27. The difference between on-field and off-field. Van Hooven, Koning, Hilder, Helden, Bakens, Boots, Li Feng, Valenta, Myers, Van Saning, and Dubby took to the field, with Valenta replacing the ailing Dranger. Volendam was fortunate, for throughout the first half of the season, they had suffered no significant injuries. Oh, Volendam, Volendam, Volendam. Li Feng approached the fans, placing his right hand to his ear in a gesture of listening. The fans responded with fervor to his arrival. In that moment, the 1,000 Volendam supporters overshadowed the 20,000 Vitesse fans. Victory, victory! The members of the number 28 jersey group shouted at Li Feng, who, in turn, did not disappoint his adoring fans, giving a thumbs up and nodding to acknowledge them. Oh, dear fans, look at our young Chinese lad rallying the crowd again. This has become his customary act before every match. The familiar voice of the commentator from Volendam, Mullen, echoed. That's quite impressive. I never thought of such antics during my playing days. Another commentator, Vim Jonk, remarked appreciatively. Haha, Vim, no worries. Next time I'll discuss it with Feng and let you take the spotlight, Mullen teased, though he added that it was uncertain whether the fans would be receptive. Their banter elicited laughter from fans watching the match on television. Is there a significant difference between Feng on the field and Feng off the field? As she watched Li Feng jog back to his position, Sylvia asked the entranced Sun Yijin. There is indeed a noticeable difference, Sun Yijin nodded. At this moment, Li Feng exudes a certain intensity. Off the field, he feels like a friendly neighbor, someone I can easily command. Yet when he steps onto the field, I realize his entire demeanor transforms. He radiates charisma, even a touch of flamboyance, brimming with passion. Just moments ago, the fans around me were subdued, but upon his arrival, they seemed to descend into a frenzy. I half wonder if this fellow possesses a dual personality. Sylvia couldn't help but quip, as the contrast between Li Feng on and off the field was indeed stark, especially after having spent half a year together like siblings, giving her a unique perspective. Vitesse was not entirely unfamiliar with Chinese fans. A season prior, the Chinese player Yu Hai had played for Vitesse, but prior to this season, he suffered a serious injury at the Olympics, ultimately leading to his contract termination with Vitesse. Had circumstances been different, Li Feng might have encountered his first compatriot abroad. As the referee's whistle blew, the final round of Volendam's winter break officially commenced. The away team, Volendam, kicked off first. After 2 passes, the ball reached Li Feng's feet. He did not rush, instead directing his teammates to widen their formation before passing the ball back, enticing the Vitesse players to press forward. As anticipated, seeing that Volendam showed no intent to attack, the Vitesse players began to advance aggressively. Morlock pressed towards Feng, who chose to pass rather than engage in a direct confrontation. Valenta took possession on the left, but Roderst blocked him, leaving Valenta with no option. Boots supported him and received the pass. The football returned to Feng's feet once more. What did he do next? A precise long pass from Feng soared over the halfway line, the football heading towards Dubby. This was a quintessential Volendam attack. With his remarkable vision, Feng consistently finds his teammates. Unfortunately, Vitesse seemed well prepared, as center-back Spilek closely marked Dubby, leaving him with no opportunity. Dubby headed the ball back to Van Sanen, who attempted a volley. Oh, what a dreadful long-range shot, Molen exclaimed in disappointment. This wave of attack concluded with Van Sanen's wayward effort, yet even though the ball didn't find the net, it startled Vitesse, serving as a wake-up call that deterred them from recklessly pressing forward. Feng, once again, took on the mantle. This marked his third long-range attempt of the match. His performance was particularly spirited. Just moments ago, Volendam had successfully penetrated Vitesse's half after a series of passes. However, Duby was tightly marked, leaving him no chance. In desperation, Van Sonnen returned the ball to Feng at the edge of the penalty area, who unleashed a powerful strike that sailed over the crossbar. As the saying goes, prolonged siege inevitably leads to a lapse in defense. The ancients were not mistaken. To everyone's surprise, it was Vitesse who struck first during a counterattack. Vitesse goalkeeper Vertuizen launched a long pass, catching Volendam center-back held in off guard. Danish forward Matchjuk effortlessly controlled the ball, while young midfielder Pluim surged in from behind. Matchjuk passed to Pluim, who bypassed Helden and charged into Volendam's penalty area. At just 19, Pluim had firmly established himself as a key player for Vitesse, relying on his exceptional skill and remarkable team awareness. He possessed a maturity that belied his youth. He never sought to overly showcase his talents, always opting to pass to a better-positioned teammate when the opportunity arose. Helden, with no choice left, rushed towards Matchjuk, inadvertently leaving Vitesse's other forward, Finnish striker Tavajavi, unmarked. Pluim spotted the vacant Tavajavi and gently nudged the ball to him. With no defenders in sight and goalkeeper Van Hooven drawn to Matchjuk, Tavajavi took a touch and fired, nestling the ball into the near corner of the net. Adriel raised a ruckus on the sidelines as Vitesse's fans erupted in cheers. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Vitesse, who had been on the back foot, took the lead. The match quickly resumed, but Vitesse's opening goal disrupted Volendam's rhythm and unsettled their players. Errors began to creep into Volendam's game, and tensions flared among the players. Had it not been for Adriel's frantic shouts, it's likely that at least 2 Volendam players would have faced expulsion at that moment. This was Volendam's final opportunity of the half. Once again, the ball found its way to Feng's feet. This time, he opted not to pass. Instead, he initiated a dazzling dribble. As Morlock approached, Feng deftly lifted the ball, performing a breathtaking series of keepy-uppies that left Morlock looking like an immobile wooden figure. The Volendam fans erupted into raucous applause, celebrating Feng's artistry. Another breakthrough ensued, accompanied by a feint that bewildered the defense. Feng leaned to the right, yet the ball glided to the left, deceiving Van der Struijt and penetrating the penalty area, with only the goalkeeper left to beat. Just as Mullen exclaimed, "What a move!" A scream pierced the air as Feng collapsed in the box, having been clattered from behind by Morlock. Seeing Feng go down, Duby, who had been distracting Vitesse's defense, sprinted to Feng's side and swiftly shoved Morlock as he stood up. Duby's quick action drew the ire of Vitesse players, and Van der Struijt charged in, igniting a shoving match between the players. Soon, both teams gathered in Vitesse's penalty area, but the experienced referee swiftly intervened before the situation escalated, brandishing 3 cards, a red for Morlock and yellow cards for Duby and Van der Struijt, restoring order and awarding Volendam a penalty. The crowd erupted in boos. Sylvia and son Etienne watched anxiously as Volendam's medical staff attended to Feng. "How do you feel?" The team's veteran doctor, Lude, asked, his expression tense. "I'm fine," Feng replied, shaking his head. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have been en route to the hospital. "All right then. We'll intensify our attack in the second half. With one less player on their side, Matthew, you'll rest. Bernard will come on," Adriel announced, making adjustments and strategizing against Vitesse's yellow-carded center-back, Van der Struijt. Time flew by, and the second half commenced. Not only did Volendam make changes, but Vitesse also substituted Matchjuk for a young defensive player, Kevin van Dierman. "Goodness, Feng is on fire," Mullen exclaimed excitedly. If I recall correctly, he never used to make such splendid breakthroughs. He always opted for the simplest and most direct methods to gain an advantage. This series of unexpected moves is truly remarkable. Feng's recent training bore fruit as he executed a series of dazzling step-overs to evade Van Dierman, and before Spilek could close in, he launched a long-range shot that flew into the bottom corner before the Vitesse goalkeeper could react. "Ha, I see it now. It's the power of love," Mullen declared, as he captured the moment of Feng's celebration, which he dedicated to his girlfriend in the stands. The camera panned to son Etienne, seated beside Sylvia. Feng had fashioned a heart shape with his hands, pointed at the stands, and then shifted to his usual celebration, raising his hands in acknowledgement of his name, Feng, 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 echoing throughout the Gerlado May Stadium. At that moment, he was the sovereign of the arena. prioritizing romance over friendship. Sylvia scoffed, clearly displeased, while a faint blush crept on his son Asian's fair cheeks. Sylvia's implication was unmistakable. It was evident that Feng harbored feelings for son Asian. Faced with such a refreshing beauty, one would be hard-pressed to deny an attraction. Yet, Feng, in that moment, had no such thoughts. He simply wished to dedicate the goal to son Asian, having invited her to watch him play, and having seen similar gestures on Korean variety shows. He felt it was a normal expression of gratitude. After taking the lead, Volendam played with increased vigor and initiative. Their efforts quickly bore fruit within 10 minutes. Li Feng orchestrated an attack, and Myers made a sudden move, allowing Hofstede to intercept and score the fourth goal of the match, putting Volendam ahead 3-1. Li Feng was substituted by Schmidt in the 70th minute. Ultimately, Volendam secured a resounding victory against Vitesse, concluding the first half of the season with a perfect note. Following this round of matches, AZ Alkmaar claimed the halfway championship with 41 points, closely trailed by Ajax with 38 points, while 20 held third place with 34 points. In the relegation zone were Vitesse with 12 points, followed by Graafschap with 13 points and Roda with 14 points. Above them were Sparta Rotterdam and ADO Den Haag, both with 15 points. After a series of victories, Volendam accumulated 20 points, narrowly placing them 11th in the standings, just ahead of Heracles based on goal difference. Such results not only pleased the fans, but also left the entire Volendam club quite satisfied. After the match, club president Lucien Barteau appeared in the players' dressing room to commend the players personally, singling out Li Feng for special praise. As a reward, Barteau generously distributed a bonus to the fans, with Li Feng, as a key player, receiving 4,000, equivalent to 2 months' salary. The highest paid player in Volendam, Duby, earned 5,000 weekly, followed by Hofstede at 4,200. Before Duby's emergence, Hofstede had been Volendam's principal striker. The third highest was Paul Delang, who joined on a free transfer during the summer, also earning 4,000. Li Feng's weekly wage was the lowest in the team, even less than that of the third goalkeeper, Robin Ruijt, by 150, making his performance all the more remarkable as the highest-performing low-wage player in the Eredivisie. Naturally, Volendam wished to renegotiate Li Feng's contract, especially in light of Ajax's interest, but Li Feng declined, preferring to focus on the game and discuss contract matters after the season's conclusion. Following the last match of the first half of the season, the Eredivisie entered a lengthy 20-day winter break, granting players a 2-week holiday. After the match against Vitesse, the players promptly returned to Volendam, after which Adelaar provided a brief summary, and the team officially commenced their holiday. As Li Feng exited the Volendam club, he spotted the tall Sylvia waiting at the entrance, arm in arm with son Yejin. "Of course, I'm here to wait for you," Sylvia said, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Let us go then," Li Feng replied, unfazed by her tone. "Humph, prioritizing romance over friendship, or rather, neglecting your sister," Sylvia quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Li Feng. "What do you mean?" Li Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. "You claim to be my brother, yet you've had me supporting you at the games for so long without dedicating a goal to me," she lamented. "What's the big deal? Next time I score, I'll write your name on my jersey and dedicate it to my sister Sylvia. That should suffice, right?" Li Feng shook his head, smiling ruefully. "Tisich, it's only when I ask that you'd consider it." "There's no sincerity in that," Sylvia retorted, her expression dismissive. Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. Son Yejin, who had been silent thus far, couldn't help but chuckle. In that moment, she found Li Feng endearing, a stark contrast to his passionate demeanor on the field. Off the pitch, he resembled a shy young lad. "By the way, I heard from Sylvia that your team is on holiday?" Yejin asked, steering the conversation away from potential awkwardness. "Yes, we have a 2-week break," Li Feng nodded. "So, what are your plans? Traveling? Or heading home?" she inquired. "I'm not sure. I don't have any plans at all. I might just go home since it's been more than 6 months since I left," Li Feng replied after some thought. "Oh, if you really have no plans. How about visiting Korea?" Yejin suggested. "Huh, are you inviting me, Yejin?" Li Feng responded with a joyful smile. "Of course. I owe you for your kindness here, so I should return the favor. What do you think, Sylvia? Want to join?" Yejin acknowledged, turning to Sylvia for her input. "I would love to go, but I have classes to attend," Sylvia replied, her earlier irritation forgotten, only to be reminded of her duties as a student, her expression quickly turning glum. "Ha ha. Students must dutifully attend class. Don't worry, I'll enjoy myself with double the enthusiasm," Li Feng seized the opportunity, donning a teasing demeanor. Chapter 29. Transformation. On December 29th, Li Feng arrived at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, pushing a black suitcase and 2 large red ones, a total of 3 pieces of luggage. He boarded his flight around 9 in the evening, accompanied by Sun Yejin, with the journey from Amsterdam to Seoul, Korea, expected to take approximately 15 hours. This was Li Feng's first experience flying, and to avoid any embarrassment, he had purchased a pair of sunglasses, obediently following Sun Yejin's lead. At that moment, he realized Yejin's true identity. He had never imagined he would become acquainted with a Korean star. To satisfy his curiosity, Li Feng had researched her online, discovering that Sun Yejin was a renowned South Korean actress, celebrated for her performances in 2 films and a television drama during the past year, all of which had received critical acclaim and commercial success. The revelation of her stature left Li Feng momentarily disoriented. Consequently, throughout the journey, Li Feng refrained from engaging in conversation with Yejin, while she, aware of her celebrity status, sensed that it might be overwhelming for him. Thus, they both occupied themselves with their thoughts. Upon their arrival in Korea the following day, Li Feng felt even more out of place, as the Yejin he recognized from Volendam was entirely different from the one he encountered in Korea. The Yejin in Volendam exuded a fresh and natural charm, akin to a friendly neighbor, while the Korean Yejin retained her radiant appearance, yet wore the demeanor of a star, her smile now replaced with a calculated poise. In his previous life, Li Feng had often followed entertainment news, noting how many stars presented one persona in public and another in private. Little did he realize that he was now embarking on a similar journey himself. After disembarking the plane and navigating through the airport corridor, he encountered a man and woman, Sun Yejin's agents. Following a brief introduction, the male agent took Li Feng's luggage without so much as a glance, while the female agent adjusted Yejin's clothing and hair. Li Feng followed Sun Yejin at a distance as they exited Incheon Airport, gradually realizing that she truly was a star, as she waved to fans and passers-by who eagerly snapped photos. Watching the dazzling Yejin in this moment, Li Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. After Yejin boarded her van and departed, a few minutes later, another individual arrived to escort Li Feng away. He then discreetly entered Yejin's vehicle. "I'm sorry." Yejin sincerely apologized as Li Feng settled into the seat. It's no problem. I'm just an ordinary person and certainly don't want to end up on tomorrow's headlines." Sun Yejin spotted traveling with a mysterious man, Li Feng joked. Yejin paused, her expression momentarily frozen, clearly recognizing the awkwardness in his tone. The car fell into a profound silence. Sun Yejin had returned to Korea. She was no longer the unrecognized figure in Volendam, the girl who joyfully strolled the streets alongside Li Feng. In the vehicle, aside from him and her, were her 2 managers. "By the way, Yejin, director Park Shin-yu is about to start filming a new movie and has sent you a script. Hoping you will take the role," the male manager spoke as he drove. The female manager then retrieved a script from her bag and handed it to Sun Yejin. The title was White Knight, adapted from the namesake novel by the renowned Japanese mystery writer Higashino Kigo. It tells the tale of a couple deeply in love who, entangled in a murder case 14 years prior, are forced to become strangers to escape the relentless pursuit of a detective. "Has the company agreed?" Sun Yejin inquired after briefly perusing the script. "The company hopes you will accept, and Director Park expressed his sincere desire for you to take the role. However, since you're not in Korea, he left the script behind. He mentioned that you are his ideal choice for the female lead," the female manager explained, referring to her as sister due to their age difference. "I will take the script home to review it and will respond to the company in a couple of days." Sun Yejin replied, stowing the script away while stealing a glance at Li Feng, who was lost in his music. "Shall we grab a bite first, or head home?" she asked, removing the earbud from Li Feng's left ear. "Home? Where is home for me in Korea?" Li Feng responded, momentarily taken aback. "Fool, of course it's my home." His innocent demeanor elicited a laugh from Sun Yejin. "That's not appropriate." The male manager interjected abruptly before Li Feng could respond. "Why not? I invited friends over. Shouldn't I invite them home?" Sun Yejin frowned, glancing at the manager in front. "Yejin, you are a celebrity. If it were to be revealed that you're living with a man, what would the media say?" The manager cautioned. "I am an actress, not." Sun Yejin retorted. "Her displeasure evident." "Sister Yejin, perhaps it's best to reconsider. It might not be convenient for me to stay at your house. I will find a hotel instead," Li Feng suggested, revealing his timid nature. In Volendam, did I not stay with you every day? Sun Yijin shot him a glare. The car fell silent once more, particularly for the two managers. The male manager's expression was hidden from Li Feng, but his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel indicated his shock. The female manager, however, was wide-eyed, unabashedly alternating her gaze between Sun Yijin and Li Feng. Cough. Don't get the wrong idea. We merely share the same roof, not the same living space, Li Feng stammered, hastily clarifying as he coughed. While Sun Yijin blushed upon realizing her word's ambiguity. Perhaps it would be best for Mr. Li Feng to find a hotel nearby, so there are no misunderstandings and it remains convenient, the female manager proposed diplomatically. It was undeniable that Li Feng harbored feelings for Sun Yijin, and she too felt drawn to him, especially after witnessing his performance on the field. The stark contrast between his on-field prowess and off-field demeanor rendered him extraordinarily charming. Despite their brief acquaintance, their rapport was remarkably pleasant, though it was merely mutual affection for the time being. However, everything shifted once Li Feng became aware of Sun Yijin's true identity. In Volendam, her status was inconsequential, as no one recognized her. Yet upon their return to Korea, particularly after traversing the airport, Sun Yijin could distinctly sense Li Feng's change in demeanor. Chapter 30. Perhaps this is a misguided encounter at this moment. Li Feng was still merely a novice, his identity not yet fully transformed. He was not the so-called football superstar, outside of Volendam, who knew him. He was just an ordinary young man, grappling with an odd sense of masculinity. Sun Yijin's apartment lay in Samseong-dong, part of the Gangnam district, a significant commercial area in Seoul, while Li Feng's hotel was nearby, with a view of the Han River. Upon arriving in Korea, Sun Yijin naturally wanted to extend her hospitality. After both had tidied up, she personally drove Li Feng for a nighttime tour of Seoul, casting aside the earlier turmoil of the day. Eventually, they indulged in authentic Korean barbecue before Sun Yijin returned Li Feng to his hotel. However, the pleasant evening was short-lived, almost too brief for Li Feng to comprehend. The following day, Sun Yijin did not return to the company to commence work. Instead, she continued to show Li Feng around. Unlike the previous night, they spent the day almost entirely in the car, even eating in secret. This left Li Feng feeling uncomfortable. He was a tourist, not a thief. Yet now, it seemed he was merely playing the part of a fugitive. Sun Yijin took Li Feng to numerous places, but all he could do was gaze out of the small car window. Sun Yijin could certainly perceive the shift in Li Feng's mood. "I'm sorry," was all she could muster an apology. "Sister Yijin, I am genuinely happy that you could take time off work to show me around. You needn't apologize. Rather, I should be thanking you," Li Feng replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, if the men in Korea found out that their goddess spent an entire day with me, a mere boy, driving around Seoul, they would be envious beyond measure. Thankfully, they're unaware, else I might worry for my safety in Korea," he added, patting his chest in mock terror. "With such sweet words, I wonder how many girls you have charmed," Sun Yijin chided playfully. "Ah, Sister Yijin, that is a grave injustice. I have been single for 20 years, and I have not even held a girl's hand," he protested. "Please, save that story for the little girls. You think you can deceive me, sister?" Sun Yijin retorted, clearly skeptical of Li Feng's claims. "If you truly don't believe me, hold my hand and see for yourself if I am lying." Li Feng extended his left hand. "Do you really think I am a child?" "Holding hands, indeed." Sun Yijin lightly swatted his hand, feigning annoyance. "I will return to the company tomorrow, and filming for the new movie may commence soon," she said, her tone turning somber. "That film, White Knight?" Li Feng asked, unable to hide his curiosity. "Yes, Sun Yijin nodded. Is it possible to decline?" Li Feng's gaze drifted out the window, and in the stillness of the car, his words were barely audible. Sun Yijin looked at Li Feng, intrigued. "I have seen some of your previous films and have skimmed through the novel," he confessed, avoiding her gaze. "This is merely work." Sun Yijin's expression shifted, and after a long silence, she spoke in a barely audible tone. Li Feng inhaled deeply, striving to control his breathing and emotions. "Sister Yijin, you must work hard and strive to win several Best Actress awards. That way, I can boast to my teammates and friends that I know a superstar sister." He forced a smile, attempting to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. After that, silence enveloped them. Sun Yijin dropped Li Feng off at his hotel without a moment to say goodbye. As Li Feng exited the vehicle and walked into the hotel without looking back, Sun Yijin could no longer contain her emotions tears streaming down her enchanting face. This was a relationship that had ended before it even began. Sun Yijin's car remained parked for a full 30 minutes before she finally drove away. Upon returning to his hotel room, Li Feng swiftly dashed into the bathroom, spending a full 30 minutes within its confines, an eternity compared to his usual 10-minute showers. The brief, unfulfilled romance that had barely begun bore no fault. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall squarely upon the hands of time, which had orchestrated their meeting at an inopportune moment. Presently, Li Feng was only 20 years old, while Sun Yijin was a full 6 years his senior. At 20, he played football at a modest local club, earning a paltry weekly wage of 500 euros. Whereas the 26-year-old Sun Yijin had already ascended to the heights of fame as a beloved star in Korea, a goddess in the hearts of Korean men. An acclaimed actress celebrated for both her talent and beauty, at the pinnacle of her career. While mutual affection existed between them, Li Feng's tender age compelled Sun Yijin to ponder whether he was truly worth sacrificing her flourishing career for. What would the Korean public think with their notoriously intense scrutiny? How would her family react? Moreover, was Li Feng even willing to forsake the vibrant beginnings of his life to marry her? To surrender to a life devoid of the external allure? Even if Li Feng were inclined to commit, could one guarantee that he would not harbor regrets in a few years? Korea, steeped in traditions, differed significantly from other nations. Married women often prioritized their husbands, relinquishing the freedoms they once enjoyed. Given Sun Yijin's keen insights honed within the entertainment industry, how could she overlook Li Feng's inherent male chauvinism? All these considerations weighed heavily on Sun Yijin's mind, while Li Feng, despite the deceptive allure of his youth, could offer no assurances. Though he was confident in his potential to become a world-renowned football star, his secret of traversing time and space was one he could not share with anyone, not even those closest to him. Who would believe such a fantastical tale? The notion of harboring a football system within his mind was utterly preposterous. Even if someone were to believe him, how could he continue to live as a normal person without the fear of being seized by authorities for experimentation? Condemned to a life of misery within a laboratory? Fate had conspired to bring them together at the wrong moment. In the dark confines of his hotel room, Li Feng lay naked on the bed, wide awake for the first time in 6 months. At this moment, he felt that this vacation was entirely superfluous. He had parted ways with Sun Yijin at 9 o'clock, yet now it was already 11. After lying awake for over an hour, he resolved to venture outside. Dressing hastily, he donned his clothes, grabbed his phone, inserted his earphones, and left the hotel room. In the unfamiliar streets of Seoul, he found himself at a loss for what to do. As the commercial heart of Seoul pulsed with life at 11 o'clock, the bustling atmosphere felt entirely detached from Li Feng. Listening to Jay Chou's melodies through his earphones, he wandered through the lively streets, struck by how reminiscent the scene was of the images he often saw on television. His mind swirled with thoughts, yet upon reflection, he could not recall the specifics of his musings. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the banks of the Han River. A sudden gust of cold wind sent shivers through him, and he realized he stood at the river's edge. As the most renowned river in Korea, the Han River served as the central artery of the Korean peninsula, with Seoul's most vibrant areas encircling it. The presidential residence, Myeongdong, and Dongdaemun lay to the north, while 1970s saw the development center shift to the southern banks, now a coveted location for all Koreans. However, in the dead of winter, the banks were nearly deserted. Few would dare to brave the cold to linger there. Yet, Li Feng soon spotted a diminutive figure shrouded in shadow. Could she too be heartbroken? It was hard not to think that way. On such a frigid night, few would willingly stand by the river to face the biting wind. As he approached the girl, a sudden realization struck him. She was perched atop the railing that lined the riverbank, arms outstretched, her windswept hair dancing in the breeze. Panic surged within him. Was she contemplating a leap into the icy waters? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng yanked out his earphones and rushed towards her, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her back to safety. Please, don't do this. It's just a breakup. I just went through one myself. You still have your parents, your family. Think about them. What would they do? The urgency of his words came out in Chinese, fueled by adrenaline. Startled by his sudden appearance, the girl struggled in his grasp. What are you doing? Let me go, she protested. In that moment, Li Feng realized how nervous he was. He had forgotten he was in Korea. He quickly switched to Korean, repeating his plea. Don't despair. You're still so young, with a bright future ahead. Breakups are a part of life. We all encounter a few scoundrels along the way. You will find someone better. He held her tightly, unwilling to let go. As he spoke, he found himself surprisingly adept at offering solace, his words flowing with conviction, even convincing himself of their truth. Gradually, the girl's struggles weakened. Yet, as Li Feng continued to speak, he began to notice a change. She was no longer resisting. Just as he prepared to release her, he felt her body begin to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, a fit of laughter erupted from her, echoing through the cold night air. Are you crazy? Li Feng thought in disbelief. Did you really think I was about to jump into the Han River? She asked, when she had calmed down. Guarantee you? Li Feng replied, still wary of letting her go. If he released her, would she leap into the river? He couldn't swim, after all. Of course not. I was just standing there enjoying the breeze, she retorted, annoyance creeping into her tone. Who stands by the river on such a cold night, just to enjoy the breeze? You must think I'm a fool, he replied, skepticism lacing his words. Her laughter erupted again, a sound that danced in the air around them. Let me go. I'm not going to jump, she insisted after the laughter subsided. If I let you go, you might change your mind. I can't swim, he countered, still apprehensive. Are you really going to hold on to me like this? She asked, her tone sharp. All right, I'll let go, but I must hold your hand. If you jump, I won't be able to save you otherwise, he reasoned, seeking a compromise. You foolish girl, she thought, her face betraying a hint of annoyance. Yet, upon realizing that Li Feng's intentions were pure, she eventually nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly, and extended her delicate hand towards him. As she stepped away from Li Feng's embrace and turned around, they found themselves seated opposite each other. Li Feng held her hand firmly, but the dimness of the surroundings obscured his view of her features, although her eyes shone brightly. I truly came here just to enjoy the breeze. I had no intention of jumping into the river. Moreover, I am not heartbroken. I have even had my share of romantic encounters, the girl stated, unable to discern Li Feng's face in the shadows. Yet, as their gazes locked, she noticed that despite his apparent foolishness, there was a sincerity in his eyes. Really? Li Feng remained somewhat skeptical. Absolutely. Just because you are heartbroken, don't assume that others are as well, she retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Fine. Let us move away from the riverbank then, he replied, releasing her hand as he spoke. Li Feng gazed intently into her eyes, convinced that she was telling the truth. But for safety's sake, it was prudent to distance themselves from the water's edge. Chapter 32. Tion of Girls' Generation thus. Li Feng held the girl's hand as they walked away from the Han River, only turning to release her once they reached a place he deemed safe. Throughout their journey, the girl made no effort to resist, wanting to convey that she had no intention of jumping into the river. She was a charming young lady, petite in stature with shoulder-length hair, her complexion fair and slightly flushed from the breeze, her youthful features perfectly fitting the description of a childlike visage. Li Feng observed her, and she, in turn, scrutinized him. You are Tion from Girls' Generation. Suddenly, it dawned on Li Feng that she bore an uncanny resemblance to the famous idol. Yes, I am Tion from Girls' Generation, she confirmed without hesitation upon realizing he recognized her. Wow, it really is Girls' Generation, the #1 girl group in Korea? Li Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He was not well-versed in the Korean entertainment industry. His knowledge stemmed solely from Korean variety shows. He had come to know of Girls' Generation not through their later fame, but rather from a particular show. Family Outing was the first Korean variety program he encountered, hosted by the beloved Yoo Jae-suk. The show depicted 8 individuals and various celebrity guests engaging in rural tasks and games, leading to a series of comical escapades that endeared it to many viewers. Girls' Generation had appeared on Family Outing. 3 members had participated, including leader Tion, visual member Yuna, and the one known for her cheerful demeanor. Li Feng had watched Family Outing around 2012, by which time Girls' Generation had already established themselves as the premier girl group in Korea. By 2015, prior to Li Feng's rebirth, some members of Girls' Generation had departed, while others had entered into relationships, causing a flurry of news that undoubtedly broke the hearts of countless fans. Although Li Feng was not an avid follower of Girls' Generation, he harbored a fondness for Yuna, finding her exceptionally beautiful. When rumors of her dating surfaced, he even found himself wishing misfortune upon her partner, partly due to the man's past derogatory remarks towards China. Really? As he spoke, Li Feng found himself reaching out to pinch Tion's soft, fair cheek lightly. What are you doing, you pervert? Tion exclaimed, taken aback by his sudden gesture, her expression shifting to one of anger. Apologies. It's just that seeing you up close for the first time made me curious to see if it was really you. Li Feng scratched his head sheepishly. Oomph. If you dare to touch me again, I won't be so polite, she warned, raising her petite fist in a mock display of strength. Are you sure about that? Li Feng asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Of course. I am quite formidable. I've even made my brother cry, Tion boasted, sharing her illustrious history. All right. I apologize for my earlier remarks. I trust that as the leader of Korea's foremost girl group, you wouldn't be like someone contemplating a river plunge, Li Feng said, adopting an expression of contrition. You jerk, Tion snapped, her anger flaring once more before she turned away from him, choosing to ignore him. Did I say something wrong? Li Feng hurried after her, but she continued to disregard his presence. Hey, don't be so petty. We might as well be friends, and I'm not even Korean. We aren't bound by the same customs. Ignorance is no sin, right? Please don't be angry, he implored, tailing her in a bid to appease her. Do you really not know what's been happening with Girls' Generation? Tion halted and fixed her gaze on him, questions evident in her eyes. Huh, what has been happening? Li Feng replied, his expression one of confusion. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Tion said, realizing he was not lying and turning back to offer her apology. It seemed there was indeed a story behind it, and Li Feng, sensing her response, inquired, can you share it with me? Even if it holds little significance. I will be a good listener. And so, they continued to walk and talk, Tion recounting the experiences of Girls' Generation during this tumultuous period. The two instances of Black Ocean events that plunged the entire group into darkness, leaving 9 of them, with the exception of her and Yuna, to cease all activities. After hearing the entire account, Li Feng remained largely unfazed. Perhaps it was due to his lack of experience as an artist, or perhaps his heart was simply unyielding. Regardless, as a friend, he was supportive. Are there not fans who adore your music? Why should you care so much about others' opinions? You should sing for those who love you. He offered, naively attempting to comfort her. Is it truly that simple? Do you think anyone can manage that? As artists, how can we not be concerned about how we are perceived? Tion replied, casting a bemused glance at him. Hey, I may not understand your industry, but I believe you will become the best girl group in Korea, or even Asia. Do not fear the darkness. Dawn is on the horizon. Strive for your dreams, Girls' Generation. Li Feng encouraged, adopting an unexpectedly sage tone. Thank you, Tion replied formally, expressing her gratitude. However, the sudden sound of a growling stomach shattered the somewhat somber atmosphere. Ugh, it's all your fault. After all this time with you, I'm starving, Tion complained, rubbing her belly. Indeed, it seems that all women are unreasonable, Li Feng thought, feeling exasperated. So, may I have the honor of treating you, Miss Tion, to a modest late-night snack? Well, seeing your sincerity, I shall grant you this opportunity, she said, rising on her toes to pat Li Feng on the shoulder. With laughter echoing between them, they departed the Han River and arrived at a late-night dining establishment. To accommodate Tion, Li Feng specifically requested a private room. Once inside, Tion, now bundled up tightly, noticed her phone vibrating. Hello, Yuna? She answered the call. Yini, you finally picked up. Yuna's anxious voice came through the line. What's wrong? Tion asked, puzzled. Yini, don't you know? Soo-young and the others have called dozens of times. They are nearly in tears back at the dorm. Yuna exclaimed. Oh, I didn't realize. My phone must have been on silent while I was busy with Li Feng, Tion thought, casting a glance at Li Feng, who was intently studying the menu. Clearly, she had been so preoccupied with their conversation that she hadn't noticed the notifications. Chapter 33 Yune. Oh dear, you startled us. Where are you now? Yune inquired. Oh, I'm just having a late-night snack. What about you? Has the rap party concluded? Tion asked. Wow, that is wonderful. I hardly ate anything at the rap party, and I'm feeling quite hungry. Yune exclaimed, her spirits lifting at the thought of a midnight feast. Then come over. I'll call the dorm and inform the others, Tion said, relaying the address to Yune. She then placed a call to the other members of Girls' Generation, profusely apologizing until they forgave her, especially after she promised to bring back plenty of snacks. Meanwhile, Li Feng received more than one disdainful glance from Tion. Stir-fried rice cakes, bibimbap, spicy stir-fried intestines, and soybean paste soup. Yune will join us shortly while I finalize the order, Tion declared as she hung up the phone. Really? Li Feng's eyes sparkled, and a smile broke across his face. Why are you so happy? Tion scoffed. Hee. I've always liked Yune the most in Girls' Generation. Of course. I'm thrilled to meet her. Li Feng replied nonchalantly. You flirt. Didn't you just experience a breakup? Tion retorted. Li Feng's smile faltered slightly, tinged with bitterness. I'm sorry, Tion quickly reacted. Actually, it's fine. It's all in the past. A breakup isn't a significant matter. I don't have any friends here in Korea anyway. How about it? Would you care to listen? Li Feng asked at last. Really? Tion perked up, her eyes widening with genuine interest, appearing adorably eager. At that moment, the door to the small private room swung open, revealing a girl wrapped up warmly, none other than Yuna, the face of Girls' Generation. Upon entering and noticing the presence of a man in the small room, Yuna momentarily appeared flustered. However, she quickly regained her composure, offering a slight bow to Li Feng as a greeting before hastening to Tion's side. Yuna is here, Tion exclaimed, standing up to help Yuna remove her hat and mask, carefully placing them aside. Once Yuna was presentable, Tion introduced her to Li Feng. This is my sister, Yuna. Tion then turned to Li Feng, realizing she had yet to learn his name. Hello, Yuna. I am Li Feng. I've come from China. Li Feng introduced himself, extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Li Feng. I am Yuna from Girls' Generation. Yuna replied politely, shaking his hand. Haha, I'm aware. I'm just a bit older than you. If you don't mind, you can simply call me that. Isn't that how it's done in Korea? Li Feng said with a smile as he released Yune's hand. Of all Girls' Generation, Yuna is my favorite. Thank you, Yuna expressed gratefully. Yuna, don't let certain people deceive you, Tion interjected at the opportune moment. Tion, when have I ever deceived anyone? Li Feng retorted, defending himself in the presence of a goddess. You didn't even know what has been happening with Girls' Generation lately, yet you dare to claim Yuna is your favorite. Tion shot back, unyieldingly. Li Feng fell silent, aware that Girls' Generation had already reached the pinnacle of fame, long established as Korea's top girl group. I'm not a fan of Girls' Generation. I only like Yuna, Li Feng quickly countered, attempting to maintain his stance. Since you like Yuna, you should also appreciate Girls' Generation. Yuna chimed in before Tion could respond. All right, if the goddess has spoken, what can I say? Li Feng conceded. Thank you once again, Yuna. Yuna, you are both beautiful and polite, a good girl. Unlike some others, he complimented Yuna while subtly teasing Tion, the implication unmistakable. Hearing Li Feng praise Yuna left Tion speechless. Yuna, known for her cunning in Girls' Generation, displayed an exceptionally innocent facade in front of outsiders. Only those who were truly familiar with her could recognize her playful mischief, which was never malicious, but rather a penchant for light-hearted teasing. Thank you for the compliment, Yuna responded, embodying the very definition of a well-behaved girl. Yuna, don't be fooled. You never know. He might be trying to take advantage of us, Tion remarked, skillfully diverting the conversation. I was born on May 28, 1988. Doesn't that make me older than you? Li Feng stated directly, revealing his birth date. Really? Yuna asked, surprised. Of course. I was born on May 30th, 1990. Our birthdays are only 2 days apart, Li Feng confirmed, sharing his own birth date. Haha, Yuna, this must be fate. Li Feng exclaimed, clearly elated. Hee. Yuna giggled in agreement. Yuna, today I met a rather amusing fool. Would you like to hear about it? Tion said, pulling Yuna down to sit beside her while glancing at Li Feng. Really? Please tell me. Yuna nodded eagerly, clearly intrigued. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom and ask them to bring out the food, Li Feng said, quickly exiting the small room, knowing that Tion would surely share their acquaintance story with Yuna. Once outside, Li Feng ordered a plethora of dishes, intended for Tion to take back to the other members, before heading to the restroom. He returned to the small room after approximately 10 minutes. As soon as he entered, he heard Yun erupting in laughter, her mouth wide open in a playful crocodile smile as she slapped the table, clearly losing her composure. Ha ha ha, on my stomach. Even upon Li Feng's return, the hilarity of the moment could not be quelled. Of course, Tion's infectious laughter accompanied Yuna's, creating an atmosphere of joyous mirth, leaving Li Feng feeling slightly awkward amidst the two girls' exuberance. All right, you've eaten and laughed enough. Let us settle the bill and leave, Li Feng finally suggested, unable to withstand their antics any longer. No way. You still haven't shared your breakup story. Tion firmly rejected his proposal as she noticed him preparing to stand. Wow, there is a breakup story too? How wonderful. Yuna's eyes sparkled with excitement at Tion's words. Tion, isn't that inappropriate? Maybe we should save it for next time, Li Feng said, somewhat overwhelmed by Yune's eager gaze, turning to Tion for support. It was evident that Yune's true nature had begun to surface. Gone was the shyness she had earlier displayed. Chapter 34. You did say you could share anything with me, right? Men should keep their word, Tion said, refusing to be easily swayed. Look, Yune is my ideal type. A goddess in my heart. How can I recount my breakup in front of her? I still hope to pursue her in the future, Li Feng jested, leaning closer to Tion. Flirt. Tion shot him a sidelong glance. But it was clear that the small room rendered Li Feng's words impossible to evade for the attentive Yune. Actually, I wouldn't mind, Yune interjected, moving around Tion to sit beside Li Feng. Why does the narrative feel off? Yune should be acting shy right now, Li Feng thought, internally critiquing the unfolding scene. Come on, tell us. If you want to pursue me, you should share your past with me, Yune said, her voice dripping with sweetness, clearly relishing her role in the conversation. Indeed, if you wish to pursue Yune, you must first seek the approval of us, her elder sisters. After all, I share a dormitory with Yune. Now, if you're telling me that I should act as a spy and divulge all of Yune's secrets to you, Tion's words instantly shattered Li Feng's worldview. How could she utter such a statement in front of the person concerned? Truly, when one is swept away by whimsy, they can act in the most outrageous ways. At this moment, Yune showed no concern and even began to tease Li Feng. I concede defeat to you all. Please. No more talk. Is it not enough for me to say so? Li Feng found himself at a loss for words, realizing that if this continued, not only would his values be challenged, but his very worldview might also be dismantled by these two exuberant young ladies. The two girls returned to their seats, their eyes fixed intently on Li Feng, their gaze so piercing it made him uneasy. A sudden wave of regret washed over him. Why did he venture out aimlessly after experiencing heartbreak? Even if he were to wander, he should not meddle in others' affairs. Indeed, he had dug an enormous pit for himself. Ultimately, Li Feng relented, acknowledging his need for someone to confide in. In the past, he had a close-knit circle of friends. But now he was left with only these two unpredictable girls. Well, you can consider yourselves listeners to my tale, he began. The story unfolded in a quaint town located 20 kilometers from Amsterdam, a picturesque place emblematic of Dutch charm. In Europe, football is an eternal topic. One may be oblivious to everything else, yet cannot escape the allure of the sport. The narrative occurred just before Christmas, a time when a young footballer was granted a rare holiday, as his coach generously released the players early for the festive season. It was during this unexpected early break that the boy encountered a girl. As Li Feng gradually recounted his tale, the two exuberant girls listened attentively. Meanwhile, in Sun Yijian's apartment, she had finally succumbed to slumber, aided by her friend, Kong Hyojin, after a night of revelry. Observing Sun Yijian's slightly fragile form, Kong Hyojin could hardly fathom how a brief trip had led to such emotional turmoil for her friend. Kong Hyojin, one of Sun Yijian's few true friends in the entertainment industry, understood her well. Sun Yijin was a person who delineated her work and personal life clearly and maintained a composed demeanor. Those unfamiliar with her might even perceive her as cold. Throughout her years in the industry, she had few friends, particularly male companions. As a result, Sun Yijin had remained an enigma, untouched by scandal, which was nothing short of miraculous for a woman of her status as a national treasure in South Korea. Kong Hyojin found it hard to believe that her friend could fall for a man so swiftly, particularly in an industry filled with all manner of men. Gazing at the jersey tightly clutched by her sleeping friend, Kong Hyojin grew increasingly curious about its owner. What kind of man could evoke such sorrow in someone so accustomed to excellence? However, curiosity had its limits, as she could uncover no information about this man, who, at present, was virtually unknown. In the small restaurant's private room, Li Feng concluded his story. Well, that's the entirety of it. Are you satisfied? After sharing his tale, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. The two exuberant girls regarded him with peculiar expressions. What a petty man, Tion remarked dismissively, while Yune followed suit with a teasing retort about his possessiveness. I admit it. Yune, from now on, you should avoid intimate scenes and perhaps even acting altogether. But I still wish to pursue you, Li Feng said, feeling powerless against Tion. He turned to Yune. I shall accept those roles and infuriate you. Besides, if you pursue me, I could simply refuse, Yune playfully countered, sticking out her tongue defiantly. Ah, Yune, can you truly accept your future partner being affectionate with other women, even to the extent of undressing? Li Feng struggled to articulate the thought. Yet, it is merely acting. Just work? Yune countered, undeterred. True, it is work, but the truth remains. Whether deemed petty or masculine, I acknowledge these traits. Yet I cannot accept it. Perhaps in your industry, you can understand one another, but understanding does not negate discomfort. When such discomfort accumulates, it eventually transforms, leading to an explosion. What then? Li Feng expressed his understanding, prompting silence from both Tion and Yune. Well, it's getting late. We should leave, he finally suggested. The two girls quietly stood, tidied up, and exited. Thank you, Yune said politely before they boarded the vehicle. Li Feng not only treated them to a meal, but also prepared a late-night snack for the other members. Tion appeared somewhat hesitant. Well, we're friends. If you don't wish to call, then don't. I'm not Korean. Just call me by my name. If it's too troublesome, simply call me Feng. Li Feng replied with a smile. Who would call you that? I was contemplating whether to exchange numbers with you. You, a man, should not expect us girls to initiate. Tion retorted with a roll of her eyes. All right, we forgot to exchange numbers despite talking about pursuing you. How can we not even ask for your number? Yune chimed in, wrinkling her nose playfully. All right, I admit my fault. Li Feng quickly conceded, and the three exchanged numbers. As Tion and Yune boarded the van, they parted ways. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yune, the cheerful spirit of girls' generation, immediately recounted the story of Tion and Li Feng to the other girls, eliciting peals of laughter. However, concerning Li Feng's romantic matters, Yune chose to remain discreet, as she was a girl of great discernment. Thanks to Yune, Li Feng had unexpectedly entered the sphere of girls' generation. Chapter 35. Departure the next day. For the first time since his rebirth, Li Feng slept past 10 o'clock. Upon rising, his first task was to book a flight home for the following day. After a casual meal, he embarked on his final day in Korea, visiting the so-called shopping paradise of Myeongdong to procure gifts for friends and family. Given the rarity of his visit to Korea, it would be remiss not to bring back a few items, especially after being away from home for over 6 months. Li Feng had 2 younger sisters, and their parents operated a small business in a city in Guangdong, though they originated from Zhejiang. As for the gifts, there was little to deliberate, just a few sets of clothing. For friends, he needed even less. A few nice trinkets would suffice. Li Feng had few friends, merely a couple of close companions, and the joy of their companionship outweighed any material gifts. Consequently, he accomplished his shopping in just over an hour. Despite the brevity of his outing, he found the experience exhausting, comparable to playing a 90-minute match. After returning to the hotel with his purchases, Li Feng realized he was hungry once more. Thus, he ventured out again, embarking on a quest for food, sampling every conceivable snack he encountered along the way. Seaweed rice rolls, kimchi pancakes, stir-fried rice cakes, dumplings, sugar cakes, dried squid, and meat skewers. By the end, he could hardly recall all that he had consumed. Had it not been for his robust stomach, he might have spent an inordinate amount of time in the restroom. After satisfying his appetite, Li Feng found himself reminiscing about the 2 exuberant girls from the night before. Hey, Tion, have you eaten? Thus, with nothing to occupy his time, Li Feng took out his phone, eager to tease Kim Tion. You rascal, who are you calling an old lady? Before long, Kim Tion replied swiftly. Of course. It's you. Do you know that last night, as I tried to sleep, all I could hear was your old lady's laughter? I barely managed to get any rest. Li Feng quickly texted back. Haha, serves you right. Kim Tion responded with a flurry of laughing emojis, reveling in his misfortune. What are you up to? Have you eaten? You know, if you don't eat, you won't grow taller, he texted again. You rascal, don't let me see you again, she replied, accompanied by an angry emoji. Just kidding. I actually wanted to ask if you've eaten. If not, let me treat you. I'll be leaving Korea tomorrow, Li Feng replied, knowing when to stop. In the girls' generation practice room, the members were gathered, preparing to release their new mini-album and rehearsing new choreography. At the moment Li Feng sent his message, they had just taken a break. When Kim Tion received Li Feng's message, she paused her movements. Although they had only recently met, she felt an inexplicable ease and comfort in his presence. Uni, your juice, the diligent Seo Yun said, noticing Kim Tion had finally halted her actions, and quickly handed her a drink. Thank you, Kim Tion said, setting her phone aside to accept the beverage. Uni, what's wrong? Seo Yun asked, her concern evident as she noticed the change in Kim Tion, drawing the attention of the other members. Yune, your fool is about to leave, Kim Tion remarked, fixing her hair as she turned her gaze to him. Yune. Li Feng? Yune asked, her expression adorably confused. Aside from him, is there another fool pursuing you? Kim Tion replied. What? Uni, I am the universally adored and stunning I'm Yune. I have many admirers, Yune declared, cupping her face in her hands, exuding an air of beauty and playfully protesting. The other members feigned gagging at her antics. Uni, lying is wrong, Seo Yun said earnestly, stepping in front of Yune to lecture her. Seo Yun, Yune exclaimed, playfully tackling Seo Yun, leading to a burst of laughter and playful banter. Dear children, have we strayed too far from our purpose? The ever-practical Sunny reminded them. It's all your fault. I almost forgot. Let me make a call, Yune said, finally releasing Seo Yun from under her. As she scrambled for her phone, Li Feng sat in a CF, feeling a sense of frustration that Kim Tion had yet to respond, leading him to wonder if something was amiss. Just then, his phone rang, displaying Yune's name. Oh, isn't this the adorable and lovely Yune? What brings you to call me? Li Feng jested upon answering. In the practice room, the girls of Girls' Generation, gathered around Yune's phone, were immediately struck with goosebumps at Li Feng's words. Jessica, unable to contain herself, remarked, Yune, you two are a perfect match. Hee, Yune giggled, clearly pleased by Li Feng's compliment. Hello, Yune? Li Feng called again when he was met with silence. Weren't you supposed to be pursuing me? Why didn't you say goodbye when you left? Jessica chimed in, releasing the phone, prompting Yune to express her discontent. So you're with Tion? Li Feng quickly understood. You would deceive me, would you? Yune feigned a pitiful tone. How could I? I never lie, Li Feng insisted. Then why didn't you tell me you were leaving? How can you pursue me if you leave? Yune pouted, likely planning to annoy her nearby Uni with her sugary tone. Yune, can you date now? Will your company allow it? Li Feng was taken aback by her question, but then remembered the strict norms in the South Korean entertainment industry, where newcomers are often forbidden from dating. No, Yune said, lowering her head, her tone considerably subdued. To get what you want, sacrifices must be made. That's just it. Besides, I can't offer you happiness right now. So Yune, wait 3 years. After 3 years, I'll pursue you openly, and at that time, I will have the ability to ensure your happiness, even if your company tries to intervene. Li Feng spoke with a tone of almost solemn promise. At that moment, Yune fell silent. In that instant, she understood that Li Feng was not jesting. His sincerity was palpable even through the phone. A wave of anxiety and confusion washed over her, mingled with an inexplicable joy and anticipation. I can't take this. You two are going to make us sick, Hyoyen exclaimed, unable to contain her exasperation as the others joined in with mock gagging sounds. Wait, you have others with you? The sudden noise in Li Feng's ear interrupted his thoughts. Unis are all here, and they pressured me into speakerphone. Yune's playful nature resurfaced, shifting the blame to her teammates. Hello, I'm Kim Hyoyen from Girls' Generation, she said, realizing they could no longer hide. One by one, the members introduced themselves over the phone. At this moment, Li Feng was utterly bewildered. Heartbreaker, we're about to release our mini-album, and we're all in the practice room. Tion explained kindly. Oh, can you all come out? I'd like to treat you to a meal, Li Feng said, finally realizing he had been played by this mischievous group of girls. No, we have to stay in the practice room for the next few days, Tion replied, looking visibly disappointed. Haven't we eaten yet? Someone on the other end piped up. All right, tell me what you want to eat and your company's address, and I'll deliver it to you, Li Feng said, feeling foolish for not recognizing their intention sooner. You're the best. Don't worry while you're gone. We'll keep an eye on Yune and let any other man near her. A voice chimed in from the phone. Make a quick decision. I'm hanging up now. With 9 women in the conversation, it was hardly a simple equation, and Li Feng wisely decided to end the call. After hanging up, he waited a full 5 minutes before receiving a text from Tion. It wasn't just one message. The notification rang multiple times. Upon checking the contents, Li Feng nearly dropped his phone. Nearly 30 different snacks and food items were listed. The first thing that caught his eye was a plethora of meat, followed by snacks and finally sweets. The sheer volume was more than what a group of young girls could eat. Even 10 burly men would struggle to consume such a feast. However, he had committed to fulfilling his promise, as disappointing women was a matter best avoided. Thus, Li Feng roamed the streets, gathering the requested items, and finally loaded 3 large bags into a taxi headed to the company in Apgujeong. "Hey, I've arrived. Come out to collect your order," he called out, bewildered by the throngs of fans loitering outside the building, unable to comprehend the fervor of South Korean fan culture. "You are late. Our Yoon is about to starve." However, the voice on the phone was not from Tion, but another member of Girls' Generation. "Since when did Yoon become part of my family? Furthermore, you should really take a look at what you ordered," Li Feng said with some annoyance. "Having been busy for over an hour." Thank you, Appa. We have already informed the manager. Tion's brother is here to see her. Please wait a moment. I will bring you in right away." The voice hurriedly expressed gratitude, and soon after, a staff member came out to escort Li Feng inside. It was difficult to manage 3 large bags of items while balancing a phone on his neck, but it made it easy for him to navigate through the crowd. "Hello, I am from Girls' Generation. You can call me Sunny." A cheerful face greeted him, quickly drawing his attention with her enchanting eyes. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you," Li Feng replied, feeling somewhat shy. "Share some with me," she said, reaching for the bags in Li Feng's hands, but he politely declined. Although he had never truly experienced romance, he understood the importance of etiquette. Thus, Li Feng followed her towards their practice room. While he had heard much about their fame, he was puzzled by the lack of other Korean wave stars on their way. Before long, they arrived at the door of the practice room. As Li Feng stepped into Girls' Generation's practice space, he was momentarily dazzled. 8 young women were seated or standing in various poses. Upon noticing him, they all stood up and greeted him in unison. "Hello, we are Girls' Generation." At that moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Li Feng's mind, leaving him completely at a loss. Suddenly confronted by 9 so-called goddesses, he found himself overwhelmed. This was not just viewing images online, but experiencing the real Girls' Generation. Noticing his silence, the members began to introduce themselves one by one. "What is wrong? Are you smitten and looking at our other members?" After they finished, Tion stepped forward to remind him. Saw thee. It's just a bit overwhelming to face so many beautiful ladies for the first time," Li Feng replied, his face flushing. "Thank you, but I don't like being praised," she responded. "I brought you some food. You must be starving," Li Feng offered, handing over the items. The girls eagerly accepted, with Tion and Yoon staying close by his side. "Thank you," they said again, and Li Feng took a moment to truly observe Tion and Yoon. Tion wore black leggings paired with a large white sweatshirt, while Yoon donned a snug pink outfit. "Yoon, you look stunning in that outfit," Li Feng complimented, acknowledging her beauty. "A beautiful person looks good in anything, but this pink outfit truly highlights her charm," he added. "Thank you." Yoon giggled with her doe-like eyes sparkling. "Oomph." Tion interjected with a snort. "Of course, I look good too, but you can't see my legs." Li Feng couldn't resist teasing Tion. "If you're referring to my height, I might just get upset," Tion replied with a suddenly serious expression. "I'll go grab something to eat," Yoon said quickly, sensing the tension and joining the food line. Observing Tion's serious demeanor, Li Feng realized how much she cared about her height. "Tion, I apologize. I didn't mean to offend," he said earnestly. "I know you were joking, or I would ignore you," Tion replied, her stern expression softening. At that moment, Seo Yun brought Tion's meal over. "Honestly, Tion, you shouldn't worry about your height," Li Feng said as they sat down together. "Oomph, it's easier for you to say since you're tall," Tion retorted, putting a piece of meat in her mouth. "In fact, men often prefer women of your height." "Really?" Tion questioned skeptically. "Absolutely. Your height is perfect for being embraced," Li Feng asserted. "If you don't believe me, we could test it out," he said, opening his arms as if to hug her. "Ah, pervert. Heartbreaker. Go hug Yoon," Tion exclaimed, quickly retreating with her food to escape Li Feng's grasp. "Wow, Yoon, you've stolen his heart." Li Feng's antics were humorously noted by the ever-watchful Soo-young. "How can you do this? Am I not enough? Are you after Tion too?" Yoon feigned sorrow, leaning on Jessica's shoulder. "Exactly. A man who is a heartbreaker is no good, especially if he chases after girls from the same group," Soo-young chimed in while stuffing her mouth. Soon, a playful uproar filled the practice room, and amidst it all, Tion squatted in a corner, unable to contain her laughter. At that moment, Li Feng felt that the pressure he faced was greater than the jeers from 50,000 Ajax fans. In the future, I will write about each of the 9 girls individually, as their distinct personalities are too complex to capture all at once. As Li Feng left the Girls' Generation practice room, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This trip to Korea had been nothing short of surreal. Girls' Generation, the leading girl group in Korea for the coming years. even hailed as the foremost in Asia, had come to life before him, intertwining their paths with his. The exhilaration was undeniable. He finally began to comprehend that these so-called stars were indeed just people, much like anyone else, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. After Li Feng departed, the girls began to discuss him. He's quite pleasant and generous. Not bad, Su-young commented first. His physique is decent. I wonder how his build is? Jessica mused, shifting the conversation towards physical appearance, as maintaining a good figure is highly valued in Korea, particularly among them. He's an athlete, so his physique must be good, Yune added, defending Li Feng. Wow, Yune is protective of her man. Yune's statement prompted teasing from Hyoyen. Although he's not handsome, he's not unattractive either, more of a charming type, and he gives off a friendly vibe, the members agreed, emphasizing that they valued personality over appearance. What's the use of good looks if he doesn't rely on them? Could this be what they call a love triangle? Su-young exclaimed, glancing back and forth between Tion and Yune. Triangle? I'm in a square relationship, Tion declared, lunging at Su-young playfully. I was wrong. Perverted Tion, let me go. I want to join your square relationship. Su-young squealed, half in jest. He's genuinely a good-hearted person, Seo-yun finally interjected. However, the girls were already in a frenzy, with Yune and Hyoyen playfully tussling. Tion and Su-young engaged in a mock battle, and Sunny and Jessica stirring up mischief, while Seo-yun retreated to a corner, hoping to avoid the chaos. South Korea is a relatively small country, yet it boasts an abundance of artists. Recently, Li Feng, after his departure, encountered a plethora of so-called celebrities. Not just one or two unfamiliar faces, but rather prominent figures he recognized, including the beloved Yoo Jae-suk and the fitness enthusiast Kim Jong-kook. Having unknowingly wandered to a football field after leaving the girl group practice room, Li Feng found himself amidst a gathering of spectators. On the field, a match was underway. Feeling somewhat bored, he took a seat to watch, and soon recognized several familiar silhouettes. Yoo Jae-suk, Kim Jong-kook, Kim Suaro, and Cha Tae-hyun. He recognized the first few from their show family outing, while his knowledge of Cha Tae-hyun stemmed from the classic film My Sassy Girl, as well as his participation in family outing. The others, however, were less familiar to him. As a professional footballer, Li Feng found the match lacking in excitement. But as an ordinary viewer, he acknowledged that both teams were playing reasonably well, especially the side featuring Yoo Jae-suk and Kim Jong-kook, who were undoubtedly Korean stars. Observing the players sprinting across the field, Li Feng suddenly felt an urge to join in. Over the past 6 months, he had developed a fervent love for football, relishing the exhilaration of running on the pitch, the sound of cheering fans, and the profound satisfaction of leading a team to victory. Just as he contemplated approaching them to request participation, an out-of-shape player from Kim Jong-kook's side twisted his ankle during a play, prompting a pause in the game. The injured player was assisted off the field, and Li Feng thought this might be his opportunity. It's nothing serious. A few days rest, and he should be fine, Kim Jong-kook assessed after inspecting the player. Well, I suppose we must conclude the match here, Cha Tae-hyun added, expressing his disappointment. It's a rare occasion for everyone to gather. Someone sighed. Perhaps I could give it a try, Li Feng suggested, stepping forward to address the group. Excuse me? Yoo Jae-suk responded, looking at the sudden newcomer. I couldn't help but notice your game. I felt a bit of an itch to play, so I thought I'd come over, Li Feng explained, quickly introducing himself. I apologize. I am Li Feng from China. Hello, Li Feng. I'm Yoo Jae-suk, he replied, bowing politely and extending his hand. It's an honor to meet you. I am a huge fan of your show family outing. I've watched every episode, Li Feng praised as he shook Yoo Jae-suk's hand. Thank you very much, Yoo Jae-suk replied graciously. Their conversation caught the attention of the others, and soon Kim Jong-kook could no longer contain himself and interrupted. Li Feng, do you play football? The opposing team is waiting, and if we let Yoo Jae-suk continue chatting, we might be here for half an hour. I play a bit, Li Feng said, demonstrating his skills by juggling a nearby ball. What position do you play? Kim Jong-kook inquired, impressed by Li Feng's adeptness. If possible, I'd like to play as a midfielder and take charge of organizing the team, Li Feng stated confidently, though he knew it was somewhat presumptuous given they were strangers. Kim Jong-kook hesitated. Although he recognized Li Feng's talent, he was wary of allowing someone he didn't know to join them unless absolutely necessary. Let us try it for 10 minutes. If I'm not suitable, I'll relinquish the role, Li Feng proposed, fully aware his request was bold. Yet he was unwilling to back down. After all, he was a key midfielder for a Dutch league team, a player scouted by Marco van Basten. Despite the Dutch league being a secondary tier in Europe, it was still a level above the Korean league, especially for an amateur match. This incident would later become a source of playful teasing for Kim Jong-kook from Yoo Jae-suk, who would joke about nearly rejecting one of the world's finest players. Kim Jong-kook could only defend himself by stating he was unaware of Li Feng's prowess at the time. Fortunately, Kim Jong-kook had brought a spare jersey, and after 10 minutes of warming up, Li Feng officially stepped onto the makeshift pitch. The match unfolded as expected, with Li Feng taking command of the celebrity team, orchestrating plays with ease, leaving the opposing team bewildered. The star players were astonished by the prowess of this self-volunteered, young Chinese player. Ultimately, the celebrity team triumphed decisively, with Yoo Jae-suk scoring 2 goals from Li Feng's precise passes. As soon as the match concluded, Kim Jong-kook approached Li Feng with courtesy, inquiring if he was a professional player. Upon receiving an affirmative response, a jubilant Yoo Jae-suk and team captain Kim Jong-kook invited Li Feng to join them for dinner. The following day, as Li Feng departed Korea, he sat on the plane reflecting on the previous night's events, his face flushing with embarrassment at having made the same blunder twice. He couldn't comprehend why young Korean girls enjoyed wandering by the Han River at such late hours, especially in the dead of winter. After the match concluded, Yoo Jae-suk and his friends had invited Li Feng to dinner. They exchanged phone numbers and, feeling a bit overindulged, he opted to walk back to his hotel. Unknowingly, he found himself back at the Han River, where he encountered another misunderstanding with a young girl. Li Feng internally vowed never to stroll along the Han River again. Before boarding the plane, he deliberated for a while before sending a message to Sun Yijin, who was engaged in a script discussion with the director and co-stars. By the time she read his message, Li Feng had already left Korea. His text conveyed a heartfelt sentiment. Since we cannot be part of each other's lives, let me protect you in another way. 3 hours later, the flight from Seoul to Guangzhou began its descent, and Li Feng returned to his homeland in Guangdong, where he had spent the last decade of his life. From elementary school through high school, the journey took him 2 hours, and upon arrival, he was greeted by his parents, who were still engaged in their small business, appearing youthful and vibrant. In this ordinary family setting, devoid of melodrama, Li Feng returned home to a simple meal prepared by his father, who had bought his favorite dishes, while his mother wrapped up her day early. His 2 younger sisters were also present, and the family enjoyed a humble yet joyful dinner together. After the meal, Li Feng gathered his close friends for a night of singing and gaming and internet CAF, indulging in the classic World of Warcraft. This moment marked a time of pure relaxation for him, surrounded by his closest companions, bringing immense joy. Li Feng relished this carefree existence for an entire week. Casting aside thoughts of football and everything that had transpired in Korea, cherishing each day spent in the company of friends. It wasn't until the 10th that he bid farewell to his parents and friends, embarking on his journey back to the Netherlands. Upon his return to the Netherlands, domestic sports channels aired news of Li Feng for the first time. World Football, the flagship program of the national sports channel, updated its viewers weekly. Hosted by the well-known Duan Xian and Liu Jianhong, figures familiar to any football enthusiast. Dear viewers, today we present a special segment featuring a young Chinese player making his debut on the European stage. This player may not only be unknown to us, but perhaps even to you watching at home, Duan Xian began. Indeed, regarding this player, we lack detailed information. After much deliberation, our production team ultimately decided, following a vote, to send 2 staff members to the Netherlands to gather insights. Today, we shall introduce this player. Liu Jianhong added. Li Feng, born on May 28, 1988, stands at 182 centimeters and plays as a defensive midfielder. Originally from Zhejiang, China, he has resided in Guangdong for nearly a decade. 6 months ago, he departed China to pursue his football dreams, joining FC Volendam, a club situated 20 kilometers from Amsterdam in the Dutch Eredivisie, currently holding the 11th position with 20 points. The screen displayed Li Feng clad in the number 28 jersey. I am certain that many are curious about this player. The following footage will detail his performances over the past 6 months. As Duan Xian commenced his commentary, the screen transitioned to showcase FC Volendam's first match, with Li Feng seated on the substitutes bench. Upon the initial broadcast, Chinese fans watching at home could not conceal their disappointment. They found it perplexing that a player would be a substitute at such an obscure club, questioning what merit there was in reporting on this. Nevertheless, despite their disillusionment, fans continued to watch, driven by an unwavering sense of patriotism. Even though Chinese football has often been disappointing and the Football Association frustrating, criticism aside, support remains steadfast. This is the essence of national pride. FC Volendam faced 3 consecutive losses, followed by 5, then 7, plunging the entire club into despair. The fans' expressions mirrored hopelessness, and the head coach's position was precarious, while Feng spent the first 7 matches on the bench without even a minute of playtime. However, the scene shifted as FC Volendam approached their 8th match. Following the streak of defeats, under challenging circumstances, Feng finally took to the pitch in the second half. At this moment, fans watching at home sensed a change. Their hearts stirred with anticipation. They understood that the team required a hero to emerge, akin to their yearning for someone to rescue Chinese football. The subsequent scenes did not disappoint. Feng, upon being substituted in, delivered an outstanding performance that revitalized the faltering team. With a goal and an assist, he pulled the team back from the brink. As he fervently pointed to his name on the back of his jersey, the fans at home clearly heard him proclaim, "I am Feng, I come from China. Please cheer for me." Observing Feng's exuberant celebration on screen, many fans had tears in their eyes. This moment was something the Chinese fans had longed for. Although it was merely a regular match in the Netherlands, it did not diminish the fans' pure excitement. In a country with the largest population, the realization that not a single globally recognized star could be found was disheartening. At this moment, fans held on to hope that perhaps this young man on their screens could herald a change for Chinese football. The subsequent match lived up to their expectations, with Feng establishing his place within the team. The tactics of FC Volendam began to revolve around him, and he proved his capabilities through remarkable performances. In the 10 matches he played, the team achieved an impressive record of 6 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, completely distancing themselves from relegation. His exceptional display captured the attention of Ajax and Marco van Basten, who sought to bring him to Amsterdam. Chapter 39. Stepping into the spotlight, the production team dedicated an entire hour to introducing Feng. Dear viewers, I believe your sentiments mirror mine at this moment, as we are all Chinese fans, and we have every reason to anticipate the future of this young talent, who may bring us unexpected delight, Lu Jianhong remarked post-video. According to the staff members we sent to FC Volendam, due to the winter break, the players are currently on holiday, so we did not meet this player. However, we did obtain his personal contact number from the club. I attempted to reach him several times, but the phone was off. Now, I shall call once more to see if I can connect. Perhaps luck was on the production team's side at that moment. Feng had just disembarked from a flight and exited the airport. "Hello," Feng answered, perplexed by the unfamiliar number. "Is this Mr. Feng?" came a voice on the other end. "Yes, may I ask who this is?" Feng replied. "Ah, that's wonderful. Hello, I am Duan Xian, the host of the program World Football from the National Sports Channel. This is my co-host, Lu Jianhong." They introduced themselves. "Haha, do you think I'm foolish? I could just as easily claim to be the FIFA president." Feng skeptically responded, about to hang up. "Wait, Mr. Feng, we truly are from the World Football program. We acquired your number through the club. You can verify with them," Duan Xian urged. The authenticity began to resonate with Feng. "This is real. This episode will cover everything about you in the Netherlands. We're calling you live while recording," Duan Xian continued. "Oh, I must watch it later," Feng replied, feeling a sense of joy. "We made numerous attempts to contact you, but we couldn't get through," Duan Xian added. "Apologies, I was on a flight and just landed," Feng explained. "So, Mr. Feng, you have returned to the Netherlands?" "Yes, I took a short trip back home and just arrived in Amsterdam today." "What a pity. If we had known you were in the country, we would have invited you over," both Duan Xian and Lu Jianhong lamented. "Haha, thank you, but I'm not a star. I doubt anyone in China recognizes me," Feng humbly replied. "I believe after this episode airs, you will undoubtedly become a major star in China," Duan Xian complimented. "Well then, thank you for helping to raise my profile," Feng laughed appreciatively. "Could you possibly say a few words to the Chinese fans?" Lu Jianhong suggested. "Hello, everyone. I am Feng. Perhaps you do not know who I am yet, but I hope in the future you will. I come from China and am a football player." Feng introduced himself. "Thank you very much for your call, Mr. Feng. On behalf of our production team, I extend an invitation for you to join our program," Duan Xian concluded. "Regrettably, I cannot accept at this moment. The league resumes in a week, and I cannot return home," Feng declined. "Mr. Feng, you misunderstood. We have staff currently in the Netherlands and hope to conduct a brief interview before the league resumes. After the season concludes, "We wish for you to participate in the show," Duan Xian clarified. "All right, I can agree to that. But I must hang up now as my friend is here to pick me up." Li Feng thought for a moment before agreeing. "Thank you, Mr. Li Feng, for accepting our call," they concluded. "He is a remarkably grounded young man," Lu Jianhong remarked after the call ended. At that moment, a stylishly dressed Sylvia approached Li Feng, inquiring, "How was your holiday? Did you enjoy your time in Korea?" "It was all right. I made a lot of friends," Li Feng replied, putting his phone back in his pocket. "Oh, and how about you, in Asian?" Sylvia asked curiously. "What's the matter? Isn't it just like you? You are my sister, and she is my elder sister." Li Feng playfully tousled Sylvia's hair before hastily departing. Sylvia, however, was indifferent to the disarray of her hair. She wisely refrained from asking further questions, having already discerned Li Feng's demeanor. Yet, she found it puzzling how two individuals, clearly harboring mutual affection, could suddenly find themselves at an impasse. In fact, she had previously exchanged text messages with Sun Yijin. Upon entering Sylvia's car, Li Feng returned to Volendam after a 2-week hiatus, to this quaint town that stirred fond memories. From this day forth, he resolved to devote himself entirely to the matches, for the fans, the club, and most importantly, for himself. The following day, Li Feng reported back to the club and subsequently participated in an interview with staff from the National Sports Channel. The interview was brief, lasting around half an hour, during which they inquired about his daily life and the differences between the Netherlands and China. This segment focused solely on Li Feng, after which the staff sought out club personnel and teammates, ultimately engaging with fans from the town. The most astonishing revelation for the staff was Li Feng's remarkable reputation within this small community. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was known by all. They visited numerous shops and spoke with dozens of fans, nearly all of whom sang his praises. Within just 6 months, this young man from China had become a local hero. It is worth noting that the Netherlands is a country with significant issues of racial discrimination, and even the national team had faced serious controversies related to this issue. Following the visit, the two staff members from China felt a sense of pride. When the segment aired in China, it further amplified Li Feng's fame, marking his transition from an ordinary individual to a genuine football star. Nevertheless, such accolades were of little concern to Li Feng at that moment. Once the extraneous factors were resolved, Li Feng redirected his focus solely on football, resuming his routine life that revolved around the club's training ground and the home of a Dutch uncle. This daily regimen remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of a few friends from Korea with whom he exchanged messages during his breaks. Back home, due to the coverage by World Football, Li Feng officially stepped into the public eye of his compatriots. Various major websites began reporting on him, albeit with similar information to that presented by World Football. Yet this significantly enhanced his recognition in China. Chapter 40. The flames of war reignite as the winter break arrived. It heralded the resurgence of activity in the European transfer market. The top striker of the Eredivisie successfully departed from the Netherlands, as the Galactic Armada secured the Dutch forward for a sum of 27 million euros, making him the winter transfer king. The club had scoured Europe for potential replacements for the injured Ruud van Nistelrooy, ultimately signing Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, whose technical attributes mirrored those of Van Nistelrooy. This ambitious Dutch striker realized his dream of joining a prestigious club, specifically the foremost club in Europe. However, Li Feng was acutely aware that with the return of Florentino Perez next season, Real Madrid was poised for a complete overhaul, making it exceedingly difficult for players acquired under the previous president, Calder N, to remain. Thus, after a brief tenure at Real Madrid, Huntelaar transferred to Milan, serving as compensation for Kak's arrival at the Bernabeu. Additionally, Real Madrid secured Frenchman Nadir Belhaj for 20 million euros, a player often dubbed the new Makelele, who had risen to fame at Chelsea, while Barcelona, renowned for its extravagant summer acquisitions, remained inactive during the winter. Atletico Madrid re-signed Reyes, and Real Betis welcomed back Oliveira, who had failed to make an impact in Milan as a substitute for Shevchenko. Outside of Real Madrid's frenzied activity, other clubs in the winter transfer market made little significant movement. Arsenal successfully acquired Russian Tsar Arshavin after a protracted saga lasting nearly a month, while Manchester City continued to spend extravagantly, bringing in Nigel de Jong. Liverpool, unfortunately, faced a setback, as their high-priced signing Robbie Keane returned to Tottenham after just half a season, costing them dearly. The Bundesliga remained as tranquil as ever, with Bayern Munich being the only club engaging in notable transactions, including the acquisition of Ukrainian international Anatoly Tymashchuk for 10.9 million euros, and the return of Lukas Podolski to KLN for 10 million euros. The biggest news in Serie A was the return of the charismatic David Beckham to Europe, as he joined Italian giants AC Milan on loan, creating a sensation across the continent. Beckham's influence far surpasses that of ordinary players, and he was joined at Milan by Thiago Silva, who would later rise to prominence as one of the world's top defenders. The narrative of transfers is as captivating as a Hollywood blockbuster, with twists and turns that often outshine any scripted drama. One day, a club might express interest in a player, only to find the following day that the very player has joined a rival team, the pace of change defying imagination. The transfer market has always been a battleground among Europe's elite clubs, with typical clubs feeling little impact unless they possess an exceptionally talented player who piques the interest of the giants. However, the challenge lies not in retaining players, but in negotiating for higher transfer fees. Currently, Feng stands as the most prominent figure in Volendam. Following his impressive performance against Ajax and Marco van Basten's commendation, he has garnered a modest yet notable reputation in the Netherlands. Initially, Volendam feared that this winter break would attract suitors for Feng, but it ultimately proved to be an unfounded concern. After he explicitly rejected Ajax, no other club attempted to pursue him, especially since he had previously stated his intention to remain with Volendam for the season. Consequently, no club has yet made an offer. This alleviated the concerns of the Volendam management and provided solace to the fans, as the league was set to resume shortly. After a week of recovery training, the players gradually regained their form, and Volendam prepared for its first match of the second half of the season, facing the league leaders, AZ Alkmaar. Managed by Louis van Gaal, this marked Van Gaal's fourth season at the helm, and historically, it would be his last, as he was destined to take charge of Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga. This season, it was not Ajax, led by Marco van Basten, that would break PSV Eindhoven's dominance, but rather AZ Alkmaar, a team that had finished in 11th place the previous season and was on the brink of Van Gaal's departure. Notably, Van Gaal has a reputation for nurturing young talent, having developed numerous players at Ajax, as well as at Barcelona, where he promoted the likes of Xavi, Puyol, Iniesta, and Valdes. Currently, AZ Alkmaar boasts several promising young talents, including future Tottenham star Moussa Dembélé, Argentine goalkeeper Sergio Romero, Dutch international Dazzle, and Mexican international Moreno, among others. The current formation of AZ Alkmaar is a 4-4-2 setup, featuring Hamdawi, the league's top scorer with 12 goals in 17 matches. Beneath him lies the future European top striker, Luis Suarez. The central midfield duo consists of Dazzle and De Silva, both versatile players capable of excelling in both offensive and defensive roles, while the flanks are occupied by Belgian internationals Dembélé and Mertens. The lineup of FC Volendam remains unchanged from the first half of the season. There have been no player departures or arrivals during the winter break. Welcome back, everyone. I am your old friend, Murin, announced the familiar voice of a Volendam supporter on television. I am Jonk, and it is only fitting that I commentate on a Volendam match, replied the commentator, Wim Jonk. Harvim, I imagine your feelings about this match are quite complex. After all, one team is your former club, and the coach was the one who honed your skills to become an outstanding player, Murin teased. Well, I know you're up to no good. I admit my emotions are indeed complicated. I neither wish for Volendam to lose, nor for my former boss to win. Jonk replied, looking troubled. Haha, that's impossible. In football, there can only be win or lose. Murin laughed at Jonk's dilemma. Isn't there such a thing as a draw? Jonk shot back, casting a glance at Murin. All right then, silently pray in your heart for a draw, Murin said, refraining from teasing Jonk as the match was about to commence. After more than 20 days, the Dutch league ignites once more. Amidst the cheers of 6,000 fans at Veronica, the match between Volendam and AZ Alkmaar officially commenced with the referee's whistle. It cannot be denied that AZ Alkmaar possesses formidable strength. Even their lesser players are national team representatives from second-tier European football nations. In this regard, Volendam cannot compare, as none of their squad members are international players. The team has only 2 foreign players, Feng and Valenta, neither of whom has yet represented their country. From the onset, AZ Alkmaar displayed the prowess of league leaders, dominating the match and keeping Volendam firmly confined to their half. Had it not been for Volendam's collective defense, Their goal would have been breached within the first 10 minutes. Nevertheless, it was not long before Volendam succumbed, under the relentless assault of AZ Alkmaar. The breakthrough came in the 18th minute. Dazzle's long-range shot was parried, but Hamdawi capitalized on the rebound to score. The offensive onslaught from Alkmaar continued unabated, with Dazzle and De Silva alternating their attacks. The goal came from De Silva's cross to Dembele, who, after executing a couple of step-overs, broke past Koning and dashed into the penalty area. However, he was ultimately thwarted by the recovering Feng, who disrupted the play. The ball fell to Dazzle outside the box. He shot without hesitation, powerful but straight at Van Hoen, who managed to parry it. But the force of the shot caused him to fumble, allowing Hamdawi to score on the follow-up. In the 18th minute, Volendam's goal succumbed to the might of AZ Alkmaar. Just when it seemed Volendam would face a dismal defeat, Feng immediately retaliated, taking advantage of Alkmaar's complacency following their goal. Feng orkestrata a brilliant counterattack. After the kickoff, the ball found its way to him as he initiated a breakthrough. As he crossed the halfway line, Dazzle rushed in, attempting to intercept. However, instead of challenging Dazzle head-on, Feng passed the ball to the trailing Butts and continued his advance. Seeing Feng's pass, Dazzle bypassed him to pursue Butts, who, upon noticing Dazzle's approach, advanced the ball forward without hesitation. Feng, receiving the ball with his back to the opponent, felt pressure from Alkmaar's other defensive midfielder, De Silva. In that moment, Feng executed a remarkable maneuver. Despite De Silva's imposing presence, he maintained his balance and performed a Marseille turn. A bit stiff and lacking the grace of Zidane, yet sufficient to surpass De Silva. A resounding cheer erupted from the Veronica Stadium as Feng executed the Marseille turn and broke past De Silva. Without any pause, he charged toward Alkmaar's penalty area, drawing defenders Duby and Van Sanen away to create space. However, at that moment, Alkmaar's center-back Moreno abandoned Van Sanen to confront Feng. Unfortunately, Feng lost control of the ball, which rolled toward Moreno. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Moreno hesitated, bewildered by Feng's earlier brilliance and now his inability to manage the ball. Feng, however, had intended this. He accelerated, touching the ball just before Moreno could. As he bypassed him, Jonk exclaimed, interrupting Murin. It was a deliberate ploy by Feng to lure Moreno in, and before the defender could react, Feng surged forward, lightly nudging the ball past him. Feng entered the penalty area, faced only by the Alkmaar goalkeeper. Murin leapt in excitement as Romero Sergio shouted when Feng broke past Moreno. To everyone's astonishment, Feng opted to pass instead of shooting, delivering the ball to the better positioned Van Sanen. "Oh my, he is so selfless," Murin exclaimed as Van Sanen calmly slotted the ball into the empty net, equalizing for Volendam. This goal was largely credited to Feng's ingenuity, prompting Murin to roar with joy, disregarding his own throat. At the moment of the pass, Feng had envisioned Van Sanen's movement. Noticing Moreno's failure to follow, he adjusted his decision from a shot to a pass, presenting Van Sanen with a golden opportunity. "Feng, I absolutely adore you," Van Sanen exclaimed, enveloping Feng in a tight embrace after scoring, soon joined by teammates Duby, Butts, and others who crowded around them. "Craig, let go of me, I can barely breathe." Feng gasped as his teammates reluctantly released him at his urging. "Damn it. Had I known it would be like this, I would have shot," Feng muttered, casting a fierce glance at Van Sanen. This goal significantly dampened Alkmaar's morale while greatly uplifting Volendam's spirits. "How about that young lad? Quite impressive, isn't he? Van Gaal," observing the jubilant Feng being celebrated by his teammates, was approached by his assistant, Hook. Yes, all right, but we need to keep watching," Van Gaal replied, not angered by the earlier goal conceded. The previous goal was a stroke of individual brilliance, unforeseen in his plans. The players were not at fault. If anyone erred, it was the coaching staff for not recognizing Feng's potential beforehand. However, it is quite curious that this young man turned down Ajax's invitation. In the Netherlands, rejecting Ajax is almost unfathomable. Dutch football owes much to Ajax. Without them, there would be no modern Dutch football, he mused. "Who knows? He isn't even Dutch," Van Gaal remarked, gesturing for the players to continue their offensive strategy as he casually returned to his seat. Among the teams coached by Van Gaal, there has never been a shortage of midfield orchestrators. During his tenure at Ajax, he had players like Winter, Jonkind, Rijkaard, and Sneijder. At Barcelona, He worked with Guardiola and Xavi, and later at Bayern, he transformed Schweinsteiger into a midfield metronome. This underscores the pivotal role of a midfield conductor within Van Gaal's tactical framework. Chapter 42. The hero departs currently. AZ Alkmaar lacks a midfielder that aligns with Van Gaal's vision. Throughout his tenure, he has deployed numerous young players, with the most promising being De Silva, dazzle, and Steins. However, these three players share similar characteristics, epitomized by a term that can only be described as balanced in both attack and defense. They exhibit remarkable versatility. Whether in offense, defense, or organization, they're capable, yet one could argue that their overall performance borders on mediocrity. This reality leaves Van Gaal in a state of frustration. In the broader context of the Eredivisie, there's a conspicuous absence of a midfield genius akin to Sneijder, compelling Van Gaal to make do with what he has. At least they are preferable to Van Basten, who currently struggles to find a competent midfielder. Whenever Van Gaal reflects on Ajax's midfield, he feels a pang of sympathy for Van Basten, although there is also a sense of schadenfreude, as direct competitors in the league. The misfortunes of others can often be perceived as one's own fortune. Returning focus to the pitch, thanks to Feng's splendid individual performance, Volendam equalized merely 3 minutes after conceding. In the subsequent play, he received special attention, with dazzle closely marking him. The moment Feng gained possession, dazzle would adhere to him, denying any space for breakthroughs. However, dazzle soon realized that Feng was not intent on dribbling as before. Instead, he opted for passing to control the tempo of the game, which proved challenging for dazzle. His physicality and speed paled in comparison to Feng's, who made swift passes without allowing the ball to linger at his feet. Consequently, dazzle could only trail behind Feng, but his remarkable endurance allowed him to keep pace. Most of the first half saw the ball predominantly under Alkmaar's control. Yet Volendam managed a few commendable attacks under Feng's orchestration, concluding the first half at 1-1. However, it was an understatement to say that Feng's stamina was severely taxed. He had been running tirelessly for the entire 45 minutes. "How are you feeling?" In the away team's locker room, Van Gaal inquired of the panting dazzle. He was acutely aware of his protégé's physical condition and endurance, which were critical in the context of the Eredivisie, especially with Sneijder's departure. "I'm fine," dazzle replied, lifting his head. "All right, you must endure for another 20 minutes in the second half, and then I will substitute you for Steins," Van Gaal nodded. "In the second half, I will intensify our offensive efforts. Musa, Martins, if you cannot keep up, I will replace you as well," he added, directing his attention to the two wingers who had been somewhat subdued in the first half. On the other side, in the main locker room, Adelar expressed concern as he observed Feng. "If you cannot continue, do not push yourself. We still have 16 matches ahead," Adelar cautioned. "I can manage. Substitute me when I can no longer run," Feng replied stubbornly. He was indeed fatigued, facing dazzle's relentless marking and attack, while also contending with two midfielders pressing him defensively. Against Alkmaar's flanks, Volendam's side truly lacked support. Had it not been for But's continuously extinguishing fires on both sides, the scoreline would certainly not be 1-1. Dear friends, welcome back. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams returned to the field. It appears both coaches are confident in their lineups, as neither has made any changes, Mullen remarked, observing the players re-entering the pitch. As the second half commenced, Volendam kicked off, and the ball quickly found Feng's feet. dazzle resumed his tight marking, determined to deny Feng any opportunity to break through. In addition to dazzle, De Silva was lurking nearby, ready to pounce should Feng evade dazzle's grasp, ensuring that the first half's goal would not be repeated. In truth, even if they did not position themselves so closely, Feng lacked the capacity to replicate his earlier maneuvers. It is worth noting that his dribbling skill was only rated at 15 points, making such action somewhat arduous, especially considering his extreme fatigue. Yet, even if he could not break through, Feng possessed the most crucial skill of an orchestrator, an exceptional overall vision and a knack for precise passing. When dazzle closed in, Feng passed the ball to the left side, where Meijers awaited. Meijers attempted to advance down the left flank, but was quickly intercepted by Alkmaar's right back, Gilswieters. In desperation, Meijers could only pass back to the supporting Bakens. Bakens then returned the ball to Feng, but at that moment, Feng noticed Duby had surged to the edge of Alkmaar's penalty area. With a long pass, he sent the ball soaring across the entire half, targeting Duby. Alkmaar's two center-backs were both shorter, agile defenders. tasked with marking Duby, was Finnish international Moisander, who stood at only 182 centimeters. Duby easily controlled the ball. But once he did so, he struggled to turn as Moisander was tightly pressing against him. Moreno quickly approached to provide support, while Van Sanen lingered near the center circle, unable to assist. Ultimately, Duby managed a weak shot after a forced turn, ending Volendam's attack. In a reciprocal display, Alkmaar's players may not have been familiar with the saying, "What goes around comes around," yet they certainly acted upon it. Romero threw the ball to Moreno, who played a direct pass to De Silva, who then launched a long ball to the right, landing at Martin's feet. The Belgian winger began to showcase his remarkable skills. With a flurry of acceleration and breakthroughs, Meejers and Bacons found themselves helpless, merely watching as Martins charged into Volendam's penalty area. However, just as Martins prepared to shoot, Butts arrived just in time, thwarting Martin's attempt and ultimately conceding a corner to Alkmaar. In the first 20 minutes of the second half, although Alkmaar maintained a comprehensive grip over Volendam, they were cautious in their pressing, wary of Li Feng's presence. Through a series of precise passes, Li Feng demonstrated to Alkmaar that should they overextend in their pursuit, he could exploit his exceptional vision and accurate passing to initiate a counterattack. However, a shift occurred in the 70th minute. 5 minutes prior, Dazzle was substituted by Van Gaal, and the newly introduced Sals began to relentlessly challenge Li Feng, who was now at his physical limits. Ultimately, in the 70th minute, Li Feng could no longer endure and collapsed on the field. Friends, let us applaud as we bid farewell to our hero, as Li Feng was supported off the pitch by Butts and Van Sanen spectators. Both at home and in the stadium rose to their feet in applause. Even Alkmaar's players and fans could not resist joining in the ovation for Li Feng. Friends, I must speak some uncomfortable truths. As the latter half of the season begins, the opportunities for Volendam fans to witness Feng donning the Volendam jersey on the pitch will gradually diminish. He is simply too exceptional and destined to become a great player. Moving on to illustrious clubs, Mullen remarked, gazing emotionally at Li Feng as he departed. Li Feng's performance on the pitch is undeniable. His presence instilled fear in Alkmaar, preventing them from pressing forward fully. As it stands, the score remains 1-1. He is forever filled with passion and determination, never yielding and giving his all. In Chapter 43, the competition for him intensifies. You are right. This young lad is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that Marco has taken an interest in him. At this moment, Van Gaal acknowledges his assistant's words while watching Li Feng being helped off the field. Van Gaal's praise serves as a significant commendation for Li Feng's effort. Renowned for nurturing countless talented players, Van Gaal's acknowledgement is a rare honor. If his surrounding players were to hear this, they might evoke envy, for Van Gaal has never described them in such glowing terms. His assistant, Hawk, is taken aback after years of following Van Gaal. He knows his friend's sentiments all too well. Should the club make an offer? Hawk follows Van Gaal's gaze toward Li Feng, who, despite his vigorous efforts on the pitch, now struggles to lift his water bottle, revealing the extent of his exertion. Do you believe any club in the Netherlands can compete with Ajax? Van Gaal retracts his gaze and poses this question to his assistant. Hawk nods in agreement. After all, this young fellow even turned down Ajax's advances. Nonetheless,
even without an offer, it might be prudent for club to inquire about his availability. However, Van Gaal's subsequent words leave Hawk speechless,
further confirming his admiration for Li Feng, for he would not persistently urge the club to inquire if he were not genuinely impressed. Smith replaces Li Feng on the field, but it is apparent that Smith cannot measure up to him. The subsequent match is dominated by Alkmaar, and in the final 20 minutes, Volendam succumbs to Alkmaar's relentless assault, conceding 2 goals and concluding the match with a score of 1-3. In the post-match press conference, Van Gaal does not shy away from expressing his admiration for Li Feng, calling him an exceptional young player. In this match, he has exerted himself to the utmost, and it is due to his presence that our victory was delayed by a full 70 minutes. Mr. Van Gaal, do you wish to bring this Chinese player to your team? The reporters in attendance buzz with excitement, as the Dutch transfer market has been rather stagnant, with only Huntelaar being brought to Bernabeu during the winter break, leaving no other notable transactions. If possible, why not? I believe no club in the Netherlands would refuse such an outstanding young player. Van Gaal responded with a smile. Meanwhile, sitting beside him, Adelaar, already irked by the loss, can no longer contain himself and exclaims that Feng is the club's most crucial player and is not for sale before storming out of the press conference. This rascal Adelar, departing the press conference, does not forget to hurl insults at Van Gaal. Everyone knows that in this world, nothing is truly untouchable, yet Van Gaal seems unfazed, revealing the answer that the reporters yearn to hear. At this moment, the reporters grow restless, including one from Alkmaar, who hope for their club's continued strength, while another from Amsterdam, as a primary rival, wishes to see their opponent weakened. Among them is a reporter from China Sports Weekly, sent to the Netherlands on short notice, initially disgruntled about covering a relatively unknown young player. However, the unfolding events lead him to realize that this Chinese player is unlike others who venture abroad. After all, seated before him is a world-class coach. Following this match, Sports Weekly prominently features an article titled Appreciation from a World-Class Coach, a young player from China to capture attention. The reporter begins to extol Li Feng's performance. And while his prowess is undeniable, the journalist's enthusiasm elevates Li Feng to near-mythical status, almost equating him to a divine force. Subsequently, the match is broadcasted on Football Night, and the image of Li Feng, exhausted and aided off the field, resonates with many fans. Apart from a few close friends, even acquaintances in South Korea send messages of support, as the Dutch league has garnered some attention due to the presence of Korean players. Yet none are aware of the person who occupies Li Feng's heart. In truth, Li Feng remains unaware that the one he cherishes has been watching the game intently, deeply concerned as he was helped off the pitch. After much internal conflict, she picks up her phone, only to set it down again, opting instead to follow his journey silently. Indeed, the following day, Amsterdam newspapers report that Van Gaal has set his sights on Li Feng, intending to secure him. Ajax, the first club to recognize Li Feng's talent, cannot remain idle upon hearing this news. They promptly submit a bid of €3 million to Volendam. In addition to Ajax's offer, Alkmaar also inquires about a potential deal. Unexpectedly, Groningen enters the fray with a €2 million bid, while two other prominent clubs join the mix, seemingly to disrupt the negotiations between Alkmaar and Ajax. Suddenly, Li Feng has become a coveted asset in the Eredivisie, attracting interest from 5 clubs: the traditional giants Ajax, PSV, and Feyenoord, alongside the league leaders Alkmaar and the formidable Groningen. Feng is an exceptional young player who could greatly benefit PSV, comments PSV's coach, Stevens. Feyenoord has had a disappointing season. We lack a player who can create opportunities for the team, and it is clear that Feng possesses such abilities, remarks Feyenoord's new head coach, Janssen. Seeing these two clubs meddling, Van Basten can no longer remain passive. He uses his connections to obtain Li Feng's phone number and calls him the day after the match, hoping to invite him to dinner in Amsterdam. Faced with Van Basten's invitation, Li Feng finds it hard to refuse. Coincidentally, due to the previous day's match, Coach Adelar has granted him a day off, and Sylvia, who is returning to Amsterdam for school, offers him a ride. Thus, Li Feng travels to Amsterdam in her car, having just obtained his driver's license, but never having driven before, and currently lacking a vehicle of his own. Chapter 44. Another refusal. Are you really not leaving us? Sylvia asks Li Feng repeatedly in the car. Please, how many times must I say it? I will not leave Volendam this season. Even if I depart next season, it will only be to leave the Netherlands, not to join another Dutch club and become Volendam's rival. Li Feng responds, somewhat exasperated. From now on, we may not have the opportunity to meet frequently, Sylvia murmured. However, the car was so small that Li Feng naturally heard her. No matter where the future may lead, I remain who I am, Sylvia's brother, the Chinese child of the uncle, and I will certainly be in Europe. Li Feng gently tousled Sylvia's golden hair and remarked that, for him, a transfer felt distant, as the second half of the season had just begun. He was acutely aware of his current situation. His attributes had not improved, making it impossible for him to secure a place in a prestigious club. His present performance was largely attributed to his innate talent for reading the game. Well, humph. Once you become a star player, I will cling to you, living off you, Sylvia retorted, pushing Li Feng's hand away and wrinkling her delicate nose. What about your future boyfriend? Won't he get jealous? Li Feng Chocolat. PSH, our Dutch men are not nearly as petty as you Eastern men, Sylvia replied nonchalantly. All right, as long as your boyfriend doesn't mind, it's up to you. The future is still far away, Li Feng said, being a person of gratitude. Without the Dutch uncle, he would not be where he is today. Also, you should find a manager, Sylvia reminded him. noting that Feng had gained considerable recognition in the Netherlands, especially after recent events. "Ah, I would like that, but I don't want to be controlled. The idea of a manager is indeed worth considering, but I don't want to just pick anyone. I suppose I view managers with too much trepidation, as I truly know little about them," Feng confessed. The two continued their light-hearted conversation as they made their way to Amsterdam. Subsequently, they parted ways. Sylvia went directly back to school, while Feng headed to the restaurant mentioned by Van Basten. Initially, Van Basten had wanted to meet Feng in the evening, but due to his lack of transportation, it was rescheduled to noon. The restaurant was rather old-fashioned. Upon entering, Feng noticed numerous pictures of Ajax legends adorning the walls. While he did not recognize all of them, he was familiar with several, including Wim Jonk, Rijkaard Van Basten, Van Gaal, Van der Vaart, and Sneijder, creating a dazzling spectacle. "Hey Feng, Marco has been waiting for you," an elderly man said as Feng stood for some time. "Hello," Feng politely extended his hand. "No need for such formality, young man. Marco hasn't been here in a long time. It's rare for him to come today. I'm currently in the kitchen." The Dutch elder gestured with his greasy hand, indicating he couldn't shake hands. The elder exhibited the quintessential Dutch warmth. After a brief conversation, he led Feng into a small private room where Europe's greatest forward sat deep in thought. "Marco, the young lad you invited has arrived," the elder reminded Van Basten, who remained unresponsive. "Oh, my apologies." Van Basten stood up, extending his hand with a friendly smile. "Hello, Feng." "Hello, Mr. Van Basten." Feng quickly responded, grasping his large, sturdy hand. Van Basten, towering at 189 meters, had a genuinely warm expression. After they sat down, Van Basten began by praising Feng's performance in the last match before recounting the history of this cherished old establishment. It had been operating for nearly 60 years and was a must-visit for anyone joining Ajax, becoming a cherished tradition. "Hole, your cooking remains exceptional," Van Basten said to the elder named Hole after their meal, giving him a thumbs up. "Thank you," Hole beamed at the compliment. "Feng, Ajax is lacking in midfield, especially after Wesley's departure. A club that once boasted a plethora of talent now struggles to find a satisfactory successor," Van Basten lamented, recalling Ajax's glorious past, a Dutch star factory renowned worldwide. "If you are willing, you could become the core of Ajax's midfield, and our tactics will revolve around you," Van Basten earnestly stated to Feng. "Mr. Van Basten, I'm truly grateful for your recognition. It is an honor. Moreover, joining Ajax is indeed alluring. However, I cannot accept your offer. Perhaps you are unaware that before joining Volendam, I had never played any professional matches. Volendam is my first club. When I arrived in Europe alone, it was a confusing time in my life. I owe my current standing to Volendam, so I do not wish to leave them at this moment. One must understand the importance of gratitude, and I want to help Volendam remain in the top division. Even if I were to leave in the future, I would not want to become their adversary. You see, the fans there cherish me, and I cannot imagine being seen as an enemy at the Veronica Stadium," Feng expressed. Throughout Feng's speech, Van Basten observed him intently, recognizing that Feng spoke from the heart. "How regrettable it is that I have missed the opportunity to coach a player who may achieve greatness," Van Basten said, his tone infused with unspoken regret. "Although I cannot become your disciple, I hope to have the honor of being your friend." Feng expressed his gratitude for Van Basten's appreciation. The three offers he received demonstrated Van Basten's sincerity and regard. "Of course, but please refrain from calling me Mr. Friends call me Marco. Feel free to call me Feng," Van Basten replied, his expression brightening as he extended his broad hand once more. That is so wonderful. I can boast to my friends about being friends with Europe's greatest forward." Feng laughed heartily and shook Van Basten's hand again. Their initial handshake had been polite. This time, they had truly become friends. After approximately half an hour of pleasant conversation, Feng and Van Basten parted ways amicably. However, their meeting was noticed by reporters in Amsterdam, and the next day it made headlines. That night, Feng received an unexpected call from Van Gaal. Upon learning of Feng's meeting with Van Basten, Van Gaal could not contain his excitement. During the call, he expressed admiration for Feng and extended an invitation for him to join Alkmaar in their quest for the pinnacle of Dutch football. Nevertheless, Feng remained steadfast against the allure of a championship. After all, he did not wish to join midway through a season. Such a victory would lack credibility. Thus, Feng declined Van Gaal's offer, echoing the sentiments he had shared with Van Basten. His response only deepened Van Gaal's admiration for him, as Li Feng's values stood out in an era of utilitarian football that prevailed across Europe. Chapter 45. Rising to prominence the following day. Major newspapers in Amsterdam published photographs of Li Feng's encounter with Van Basten, emphasizing the traditional Ajax setting of their meeting. Such coverage ignited the imaginations of fans, suggesting that this Chinese player from Volendam was one step closer to joining Ajax, fulfilling Van Basten's long-held dream for a midfielder. When Volendam fans saw these reports, they erupted in outrage, for Li Feng had promised on the club's official website that he would not leave this season. The news struck them as a profound betrayal, and had it not been for Li Feng's popularity, he would have faced significant difficulty navigating the town at that moment. Having learned from past experiences, Li Feng quickly sensed something amiss upon entering the club. He sought out the newspapers and, unsurprisingly, discovered headlines featuring a photograph of himself leaving the restaurant with Van Basten, the content implying an agreement between them. Soon, Adelaar appeared before Li Feng, his face a shade of iron. I merely had a meal with Marco. I certainly did not reach any nonsensical agreement. I never contemplated leaving Volendam for Ajax at this juncture. Without waiting for Adelaar to speak, Li Feng explained. Upon hearing his words, Adelaar's expression softened considerably. "What is the situation?" he inquired. Li Feng, not one to conceal the truth, disclosed everything. When Adelaar learned that Van Basten had still chosen to decline despite Li Feng's sincere overtures, even he could not help but feel moved. For such an act of integrity was exceedingly rare. Were it any other player, over 90% would have readily acquiesced, even willing to clash with their original club. Such instances abound in the football world. Which player does not yearn for the grandeur of a prestigious club? Playing is but a means to ascend to greatness, to gain fame and fortune. Yet, Li Feng resisted these temptations, a quality most commendable. Do not idealize the situation too greatly. I am but human. I merely state that I will not leave the club at this moment, but at the season's end, should clubs from other nations make offers, I would consider departing. Li Feng could not endure Adelaar's gaze any longer. That matter pertains to the season's conclusion. Let us address the current situation. Adelaar was acutely aware that Volendam could not retain Li Feng, especially as his performance continued to shine. Did he not see that 5 clubs in the Netherlands were now vying for Li Feng's signature, with 3 major teams making their move? Let us create a video to publish on the official website, Li Feng suggested after some contemplation. That idea is quite favorable, Adelaar concurred. Volendam was not a major club. They typically did not hold press conferences like the giants of the league. Thus, in short order, Li Feng's video appeared on the official site. In it, he clarified his relationship with Van Basten, firmly stating that they were friends and that their gathering was merely a friendly reunion. He solemnly declared that he would not be leaving Volendam this season, expressing his heartfelt sentiment that even if he were to depart in the future, he would not join any other club in the Netherlands, as he could not bear to appear as an adversary at the Veronica Stadium. Upon the video's release, the town erupted with joy, and numerous fans left comments expressing their apologies to Li Feng, having previously berated him upon hearing the news. As Li Feng made his promise, Volendam's club also rejected the 5 clubs' advances. His candid declaration of not playing for any Dutch club besides Volendam effectively closed off any avenues for other clubs wishing to acquire him. In such circumstances, Volendam faced their opponents in the round of 16 of the Dutch Cup, a team from the Eerste Divisie, the elite league of the Netherlands. Adelaar once again fielded a completely substitute team, while Li Feng sat on the bench. Marking his first time there since representing Volendam, he had not even made the substitute list in the previous round. Li Feng remained on the bench for the full 90 minutes, as Volendam dominated the elite team. By halftime, they led 2-0, and shortly after the second half commenced, they scored again, ultimately finishing the match with a resounding 3-0 victory, unexpectedly advancing to the quarterfinals. In the subsequent draw for the quarterfinals, Volendam was matched against their direct league rivals, Roda, which was rather fortunate news for Volendam, as their opponents were not particularly strong. Both teams were battling relegation. Volendam currently had 20 points, having dropped a position despite their previous loss, while Roda languished in 17th place. Thus, the pressure was significantly greater on Roda, whose primary concern was to secure points to escape the relegation zone, rather than fixating on the Dutch Cup. Of course, Volendam shared similar sentiments, and the quarterfinal match was over a month away. At present, Volendam's focus was on their upcoming match against ADO Den Haag in 3 days. ADO had accumulated 16 points, trailing closely behind Volendam. Time passed swiftly, and while their last opponent, AZ Alkmaar, had proven too formidable, the team brimmed with spirit and confidence for the match against ADO, especially since they would be playing at home. The Veronica Stadium welcomed 6,000 enthusiastic Volendam fans, with only 200 seats reserved for ADO, showcasing the advantages of home ground support. Here, the only color that mattered was the vibrant orange of Volendam, amidst the cheers of the supporters. Team captain Hilder was the first to step onto the pitch, followed by the players from both sides. When Li Feng appeared, the cheers reached a crescendo, and he did not disappoint his fans, approaching the sidelines and raising his hand in acknowledgement. "This little fellow is always like this," Mullen remarked, observing Li Feng interacting with the fans from the sidelines. "There is no other choice. Feng is the darling of Volendam. As long as he is on the pitch, the fans feel secure, for he always rises to the occasion when the team faces adversity," Wim Junk added. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the match officially commenced, with ADO kicking off. However, the ball was quickly intercepted by Volendam. ADO's French winger, Sol Kani, was dispossessed by Drangle after a challenge, and the ball found its way to Li Feng's feet. Li Feng commenced orchestrating the Volendam attack. After half a season of collaboration, the players began to naturally coordinate with him. Whether Li Feng was dribbling or passing to draw defenders, he was always flanked by two teammates. Thus, Li Feng gradually advanced into ADO's half. ADO's coach, Witzel, clearly recognized Li Feng's significance. He opted to employ the tactics from their last match against AZ Alkmaar, assigning a player to shadow Li Feng closely, hoping to thwart his ability to orchestrate plays and thus stifle him. Unfortunately, ADO's Serbian defensive midfielder, Lankovic, could not compare to dazzle. Moreover, the overall strength of AZ Alkmaar was not something ADO could match. In a clash of relatively equal teams, Li Feng's impact became particularly pronounced. Soon, he made Witzel aware that he was not so easily subdued. After a period of testing the waters, Li Feng began to showcase the prowess that had drawn the attention of 5 clubs. Against Lankovic's tight marking, Li Feng was straightforward in his approach. His robust physique, coupled with commendable technique, left Lankovic unable to contain him. After drawing sufficient defensive attention, Li Feng opted to pass the ball, leading to a sequence of 2 quick passes that found Duby in the penalty area. The club's top scorer did not disappoint, unleashing a powerful shot that pierced the net, granting Volendam the lead. Chapter 46, The Agent. ADO equalized, executing a beautiful counterattack that prompted Mullen to rise in admiration for their goal. It was a collective effort, with ADO completing over 20 passes to dismantle Volendam's defense, culminating in a header from their Montenegrin striker, Milik, that breached Volendam's goal. One must acknowledge that attacking football has become ingrained in the essence of Dutch football, where one rarely witnesses teams solely focused on defense. As such, forwards in the Eredivisie tend to score significantly more than in other leagues, with many strikers exhibiting vastly different performances once they leave the Netherlands. A testament to the attacking nature of the league. Both sides of Volendam had nothing to say about this goal, perhaps even if given another chance. ADO might not replicate such an offensive display. Ultimately, thanks to this goal, Volendam and ADO settled for a 1-1 draw. In the opening rounds of the second half of the league, Volendam recorded 1 loss and 1 draw. Although the results were not ideal, they were acceptable, especially considering they had previously endured 7 consecutive defeats. At this moment, Volendam remained outside the relegation zone, and the fans were not overly concerned. In the upcoming match, Volendam will face Breda, a team that has performed commendably this season, currently holding the 6th position in the league standings. With the next match scheduled 7 days later, Adelaar granted the players a 2-day respite, a universally acknowledged principle of balancing work and rest. As the 20th round approaches, the subsequent 3 fixtures will be tightly packed, leaving little room for any spare time. Caught off guard by this unexpected 2-day break, Li Feng found himself at a loss for how to spend it. Sylvia had classes to attend, and Valeri was occupied with household responsibilities. The Dutch uncle was preoccupied with following league rivals and scouting young talents. Li Feng suddenly realized that, apart from football, he had little else to engage with. Seeking companionship, he thought of teammates. Surely, if one had a girlfriend, they would spend time with her. And family members would naturally want to be with family. The idea of seeking fleeting encounters seemed absurd. as who would willingly choose to accompany teammates when they already saw each other almost daily, even if Li Feng were inclined to do so. He suspected his teammates would not be interested. Ultimately, in resignation, Li Feng had no choice but to ask the elderly goalkeeper, Brooke, to open the gates, allowing him to retrieve a football for personal training. It must be said that this training bore significant benefits. Recently, Li Feng's long-range shots and free kicks had shown marked improvement, though his success rate remained low. Nevertheless, he held firm in his belief that as his attribute points increased, his success rate would surely rise, thus greatly enhancing his offensive capabilities. Moreover, the advantages of training extended beyond mere statistics. In recent matches, Li Feng had noticeably increased his dribbling and breakthrough attempts, contributing significantly to the team's efforts. Particularly during the last exhilarating individual performance of the first half of the season, he exhibited the fruits of this intensive training. With tireless repetition, he practiced free kicks, long shots, passes, and dribbling techniques. Alone on the expansive training ground, he did not feel lonely or bored. He understood that he was favored by fate and recognized the immense fortune he possessed. He was determined to transform this luck into the bedrock of his future success. From a distance, an elderly man observed Li Feng's diligent training. If anyone truly understood Li Feng's dedication and hard work at the club, it was the seasoned goalkeeper, Brooke. Since Li Feng joined Volendam, Brooke had made it a part of his daily routine to watch Li Feng train, noting that he was always the last to leave the training ground. Brooke often found himself discussing Li Feng with his old companions, invariably praising him as the most industrious player he had ever encountered. After concluding his training for the day, Li Feng tidied up the equipment, took a shower, and exchanged greetings with Brooke before departing the club. However, shortly after leaving, he was approached by a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s. "Hello." Li Feng assessed the man before him, who appeared somewhat gaunt, slightly taller than him. The Dutch are generally of taller stature. The man was dressed in a very formal suit, though it looked somewhat dated, with thinning hair atop his head. "I am Raphael Lauren." The balding man extended his hand in introduction. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lauren," Li Feng replied, somewhat perplexed but extending his own hand in return. "I know you are the hero who saved Volendam," Lauren complimented. "Thank you. It is always pleasant to receive praise," Li Feng responded, appreciating the kind words. "Please allow me to take a moment of your time," Lauren continued after releasing Li Feng's hand. "You are an agent?" Li Feng inquired immediately. "Indeed. I am a professional agent," Lauren nodded affirmatively. "Then you must be aware that I have previously declined many agents," Li Feng stated candidly. "Precisely why I sought you out." "May I call you Feng?" Lauren asked politely. Li Feng nodded in agreement. "As I understand it, you currently do not have an agent," Lauren remarked. "Yes, that is correct," Li Feng admitted, shrugging his shoulders. "Could you share your reasons?" Lauren probed. "I do not wish to be controlled. I aspire to have autonomy over my future," Li Feng expressed. "Feng, I believe you have a misunderstanding of what we agents do. We do not control player transfers. We advocate for their best interests," Lauren explained, somewhat amused. "However, it is often reported that agents control players, pressuring them, and even having them sign agreements in secret," Li Feng countered. "If possible, I would prefer to find a place where we can sit and discuss this further," Lauren suggested, clearly sensing Li Feng's apprehensions. In truth, Li Feng had limited knowledge of the agent profession, primarily gleaned from news articles that labeled them as vampires or Mr. 10%. He particularly struggled to comprehend the concept of giving agents 10% of his earnings. Why should he relinquish a portion of his income when an agent's involvement was predicated on mutual benefit? The more a player earned, the more the agent could gain. Otherwise, the agent would find themselves in a precarious position, engaged in an unappealing profession. Ultimately, after Lauren's explanations, Li Feng began to grasp the essence of the agent's role. Having never received such insights before, the agents he had previously declined had merely engaged in polite conversation before departing. Li Feng had been an ordinary individual before his rebirth. Thus, he had little understanding of these matters. "If possible, I would like to become your agent, and I can offer you the lowest commission rate," Lauren proposed once Li Feng seemed more receptive. "Why?" Li Feng queried, puzzled, as agents typically sought to maximize their commissions. "Trust is the foundation of collaboration. To be candid, I have only recently become an agent and currently represent no players. I need a player to establish my reputation, and you are the one I have chosen. Since you caught Ajax's attention, I have been following you closely observing every match and your every move. You possess talent and diligence, and in my view, you embody all the qualities of a successful player, Lauren stated forthrightly. Thank you, but I need to consider this further, Feng replied, withholding an immediate commitment. Chapter 47. The grueling schedule. Ultimately, Feng signed a contract with Raphael Lauren, making him his official agent. Following the signing, Lauren's task was to disseminate the news of his new role within the agent community, while Feng needed to focus on rigorous training to enhance his performance. Recently, Feng had indeed contemplated seeking an agent, as his current performances had piqued the interest of several prominent clubs in the Netherlands. With his outstanding displays, he was confident that clubs from the top 5 leagues would take notice, especially given his unique identity as a Chinese player. The Asian market had always been a coveted treasure trove, and as the most populous nation, China represented a veritable gold mine in the eyes of European clubs. Unfortunately, the state of Chinese football left much to be desired, with few players managing to establish themselves in Europe. After a brief 2-day respite, the team reconvened to brace for the challenging fixtures commencing in early February, 3 matches in 8 days. On February 1st, Volendam would face Breda away, followed by a match against Willem II on February 4th, and finally a home game against Eindhoven on February 8th. On February 1st, Volendam arrived in the southern Dutch city to challenge a veteran team that had performed admirably in the first half of the season. This team, predominantly composed of seasoned players, is an anomaly in the Netherlands, where youth is typically favored, as evidenced by the Youth Guard League that sees teams primarily fielding younger talents. In preparation for this match, Adelaar benched his main striker, Duby, opting instead for the swifter Hofstede and the youthful winger Nersinger. Breda's defense boasted 3 players over 188 centimeters, with 2 central defenders both past the age of 30, making it challenging for Duby to find an advantage amidst the towering figures of Breda. Thus, Adelaar sought to exploit speed to breach Breda's defenses. Adelaar's tactical adjustments proved prescient as the match unfolded much as he had anticipated. Faced with the assaults of Hofstede and Nersinger, Breda's aging and sluggish defense crumbled. By halftime, Volendam led 2-0, with both goals strikingly similar in execution. First, Hofstede utilized his pace to tear through Breda's defenses, setting up Van Seining for a direct strike following a pass from Feng. Shortly thereafter, the newly starting Nersinger, unwilling to be outdone, dribbled past the 33-year-old central defender's Wanswijk and, against the advancing goalkeeper, unleashed a forceful shot that grazed the post before finding the back of the net. In light of their 2-goal deficit, Breda was compelled to make changes, substituting 2 veteran defenders for the young 18-year-old Tim Hofstede and 27-year-old Roland Tellon. Volendam responded with a substitution of their own, bringing Duby on for the goalscorer Nersinger. Hofstede was moved to the wing, returning Volendam to a familiar formation, with Duby positioned as the focal point up front, supported by Van Seining, with Hofstede and Myers flanking him, while Feng orchestrated from midfield. The remainder of the match unfolded without further goals, resulting in Volendam's first victory of the second half of the season and extending Breda's winless streak to 3 matches. Following the match, Volendam hurried back to their home base, resuming training for 2 days before traveling to Tilburg to challenge Willem II. This match held special significance for Feng, as Willem II was his first professional opponent. During the 8th round of the league, Feng had come off the bench to become the hero that saved Volendam, marking his first career goal and assist against Willem II. Thus, as he faced them once more, Feng was particularly exhilarated. His presence felt across the pitch as he dashed from his own half into that of the opponent's. Despite the hostility from Willem II's fans, who directed their jeers at him, he remained undeterred. With 1 goal and 1 assist, Feng delivered a performance reminiscent of his initial appearance, as Volendam triumphed again, winning 2-0. While the outcome mirrored their previous encounter, the dynamics were entirely different. This time, Volendam dictated the pace, thanks in large part to Feng's energetic contributions. Merely 5 minutes into the match, he nearly breached Willem II's goal, showcasing his individual prowess by dispossessing Bodahar and charging forward. After a clever 1-2 with Valenta, he eluded the veteran Isle Hadji, only to unleash a powerful shot from over 40 meters away, striking the crossbar and sending the ball soaring out of play. Though he didn't score, his effort sent a shiver down the spine of the opposing team. In response, Willem II intensified their defensive efforts against him, Yet it proved ineffective as Volendam soon netted their first goal. Following a foul on Van Seining, they earned an indirect free kick taken by Feng. A header from Ischeld was blocked by a defender, and the ball fell fortuitously to Feng, who seized the moment to unleash a thunderous shot, propelling Volendam into a 1-0 lead. Feng relished this method of scoring. He found exhilaration in such displays of force, akin to his bold and passionate demeanor on the field. As he continued to assert himself, his audacity would eventually earn him recognition and accolades in the realm of football. With a lead established in the first half, Volendam struck again shortly after the break, this time from a long pass by Feng that found Van Dijk, with Dubie's assistance, skillfully slotted the ball home. After taking a 2-0 lead, Adelaar began to rotate his squad, with Feng being the first to be substituted. Mindful of the upcoming match against Eindhoven in 3 days, Willem II managed to pull one back just before the final whistle, concluding the match at 2-1. Feng's remarkable performance, marked by a goal and an assist, shone brightly as Volendam secured their second consecutive victory, solidifying their position in the league standings. With 27 points, Volendam had distanced themselves from the relegation zone, even eyeing a spot in the top 10. As Feng's performances continued to impress, he subtly emerged as one of the top midfielders in the Dutch league, with the potential to contend for the accolade of the best young player in the Netherlands. Chapter 48. The proud St. Eindhoven, the second most prestigious club in the Netherlands, stands just below Ajax. Renowned for producing prolific strikers like Ronaldo, Romario, and Van Nistelrooy, Eindhoven has long been a formidable force on the global stage. Since the 2004-2005 season, they dominated the Eredivisie for 4 consecutive years until this season, when Alkmaar, under the guidance of Van Gaal, broke their streak. Since the commencement of the second half of the season, Alkmaar has achieved 4 consecutive victories, totaling 9 wins when combined with their first half performance. Eindhoven has claimed the Eredivisie title 21 times, second only to Ajax's 29 titles. Feyenoord, another club of comparable stature, pales in comparison regarding championship victories, particularly since the turn of the millennium, with Feyenoord only managing to lift the Dutch Cup last year. This season, Van Gaal's 4-year endeavor has resulted in Eindhoven's dominance in the league, while their performance has fluctuated due to player departures, notably the exit of key striker Jefferson Farfan, who had consistently been Eindhoven's top scorer with over 20 goals each season. Currently, Feng finds himself unfamiliar with most of the Eindhoven squad, the only player he recognizes being Ibrahim Afellay. Though Affelay's subsequent career did not reach the heights expected, he emerged as a rising star in the Netherlands, drawing the attention of Barcelona, leading to a transfer a year later. The hefty buyout clause of €100 million underscored Barcelona's expectations for Afellay. Unfortunately, his frail physique hindered his development, as he faced a series of injuries after joining Barcelona, including a season-ending torn ACL. During his 4 years at the club, Afellay battled constant injuries, ultimately stifling the potential of this talented player. However, at this moment, Afellay is brimming with confidence, showcasing his exceptional abilities on the pitch as Volendam prepare to host this second powerhouse of Dutch football in the 22nd round of the league. As the match commenced, Lezovic, Afellay, Sosa, and Ottman Bakkal, forming a youthful front line for PSV Eindhoven, relentlessly assaulted the defense of FC Volendam. Particularly, Afellay and Sosa wreaked havoc on the flanks, rendering Volendam's defense utterly disarrayed. All that Edinson Mendes needed to do was deliver the ball to this attacking line. This inconsistency in PSV's performance this season is partly attributed to their youthful forwards, whose displays are naturally erratic. When they shine, they obliterate opponents, yet when they falter, they struggle to make an impact, leaving them with bitter disappointment. In this match, Volendam encountered misfortune, perhaps spurred by the rising fame of Feng, which provoked this young prodigy. After all, geniuses are imbued with pride, especially those hailing from footballing powerhouses. They are unlikely to concede defeat to a player from a footballing desert. Merely 30 seconds into the game, Afellay showcased his individual prowess, breaking through Volendam's entire defense with remarkable dribbling skills. Although his attempt did not result in a goal, it undeniably dealt a severe blow to Volendam's morale. In a provocative manner, Afellay cast a glance at Feng as he passed by. This left Feng somewhat perplexed, but the situation did not end there. Soon after, Sosa, having taken a shot, also turned to taunt Feng. Their antics ignited a fury within Feng, who was no longer the docile figure off the pitch. At that moment, he decided to retaliate. As the game resumed, Feng, for the first time since becoming the team's linchpin, actively sought the ball, something he had refrained from doing, knowing his teammates would deliver it to him. However, he could no longer wait. When Van Hooijdonk took the free kick, Feng directly requested the ball from him. He surged into PSV's half, first encountering Mendes, the midfield linchpin. With a deft feint, Feng easily maneuvered past Mendes. Standing before him was the towering Belgian international, Timothy Simons. Faced with the experienced Simons, Feng suddenly displayed a mischievous smile. Simons felt a pang of concern. But it was too late. Feng swiftly pushed the ball through Simons' legs, darting past him in an instant. As Feng accelerated, he was confronted by two central defenders and the goalkeeper within the penalty area, while behind him were the very players who had provoked him, Outplay and Sosa. After Feng bypassed Mendes, Outplay and Sosa began their pursuit. Although they possessed commendable speed, Feng matched their pace. At that moment, as Feng surged forward, Volendam's team pressed up, with Duby and Van Sanen understanding their cue to disrupt PSV's defensive line. Entering the penalty area? No, for Feng at this juncture. A long-range shot seemed far more prudent than a risky incursion into the box. His shooting attribute stood at a modest 5, while his long-range prowess boasted a notable 13. Moreover, he had diligently practiced long-range shots for the past 6 months, while seldom working on shots within the box. His previous goals had primarily stemmed from long-range efforts. Thus, when Feng reached the edge of the penalty area, he unleashed a shot. The ball found the net, marking a splendid individual performance, within just 10 minutes. Volendam took the lead. Outplay and Sosa must surely have regretted their earlier provocations of Feng, for such actions had incited his wrath. Much to the chagrin of their captain, Molin, who leapt up, shouting in a frenzy. Indeed, they were to pay a price, as Feng demonstrated through his actions that no one should dare provoke him at Veronica. In that moment, Wim Jonk was equally animated, shouting in excitement. After scoring, Feng halted his teammates who approached to celebrate, walking directly to Outplay and Sosa. With an air of superiority, he lifted his chin and turned around, displaying the name on his jersey with his thumbs. In that instance, the atmosphere at Veronica erupted. The crowd echoed a singular chant, Feng, as 6,000 fans fervently cheered. At that moment, he was the master of Veronica, the deity in the eyes of the supporters. Meanwhile, across distant Asia, numerous fans witnessed Feng's exhilarating display, particularly as he raised his head defiantly after striking back at Outplay and Sosa. Many fans felt their eyes welling with tears, and at that moment, countless individuals became ardent supporters of Feng. Chapter 49. Alone against the tide, faced with the imperious presence of Feng, Outplay and Sosa seethed with rage. Had Mendes and Simons not swiftly restrained them, a physical confrontation might have ensued. Don't fall for it, lads. That guy is merely attempting to provoke you into losing your composure, Simons, the team's captain and the only veteran over 30, cautioned. However, Simons misjudged the situation entirely. Feng was not attempting to incite Outplay and Sosa. He was simply responding to their provocations. Pass me the ball later. I am determined to make this rural team pay. Outplay glared at the celebrating Feng, while Mendes readily acquiesced to Outplay's request. Presently, Outplay was deemed the most promising talent, a favorite of Coach Stevens. As the match resumed, PSV reorganized themselves, with Outplay and Sosa resolved to make Volendam pay for their earlier actions. They intensified their assaults on Volendam's defense. In light of this, Volendam, under Adelar's command, found themselves utterly helpless. Even as they retreated defensively, PSV ultimately equalized the score. Outplay broke down the right flank and delivered cross, distracting Hilder while Lazovic darted into the box. Bacall, arriving late, leapt high but did not attempt a shot. Instead, he nudged the ball to the left where Sosa had positioned himself. As the ball approached, Sosa soared into the air, executing an acrobatic overhead kick. PSV equalized with a similarly spectacular goal. The exquisite interplay, Outplay's cross, Lazovic drawing the defender's attention, and Bacall's deft flick, culminated in Sosa's breathtaking strike. If Volendam's goal was a testament to individual brilliance, PSV's was a celebration of teamwork. The commentator for PSV exclaimed with excitement, "Beautiful! PSV's goal was magnificent." They equalized within just 30 minutes, and both teams have delivered the two most thrilling goals of this round, Mullen remarked neutrally, observing the jubilant PSV players. Li Feng, however, had already returned to his position, choosing to ignore the celebrating PSV players. He refused to indulge in humiliation, though it was clear that some matters could not be evaded. Led by Affalay and Sosa, a throng of PSV players approached to celebrate in front of Li Feng. Li Feng disdainfully pursed his lips, opting to disregard them. He understood that the more he cared, the more they would revel in their triumph, while Li Feng maintained an air of indifference. The home crowd did not share his sentiments. In their eyes, Li Feng was Volendam's player, their hero. Upon witnessing the PSV players taunting him once more, 6,000 fans erupted with boos. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Unfortunately, as the first half drew to a close, neither side had made any significant changes. Li Feng faced double marking from Mendes and Simons, yet he still managed to deliver several fine passes, creating two promising opportunities for his team, though Volendam failed to capitalize. Eindhoven created more opportunities than Volendam, yet ultimately failed to alter the scoreline. Van Hoeven made two world-class saves, ensuring that Volendam's goal remained intact. And the first half concluded with a score of 1-1. After the halftime break, both teams resumed play, but as time progressed, the players for Volendam began to tire, leading to frequent errors on the pitch, particularly from Li Feng and Boots. By the 70th minute, both were struggling to keep up, with Boots being the most visibly exhausted, having played 3 matches in 8 days, all for 90 minutes. It is worth noting that Boots is a seasoned veteran at the age of 33. Eindhoven soon seized control of the match, quickly capitalizing on Volendam's mistakes to score 2 goals through Zorvik and Bakker. Realizing victory was slipping away, Adelaar ultimately conceded defeat and substituted Li Feng and Boots. After leaving the field, Li Feng and Boots headed straight to the locker room. At the onset of the second half, Volendam had opportunities to score. Li Feng, showcasing his exceptional vision, delivered a precise long pass. Yet Volendam's forwards failed to capitalize, missing the final chance. At that moment, the helplessness in Li Feng's heart was palpable. In the end, Volendam suffered a disheartening 1-4 defeat at home to Eindhoven. Following Li Feng and Boots' exit, Eindhoven scored another goal from a corner, further extending their lead. But by then, it had become inconsequential. After showering, Li Feng awaited the coach's return to dismiss the team. Volendam's next opponent is a week later on February 15th, when they will face 20 away. 20 also boasts a young prodigy akin to Li Feng, who similarly rejected Ajax, Eljero Elia. In 2007, both Ajax and 20 extended offers to Elia, who ultimately chose 20. After transferring, Elia quickly garnered the coach's recognition with his outstanding performances and secured the left-winger position. This season, he has shown remarkable consistency and excellence. Before Li Feng's emergence, Elia was a strong contender for the Cruyff Award, which honors the best young talent in the Dutch league. Players such as Affalay, who won the award in the 2006-2007 season, and current stars like Huntelaar, Sneijder, Van Persie, Van der Vaart, and Robben have also received this accolade. Legendary figures like Seedorf, Bergkamp, Overmars, and Cruyff have further underscored the significance of this award. The list of past winners highlights the weight of this honor, recognizing young players as prodigies. In recent years, the award has been predominantly claimed by domestic players, with only one foreign recipient, Salomon Kalou, who charmed the Dutch audience with his performance during the 2004-2005 season. Both Elia and Affalay are heralded as the future of Dutch football, with fans believing that their progression could lead to a dream team capable of achieving coveted titles, such as the World Cup or the European Championship, though such aspirations require time to materialize. Chapter 50. Injuries and consecutive defeats. With the grueling schedule coming to an end, Volendam finally had a chance to rest. Adelaar granted the team a break, allowing Li Feng to enjoy a rare day of relaxation at home. However, the following day, he opted not to rest, but returned to the training ground for additional practice. This season marked the first significant wave of injuries for Volendam. Veteran Boots suffered a recurrence of an old injury due to overuse, necessitating a month of recovery. Main striker Duby also sustained a hamstring injury during training and would be sidelined for at least a month. In addition to these two serious cases, Drange and Koning were nursing minor injuries and were unlikely to participate in the next match. Aside from Li Feng, most of Volendam's key players faced fitness issues. leading teammates to regard him as a veritable anomaly upon discovering his impeccable condition. Within the entire Volendam squad, Feng was the most active player, facing the most offensive pressure as well. His teammates had previously noted his remarkable stamina, especially in the match against Alkmaar, where he appeared to have no fatigue whatsoever. Remarkably, after a restful night, he was spotted dining with Marco van Basten in Amsterdam. Little did they know that Feng's stamina was beyond that of an ordinary individual, warranting the label of monster. Unfazed by his teammates' envious gazes, Feng kept to himself, unwilling to disclose the extraordinary system that underpinned his physical prowess. On the night of February 10th, in the dormitory of Girls' Generation, after a long day, Choi Soo-young returned to her empty room, reminiscing about the times when all 9 members could gather daily. However, since the release of their hit song, their schedules had become increasingly hectic, leaving little time for togetherness. February 10th was an ordinary day for most, but for Soo-young, it held special significance as it marked her birthday. Aside from messages from her family, it seemed the world had forgotten her special day. What a heartless bunch, she muttered to herself, unable to conceal her disappointment. Just as she was about to retreat to her room for a shower and sleep, familiar voices erupted, singing happy birthday as she opened the door. With the lights on, all 8 members of Girls' Generation stood before her. "Soo-young, happy birthday," exclaimed leader Kim Tae-yeon, followed by the other members' heartfelt wishes. When the last birthday greeting from Seo-yeon concluded, Soo-young, still feigning annoyance, could not hide the tears welling in her eyes. "No schedule is more important than our Soo-young's birthday," exclaimed Hyoyeon, playfully embracing her. "Come on, Soo-young, give us a smile," added Yuna, wiping away her tears while teasing her. With a sweet smile, Soo-young subtly positioned herself beside Hyoyeon, showcasing her enviable long legs, prompting Hyoyeon to retreat in defeat. Girls' Generation had 2 distinct lineups, the petite and the tall, with Soo-young being the tallest, her long legs eliciting envy from all. The warm atmosphere soon turned chaotic as the dormitory transformed into a battleground, culminating in a wild cake fight that left the place in disarray. Eventually, they realized they hadn't even tasted the cake. On this day, in the Netherlands, Feng received a text from one of the Girls' Generation members. "I'm Soo-young. Thank you for remembering my birthday." After a long day of training, Feng received Soo-young's message while on his way home. "It should be the middle of the night there. Why aren't you asleep?" Feng was taken aback, yet promptly responded to the message. Residing in the Netherlands, he often felt a sense of solitude, which led him to frequently exchange messages with Kim Tae-yeon and Lim Yuna. Teasing these beautiful women had become a delightful pastime for him. As the members took turns showering, it was not yet his turn. Although Choi Soo-young appeared to be the most mature and graceful among Girls' Generation, she was, in fact, only 3 months older than Lim Yuna. Thus, the two gradually engaged in conversation until it was time for Choi Soo-young to wash up and prepare herself. "Here is my number. Be sure to save it," was how their first chat came to an end. At that moment, the members of Girls' Generation were so preoccupied with their busy lives that they had forgotten Choi Soo-young's birthday. It was only when Feng reminded Kim Tae-yeon during their messaging that she recalled to wish Soo-young a happy birthday, ultimately leading to the celebration of her birthday party. Kim Tae-yeon had discreetly shared this with Soo-young, giving rise to that particular message. Many occurrences unfold unexpectedly. Had Feng not perused information about Girls' Generation, he likely would not have known Soo-young's birthday, and their friendship might not have blossomed so swiftly. Life continued, and the focus shifted back to Europe. On February 15th, Volendam faced 20 in an away match. Adelaar was compelled to make sweeping changes to the lineup, with all players being substitutes except for goalkeeper Van Houwelingen and Feng. Consequently, when the media observed Volendam's starting roster, their previously touted contention for the best young player in the Eredivisie seemed utterly meaningless. As anticipated, Volendam lost, the score being 2-1. According to international conventions, the home team is listed first, and Volendam experienced their first consecutive defeats of the second half of the season. In this match, Elias showcased his prowess with a goal and an assist, affirming his status as the best young player in the Dutch league this season. However, Feng also made his mark. The solitary goal for Volendam stemmed from his orchestration. During a swift transition from defense to attack, Volendam launched a rapid counter, with Feng receiving the ball in the backfield. He delivered a long pass to Nursing, who, in a 2-on-3 situation, accelerated past defenders and shot, only to be thwarted by the 20 goalkeeper. Nevertheless, Hofstede seized the opportunity, scoring before the opposing defense could react. This situation illustrated Feng's predicament. It was Lauren who informed him about the Best Young Player award, and he understood why outplay and smirks had previously provoked him. His impressive performances had garnered attention for numerous clubs. Feng was prepared to contend with Elia for the title, but Volendam's circumstances were far from favorable, as they were already at a disadvantage and now fielding nearly all substitutes. The string of defeats for Volendam was not yet over. On February 22nd, they faced another formidable opponent in Ajax, led by Van Basten. Adelaar again opted for a substitute lineup, clearly choosing to forfeit this match, as winning against Ajax was a daunting challenge. Chapter 51. Van Basten's resignation. Recently, Ajax's performance had been lackluster, to say the least. They had managed only 2 wins, 3 losses, and 1 draw in the first 6 matches of the second half of the season. Their most recent victory against another struggling giant, Feyenoord, marked their first win in 5 matches. This situation was unavoidable. The departure of their main striker, Huntelaar, had inflicted immeasurable losses on Ajax. Although smirks possessed comparable abilities, their styles were entirely different, necessitating a complete tactical overhaul and requiring the players to readjust. Smirks, too, needed time to acclimate to his newfound role as the focal point of the team. Previously, he had played behind Huntelaar, with opposing defenses concentrating their efforts on the latter, allowing smirks to operate discreetly. However, with Huntelaar's departure, the defensive attention naturally shifted towards smirks, the new centerpiece. The earlier matches that resulted in losses were testament to this adjustment phase. Yet, after several rounds of play, smirks began to embrace his new responsibilities. In the last match, it was his stellar performance that led Ajax to a 2-0 victory over Feyenoord at the Veronica Stadium, amidst the enthusiastic support of the home fans. Volendam commenced their match against Ajax. However, no amount of fervent cheering could secure a victory for Volendam. They faced their 3rd consecutive defeat, with the score being 1-2. Feng's performance remained consistently exceptional, as he provided the direct assist for Volendam's goal, marking his 6th assist of the season. Ajax's midfield was utterly unable to contend with him, but Volendam was overwhelmed elsewhere, the disparity in skill being insurmountable. Thus far, aside from his 6 assists, Feng had also contributed 6 goals to Volendam, showcasing an impressive performance. After the match concluded, Feng unexpectedly received a call from Van Basten. Instead of returning to Ajax with the team, chose to stay and dine with Feng. "Are you not returning?" Feng inquired, voicing his confusion, having observed Van Basten's demeanor during the match. Despite winning, Van Basten's spirits seemed notably low. "I have resigned. Today was my last match as coach." Van Basten dropped this bombshell. "How could this be?" "Why?" Feng asked, bewildered. "Did you not notice Ajax's recent results?" Van Basten responded. No, Feng honestly admitted. "Hey Feng, as your friend, I feel deeply saddened." Van Basten dramatically placed a hand over his heart. "Come on, can you not joke at a time like this?" Feng retorted, slightly exasperated. "Why not? I voluntarily resigned. Now I can take a break after stepping down from Ajax. You know, I've been too busy in recent years and haven't had time for my family." Van Basten shrugged. "Can you share the reason?" Feng still struggled to comprehend. "Well, Ajax has been performing poorly lately, trailing Alkmaar by 12 points, making the prospect of winning the title nearly impossible, coupled with the discontent among fans due to Yang's departure. Someone had to take responsibility, and that person is me," Van Basten revealed, responding to Feng's concern. "That's nonsense. Ajax's poor performance is due to the inability to retain talent in the Dutch league," Feng bluntly stated, highlighting an awkward yet undeniable truth. The recent exodus of stars like Van Persie, Sneijder, and Robben had led to a significant decline in the competitive level of the Eredivisie, a fact that could not be denied. No, Feng, you're mistaken. You must understand, I am with Ajax, the greatest club in the Netherlands," Van Basten insisted, shaking his head. "All right then, I wish you the best. Please come to support Volendam whenever you can. You have little else to do," Feng concluded. "Of course. We are friends," Van Basten readily agreed, surprising everyone that a legendary striker of Dutch and European football would so greatly admire this young man from China. After their dinner, Van Basten did not linger, promptly returning to Amsterdam. It must be said that he was an exceptionally admirable man, with virtually no scandals to his name and a commendable knack for protecting his family. As anticipated, the following day, Ajax convened a press conference during which Marco van Basten voluntarily resigned from his position as head coach. Ajax's management accepted his resignation and announced that the former assistant coach, Schurz, would take over for the remainder of the season. This news sent ripples through the Dutch league, as Ajax had initially celebrated Van Basten's appointment at the start of the season, viewing it as a turning point for the club's resurgence. The media and fans alike believed they had found the ideal manager for Ajax. However, no one foresaw that just over 6 months later, Van Basten would part ways with the club. The media, ever eager for a story, leapt at the opportunity to uncover the reasons behind Van Basten's departure, ultimately revealing conflicts between him and the management. Van Basten had expressed a desire for the team to acquire a midfielder, but the management was reluctant to invest significantly in new players, preferring to cultivate talent as they had in the past. Unfortunately, Ajax currently lacked any prodigious players worthy of such nurturing. The situation escalated further when, during the winter break, the management secretly sold the team's star striker to Real Madrid without Van Basten's knowledge, infuriating him. Ultimately, out of love for Ajax, he chose to accept the circumstances. However, a string of defeats due to the team's growing pains widened the gap between them and Alkmaar. Faced with the bleak prospect of championship victory, the management inexplicably blamed Van Basten for the team's failures, prompting his unbearable resignation. Feng, who had received news of the situation in advance, was unconcerned with such developments. His primary focus was on the team's performance, as it directly impacted his system tasks. He aspired to ascend to a higher league and eventually play for a prestigious club, which necessitated the enhancement of his attributes. Although he was undeniably the core of FC Volendam, showcasing the best performance, he felt increasingly inadequate as the games progressed. His impressive performance was largely attributable to his extraordinary ability to survey the entire field. Chapter 52. The Dutch Cup semi-finals February left an unpleasant memory for FC Volendam, and as March arrived, only 2 months remained in the league. The competition had reached its 25th round, and Volendam was set to face a new opponent. On the afternoon of March 1st, FC Volendam hosted Nijmegen at home. After a 2-week period of rotation, the main lineup returned, with even Duby in good condition. This match saw Adelaar place him on the bench, while veteran Boots faced difficulties. At 33 years old, his recovery from injury was far from ideal. FC Volendam was eager for victory, and they certainly demonstrated this from the outset. Within just 5 minutes, they orchestrated 2 attacking waves, initiated by Feng. In the first instance, he distributed the ball to the right flank to Drang, who made a breakthrough with the assistance of Koning from behind. Ultimately, Drang reached the baseline and passed back to Koning, who sent a cross into the center. Van Sanen, having rested for 2 matches, was poised to strike, but unfortunately, the ball skimmed the crossbar and flew out. Just 2 minutes later, Volendam launched another offensive. Smith's pressing forced Davis into a mistake, allowing Feng to intercept the ball. This time, he directed it to the left flank, where Bacon surged into Nijmegen's half, combining with Myers in a wall pass. After breaking through, Myers entered the penalty area, but his shot was parried by goalkeeper Box, resulting in a corner kick. Drang took the corner, and Hilder seized the opportunity for a header, yet it narrowly missed. Rolling past the goalpost, Volendam continued to press harder, dominating Nijmegen for the first 20 minutes, until the 22nd minute when Nijmegen finally managed their first shot on goal. Regrettably, despite maintaining a commanding advantage, Volendam failed to convert their chances, and the first half concluded with a score of 0-0. Following a brief halftime intermission, Adelaar made tactical adjustments to bolster the attack by substituting Nersinger for Smit, leaving Feng as the sole midfielder, shifting the formation to 4-1-3-2. Nijmegen, in contrast, made a completely opposite adjustment, with Coach Mario been replacing a forward with a defensive player, opting for a 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation to suppress Feng. The Christmas tree formation conjures memories of Ancelotti's Milan, where 3 world-class midfielders formed a near-perfect combination. Pirlo orchestrated play, Gattuso disrupted opposition, and Ambrosini provided support. Complemented by the almost divine Kaká, Milan thrived on this tactical setup, reigning supreme in Europe. However, facing 2 defensive midfielders proved challenging for Feng, especially with Smith's absence, as he now bore the dual responsibility of orchestrating the offense while also protecting the area in front of the penalty box. It must be noted that Adelaar perhaps overestimated Feng's current capabilities. Soon enough, Volendam experienced the repercussions of this substitution. In the 53rd minute, Nijmegen launched an attack, with Lorenzo combining with substitute Q in a wall pass, leaving Feng powerless to intervene. Ratkeg's movement drew the attention of Volendam's defenders, allowing forward Koslin, on loan from Fulham, to receive the pass and effortlessly breach Van Hoen's defenses, putting Nijmegen ahead with a score of 0-1. Clearly, Adelar's misjudgment stemmed from the first-half advantage, as he overestimated his team while underestimating the opponent's strength. The loss was placed squarely on Adelar's shoulders by Mullen. Indeed, by substituting Smith, Feng was burdened with the dual role of organizing the attack and fulfilling defensive responsibilities, leading to overwhelming pressure. Wim Jonk, witnessing Feng's helplessness on the field, expressed his concern. The two commentators could not alter the course of the match, and as play resumed, Nijmegen seized the initiative. Feng found himself increasingly focused on defense, given that he was now the sole midfielder for Volendam. As the match progressed, Adelar recognized his mistake and made another adjustment, repositioning Nersinger while Drang moved to partner Feng in the midfield. This barely halted the team's decline, but in the closing moments, they managed to equalize. Amidst the double marking, Feng passed the ball to Drang, who had once been the focal point of Volendam's midfield before Feng's emergence. Upon receiving the ball, Drang surged into Nijmegen's half, but found himself confronted by Lorenzo. Rather than forcing a breakthrough, Drang opted to pass to Koning, who then relayed it to Nersinger, who charged towards Nijmegen's penalty area. Nijmegen's defender, Ramonzimer, attempted to dispossess Nersinger, but was skillfully evaded. However, Ramonzimer refused to concede easily, continuing to pursue Nersinger, ultimately tripping him in the penalty area. The referee's whistle pierced the air, pointing decisively to the penalty spot. Instantly, players from both sides erupted with emotion. Volendam's players rejoiced while Nijmegen's players erupted in anger, encircling the referee in fervent protest. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, and Feng, having witnessed the incident, confirmed that Ramonzimer had indeed brought down Nersinger, even if the latter's dramatic fall suggested otherwise. Dolby was responsible for taking the penalty kicks for Volendam, but with his absence, Nursing hoped to take charge himself. He cast a wary glance at Feng, clearly recalling how Feng had previously intercepted a free kick he had created, leading to Ajax's offer. However, Nursing's concerns were somewhat unfounded. The glaring zero beside Feng's name indicated his lack of penalty-taking prowess. Even if the coach were to call upon him, he would likely decline. Ultimately, Nursing succeeded, and Volendam managed to secure a 1-1 draw at home against Nijmegen, halting their losing streak. Following this match, the quarterfinals of the KNVB Cup loomed on March 6th, where Volendam would face Roda away. Currently, Roda languished in the relegation zone, sitting at a mere 21 points, ranked 17th in the league. Unsurprisingly, Roda, intent on avoiding relegation, fielded an entirely substitute lineup, while Volendam, to preserve the stamina of their main players, did the same. The match concluded with a 2-2 draw after 90 minutes, and during extra time, Feng made his debut appearance in the KNVB Cup. Thanks to a long pass from him, Volendam clinched the match 3-2 in extra time, unexpectedly advancing to the semi-finals of the KNVB Cup. The remaining three teams in contention were Heerenveen, Breda, and 20. Chapter 53. The footsteps of Victory Volendam's unexpected entry into the semi-finals of the KNVB Cup took everyone by surprise. It must be said that Volendam's fortune in this season's cup has been remarkable. Apart from Ajax, they have encountered no formidable opponents. In the next round, after the draw, Volendam would face Heerenveen at home, while 20 would go up against Breda, with a match scheduled for April 22nd. Undoubtedly, 20 stands as the strongest contender, currently holding second place in the league standings, firmly keeping Ajax beneath them, while Volendam is the weakest among the four. Heerenveen and Breda are both situated in the upper tier of the standings, whereas Volendam remains entrenched in the mid-lower ranks. However, it is not the time to ponder the semi-finals of the KNVB Cup, as Volendam is about to confront their next league opponent, Vitesse. Since the start of the second half of the season, Vitesse has exhibited remarkable performance, comparable to Volendam's earlier form, boasting an impressive record of 4 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss over the last 8 matches. Having leaped from the bottom of the standings, they now sit with 27 points, just 1 point shy of Volendam. As direct rivals, their clash promises to be a fierce contest. On March 8th, merely 2 days after the KNVB Cup match, Vitesse arrived as expected, their lineup largely unchanged. Their most significant alteration lay on the sidelines, as the former coach was dismissed due to poor results, replaced by Wout Sturing. Sturing had spent his playing career with only 2 clubs, one being Vitesse, where he played for 7 years before retiring and gradually ascending to the role of head coach. Dear viewers, I am your old friend Mullen, back to provide commentary on this match, announced Mullen, his familiar face gracing the screen. And of course, here with me is Wim Jonk, he added. In the final round of the first half of the season, Feng had aided Volendam in defeating Vitesse with an outstanding performance. Jonk wondered how this match would unfold. I remember the last time Feng's girlfriend was present. However, it seems she is absent today, Mullen remarked. His curiosity piqued as he scanned the stands. Hey, come on, be serious. We're here to provide professional commentary, Jonk retorted, looking somewhat embarrassed. Oh, Wim, don't be so prim and proper. Aren't you curious? The second half of the season is already halfway through, and Feng's girlfriend hasn't appeared at any of the matches, Mullen continued, seemingly unabated in his gossiping, casting a knowing glance at Jonk. Well, I'm curious too. But as far as I know, Feng's so-called girlfriend hasn't shown up at Volendam. Even during the team's break, he stayed back at the training ground. Practicing alone, Jonk disclosed. Could it be that our Feng has suffered a breakup? If so, the girls of Volendam should take note. Your chance has arrived. Mullen jested, though his words held a grain of truth. Oh, the players are on the field, exclaimed Mullen. The return of Volendam's main striker, Jack Dolby, from injury was indeed a piece of good news. As both teams entered the field, it was noted that Dolby had already netted 11 goals, making him Volendam's top scorer. After recovering from a hamstring injury that had sidelined him for over 3 weeks, Jonk introduced. Currently, the two teams were separated by only 1 point in the standings. Volendam with 28 points and Vitesse with 27, ensuring a fiercely contested match. As Mullen concluded his remarks, the match commenced. As anticipated, the encounter proved to be intensely competitive. From the outset, Volendam engaged in vigorous challenges against Vitesse's offense. However, while the match was fierce, it lacked moments of brilliance. The action was relentless, but not particularly captivating. Both sides fought fiercely from the beginning, engaging in a midfield battle that culminated in the referee issuing 5 yellow cards in the first half, 2 to Volendam and 3 to Vitesse, one of which was awarded to Feng, marking his 3rd yellow card. Should he receive another, he would face a suspension. The 5 yellow cards, coupled with the authority of both coaches, were sufficient to calm the players, and as the first half drew to a close, neither side had carved out significant opportunities, resulting in a scoreless halftime of 0-0. In the locker room, Adelar, with a stern expression, reprimanded the players, particularly singling out Feng for his lack of organization in the first half. Despite being the team's core and initiator of attacks, and for accumulating a yellow card through a foul, Feng acknowledged his impulsiveness but felt constrained by the circumstances. Faced with Adelar's stern demeanor, he readily admitted his shortcomings and vowed to contribute to the team in the second half. Indeed, in the second half, Feng delivered an exquisite assist, enabling Volendam to triumph over Vitesse with a score of 1-0. Shortly after the second half commenced, Volendam launched an attack. Feng received the ball and penetrated Vitesse's half, executing a wall pass with Myers to evade a double team, drawing enough defenders outside the penalty area. He delivered a precise overhead cross to Dolby inside the box, who expertly turned and shot, scoring the only goal of the match. Thanks to Feng's assist, Dolby celebrated his 12th league goal, and Mullen could finally exclaim in delight. Returning from injury to score a goal, Dolby should be grateful to Feng. A third of his goals have come directly from Feng's assists, Jonk remarked happily, observing the jubilant Volendam players. Following this goal, Adelar opted not to pursue further attacks, but substituted Dolby for Hofstede, aiming to leverage Hofstede's speed for defensive counterattacks. Meanwhile, Vitesse initiated a fervent counteroffensive, but Volendam executed a splendid defensive counterattack. Once again, it was Feng who initiated the play. After Vitesse's shot was saved by Van Hoen, he delivered a long pass to Feng, who observed the field and sent a long ball to Hofstede. However, Hofstede ultimately failed to convert, missing the target after a one-on-one opportunity against the advancing Velthuizen. Although no goals were ultimately scored, the tension was palpable, causing the Vitesse doctor to break into a cold sweat. Vitesse dared not press forward aggressively again. Ultimately, thanks to this goal, FC Volendam secured all 3 points, returning to the path of victory and narrowing the point gap with Vitesse to 4, thus further solidifying their position on the league table. Chapter 54. An unexpected holiday. On March 15th, FC Volendam faced Heracles away. Confronted with a relatively weak opponent, Volendam naturally aimed for victory. Although they had accumulated 31 points and sat comfortably in 10th place, a significant 9 points above the relegation zone, with 8 matches remaining in the league. Such a margin was far from secure. Who knows, in the fight for survival, a team's performance often multiplies manifold. At Almaraz Stadium, filled to its 8,500 capacity, the last encounter between the two teams occurred on Christmas Eve, where Volendam triumphed with a resounding 3-1 victory at home. Returning to their own turf, Heracles was eager to reclaim their honor, and the best way to do so was through victory. Thus, the match commenced with Heracles taking the initiative. Their first wave of attack came from right-back Douglas Darl. Clearly, Volendam had not anticipated such an aggressive approach from Heracles. As Darl charged into the penalty area, the Volendam defenders were caught off guard. Fortunately, veteran goalkeeper Van Hoen's commanding shout awakened the backline, averting disaster. On the sidelines, Coach Adelaar rushed to the edge of the field, vociferously admonishing the Volendam players, his demeanor fierce enough to suggest he might devour them whole. Yet, even without Adelaar's wrath, the players were already shaken. Following this, Volendam players rallied their spirits, engaging in a back-and-forth contest with Heracles. With Li Feng's presence, they felt emboldened, as their strength was not significantly inferior, and they were unafraid to engage in an offensive battle, for Li Feng consistently created opportunities for his teammates. In the 16th minute, Li Feng orchestrated a threatening attack. After a series of swift passes, he surged forward, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders before slipping a pass to Van Sanen, who smoothly entered the penalty area. Alas, Heracles' seasoned German goalkeeper Martin decisively intercepted Van Sanen's shot. Heracles subsequently launched a commendable offensive, culminating in a successful save from Van Hoen. The match saw both goalkeepers engaged in a delightful exchange, with each providing ample opportunities for the other to showcase their skills. The best chance for Volendam in the first half arose in the 37th minute when Li Feng delivered a long ball over the top, finding Duby. Duby headed the ball back to the surging Myers, who, without hesitation, struck the ball, sending it soaring in a beautiful arc over Martin's outstretched fingers. However, the post cruelly rejected Myers' effort. Oh, the jubilant celebration Myers had anticipated turned into a disbelieving embrace as he gazed at the ball that had rebounded away, while the relieved Heracles fans erupted in celebration. The first half concluded with both teams locked in a scoreless draw. After halftime, the teams resumed battle, but within the first minute of the second half, Li Feng received his first yellow card of the match, marking his 4th of the season, thus ruling him out for the next match against Utrecht. Li Feng could only accept this fate with resignation. Had he not obstructed Ramos da Silva, it was likely that the latter would have surged into the penalty area, potentially leading to a goal for Volendam. Since he would not be playing in the next match, Li Feng resolved to give his all in this game, determined to help Volendam secure victory. In the following moments, he seemed to transform, charging into Heracles' half with newfound vigor. Ultimately, Li Feng's efforts bore fruit. In the 75th minute, starting from the back, Volendam executed a series of beautiful wall passes with Smit and Van Sanen, culminating in an incursion into Heracles' penalty area. The final obstacle before Li Feng was Heracles' defender Mertens. Facing Mertens' defense, Li Feng feigned a breakthrough with a deft flick of his feet. As Mertens lunged, Li Feng subtly nudged the ball to the on-rushing Myers from the same angle, but with a different outcome. Myers' shot found the back of Heracles' net, marking a 1-0 lead for Volendam in the 76th minute. Li Feng showcased his exceptional skill and extraordinary vision, managing to assist Myers, who had been behind him and invisible to his sight. Yet, he accomplished this feat effortlessly, much to the delight of his teammates, who were well aware of his capabilities. Thanks to Li Feng's presence, their offensive efforts became markedly easier, as he consistently created opportunities for them. With the home side trailing, Heracles was unwilling to concede defeat, intensifying their offensive maneuvers. Their coach stood on the sidelines, directing the play, as both coaches began to make substitutions. Heracles introduced attacking players in hopes of finding a goal, while Volendam opted for defensive reinforcements to protect their slender lead. Li Feng, burdened with a yellow card, was eventually substituted. However, thanks to Volendam's resolute defense, they managed to preserve their lead. With the final whistle from the referee, The substitutes and coaching staff on the sidelines finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ultimately, through Li Feng's assist and Meyer's goal, Volendam narrowly triumphed over Heracles at Almer Stadium. Following this round of matches, Li Feng unexpectedly faced a prolonged period of inactivity, having accumulated his fourth yellow card, which sidelined him for the upcoming match against Utrecht. Subsequently, with the international break upon them, the 29th round of the league would not resume until April 5th, when they would face the struggling Giants Feyenoord. This meant that for the next 20 days, Li Feng had no competitive obligations. Congratulations, Feng. What do you think? Do you need a long holiday? On the bus back to Volendam, Adelar was in high spirits, especially after the team's favorable standings following this round. Volendam had widened the gap from the relegation zone to 12 points. Let me think about it, Li Feng replied with a wry smile, not anticipating that a single-match suspension would lead to a 20-day hiatus from the field. Observing Li Feng's reluctance, his teammates immediately voiced their objections. Hey, this guy. Different fates for different people. You all envy him, Li Feng retorted, switching to a defiant demeanor. Hey, Feng, you must have planned this all along, right? Exclaimed Van Sanen, turning to face him. What? Craig, when did you become so clever? You've unraveled my perfect plan. Li Feng feigned disbelief. Of course. You should know that you are speaking to the astute Mr. Craig Van Sanen, Van Sanen proclaimed, reveling in his reputation for wit. Give me a long holiday. The longer the better. I don't want to face Craig. I'm afraid his foolishness might be contagious. Li Feng's words elicited laughter from the entire bus. Chapter 55. Off to Korea again at Amsterdam International Airport. Li Feng boarded a flight to Seoul once more. Initially, he had no intention of taking a break, and even without matches, he planned to continue training at the club. However, a message received yesterday altered his original plans. Are you truly pursuing Yuna? At 11 o'clock at night, Li Feng received a message from Choi Soo-young. Why the sudden inquiry? Li Feng rablia pujlat. If you truly wish to pursue Yuna, it will be wise for you to return for a moment. Today, I visited Yuna's class, and I observed her exhibiting a degree of intimacy with her senior, Kwon Sang-woo. I even inadvertently overheard the staff discussing in private that there seems to be a hint of ambiguity between Yuna and Kwon Sang-woo. After much deliberation, Choi Soo-young ultimately decided to inform me of this. At that moment, Li Feng fell silent. His feelings for Yuna were undoubtedly genuine. After all, he is a normal man, and it is only natural to develop an attraction to a beautiful woman. As the visual of Girls' Generation, Yuna is astonishingly beautiful. How many men can resist such allure? The whimsical Yuna often playfully teases Li Feng, much like how he used to frequently message Kim Tae-yeon in jest. Kim Tae-yeon, however, is an entirely different person on and off the screen. In private, she has very few friends apart from her fellow members and prefers to stay in their dorm unless coaxed out by them. A trait reminiscent of Li Feng in his previous life. Men possess an inherent possessiveness towards beautiful women. For instance, when Kim Tae-yeon was set to participate in a Korean show titled We Got Married, Li Feng displayed unusual behavior. Previously, he was the one who would initiate conversations with her, but after she joined the show, he became less proactive in messaging her. While Tae-yeon took the initiative to reach out instead, Li Feng had never watched that particular program, leading to a noticeable decline in their messaging. While his communication with Choi Soo-young increased. On Tae-yeon's birthday, when the other members forgot, Li Feng was the one who reminded them, which deeply touched Soo-young. Consequently, she requested Tae-yeon's phone number from her and swiftly grew closer to Li Feng. Li Feng and Yuna's correspondence never ceased, though Yuna was exceedingly busy with Girls' Generation activities, filming and numerous programs. Despite this, they would still connect whenever they found the time, and occasionally, Yuna would call Li Feng. Noticing Li Feng's prolonged silence, Choi Soo-young sent another message. I almost forgot that the season hasn't ended. But don't worry too much. The company won't allow us to date. Should I check Yuna's feelings for you? Soo-young's messages kept coming. Haha, thank you, Soo-young, but there's no need. I happen to have some time off and can fly to Korea. I'll take you out for dinner, Li Feng decided after some contemplation. Really? Soo-young asked, unsure. Yes. The league is on a break and the national competition is coming up. My performance has been good, so if I ask the team coach, he should grant me leave. Li Feng replied after sending the message. Wonderful. I want to eat barbecue. Soo-young responded with remarkable speed, even before Li Feng could put down his phone. Soo-young, you're not planning this barbecue just to lure me back, are you? Li Feng replied, but Soo-young did not respond afterward. Are you angry? I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Li Feng sent another message after a wait. No, am I that petty? I was busy with work. We'll talk more once you arrive in Korea, Soo-young replied swiftly. Thank you, Soo-young. Upon reading those two words, a slight smile graced Soo-young's lips. She had wrestled with the decision of whether or not to share the news with Li Feng. Natürlich, hier closes confidante was im Jona. As they had been like sisters for many years. Ultimately, she chose to inform Li Feng, but his response left her feeling a tinge of disappointment and sadness. While she understood that his words were largely in jest, the final thank you soothed her feelings somewhat. Little did Li Feng know that he had almost lost a cherished confidant. That evening, he booked a flight for the following day and called Adalar to request leave. Adalar expressed complete trust in Li Feng and generously granted him a week's vacation. Thus, the next day, the Dutch uncle personally drove Li Feng to Amsterdam International Airport. Embarking on his second journey to Korea, Li Feng arrived in Seoul, South Korea, on the afternoon of the 17th. March in Korea was still quite chilly. After leaving the airport, he took a taxi to the same hotel as before, as he was a nostalgic person and the hotel was indeed quite nice. By coincidence, he had the same room as last time. Sister Asian, are you free? After showering, Li Feng pondered for a long while before sending this message. You're in Korea? Not long after, a melodious voice came through his phone. Pressing the answer button, he heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Yes, the coach granted me a week off. I came to Korea to meet friends, Li Feng replied. Oh, male or female? Sun Yijin asked playfully. Female, Li Feng hesitated for a moment before responding honestly. Oh, let me see her. I'll vet her for you, Sun Yijin said, maintaining her light-hearted tone. However, if Li Feng could see her face at that moment, he would notice that, despite her cheerful demeanor, there was no trace of a smile, only a concealed disappointment and sadness. Haha, she's just an ordinary friend, Li Feng, feeling compelled to clarify, could not help but explain. Really? A smile suddenly returned to Sun Yijin's charming face. Are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together. Li Feng, not wanting to dwell on the matter, quickly changed the topic. Sure, I don't have much filming today and can leave early. Where are you? I can come pick you up, Sun Yijin replied. At the previous hotel, Li Feng answered. All right, I'll let the director know and come to get you. It should take about half an hour. Sun Yijin spoke rapidly, as if worried Li Feng might run away if she spoke too slowly. Chapter 56. Reunion with Sun Yijin. Upon seeing Sun Yijin again, Li Feng's gaze was transfixed. Unlike their previous encounters, she wore a meticulously crafted makeup that made her stunningly beautiful. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Sun Yijin noticed Li Feng staring and asked playfully, secretly pleased by his attention. No, I've just never seen you so exquisitely made up before. I'm mesmerized, Li Feng admitted, feeling a bit shy but honest. Silly. Sun Yijin laughed, yet her crescent-shaped eyes betrayed her true feelings. Eager to see Li Feng, she rushed over without changing her filming makeup or outfit. They returned to the same barbecue restaurant. The lighting in the car was dim, and when they sat in the private room of the barbecue place, Li Feng took a closer look at Sun Yijin and noticed the fatigue hidden beneath her beautiful facade. Filming must be tough. Although Li Feng initially had no intention of discussing her work, he couldn't help but ask upon seeing her weary expression. It's all right, Sun Yijin replied, momentarily taken aback, as she brushed her hair back and smiled lightly. It was evident she did not wish to discuss her filming experiences, knowing that if she did, Li Feng would be unable to handle it, possibly ruining their meal. Neither of them wanted to bring it up, and a sudden silence enveloped them. I've been keeping an eye on your recent matches. Your performance has been improving. Sun Yijin finally broke the silence. Hearing her compliment caught Li Feng off guard, making him feel a bit bashful. Do you realize that you are two entirely different individuals on and off the field? Observing Li Feng scratching his head with a rather naive expression, Sun Yijin could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about a question that had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Is that so? What distinguishes them? Li Feng replied, unaware of any difference. Has no one ever mentioned this to you? Sun Yijin probed further. No, it's always been me. What could possibly be different? Li Feng shuja. Am I somehow more handsome on the field? He stroked his chin, adopting a rather self-absorbed demeanor. Ha ha! Confronted with Li Feng's sudden display of silliness, Sun Yijin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere between them returned to normal as the barbecue arrived just in time. Perhaps it was their mutual effort to maintain the lightheartedness, for Li Feng deliberately recounted amusing anecdotes about the team and the antics of his teammates to entertain Sun Yijin, who laughed heartily without regard for her image. Thus, their meal concluded joyfully, nurtured by their intentional camaraderie. Since Sun Yijin had consumed alcohol, it fell upon Li Feng to drive her home. Although he had a driver's license, he had never driven before, making this his first experience behind the wheel. The journey, which should have taken merely 10 minutes, stretched into over half an hour, hinting at the tortoise-like pace at which he drove. Sun Yijin had intended to invite Li Feng upstairs, but just as she was about to speak, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. "Are you in Korea?" The voice from the phone pierced her heart. Earlier, when they had just entered the car, Li Feng suggested that Sun Yijin rest a bit due to her evident fatigue.
Intending to wake her upon arrival, however, unable to sleep in the rare company of Li Feng, she felt touched by his concern, noticing his slight tension.
She nodded in agreement, pretending to doze off during the ride. As afternoon approached, Sun Yijin fell asleep, prompting Li Feng to lower his voice deliberately. "Why didn't you call me?" Choi Soo-young expressed her dissatisfaction. "Aren't you supposed to be working? Besides, it's been months since you last came to Korea. You should meet up with friends for a meal," Li Feng explained nonchalantly. "Fine, I'm done with work for today. Where are you? I'll come find you," Choi Soo-young said, her mood lightening upon hearing Li Feng's explanation. He relayed his address before hanging up. Sun Yijin stirred awake at the right moment. "Your friend?" she inquired, embodying the essence of a seasoned actress who had just been roused from a deep slumber, her tone tinged with the annoyance of being disturbed. "Yes, she'll be borrowing me for a bit," Li Feng nodded. "In that case, I want to invite you up then," Sun Yijin teased. "No worries. I'll take you upstairs and come right back down." "She wants to be here for a while," Li Feng replied, shaking his head. Although Sun Yijin had only drunk a little, he felt a sense of duty to ensure her safety by escorting her inside. Eventually, after Li Feng insisted, he accompanied Sun Yijin to her home before departing. He waited for another 10 minutes until Choi Soo-young's caretaker finally arrived. "I thought you were playing me." "I was ready to head back to the hotel," Li Feng joked, rubbing his hands together. Despite this being their second meeting, they were not strangers, having chatted for over a month previously. "Of course not. I was looking forward to you treating me to a meal," she replied, feigning a pitiful expression while patting her stomach. "Rest assured, while my earnings may be modest, I can still afford a meal for you. What do you feel like eating?" "Li Fen chocolat soufflé." You're just too kind." She then turned to her driver and instructed him on their destination, introducing Li Feng to her manager. Perhaps due to Choi Soo-young's affluent background, her manager was rather lenient. They shared a sibling-like bond and often ventured out for late-night snacks, which frequently became a source of playful teasing from the other members of Girls' Generation. Choi Soo-young and Lim Yuna were famously known as the two gastronomes of Girls' Generation, indulging in food without ever gaining weight, a trait that many women would envy. Li Feng had witnessed Lim Yuna's appetite firsthand, and now it was Choi Soo-young's turn. As Li Feng observed her incessantly stuffing grilled meat into her mouth, he was utterly astounded. He, too, was a foodie, but Choi Soo-young's capacity rivaled his own. It was worth noting that even among men, Li Feng had a considerable appetite. Compared to Yuna, you are indeed more impressive," Li Feng remarked, unable to resist giving her a thumbs up. "Where's that coming from?" Choi Soo-young blushed for once, her voice playful and teasing. "Oh, I truly worry for your future husband. How could he possibly handle a wife with such an appetite?" Li Feng shook his head while jesting. Choi Soo-young sidled up to Li Feng, shyly grasping his arm. "All right, just a joke. In China, we have a saying, being able to eat is a blessing. So, don't mind what others think, just be yourself." After savoring a moment of Choi Soo-young's playful demeanor, he continued with a smile. Chapter 57. The rhythm of two-timing in the past. Sun Yijin never felt lonely, even during prolonged periods in the entertainment industry, without what one might call friends. She could always find joy in her own company. However, following her unfulfilled romance with Li Feng, she realized she had changed. Now, during her free time, she often sought out friends, fearing solitude as it compelled her to reminisce about Li Feng, stirring a persistent regret within her. Why hadn't she been braver and accepted Li Feng's affections? Even if they had ultimately parted ways, at least they would have shared the effort and the experience of that relationship. But now, she had dismissed it all before it even began. Sun Yijin had very few friends, and after brief conversations, the few she did have were all busy with work. Ultimately, she found herself scrolling through her contacts and stumbled upon a name that had recently appeared, Lim Yuna. She had met this delightful girl during an event, and they had formed a solid friendship, often exchanging messages to check in on one another. "Hello, is this Yuna?" As soon as the call connected, Lim Yuna picked up with enthusiasm. "Yes, this is Yuna. Is it Ijin Uni?" came her cheerful voice. "Did the shoot wrap up?" Son Ijin inquired. "Yes. I'm just about to grab a bite before heading back to the dorm," Lim Yuna replied. "Yuna, if possible, would you come keep me company?" Son Ijin asked, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Please tell me your address, Uni." Lim Yuna, being a clever girl, accepted without hesitation, knowing well how to endear herself to her seniors. Little did she know how Li Feng would react upon seeing both Son Ijin and Lim Yuna together. For at that moment, he was blissfully enjoying himself with Choi Soo-young. "Did you have a quarrel with Tion Uni?" Just as Li Feng prepared to settle the bill, Choi Soo-young asked with concern. "No, why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Li Feng paused, shaking his head. "In the past, when Uni didn't have schedules, she would often message me, but lately, she hasn't been using her phone much," Choi Soo-young noted. "How do you know she was messaging me?" "She can have other friends too," Li Feng retorted defensively. "That's impossible. Outside of us members, Uni hardly has any friends. Even at the company, she only has a close relationship with Kim Hee-chul," Choi Soo-young explained. "Who is Kim Hee-chul?" Li Feng interrupted suddenly. "Hee-chul is a senior from our company. Both he and Tion Uni share the surname Kim, and are very close, often referred to as the Kim siblings by others in the company," Choi Soo-young clarified. "Oh, Tion can also text her Hee-chul, right? Their relationship is so good," Li Feng casually remarked. "Don't treat me like a fool. Tion Uni only started frequently texting after getting to know you." Choi Soo-young shot Li Feng a glare, fuming. "All right, I haven't quarreled with Tion. It's just that she's been quite busy lately, which is why our communication has lessened." Li Feng nodded in explanation. "You're not jealous because Tion Uni is filming We Got Married, are you? What about Yuna? Are you trying to juggle both?" Soo-young widened her eyes at Li Feng. "What jealousy? What juggling? Have you been watching too much television? Tion and I are merely friends, and Yuna and I haven't even started anything." Li Feng lightly tapped Soo-young on the head, strongly denying it. "We are girls' generation after all, and Tion, Yuna, and I share the same room." Soo-young looked at Li Feng with concern. "So what do you want?" Li Feng asked helplessly, spreading his hands. "What do I want? What do you want?" "I'm just kindly reminding you not to juggle." Soo-young expressed her dissatisfaction. "Forget it. I don't want to dwell on this. Let me take you back to the dorm." Li Feng decided not to get entangled in the issue. "All right, Tion Yuni's We Got Married is about to wrap up," Soo-young said, whether intentionally or not. "So soon?" Li Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Although he hadn't watched it, he was aware of the show. Tion Yuni's faux husband relationship was exposed, so they had to conclude it early. Soo-young explained while packing her things. "Oh, Tion must be quite upset," Li Feng remarked absent-mindedly. "Not really, it's just fake, and it lacks a promotional avenue for girls' generation," Soo-young replied. "Dining with celebrities is complicated. Not only do they have to dress modestly, but Li Feng also has to do the same. He certainly doesn't want to be caught up in any rumors that could lead to a scandal." "Where are you?" While chatting with Soo-young in the car, Li Feng ultimately couldn't resist sending a message to Kim Tion. "I'm at the dorm, the girls' generation dorm." An idle Tion was painting her nails when she received Li Feng's text. For a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Ever since that amusing night, they had become close friends who shared everything. However, after she told Li Feng to watch her show, she noticed that he hadn't been texting her as frequently as before. Being a sensitive person, Tion recognized this change, which left her feeling both worried and delighted, yet mostly confused. Their communication gradually dwindled. "Come downstairs in a bit. I'm in Soo-young's car heading to your dorm," Li Feng quickly replied. "You came to Korea?" Upon receiving this message, Tion nearly jumped in surprise. "I had a short vacation, so I decided to visit. Isn't it a pleasant surprise?" Li Feng sent a playful emoji. I'm not Yuna. What's so surprising about it?" Tion replied nonchalantly. "Ha! Is Yuna in the dorm? Don't tell her. I want to surprise her," Li Feng quickly responded. It turned out he came for Yuna. He truly intended to pursue her. This message felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing Tion's previously fluttering heart. Tion only sent a single word, but by then, Soo-young's car had already arrived at the girls' generation dorm. "Go up and call Tion down," Li Feng instructed Soo-young. "Were you just texting Tion Yuni?" Soo-young inquired. "Yes," Li Feng admitted candidly. "You need to be careful. Don't get caught," Soo-young warned. "What is there to be afraid of? No one recognizes me in Korea." And in this getup, even my mother wouldn't recognize me. Li Feng shrugged, wearing a cap, mask, and large sunglasses. Chapter 58. Kim Little Cute Kim Tion didn't keep Li Feng waiting long. After Su Young went upstairs for a few minutes, a petite figure appeared in Li Feng's line of sight, clad in an oversized black coat that nearly reached her knees, paired with white sweatpants. Her hair cascading over her shoulders, and her face completely bare of makeup. This was the first time Li Feng saw Tion without makeup, and honestly, there wasn't much difference from her made-up appearance, except her eyebrows appeared slightly lighter. "Don't stare," Tion exclaimed, flustered, as she quickly raised her hands to cover her eyebrows. Slightly irritated. "Haha, you look beautiful without makeup. There is hardly any difference," Li Feng genuinely praised. In reality, many so-called stars look entirely different without makeup. If one didn't know beforehand, they would hardly recognize them. "What brings you to Korea? Isn't the season still ongoing?" Upon hearing Li Feng's compliment, Tion's lips curled into a slight smile, though her tone remained as it was. "I told you it's a break, so I came to see you all. You know, girls' generation is everywhere in Korea right now. You all have completely blown up, and I obviously want to congratulate you," Li Feng stated the truth, as the song G had indeed catapulted girls' generation to stardom. "Oh, how sweet. Don't think I don't know. Did Su Young tell you about Yuna? And that's why you rushed to Korea?" Tion directly called Li Feng out. How do you know everything?" Seeing Tion say this, Li Feng decided to admit it. Yet he was uncertain if his visit was solely for Yuna. "I'm the leader of girls' generation. Naturally, I need to care about the members' matters," Tion replied matter-of-factly, wrinkling her nose. "Has anyone ever told you that you're quite adorable when you do that?" Watching Tion pout and glare cutely, Li Feng couldn't help but be charmed again. "Adorable? What does that mean?" Tion asked, puzzled. "It means even cuter than cute." Li Feng couldn't resist pinching Tion's soft cheeks. "Ah, you jerk. Let go. Don't touch me." Tion protested angrily, trying to escape Li Feng's grasp. However, Li Feng remained unfazed. Although the streetlights were dim, he could still see Tion's expression. Her fair cheeks tinged with a slight blush, which made her look less angry and even more endearing. "From now on, I won't call you Kim Big Mama or Kim Little Trouble. I'll call you Kim Little Cute." Li Feng decided on a new nickname for Tion. "Perverted Casanova, be careful. I might tell Yuna that you're teasing me." Tion shot back defiantly. "Go ahead. Who would believe you? Besides, if you tell Yuna, she might just join in teasing you." Li Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Tion hesitated, knowing that with Yuna's cunning nature, she might actually do that. Hee. "Kim Little Cute, you can't escape my grasp. Just surrender obediently." Li Feng adopted a playful, creepy uncle demeanor, while Tion feigned innocence, appearing helpless. Suddenly, Li Feng nearly choked. Tion's act of looking pitiful was even cuter than before. "I can't continue like this. I surrender." Li Feng quickly pretended to be defeated. "Ha!" Tion burst into a long-lost hearty laughter. "Do you want to attract more onlookers?" Li Feng aptly interrupted. "Thank you," Kim Tion expressed with a smile. "You silly. There's no need to be so formal with gratitude. I prefer tangible actions." "Come here for a hug," Li Feng said, opening his arms to her. Kim Tion paused for a moment, then stepped forward and embraced him. Li Feng, taken aback by the sudden affection, quickly gathered his thoughts. He felt a surge of compassion. As the leader of girls' generation, the dreams of 9 girls rested upon her shoulders. She was afraid that her personal issues might disrupt the hard-won stability of the group. "Li Feng, promise me you won't ignore me anymore. Let us be friends for life, shall we?" Kim Tion tightened her grip around him. In that moment, she was not the leader of girls' generation, but simply an ordinary girl. "Of course, you can't shake me off that easily. For decades to come, I will always be here." Li Feng whispered softly in her ear, unable to resist holding the somewhat vulnerable girl close. Time seemed to blur until Kim Tion finally pulled away from the embrace, and an awkward tension filled the air. "It's getting late. Let me walk you back to the dormitory." Li Feng finally broke the silence, assuming the role of a gentleman. As they were leaving, Li Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing into a shadowy corner. "What's wrong?" Kim Tion noticed Li Feng had stopped. "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head and continuing on. Shortly after their departure, a man dressed in black emerged, a camera hanging around his neck. Clearly, he was a journalist. It was worth the wait. The leader of girls' generation, Kim Tion, is dating. "This is big news, especially with a faux couple dynamic," the reporter muttered to himself. "It's a pity I didn't capture the man's face, but judging by how well he's wrapped up and his tall stature, he must be quite handsome. By the way, I happen to have time tomorrow. I can take you to visit Yoon on set, Kim Tae-yeon suggested once they reached the dormitory. Really? Lee Feng had been fretting over how to visit Lim Yoon's filming location. He had asked Choi Soo-young earlier, but she had prior commitments and couldn't accompany him. As a newcomer from small town, he feared he would not be allowed in without a proper introduction. Calling Yoon made little sense, and it would be embarrassing. Look at you, so pleased. Such a flirt, Kim Tae-yeon teased, having returned to her usual demeanor. Flirt? If I were, would there be any good men left in the world? I've been professionally single for 20 years, Lee Feng retorted. In Korea, you're already 22. Stop pretending to be younger. Kim Tae-yeon countered. Puffed, I go by European age. In Europe, I'm still only 20, Lee Feng shot back without hesitation. You're currently in Korea. They engaged in playful banter, standing at the dormitory entrance for quite some time until a resident returned, forcing them to conclude their seemingly endless squabble and part ways in haste. Chapter 59. Visiting the set, one of South Korea's top 3 television networks, established in 1961, is renowned as the king of Korean dramas, having produced numerous classic series. As it has evolved, it has made significant strides in various fields including news, sports, entertainment, variety shows, current affairs, and radio. The variety show We Got Married, which Kim Tae-yeon participated in, is one of its productions alongside Infinite Challenge, hosted by Yoo Jae-suk. Often hailed as the most successful variety show in history, Kim Tae-yeon's faux partner is a member from this very show. The following day, Lee Feng spent an hour in the hotel gym for strength training. After a refreshing shower, he called Kim Tae-yeon. By the time she arrived at the hotel, it was already noon. He had called at 10, and she arrived at 12, leaving him nearly exasperated. However, when she arrived, her first action was to complain about being woken from a deep slumber by his call, which irritated her. Given that he was at her mercy, Lee Feng could do nothing but concede, and to express his regret, he naturally treated her to lunch. After leaving the restaurant, over an hour had passed. They then bought several large bags of snacks and ordered enough hot coffee for the group at a CF, followed by pizza, before finally setting off. Kim Tae-yeon had already informed Lim Yoon that she would be visiting the set today, though she hadn't mentioned Lee Feng's presence. Bearing a duopoly mask and sunglasses, Lee Feng maintained his disguise, while Kim Tae-yeon was similarly attired. In the car, the driver frequently glanced back at them. While Kim Tae-yeon was a public figure, Lee Feng's outfit was intended to avoid unwanted attention. In Korea, privacy is a significant concern, and his masculine pride also compelled him to remain inconspicuous due to his lack of fame. With Kim Tae-yeon's presence, the staff did not hinder their entry, and they soon arrived at the Seoul building. Kim Tae-yeon approached the front desk to inquire about Yoon's filming location, while Lee Feng idly observed his surroundings. Before long, he spotted a familiar face, Yoo Jae-suk. Brother Jae-suk, Lee Feng called out as he approached. Who are you? Yoo Jae-suk didn't recognize him at first. Given Lee Feng's attire, it would have been surprising if he did. It's me, Lee Feng, he said, removing his sunglasses. Ah, Lee Feng, what brings you to Korea? Isn't the season still ongoing? Yoo Jae-suk inquired, surprised. Although they had only met once, the impression was strong, and they had exchanged texts afterward, establishing a friendly rapport. I have a week's break due to the international match, so I came to Korea to visit friends. Lee Feng explained. I was just thinking of calling you and Jungkook to see if we could all go out for a meal, he added. Of course. My little brother is here. We must gather. You don't know how often Jungkook talks about how amazing you are in the matches. It's driving me crazy. Yoo Jae-suk quipped, launching into a friendly complaint about Kim Jungkook. I'll call Jungkook later. If you're free, let us meet tomorrow night at that barbecue place. Lee Feng suggested, knowing Jungkook was a football enthusiast and he had more frequent contact with him than with Yoo Jae-suk. Sound good. Just give me a call. Yoo Jae-suk agreed. Jae-suk. Kim Tae-yeon had returned and approached Lee Feng from behind, greeting him. She had previously appeared on Yoo Jae-suk's family outing, and her faux partner was Jae-suk's co-host on Infinite Challenge. Hello, Tae-yeon, Yoo Jae-suk replied warmly. At that moment, staff members from Infinite Challenge approached Yoo Jae-suk, notifying him that it was time to film. Sorry, I have to go shoot now. Let's stay in touch, he said to Lee Feng before bidding farewell to Kim Tae-yeon. How do you know Jae-suk? You seem quite familiar with him, Kim Tae-yeon asked, astonished after Yoo Jae-suk left. Though comedic entertainers generally hold a lower status in Korea, Yu Jae-suk was an exception, and as variety shows gained popularity, such distinctions were gradually diminishing. We played football together, which led to a solid friendship, Li Feng explained. Jae-suk likes football too? Kim Taeyeon inquired. The situation seems rather ordinary. However, it must be said that Brother Sher is quite poor at football, while Brother Jungwoo plays reasonably well, replied Li Feng. Family birth? Did you watch the episode of my show? Jin Taeyeon immediately recalled their time, recording together, noting that Family Birth garnered impressive viewership. Of course, I am a devoted viewer of Family Birth. I have watched every episode with great enthusiasm, Li Feng reflected, reliving the laughter that the show brought him. Cool, me. Let me take you to meet your Yune, Jin Taeyeon said, leading Li Feng to the filming location of Lim Yune. The television drama titled Beggar Becomes Prince revolves around two identical young men who switch identities, one a destitute youth, the other a wealthy heir. Lim Yune plays the female lead, a girl with aspirations of becoming a designer. In his past life, Li Feng had watched numerous dramas of this nature, and he found them forgettable, often revolving around the same tired tropes, a wealthy heir falling for a poor girl or vice versa, with the main characters always flanked by secondary leads. At present, Li Feng held little interest in such dramas. Instead, he was preoccupied with the male lead, Kwon Sang-woo, whom Choi Soo-young had mentioned. Li Feng had researched him online and found him quite handsome, especially in his 30s, charming and sophisticated, embodying his most alluring phase of life. Upon seeing Jin Taeyeon, Lim Yune, who was not currently filming, exuberantly bounded over to her. I thought you wouldn't come, Yuni. She pouted after separating from the embrace. How can I not come? Not only am I here, but I also brought you a special gift, Jin Taeyeon replied, glancing at Li Feng behind her. Wow, so many snacks. Lim Yune, one of the two great food lovers, completely ignored Li Feng and fixated on the bags of snacks and coffee pizza he held. Jin Taeyeon, noticing Lim Yune's lack of awareness regarding Li Feng, chose not to intervene and continued speaking. In Chapter 60, Meeting Girls, Lim Yune expressed her affection, exclaiming, "You're so wonderful. I love you," and hugged Jin Taeyeon once more before greeting the director and staff. Li Feng trailed behind them, standing straight rather than bowing, which drew raised eyebrows from several crew members. Lim Yune soon noticed the peculiar situation and turned back to look at Li Feng several times. "Yini, who is that behind us? He doesn't seem to be one of our crew," she inquired after finishing her greetings. "Why not take a look for yourself?" Jin Taeyeon suggested, unconcerned about Li Feng's behavior, as he was not Korean and thus unfamiliar with their customs. Jin Taeyeon's words piqued Lim Yune's curiosity, prompting her to observe Li Feng openly. Could it be? She pondered, unsure about her thoughts regarding Li Feng. Why not go see for yourself? Jin Taeyeon encouraged, not providing Lim Yune with a definitive answer. Is it really you? Lim Yune finally approached Li Feng, uncertain. What do you think? Li Feng replied, removing his sunglasses. How could you? No wonder you've been so busy and ignored my messages these past few days. You secretly came to Korea? Lim Yune's expression shifted immediately. Her lips pursed in feigned anger. Alas, I took advantage of a rare few days off, flying all the way from Holland for just a glimpse of someone. And that person doesn't even appreciate it. Fine, I'll just return to Holland. Li Feng pretended to lament. Is it so wrong for me to recognize you? Lim Yune, understanding the difficulty of Li Feng's journey to Korea, decided to yield, affectionately gripping his arm. The filming location was small, and their interaction caught the eyes of many staff members, sparking curiosity about the impolite man accompanying Jin Taeyeon, as Lim Yune seemed quite close to him. At that moment, the pizza and coffee that Li Feng had ordered arrived, and since the drama had not yet premiered, filming was not rushed. Director Yu Jong-jun called for a break, allowing Li Feng to finally meet Kwon Sang-woo in person. "Hello, Senior Kwon Sang-woo," Jin Taeyeon greeted as he approached after wrapping up his scene. "Hello, Taeyeon. Feel free to call me that. Yoon does, and Soo-young called me that last time she visited. I'm a fan of Girls' Generation," Kwon Sang-woo replied with a warm smile. "All right," Jin Taeyeon responded. Li Feng had already noted Kwon Sang-woo's arrival. Lim Yune, who had her back to Jin Taeyeon, realized Li Feng was gazing past her. She stood up quickly, saying, "Let me introduce you to a senior." "I want to go," Li Feng thought, as he was primarily concerned about Kwon Sang-woo's presence, viewing him as a potential rival. Together with Lim Yune, they approached Kwon Sang-woo. "This is Taeyeon, the one who knows you best," Lim Yune began, while Kwon Sang-woo jested. "We've met, haven't we, Taeyeon?" "Yes," Jin Taeyeon affirmed. This is Li Feng, a good friend of ours from Girls' Generation. Lim Yun-a then introduced Li Feng to Quan Sang-woo. This is my senior, Quan Sang-woo, she said before turning to Li Feng. Hello, I am Li Feng from China. He introduced himself, albeit with a rather unfriendly tone. Oh, your Korean is quite impressive. I would never have guessed you were Chinese, Quan Sang-woo remarked, shaking Li Feng's hand. After their hands parted, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, as Quan Sang-woo could sense Li Feng's hostility. As a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry, he quickly recognized the underlying tension and decided to excuse himself. I just wanted to thank you for the coffee and pizza. I will enjoy it, he said before returning to his resting area. Faced with the awkwardness, Lim Yun-a and Jin Tion were at a loss for what to do. Jin Tion had not anticipated Li Feng's overt behavior. Fortunately, Quan Sang-woo made a timely exit. What is wrong with you? Lim Yun-a asked, puzzled by Li Feng's demeanor. What do you mean? I'm fine. Li Feng feigned ignorance, while Jin Tion looked on in disbelief at their exchange. Lim Yun-a was not to blame, as she was unaware of the backstory. The conversation shifted among the three until filming resumed, prompting Li Feng and Jin Tion to depart. I thought you might engage Quan Sang-woo in conversation, Jin Tion exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. If I had, I would have ended up in the hospital, Li Feng declared with exaggerated arrogance, aware of his enhanced abilities. Please, Jin Tion scoffed, rolling her eyes at him. What shall we do next? After exiting the building, she inquired of Li Feng. I want to introduce you to a younger sister. Li Feng suddenly recalled a girl he had encountered by the Han River. Are you in Korea solely to meet girls? Jin Tion asked, regarding him with a strange expression. How did you know? Look at how I've met all of you beautiful girls since arriving in Korea, Li Feng admitted candidly. Jin Tion huffed, unimpressed. Letus Brusha. The reason I wanted to introduce you to her is that her circumstances mirror yours and mine almost perfectly, which leads me to believe you share a profound connection. Thus, I thought it fitting to introduce you to Lee Ji-yoon or to explain her to Kim Tae-yeon. Did you misunderstand that the girl intended to jump into the river? Kim Tae-yeon asked, her eyes widening. Is it Ji-yoon? Li Feng did not respond to Kim Tae-yeon, but instead took out his phone and dialed a number. Yes, I am June, came the voice of a girl from the other end. Where are you? Li Feng inquired. I am in the practice room at the company, she replied. Their conversation flowed smoothly, with Li Feng asking a question and the young girl responding, until they agreed on a meeting place and ended the call. So, the girl is also an artist? Kim Tae-yeon, who had been close to Li Feng, naturally overheard their exchange. Yes, her name is Lee Ji-yoon, but it seems her debut was not particularly successful. Li Feng nodded. Chapter 61. Gradual transformation. The two girls who had cast shadows over Li Feng's life finally became acquainted through his introduction. Initially, it was manageable as they were strangers, with Li Feng firmly positioned as the central figure between the two women. However, it was not long before he became inconsequential. The girls had an abundance of shared interests, and they uncovered numerous similarities, petite figures, youthful appearances, and both being singers, prominent among the new generation of female vocalists. Kim Tae-yeon's singing ability had garnered acclaim within the industry, and Lee Ji-yoon, despite her less than stellar debut, had earned recognition from numerous industry veterans for her talent. As they grew more familiar, their discussion turned to music, whereas Li Feng, being tone-deaf, found himself utterly out of his depth. The nuances of singing were irrelevant to him as long as he found it pleasing to the ear. Ultimately, Kim Tae-yeon and Lee Jun became engrossed in conversation, leaving Li Feng sidelined, and he could only transform his boredom into an appetite until Kim Tae-yeon had to depart. As Kim Tae-yeon had a broadcasting schedule that evening, she bid farewell after exchanging phone numbers with Lee Ji-yoon. Subsequently, Li Feng escorted Lee Ji-yoon back to her company's dormitory. Has the shoot concluded? Li Feng messaged Lim Yuna during his free time. Yes, it just finished. I was about to call you, Lim Yuna quickly replied. This is what they call a meeting of minds. Li Feng promptly messaged back, yet this time Lim Yuna did not respond by text but instead called him directly. Where are you? I'm starving, Lim Yuna stated rather directly. What would you like to eat? Li Feng inquired with a smile. Barbecue. I knew you would crave barbecue. I've already reserved a table, he informed her, sharing the address for her to go ahead. With no means to purchase a car and being in Korea, he could only hail a taxi. The restaurant was the same one he had visited with Sun Yijin. It had a pleasant ambience and fresh meat. And knowing Lim Yuna's fondness for meat, he had made the reservation in advance. By the time Li Feng arrived, nearly an hour had passed, and Lim Yuna had already settled in. As he entered the private room, He found her sitting there, engrossed in her phone. "If you hadn't come soon, I would have starved to death," Lim Yuna exclaimed, putting her phone down and patting her stomach in a pitiful manner that would elicit sympathy from any man. Li Feng immediately turned to summon the waiter to bring the dishes, then returned to the booth. "If you're truly hungry, feel free to start without me. I'm not Korean, and some etiquette can be overlooked," he said as he took a seat across from Lim Yuna. However, Lim Yuna merely shook her head silently, her intent clear. "All right then." Seeing Lim Yuna's determination, Li Feng did not press further. 10 minutes later, after taking her first bite of barbecue, Lim Yuna nearly shed tears from the deliciousness. During the meal, Li Feng attended to Lim Yuna, who was ravenously eating until she finally laid down her chopsticks with a satisfied expression. "Yuna, it's quite a challenge to keep you fed. Perhaps I should consider opening a ranch," he remarked, observing the chaos on the table, which was strewn with remnants of food that had all found their way into Lim Yuna's stomach. "Arriving so late left me too hungry," she replied, a rare blush creeping on her cheeks. "All right, it's all my fault," Li Feng conceded, though his expression suggested otherwise. Lim Yuna shot him an annoyed glance. "It's good to eat well. Look at you, you're nothing but skin and bones," Li Feng quickly complimented. "When did you arrive in Korea?" Lim Yuna asked. "Yesterday," he replied. "How long will you stay?" "Depends on someone," he teased. "I have a week off. If that someone wishes, I might extend my stay. Otherwise, I shall return to the Netherlands." "Who is this someone you speak of?" Lim Yuna tilted her head, grinning as she feigned ignorance. "Mind your hair," Li Feng observed, as her long locks fell onto the greasy table. Habitually, he reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. Earlier during their meal, he had also fixed her hair, but she had been too preoccupied with her food to notice. However, in this moment, their gazes locked, and his gesture infused the atmosphere with a hint of intimacy, causing a blush to rise on Lim Yuna's fair cheeks. "Hee, I was just getting used to it while you were eating." Li Feng quickly withdrew his hand, explaining, and returned to his seat across from her. "Fool," Lim Yuna pouted playfully. After the awkward moment passed, Lim Yuna suddenly looked up at Li Feng and called out, "Hmm?" Li Feng met her gaze again, and they locked eyes once more. "My relationship with Kong Sang-woo is merely that of seniors and juniors in the industry," Lim Yuna stated candidly, explaining each word deliberately. Her revelation left Li Feng feeling embarrassed, as he was at a loss for how to respond. Filming must be exhausting. Perhaps you should head back to rest early," he suggested, hastily opting to escape the situation by rushing to the front desk to settle the bill. "Fool," Lim Yuna chided again. After Li Feng and Taeyun departed, Lim Yuna sought out Kwon Sang-woo to convey her apologies on Li Feng's behalf, as it was Kwon Sang-woo who had informed her of Li Feng's unusual demeanor. Though it was not an entirely positive incident, Li Feng's behavior did bring her joy. Otherwise, she would not have felt compelled to explain herself, which signified that he held a place in her heart. Once the bill was settled, the two wrapped themselves snugly and boarded Lim Yuna's van. Initially, Li Feng hesitated to ride in a vehicle belonging to a woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed as a man. But Lim Yuna insisted she had a gift for him. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lim Yuna asked him to wait a moment, then dashed inside. A few minutes later, she re-emerged, breathless, and handed Li Feng an exquisitely wrapped box. "What is this?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Open it and see." Lim Yuna replied with a playful eye roll. "Chocolate?" he guessed uncertainly. "Yes," she nodded. "Ah, is this a belated Valentine's gift?" Li Feng pondered aloud, recalling that last month Lim Yuna had asked him for a Valentine's present, chiding him for being oblivious to such occasions. "This isn't a belated gift. I bought it over a month ago." Lim Yuna pouted, clearly displeased. "Over a month? Can it still be eaten?" he muttered. "Humph, the gift is yours now. You may leave. I need to rest," Lim Yuna declared, her irritation at his lack of appreciation evident. "As a jest, please do not take offense. I shall reciprocate. However, tomorrow evening, I have arranged a dinner with several Korean friends. After we conclude, I shall call you, if that is agreeable." Although Li Feng may be somewhat oblivious and inexperienced in matters of the heart, he is not foolish to that extent. Once Yune's figure faded from view, Li Feng turned his gaze to the chocolate in his hand. Previously, he and Yune primarily communicated via text messages, with her occasionally calling him. As her schedule was exceedingly busy, their exchanges evolved from light-hearted banter to deeper conversations, and this trip to Korea significantly transformed their relationship. Chapter 62. Scandals and departures. The following day, Kim Jong-kook, exhibiting remarkable loyalty, took Li Feng on an afternoon excursion. That evening, the gathering included Yu Jae-suk, Cha Tae-hyun, and Zhang He, making a total of 5 individuals. Aware of Li Feng's status as an athlete, they kindly refrained from pressuring him to drink, with Yu Jae-suk even extending an invitation for Li Feng to appear on his show in the future. Li Feng expressed his keen interest, particularly in the family outing program. Encouraged by the group's lightheartedness, Yu Jae-suk resolved to discuss with the producers the possibility of inviting Li Feng to join once his season concluded. The dinner lasted well into the night, and upon departing, only Li Feng remained sober, while the others, particularly Cha Tae-hyun, required assistance from Kim Jong-kook and Zhang He to reach their vehicle. After bidding farewell to the others, Li Feng hurriedly dialed Lin Yune's number. The previous night, upon returning home, he had researched how Valentine's Day was celebrated in Korea and discovered the peculiar tradition of celebrating 12 Valentine's Days a year, with the 14th of each month designated as such. Upon learning this, Li Feng's initial thought was of the hardships faced by Korean men who must navigate numerous commemorative occasions, including 100-day, 200-day, and 300-day anniversaries, alongside the first meeting anniversary, leaving him quite overwhelmed. "Yune, are you asleep?" he inquired. After nearly a minute of ringing, Lin Yune finally answered, responding with a soft hum. "Then I shall bring your gift next time," Li Feng cautiously suggested. "It's up to you," came Yune's nonchalant reply. "I was wrong. Just wait for me. I will come over immediately." After uttering this, Li Feng promptly ended the call and hailed a taxi to the Girls' Generation dormitory. At that moment, several members of Girls' Generation had just concluded their schedule and were watching television while waiting to shower. Lin Yune, having returned early, was eagerly anticipating Li Feng's call, which had only now come through. After a mere 10 minutes, Li Feng arrived at the dormitory entrance. "Yune, I'm here. Can you come down?" he asked somewhat sheepishly. Though initially reticent, Yune soon appeared, clad in a pink floral pajama set with an oversized coat draped over her shoulders, resembling the outfit of Kim Tae-yeon from the previous day. "Yune, I apologize. I had no idea the gathering would last so long," Li Feng immediately expressed. In Korea, socializing is viewed as a sign of capability, which is a positive thing. However, if possible, a quick call to inform someone would alleviate their concerns, Yune replied, surprising Li Feng with her understanding. "You're not angry?" he tentatively queried. "Why would I be angry? We are merely friends," Yune replied, her thoughts as enigmatic as ever. "All right, friends then. I brought you some late-night snacks and a gift." He presented a large bag filled with food from the dinner, followed by a delicate box containing white candies, which he had researched online and acquired earlier that afternoon with Kim Jong-kook's assistance, much to Kim's amusement. Li Feng had to invoke the name of Yoon Eun-hae to quell Kim Jong-kook's incessant curiosity. "Thank you." Yune's eyes sparkled upon seeing the snacks. "Take them upstairs, eat, and rest early. I shall return now," Li Feng said as he handed the items to her. "You foolish boy." Yoon silently chastised him for his clumsiness, while simultaneously appreciating his thoughtfulness, recognizing how busy they all were, resulting in a rather contradictory sentiment. "Do you have a busy schedule tomorrow?" Li Feng finally asked as Yoon was about to head inside. Unfortunately, her response brought a wave of disappointment to Li Feng. "Very well, you should go up now." "I shall take my leave," he said, concealing his dismay. I shall call you once my schedule is finished," Yoon said before hurriedly entering the dormitory. Alas, that prospect was thwarted as news broke of Li Feng's photo with Kim Tae-yeon, Girls' Generation's leader Kim Tae-yeon's romantic involvement exposed. Seen on a late-night date with a mysterious man in an affectionate manner, the article detailed, accompanied by a series of intimate photographs of Li Feng and Kim Tae-yeon, including playful gestures and embraces. Upon reading this, the president of their agency, Kim Young-min, erupted in fury, summoning the group's manager, Song Ki-bum, and Kim Tae-yeon to his office. "Explain the situation," he demanded. Both Song Ki-bum and Kim Tae-yeon were well aware of the unfolding drama. "I am not in a relationship. This person is merely a friend, and our rapport is closer than usual," Kim Tae-yeon explained, having already discussed it with the manager. "Indeed, we have spoken with the members, and they all recognize him. Several colleagues are also aware of his identity," Song Ki-bum confirmed. "What company does he represent?" Kim Young-min inquired, already leaning toward believing their assurances. "He is not affiliated with any company. He is just an ordinary person. His attire is simply to avoid being photographed," Kim Tae-yeon clarified. Address this matter immediately. This year is significant for you. I expect you to conduct yourselves appropriately and prevent such rumors from circulating again, Kim Young-min cautioned. A statement was swiftly issued, declaring that Kim Tae-yeon and this individual were merely friends, not in a romantic relationship. Subsequently, Kim Tae-yeon also publicly denied the claims, clarifying that the individual was a close friend, and due to their long absence from one another, their behavior appeared more intimate than it was, emphasizing that he already had a girlfriend and expressing regret for any distress caused by the rumors. As the subject of the rumors, Lee Feng remained oblivious to the scandal, as he hardly followed the news. It was not until Lin Yoon-ae called him later that evening that he discovered the rumors involving him and Kim Tae-yeon. After perusing the online articles, he felt compelled to clarify the situation with Lin Yoon-ae. Having explained everything to Lin Yoon-ae, he then attempted to reach out to Kim Tae-yeon, initially intending to offer her comfort. However, upon realizing the extent of the scandal, he lost interest in remaining in Korea. The following day, he returned to China to spend time with family and friends before making his way back to the Netherlands. Upon the release of Kim Tae-yeon's statement that evening, the members of Girls' Generation regarded Lin Yoon-ae with knowing glances, as they were aware of Lee Feng's intentions toward her, and since Kim Tae-yeon shared a close bond with him, it was interpreted that Yoon-ae had indeed confirmed her relationship with Lee Feng. "Yoon-ae, you must explain this," Lin Yoon-ae exclaimed, seizing Kim Tae-yeon upon her return. "What is there to explain? It was bound to happen eventually. I merely wish to apologize in advance," Kim Tae-yeon retorted, leaving Lin Yoon-ae momentarily at a loss, much to the delight of the other girls. Chapter 63. Mission accomplished. Upon Lee Feng's return to the Netherlands, the 28th round of the Eredivisie had concluded, with Volendam drawing 0-0 at home against Utrecht. For the first time since the 8th round, the team played without Lee Feng orchestrating the midfield. Coach Adelaar opted for a comprehensive defensive strategy, ultimately securing a point through staunch resistance. As the league nears its conclusion, teams in the relegation zone have exhibited an astonishing will to survive. In this round of matches, all three relegation-threatened teams emerged victorious, narrowing the point gap among the last few teams. Currently, the bottom team, Graafschap, has 23 points, followed closely by Sparta Rotterdam with 24, followed by ADO Den Haag and Roda with 25 points, and then Heracles and Willem II with 26, and Vitesse with 27. The minimal point differences mean that any team could face relegation, especially with 6 rounds remaining. Volendam, currently tied with Feyenoord at 35 points, faces Feyenoord next. It is worth noting that this former giant of the Eredivisie has disappointed this season, struggling in the lower echelons of the table since the season's onset, only recently managing to catch up, albeit narrowly above Volendam by goal difference. In their last encounter, Feyenoord decisively defeated Volendam 5-0. After a 2-week international break, Volendam's players enjoyed ample rest. On April 5th, the Veronica Stadium was filled to capacity. Following a 2-week hiatus, the fans' enthusiasm erupted more fervently than ever. And after a 20-day absence, Lee Feng returned to the pitch. Listening to the familiar cheers and gazing upon the beloved stadium and supporters, Lee Feng felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. "Come on, I can't hold back any longer," he thought, nearly yearning to howl at the sky to release his emotions. When the referee's whistle blew, Lee Feng surged forward like a finely tuned arrow, charging at the Feyenoord player in possession of the ball. After 20 days away from the pitch, Feng must be bursting with energy. Just look at him, actively contesting for the ball right from the start. This is quite rare. Mullen laughed heartily. Indeed, it seemed Feyenoord would face dire consequences in this match, as no team in the Eredivisie had managed to contain Lee Feng in his current form, especially since Feyenoord lacked a competent defensive midfielder. Jonk expressed his admiration for Lee Feng without reservation. In response to the threat posed by Lee Feng, Feyenoord's coach had repositioned Lucius to a defensive midfield role, but Mullen remained skeptical about Lucius's ability to withstand Lee Feng's onslaught. The dynamics of possession shifted significantly on the pitch, with Lee Feng's relentless pursuit forcing Amadi into a mistake. The pass was too forceful, allowing Koning to intercept. He quickly relayed the ball to Drent, who, facing the seasoned Van Bronckhorst defense, hesitated to take on his opponent and opted to pass to the supporting Van Sanen. At that moment, Lee Feng had surged to the edge of the penalty area, raising his hand to signal for the ball. Without hesitation, Van Sanen delivered a precise pass to him. Despite Lucius's attempts to impede him through pushing and pulling, Li Feng remained unfazed. After skillfully controlling the ball, he deftly lifted it, spun past Lucius, and unleashed a powerful volley. Oh, what a pity! Had that shot found the net, it would have been a stunning goal. Volendam's first attempt came from Feng's soaring strike. Lucius was utterly powerless against him, Mullen lamented. Ultimately, Li Feng's shot was deflected by the veteran goalkeeper Demo, resulting in a corner kick for Volendam. However, the corner lacked quality and was cleared by Hofland. In the 7th minute, the ball found its way back to Li Feng. Volendam pressed forward again. After traversing half the field, Li Feng distributed the ball to the left, where Myers made a breakthrough along the flank and returned the ball to Van Saenen, whose shot lacked power. By the 12th minute, the ball was once again at Li Feng's feet, this time on the left side. Myers combined with Van Saenen again, penetrating the penalty area, but his shot slightly missed the target. For the first 30 minutes of the first half, Volendam's attacks predominantly originated from the left flank, with Myers emerging as the standout player, while Feyenoord's defensive strength inadvertently shifted towards that side. In the 35th minute of the first half, possession returned to Volendam's feet. Li Feng continued his movement towards the left, with Myers already making a forward run. Feyenoord instinctively followed, shifting their defense leftward. At that moment, Li Feng executed a cross-field pass, directing the ball not to Myers, but instead to Drent on the right flank. With no defenders in front of him, Drent found Van Bronckhorst still positioned centrally. By the time he retraced his steps, Drent had already charged into the penalty area. Beautiful! This moment has been set up through 30 minutes of groundwork, Mullen shouted as Drent effortlessly entered the penalty area to score. Volendam, with and without Li Feng, was an entirely different team. Few would dispute this sentiment. Li Feng had emerged as the most significant discovery and asset of the season in the Dutch league. The other 16 teams envied Volendam, and their supporters were grateful to their scout Edwin de Jong for bringing Li Feng to Veronica Stadium, as praised by Jonk. As the match progressed, Volendam played with increasing composure. Although they did not score in the first half, they maintained a firm grip on the game's dynamics. After the halftime break, Feyenoord made adjustments. Realizing they could not contain Li Feng, they decided to engage in an open attacking match against Volendam. The second half unfolded with exhilarating exchanges, culminating in both teams scoring a goal. The one for Volendam was netted by Duby, marking his 13th goal of the season, while Feyenoord veteran Meek also reached 13 goals, making both their teams top scorers. After this round, with 38 points, Volendam no longer needed to concern themselves with relegation issues. They could now refocus their objectives. Adelaar had similarly resolved this, as Volendam's next opponent would be Heerenveen, a contender in the KNVB Cup semifinals. On April 12th, the 30th round of the league commenced. To prioritize the KNVB Cup, Adelaar rested most of the starting lineup on the bench. The veteran but returned from injury and made a substitute appearance in this match. Despite ultimately losing 1-0 to AB in the stadium, this had no adverse effect on Volendam. In fact, the supporters had the opportunity to monitor the teams in the relegation zone. Following this round, Volendam had definitively bid farewell to the relegation zone. Even if they were to lose all remaining 4 matches, relegation would not be a concern. This meant that Volendam had achieved their ultimate goal for the season. Moreover, they had an unexpected delight, reaching the semi-finals of the KNVB Cup and harboring hopes of contending for the championship. Thus, this season brought joy to Volendam supporters. Upon hearing the news, Li Feng felt exhilarated, as it signified that their seasonal mission had been accomplished and the coveted attribute points were finally within reach. Chapter 64. Facing Heerenveen, however, before the KNVB Cup semifinals arrived, Volendam had one more league match to contend with. On April 19th, Volendam welcomed their penultimate home game of the season against Sparta Rotterdam, a team struggling to avoid relegation. Currently, they had amassed 27 points, just 2 points above the relegation zone. The 6 teams trailing Feyenoord were also battling for survival, allowing Volendam to approach the match with a degree of ease. Consequently, Adelaar did not deploy his full squad. However, Li Feng and Butts, as the midfield duo, took to the field. Having rested in the previous league match, Li Feng was brought in to maintain his form, while Butts, recovering from injury, also needed to regain his rhythm in preparation for the semi-final just 4 days hence. Thus, Volendam fielded a semi-strong lineup, while Sparta Rotterdam presented their full-strength squad. Unfortunately, even with this, Sparta Rotterdam could not secure a victory at Veronica Stadium, failing to achieve even a draw. The score of 3 o'clock, with the home team in front and the visitors behind, was an unexpected outcome. After all, FC Volendam had shifted their focus to the KNVB Cup. The match did not reflect the scoreline. Sparta Rotterdam created numerous opportunities, yet they failed to capitalize on them. Conversely, the players of FC Volendam displayed impressive efficiency once they relaxed. The first goal came in the 27th minute of the first half, as FC Volendam launched a counterattack. Feng delivered a long pass that traversed the entire field to Nursing, who, in collaboration with Hofstede, made a sudden advance into the penalty area and ultimately scored with a precise shot. 3 minutes later, FC Volendam struck again with another counterattack, where Feng again found Nursing, who assisted Van Dijk. A powerful long-range shot pierced the net of Sparta Rotterdam, significantly demoralizing them, leading to their subsequent decline. The third goal occurred in the second half, courtesy of a direct free kick taken by Feng. This marked his second free kick goal and his 7th goal of the season, with 2 of those being free kicks for long-range shots, and only 1 scored from within the penalty area. He surpassed Van Seining to become the second highest scorer for FC Volendam, trailing only behind Dubby. After scoring, Feng deviated from his usual celebration of pointing to his name on the back of his jersey. Instead, he ran to the fans and tenderly kissed the emblem on his shirt. This was the first time he had performed such an act, and after the cheers, the Volendam supporters began to realize the significance. I believe that Feng is starting to bid farewell to the fans, mused Molin and Jonk after a prolonged silence regarding Feng's celebration. Indeed, as the season draws to a close, Feng's remarkable performances have attracted the attention of several clubs. Among them is the Catalonian club from La Liga, although it certainly does not include Barcelona, as the esteemed team would not consider Feng at this juncture. Even if they were interested, he would likely refrain from joining, as he currently requires playing time to achieve his goals and accumulate attribute points rather than languishing on the bench. Espanyol, another club from Catalonia, a mid-table team, has seen their coach Mauricio Pochettino reach out to Lauren, expressing admiration for Feng and hoping to bring him to Catalonia. Espanyol aligns more closely with Feng's aspirations. However, he is not in a rush to make a decision, as the season is not yet concluded. Thus, he instructed Lauren to hold off on responding to Pochettino. After this round of matches, the Eredivisie champion has been determined. AZ Alkmaar, under Van Gaal, clinched the title 3 rounds early, despite the top 3 teams losing this round. This did not affect the championship's outcome. Instead, it accelerated AZ Alkmaar's coronation, currently amassing 76 points, leading second place 20 by 11 points, while the Dutch champion has been crowned. The relegation battle remains unresolved. Sparta Rotterdam, although defeated, remains 1 point above the relegation zone, as the teams below them also failed to win, providing a small consolation for their loss. Next, FC Volendam begins preparations for their match against Heerenveen in 3 days. This season, Heerenveen has performed similarly to the previous one, currently sitting 5th in the standings. As the season progresses, several young players from Heerenveen have begun to shine. Veteran striker Gerard de Boer has been replaced by the young Brazilian forward Paulo Henrique due to age and injury issues, while Smerison and Sweek have gradually become key players. On April 23rd, at FC Volendam's Veronica Stadium, the team faces Heerenveen for the 3rd time this season. The previous 2 encounters ended in victories for Heerenveen, signifying their absolute dominance. Indeed, Heerenveen emerged victorious in both previous matches, but it is essential to remember that FC Volendam was missing a key player, our midfield linchpin, Feng. Molin explained to the camera. In their first encounter during the league's opening round, Feng sat on the bench as the team faltered despite a promising position. In their second match, held 2 weeks prior, FC Volendam deliberately benched Feng to conceal their strength. We have every reason to hope that this young talent can bring about a change, just as he has done before. We look forward to advancing to the KNVB Cup final under Feng's leadership, remarked Jock. Let us examine the starting lineups for both teams. Goalkeeper, Van Hoven defenders, Koning, Hilder, Helden, Bacon's midfielders, Drange, Feng, Boots, Myers, Van Seining forward. Dubby, this is the regular starting lineup for FC Volendam. Goalkeeper, Van den Bosch defenders, Gorin, Mitchell, Dinstags, Pronjik Michiodiers, Hoy, Grindeing, Zviek, Kalu Forvarges, Inghik, Zmarasing. As the players took to the field amidst the roaring support of the fans, the match commenced with the referee's whistle. And Heerenveen initiated the attack. Grindheim distributed the ball to Roy, who attempted to break through on the flank. However, Koning swiftly intercepted, while Drange pursued. Feng made a surging run from the center, and sensing he would be cornered, Roy launched a long pass across the field to Kalu. At this moment, the experienced Boots had been waiting, positioning himself to block Kalu. Bacons, understanding the situation, leaped forward to intercept the ball, initiating a swift transition from defense to attack. Myers immediately surged into Heerenveen's half, calling for the ball. Bacons delivered a precise through ball, with Prandic standing between Myers and the pass. Prandic is known for his strong assisting abilities, and typically, Kalu would drift toward the center, allowing Prandic to utilize the flank. Prandic is indeed a player who thrives in wide play. Chapter 65. Advancing to the final, a strong offense often indicates a weaker defense, as Prandic is not on par with elite fullbacks like Alves or Maicon, and Heerenveen is inherently a team characterized by a potent attack but a frail defense. Their two central midfielders are predominantly offensive-minded, revealing Heerenveen's defensive vulnerabilities. Van Seining had already made his run toward Myers at the moment he called for the ball. Executing a 1-2 play, Myers passed to Van Seining, who then returned the ball over Prandic to Myers, who crossed from the byline with a high ball. Doobie and Dinstdogs contested for position, with Doobie ultimately overpowering Dinstdogs and leaping high to direct a header toward the goal. Remarkably, just 1 minute into the match, FC Volendam found the net, marking the fastest goal in this edition of the KNVB Cup. Mullen was overjoyed. No one anticipated that FC Volendam would score within the first minute. Even Doobie was momentarily stunned by the unexpected early lead. Scoring is always a cause for celebration, especially when achieved so swiftly at the outset, a promising beginning that allowed FC Volendam to play with greater composure. The unexpected goal prompted Heerenveen to reconsider their approach, as they began to treat FC Volendam with more seriousness. Their attacks became more patient, led by Grindheim and Sweek, as they executed a series of passes into Volendam's half. Meanwhile, FC Volendam, with Feng at the core, engaged in a counter-offensive. In the 10th minute, Heerenveen created a golden opportunity. Sweek distributed the ball to the right, where Roy broke past Koning. Smirks drew Helden out of the penalty area, allowing Enrique to receive Roy's pass within the box. He leaned against Hilder and aimed for the far corner of the goal, only to miss narrowly. In a display of tactical prowess, Feng orchestrated a strategic offensive. He maneuvered the ball into the Heerenveen half, drawing the attention of Grindheim and Sweek before lofting a pass to Van Sonnen. As Mitchell approached, Van Sonnen feigned a shot, delivering a precise pass into the penalty area, only for Dingsdag to thwart the effort with a well-timed slide, conceding a corner kick for Volendam. De Lange delivered a high ball, and veteran Butts managed to secure the first touch, but his header veered slightly off target due to the interference from Heerenveen's defenders. In the ensuing minutes, both teams created numerous opportunities. However, neither could find the back of the net, and the first half concluded with Volendam leading by a solitary goal. During the halftime break, neither coach opted for substitutions, as the players on the field were the mainstays of their respective squads, leaving little room for change. As the second half commenced, the first 20 minutes saw a back-and-forth exchange, yet the score remained unchanged. Gradually, Heerenveen's players began to exhibit signs of impatience. At this critical juncture, Pranjic executed a pivotal breakthrough. Goalkeeper Van den Busch threw the ball to Pranjic, who initiated a run from the Heerenveen backline, progressing towards the halfway line. Majors stood in his path, but Pranjic deftly maneuvered past him with a quick flick. At this moment, Kalu, as per usual, drew Bacons towards the center, drawing the entire Heerenveen defense forward while Volendam retreated to a defensive posture. Bacons found himself in a quandary. Should he confront Pranjic or follow Kalu? Just as hesitation gripped him, Pranjic made his decisive pass to Kalu. Recognizing the fleeting opportunity, Kalu, with Feng and Butts in pursuit, refrained from pausing the ball at his feet. Instead, with a swift horizontal pass, he set up Smerelson at the edge of the penalty area. Helden closed in, denying Smerelson the chance to turn easily. In a moment of brilliance, Smerelson executed a stunning assist, flicking the ball with his heel without glancing back, allowing it to roll through Helden's legs. At that instant, Henrik arrived to receive the pass. No one anticipated Smerelson's timely delivery. In one fluid motion, receiving, turning, and shooting, he struck with precision, leaving Skilder and Van Hoeven momentarily stunned. The score was equalized, a spectacular goal, eliciting jubilant roars from the Heerenveen commentary team. Heerenveen's players and fans erupted in a sea of joy as Henrik celebrated with Smerelson, dancing samba near the stands. However, Their elation was short-lived, for shortly after the restart, Volendam struck again. A goal that significantly dampened Heerenveen's morale and ultimately propelled Volendam into the Dutch Cup final. After the celebration, players resumed their positions, and the match recommenced with Volendam in possession. Following a couple of passes, the ball found its way to Feng. Rather than hastily launching an attack, he took a moment to observe the positioning of the players on both sides. It soon became apparent to him that vulnerabilities still lay behind Pjanic. As Kalu entered Volendam's half, Pjanic instinctively followed, pushing his position forward. At that moment, Feng made a subtle gesture, signaling Majors and Van Sonnen to approach Pjanic. He then advanced with the ball, finding Grindheim and Sweck blocking his path. Nevertheless, Majors and Van Sonnen had already positioned themselves perfectly. With a deft touch, Feng executed another lofted pass, sending the ball flying towards Pjanic's rear. Majors, poised for action, darted past Pjanic, who realized Volendam's intent too late. Majors skillfully received the ball and surged towards the byline, compelling Mitchell to abandon his position and attempt to intercept. Yet Van Sonnen was prepared to support Majors, who denied Mitchell any chance to intervene. With an inside foot pass, Van Sonnen received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, finding himself unmarked. Pjanic had shifted direction in anticipation of Van Sonnen's arrival, but it was too late. Van Sonnen ventured into the box, prompting Van den Busch to shout as he rushed off his line. Just as he reached Van Sonnen, the latter struck with a delicate lob, the ball just clearing Van den Busch's outstretched arms. Dingsdag, entangled with Duby, was unable to alter the outcome. Merely 3 minutes after Heerenveen's equalizer, Volendam regained the lead. A goal orchestrated by the midfield maestro Feng, with a synchronized interplay between Majors and Van Sonnen, resulting in an explosive moment. In the 81st minute, Volendam extended their advantage once more, a devastating blow to Heerenveen, who found themselves with only a few minutes remaining in the match. With Volendam nearly securing their place in the final, the jubilant Jonk could hardly contain his excitement, leaping in unison with Mullen at the moment of the goal. The scene mirrored the earlier celebration, but this time it was Volendam's players and fans reveling in triumph. Ultimately, Volendam triumphed over Heerenveen with a score of 2-1, advancing to the Dutch Cup final, where their opponent would be 20, who had defeated Breda the previous day with a score of 3-1. Chapter 66. The conclusion of the league following their victory over Heerenveen, Volendam swiftly traveled to the southern Dutch city to face Roda, situated in close proximity to Germany. Roda, currently entrenched in the relegation zone, was battling to avoid demotion. With Volendam having achieved their league objectives, and after a grueling match against Heerenveen just 3 days prior, the team opted to field a lineup of substitutes, a fortunate turn of events for Roda. Remarkably, even the goalkeeper was replaced with a backup. However, an unexpected decision was made regarding Feng, who volunteered to play. His intentions were clear to both management and teammates, as the Volendam club had previously sought to renew his contract through Lawrence. Lawrence, however, had declined, communicating to Volendam's management that several clubs had approached him. He expressed a desire to wait until the season's conclusion before making a decision, conveying goodwill towards Feng, should a suitable offer arise. He hoped the club would permit a transfer, as he wished to avoid any unpleasantness regarding his departure from Volendam. This meant he would not create discord over leaving, nor would he coordinate with other clubs. Any interested team would need to present a compelling offer to persuade Volendam. Feng demonstrated his commitment, and Lawrence assured him that he would not obstruct his transfer. According to Lawrence, Feng's current market value was approximately €5 million. The match ended in a 1-1 draw. Roda scored first in the 20th minute via a corner kick that breached Volendam's defense. However, in the dying moments of the game, Volendam launched a counterattack, leveling the score with a long pass from Feng, leading to Hofstede's solo effort, netting his 5th goal of the season. This round of matches astonishingly saw 5 draws, marking it as the round with the most stalemates this season. Following this round, Feyenoord surpassed Volendam, rising to 8th place, while Volendam settled in 9th, oscillating between 8th, 9th, and 10th positions. With only 2 rounds remaining in the league, no relegation-threatened team had successfully secured safety, with a points gap not exceeding 6. The highest ranked was Willem II with 31 points, while the lowest was Langevac with 26 points. It appeared that the final outcome would only be revealed on the last match day. Feng noticed that in the days that followed, more fans approached him for autographs. However, aside from this, his life remained unchanged, In this small town, he was still the diligent young Chinese lad, a player for FC Volendam. In the blink of an eye, the league was approaching its penultimate round, marking Volendam's final home match against Groningen, led by the coach Ron Jans, who was the first to appreciate Feng's talent. Are you ready, guys? At this moment, on the stands of Volendam, a group of fans clad in number 28 jerseys gathered together. The one speaking was the fierce-looking Horst. And as soon as Feng emerged, they immediately raised their voices in response. This was Volendam's last home game, and it must be said that their performance this season had been nothing short of extraordinary. As of now, Volendam stood at 9th place. If they maintained this rank, they might even stroll into European competitions. The familiar faces of Mullen and Jonk flickered on the television screen. Oh, look at the stands of Volendam. Just as Jonk was about to speak, Mullen's loud shout abruptly interrupted him. An enormous poster appeared in the stands, featuring a player in a number 28 jersey, pointing at his name with his head slightly raised, seemingly reveling in the cheers of the fans. Thank you for everything. You will forever be our number 28 in our hearts. Quickly, this scene captured everyone's attention, and Feng had already approached the stands, his eyes glistening with emotion. This was the first time he felt the profound impact that football had on him. I believe this is Volendam fans bidding farewell to Feng. For even God knows how exceptional he is. Volendam cannot hold on to him, Mullen remarked with deep sentiment. Such a touching moment could not last long. For with the referee's whistle, the match between Volendam and Groningen officially commenced, and fans began to cheer fervently for their teams. Perhaps in this last home game of the season, the players of Volendam were particularly spirited, especially Feng, who, in gratitude for the fan support, could be seen across both attacking and defending phases of the game. Yet sometimes, effort does not guarantee reward. Volendam's players could not unlock the door to victory, and instead, Groningen struck first. Danny Haller and Gerald executed a 1-2 pass, easily bypassing a somewhat reckless Feng. The ball was then delivered to the Spanish winger, Gonzalo Garc, who made a low cross. Standing at 190 meters tall, Lovra leaped high to deliver a powerful header, breaching the defenses of goalkeeper Van Hoen. In the 33rd minute, Groningen led 1-0, and Adelaar appeared quite furious, summoning Feng for a stern reprimand, as he bore much of the blame for the conceded goal. After Adelaar's scolding, Feng began to regain his composure, and as the first half drew to a close, he sought to make amends. Previously, Gerald had made things difficult for him, but after a season of experience, Feng was no longer threatened by him. Dribbling into Groningen's half, Feng faced Gerald's defense and deftly maneuvered past him with a feint. He then combined with Van Sanen, evading the approaching defender Kibbeler. At this moment, Van Sanen, who could have taken a shot, understood Feng's intentions after a season of collaboration. Thus, Van Sanen played the ball to Feng, who unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box. The ball, spinning with no rotation, surged straight towards Groningen's goal, allowing Volendam to equalize just before halftime. Feng scored his 8th league goal of the season. Another long-range shot. Yet again, Feng's strikes were filled with a powerful beauty. What a stunning goal. Mullen cheered for Feng as Volendam leveled the score right at the end of the first half. This would be the final score, as neither side managed to score in the second half. At the match's conclusion, Feng once again approached the fans, expressing his gratitude for their support. And as he prepared to leave the pitch, he gently kissed the grass where Veronica lay, a moment that became an eternal classic in the eyes of Volendam fans. In the final round of the league, as it was an away game, Feng did not play, and Volendam drew 2-2 against Graafschap, leaving Graafschap in the relegation zone. Ultimately, AZ Alkmaar topped the league with 80 points. 20 secured second place with 69 points. Ajax trailed closely in third by just 1 point, while Volendam finished 9th due to goal differential. The 3 teams relegated were ADO Den Haag, Roda, and Graafschap. Thus, the 2008-2009 season of the Dutch Eredivisie officially concluded, and Feng, through his outstanding performance, triumphed over Elia to become the season's best young player. Across the 34 rounds of the league, Feng participated in 24 matches, achieving 8 goals and 10 assists, leading Volendam to a 9th place finish while also advancing to the Dutch Cup final. Chapter 67. The final begins in the 89-year history of Volendam. The team had only reached the Dutch Cup final twice before, the first time half a century ago in 1958 and the second time 14 years ago, both instances culminating in defeat. This marked their 3rd appearance in the Dutch Cup final. The final took place at a neutral venue, and the chosen site was favorable for Volendam, the Amsterdam Arena, home of Ajax. Since Volendam was based in Amsterdam, this felt like a home ground for them. While the league had concluded for other teams, the players and fans of Volendam still had one last crucial match to play this season. This was their sole pursuit of glory, their highest possible honor, and having already failed twice, they were determined not to falter again. Feng deeply understood this sentiment. Every time he traveled the route between the club and his uncle's home, fans would shout, "Feng, we want the championship." This was perhaps the greatest expectation these fans had for Feng and the team. At such moments, Feng would respond earnestly and affirmatively, of course. As the date of the final approached, Feng recognized that his time at Volendam was drawing to a close. Perhaps he would reminisce about his days with Volendam, for it was the place where his dreams began. Yet he felt no lingering attachment, for he understood the vastness of his future, yearning to conquer and to stand atop Europe. On May 17th, at the Amsterdam Arena, a stadium with a capacity of 50,000, every seat was filled. Nearly 3/4 of the town of Volendam had poured into the stadium, knowing that the town's population was just over 20,000, meaning about 15,000 fans were present. Yet even so, they were outnumbered by 20 fans, who brought in 20,000 supporters. This season marked 20's best performance, with them securing the runners-up position, greatly uplifting their fan base. In the home dressing room of the Amsterdam Arena, Adelaar delivered his final rallying cry to the players. "History will be yours to create. Defeat 20, and your names will forever be etched into the annals of Volendam's history. You will achieve what those before you cannot." Similarly, in the visiting dressing room, McLaren was making his final appeal to 20. His reputation with the team was unparalleled, having led them to their best results in nearly 30 years. Friends, welcome to the final match of the Dutch League this year, the Dutch Cup final. I am your old friend Mullen, and I'm back in the Amsterdam studio, Mullen announced as he reappeared on the television screen. In this final match, FC Volendam faced off against FC 20. It must be said that both teams have performed remarkably well this season, surpassing everyone's expectations. We have every reason to anticipate a captivating encounter, with Mullen naturally accompanied by Jonk. In fact, this will be Jonk's final commentary after this match. He will no longer serve as a commentator, as he is set to join Ajax as a coach for their youth team. Moreover, another significant point of interest in this match is the previous contest for the league's best young player. Volendam's young midfield maestro, Feng, has triumphed over the Dutch prodigy Elia, securing this season's Cruyff Award due to his outstanding performances. Mullen continued, "I believe Elia must be quite dissatisfied. Perhaps the contest for the best young player will continue to unfold in this match, as both are crucial players for their teams and will surely take to the field." "Oh, what do I see?" Mullen exclaimed, spotting Van Gaal and Van Basten together in the stands. "Shouldn't Van Gaal be in Germany right now?" With keen eyes, Mullen captured the sight of Van Gaal and Van Basten among the crowd of fans. Just 3 days prior, on May 14th, Bayern Munich officially announced that the renowned Dutch coach Van Gaal would replace Hanks as the team's head coach, aiming to restore their dominance after a disappointing season. Clearly, Van Gaal is not merely here for leisure. As the head coach of Bayern Munich, his presence here must indicate an interest in a particular player. "I'm most curious as to who that player might be," Mullen mused. "Let us refrain from gossip for now. The players are taking the field, and we should introduce both teams," Mullen's co-commentator reminded. FC Volendam's lineup: goalkeeper, Van Hoeven defenders, Koning, Hilder, Helden, Bacon's midfielders, De Lang, Feng, Boots, Myers, Van Sanen forward. WFC 20's lineup: goalkeeper, Boschker defenders, Stam, Douglas, Rajakovic, Blaschk midfielders, Water, Ismail, Jason forwards. Elia and Kufo. Perez Volendam deployed a 4-5-1 formation this season, while 20 utilized a 4-3-3 setup. 20's forward line is somewhat aged, with Perez on the left flank at 35 years of age and Kufo in the center at 33. However, this aging front line should not be underestimated, and Kufo is renowned in the Eredivisie for his late career surge, having netted a total of 44 goals over the past 2 seasons, averaging 22 per season. Even this season, he has contributed 16 goals, alongside the youthful Elia. The trio accounts for half of 20's total goals, playing a pivotal role in their position as runners-up in the league. With the referee's whistle, the Dutch Cup final commenced, with 20 kicking off first. Kufo passed the ball to Elia, who surged into Volendam's territory. The latter wasted no time, passing back to Jason, who advanced into Volendam's half, closely followed by Water. Jason orchestrated the attack, while Ismail stayed back for defense. As Jason entered Volendam's half, Feng charged forward. But Jason deftly passed the ball back to Water. Noticing this, Feng bypassed Jason and raced toward Water, who, under pressure, returned the ball to Jason. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before Jason, veteran boots. Chapter 68. A back-and-forth exchange with swift interceptions and passes. Volendam transitioned from defense to attack. Feng had already surpassed Water and approached Ismail, using his body to push Ismail back. When the ball arrived, Feng leaned back, slightly bumping Ismail aside to control the ball with his chest. He did not allow the ball to touch the ground. With a deft touch, he flicked it over Ismail's head, turning to evade him and skillfully advancing past 20's midfield barrier toward the opponent's penalty area. At this moment, Feng showcased his physical prowess and explosive speed. Although Ismail pursued him, he could not catch up. In front of him, Van Sanen moved aside to the right, while Duby pulled left within the penalty area. Douglas, seeing this, did not follow Van Sanen but charged toward Feng. Feng assessed the situation and made a quick decision. 20's left back Blaschke was rushing in from the flank. Passing to Van Sanen could lead to a potential interception by Blaschke, and Duby would not fare well against the taller and stronger Rajakovic. In that instant, Feng decided to enter the penalty area, wrapping his right foot around the ball and gently pushing it. Douglas instinctively leaned right, anticipating Feng would break through that way. However, at the moment the ball was played, Feng swiftly pulled it back and, with a sweeping motion of his left foot, darted into the penalty area, bypassing Douglas on the left. Rajakovic cursed his teammates' inadequacy and abandoned Duby to pursue Feng. At this moment, Feng hesitated no longer. Behind him were Douglas and Ismail, while Rajakovic approached from the front, and goalkeeper Boschker blocked his shooting angle. Little did Boschker know, as Feng entered the penalty area, he had no intention of shooting. Rather, he aimed to draw Rajakovic's attention to create an opportunity for Duby. Feng gently nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot, sending it past Rajakovic to roll towards the unmarked Duby. A mesmerizing individual breakthrough. Unmatched composure. Feng toyed with 20's defense, delivering a decisive assist to Duby. In just 53 seconds since kickoff, Volendam transitioned from defense to attack, setting a new record for goals created by themselves. Molen, fully prepared, shouted with exuberance. 20 had been too complacent. Their offensive strategies have been entirely deciphered by Volendam. This was a premeditated interception, yet the goal was a testament to Feng's brilliance, showcasing his undeniable prowess as the rightful best player, as Jonk as always. Sang praises for Feng. After the goal, Volendam supporters erupted in unprecedented cheers, vocally celebrating the names of Duby and Feng, expressing their elation. Duby, the goal scorer, fervently celebrated with Feng, expressing gratitude for the assist. Although 20's players were disheartened to concede a goal so early in the match, they calmed down under McLaren's reassurance. The game had only just begun, and they had 90 minutes to alter their fate. Elia, observing Feng's celebration, chose to disregard it and return to his position. As the currently recognized genius of Dutch football, Elia harbored his own pride, which had led him to reject Ajax 2 years prior to join 20. Seeking greater opportunities for playing time. Seizing that chance, he made rapid progress, emerging as 20 standout player within just 2 seasons. Feeling that the Dutch league could no longer facilitate his growth, he resolved to leave for a larger stage. Following the season's conclusion, Hamburg approached him, and both parties reached an agreement. Thus, this would be his final match in the Netherlands, and he intended to bid farewell with a championship. After the restart, Elia became increasingly proactive, continually urging his teammates and running tirelessly. Under Elia's enthusiastic leadership, 20's offensive surged dramatically. However, Volendam was not without its counterattacks. With a goal already in hand, they played with patience. Under Feng's orchestration, Volendam engaged in a back-and-forth battle with 20. Although their offensive efforts were not as intense as 20's, their efficiency surpassed that of their opponents. In the 7th minute, Van Hooijdonk launched a goal kick, which Hilder quickly passed to Butts. Butts then relayed the ball to Feng, who advanced a few steps before distributing it to the left, where Myers received it. Myers, with the ball at his feet, made a penetrating cross into the box, but Duby failed to connect with it. 20 then initiated a counterattack, with Stam carrying the ball in a Volendam's half. Faced with the pressing of Drange, he suddenly executed a long pass, sending the ball soaring towards Elia. Upon receiving it, Elia darted into the box, but his shot, under the challenge from Bacons, veered slightly off target. In the 19th minute, Feng attempted another long pass from the backfield, aiming for Dubi. Unfortunately, Dubi struggled to outpace Rajakovic. 20 seized the moment to launch a counterattack, with a combination play from two veterans culminating in Cufo's shot, which failed to breach Van Hooijdonk's defenses. By the 25th minute, Drange and Van Seining collaborated, allowing Feng to break into 20's penalty area with a long-range shot that tested the reflexes of the seasoned goalkeeper, Boschker. Throughout the first half, 20 amassed 15 shots, while Volendam managed only 8, barely half of 20's total, but still led at halftime. During the break, Volendam made no changes, while 20 opted for 2 substitutions, replacing their 2 veteran players in the front line. Given the fast-paced nature of the first half, the fitness of the older players had waned significantly. The Belgian fringe international, Huiseg, replaced Nkufo, while Youssef Jose came on for Perez. This tactical switch proved pivotal, as it allowed 20 to equalize, catching Volendam's defense off guard, which had become accustomed to the 2 veterans. Huiseg and Jose, in the prime of their youth, brought vigor, speed, and a formidable impact to the game. As the second half commenced, Volendam attacked first, but Van Seining's long-range effort was comfortably gathered by Boschker. 20 quickly responded with a rapid counterattack. Boschker launched a long ball to Jason, who swiftly distributed it to Jose. Koenig was caught off guard, allowing Jose to easily break through with his speed. Jose entered the box, evading a sliding challenge from Helden, but as he approached the goal, Van Hooijdonk blocked his shot trajectory. Instead of shooting, Jose glanced up and opted to pass. The ball did not go where the spectators anticipated, towards Huiseg, but rather sailed past him to Elia, who had shaken off Bacons and stormed into the box. In the 4th minute of the second half, 20 equalized, prompting an excited shout from the commentator. Chapter 69. Conflict. 20's splendid quick counterattack, bolstered by the infusion of younger players, accelerated their offensive tempo and intensity, catching Volendam's defense unprepared. This development returned both teams to an even playing field, and the match once again brimmed with uncertainty, as noted by the neutral commentator. For Volendam, conceding the equalizer was a significant blow, while it served as a tremendous morale boost for 20. In the ensuing minutes, 20 unleashed a barrage of attempts at Volendam's goal. The newly introduced players, fueled by their fresh stamina, relentlessly pressured Volendam's defense. Fortunately, following the recent goal conceded, the defensive players remained highly vigilant, and with a stroke of luck, they managed to weather the storm. As the match approached the 70th minute, Adelar finally made a substitution, replacing Dubi, who had been ineffective against the 2 central defenders, with Hofstede, aiming to exploit Hofstede's speed for counterattacks. However, by this point, 20 had tempered their offensive, aware that they were now over 70 minutes into the match and could not sustain such a rapid pace. In the preceding minutes, Feng had felt increasingly frustrated. So when 20's pressure eased, he was eager to respond. Feng retained possession in the center, but having learned from his earlier experiences, 20 was cautious. Whenever Feng received the ball, Wouter would press him, while Jason remained poised to double-team him, preventing Feng from orchestrating freely, with Ismail lurking behind Wouter to intercept any breakthrough. In this situation, Feng wisely refrained from forcing the play. He recognized his limitations. As a playmaker, he wielded his most potent weapons, an almost panoramic vision and precise passing. Just as he was about to be cornered, Feng executed a direct pass that found Van Seining perfectly. Due to Feng's movement, Ismail had slightly advanced his position, allowing Van Seining to exploit the space behind him. After delivering the pass, Feng suddenly darted past Wouter and Jason like a bolt of lightning. Ismail was in pursuit of Van Seining when Feng called for the ball. Without hesitation, Van Seining squared it, the ball gliding past Ismail and landing at Feng's feet. However, just as Feng prepared to spring into action, a towering figure blocked his path, Rajakovic, the young center-back on loan from Premier League giants Chelsea. In 2005, at just 16 years old, Rajakovic had set a record as the world's youngest player valued at 18 years or younger. Regrettably, this record-setting prodigy had never made his debut at Stamford Bridge. Since joining Chelsea, he had been perpetually loaned out, spending the previous season at PSV Eindhoven, where he won the Eredivisie title, and this season at 20. Whether at 20 or PSV, Rajakovic had never been particularly popular, primarily due to his erratic and volatile personality. Perhaps his early fame had fostered a sense of superiority, leading to this demeanor. "Hey kid, I won't let you pass," Rajakovic taunted, standing defiantly before Feng. In response, Feng looked up at Rajakovic with a smirk, exuding disdain. He then quickened his footwork, executing several feints before abruptly halting and re-accelerating, surging past Rajakovic's right side with the ball. "Are you joking?" Feng taunted as he passed. However, this provocation instantly ignited Rajakovic's fury, prompting him to leap in from behind, aiming not for the ball, but for Feng's ankle. At that moment, a warning flashed in Feng's mind. Without hesitation, Feng shifted his left foot back, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his ankle, although the outside of his foot was still grazed. In an instant, Feng lost his balance and fell to the ground, while Rajakovic stood triumphantly over him. At that moment, Feng was incensed. The significance of his ankle was undeniable, especially for a footballer. Ignoring the pain shooting through his foot, he sprang to his feet and charged at Rajakovic. The young prodigy was sent sprawling several meters away. Naturally, Rajakovic was unwilling to be humiliated and scrambled to his feet, preparing to confront Feng. However, at that moment, Feng's teammates, Van Saanen and Myers, rushed to his side, shielding him from Rajakovic, denying him the chance to retaliate. Soon, more Volendam players joined the fray, while not a single 20 player stepped in to support Rajakovic. Faced with the looming presence of Volendam's players, Rajakovic could only glare at Feng in frustration. At that moment, the chief referee swiftly approached Rajakovic, issuing a red card that resulted in Rajakovic being expelled from the field. The players of 20 and Rajakovic immediately lost their composure, rushing towards the referee to plead their case. However, the referee remained unmoved, having witnessed Rajakovic's tackle from a short distance, clearly indicating that Rajakovic had indeed aimed for the player. Pushing aside the 20 players, the referee approached the Volendam players. But upon seeing the referee pull out a yellow card, the entire Volendam team sighed in relief. In the commentary room, various commentators were fervently discussing Rajakovic's unethical foul and Feng's counterattack. Even the 20 commentator refrained from elaborating too much, merely glossing over the fact that the foul was unwise. Ultimately, Feng was assisted off the field, and McLaren utilized his last substitution to replace Jose with Wellenborg, subsequently shifting Blafheid to a central defensive position. At that moment, Feng, who was receiving medical attention on the sidelines, became the focal point of the match, as everyone understood that Volendam with Feng was an entirely different team. Fans from both sides were praying for his return. McLaren's gaze remained fixed on Feng, aware that if Feng was unable to return due to injury, 20 might seize the opportunity to defend resolutely and drag the match into a penalty shootout. However, if Feng returned, 20 would be in grave danger with one less player. Finally, in the 80th minute, Feng stood up, lifted his injured left foot and moved it a bit, then flashed a thumbs up toward the stands. This moment ignited a thunderous cheer from the Volendam supporters, indicating that Feng would re-enter the game. Seeing this gesture, both McLaren and the 20 players felt a pang of anxiety. There were still 10 minutes left in the match, plus stoppage time, totaling at least 13 minutes. Feng's injury was not severe, as it had not affected his bones, and he merely needed a few days of rest. Therefore, he made the decision to return to the field, hoping to lead Volendam to victory. Upon re-entering the pitch, Feng subtly gestured forward with his right hand, and the Volendam players understood. Under Feng's orchestration, the team truly demonstrated an onslaught of attacks, completing 8 shots on goal in a mere 10 minutes, relentlessly bombarding 20's net until they finally broke through in stoppage time. Chapter suivant, champion. The title belonged to Volendam, and Feng had etched his name into the club's history. From 35 meters outside the penalty area, he struck an exquisite shot with the outside of his foot, scoring Volendam's second goal and securing their triumph. There could be no more perfect conclusion to the match. Congratulations to Volendam and to Feng. When Mullen witnessed the goal, his voice, already hoarse, erupted in cheers for Volendam. In the 92nd minute, Feng, in a series of seamless exchanges with Boots and Van Saanen, skillfully penetrated 20's penalty area from 35 meters out. Confronted by Blafheid, Feng denied him any chance to close in, and upon receiving a return pass for Van Saanen, he struck the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it on a peculiar arc into 20's goal. The club's management went into a frenzy, led by Tour, as they all gathered in the Amsterdam stadium. At the moment Feng scored, this group joined Tour in a wild celebration, with the head coach and substitute players rushing to the sidelines, embracing one another in ecstatic jubilation. The Volendam players on the field were equally euphoric, as they exuberantly piled on top of Feng, their shouts of joy echoing through the stadium. In a moment of sheer exhilaration, Feng, after scoring, tore off his shirt and sprinted towards the Volendam supporters, arms outstretched, shouting that they were champions, until he was eventually overwhelmed by his teammates. The most exuberant were the fans, whose cheers soared to the heavens upon Feng's goal. Additionally, a segment of neutral female supporters erupted in excitement when Feng removed his shirt, mesmerized by his sculpted physique, reminiscent of marble. In retrospect, Feng could hardly comprehend why he had stripped off his shirt. His mind had gone blank, and all his actions seemed instinctual. As for the vanquished, who cared about them at this moment? Although Feng received a second yellow card for his celebratory act, it did nothing to alter the match's final outcome. Following 20's restart, the referee blew the final whistle, concluding the match. Ultimately, Feng and his teammates achieved the highest honor in Volendam's 85-year history, the KNVB Cup. After the match concluded, Feng returned to the field with his teammates to ascend the podium. At the moment, they hoisted the trophy. Captain Gilder graciously offered Feng the opportunity, which Feng accepted with gratitude after embracing Gilder. The phrase "we are champions" resonated more beautifully than any other, encapsulating the elation of every Volendam supporter at that moment. In a small town with a population of merely 20,000, a club with a scant history in the top league had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of Dutch football this night. Being part of such a small club entailed not only a stable job, but also an unwavering love for the club itself. Almost all those employed at Volendam were locals, many of whom had supported the team for generations. Under the leadership of Chairman Tour, the management joined in the celebration, reflecting the camaraderie that characterized Volendam as a club rich in human warmth. In the aftermath, as reporters flooded in, including a correspondent from Sports Weekly, Feng politely declined all interviews, for at that moment, he wished only to be with his teammates and fans, savoring his first-ever championship. Though this title may not have garnered significant attention, it was irreplaceable, for it marked his first. After a jubilant celebration in the locker room, the Volendam players did not linger in Amsterdam. They boarded a celebratory bus back to their town, a distance of merely 20 kilometers. Nearly 1,000 fans followed behind, escorting their heroes home. That night, Volendam transformed into a town that never slept. All 20,000 inhabitants flooded the streets, celebrating their most prestigious championship in 85 years. The euphoria of victory was intoxicating, and if one were to visit the town the following day, they would find it impossible to purchase any local specialties, as all the shops remained closed. That night, Feng lost track of how much he drank, only aware that it was the first time in over 20 years he had become intoxicated, the first time he lost consciousness from drinking. He usually abstained from alcohol, as it often kept him awake, but that did not mean he could not handle it. On the contrary, he had a good tolerance, having never gotten drunk during family gatherings or celebrations. The next day, Feng awoke with a splitting headache, recognizing his surroundings and feeling a wave of relief. He was at his uncle's home, in his own room. Initially, he feared he might not know where he was, waking up naked next to a stranger. Sensing the lingering smell of alcohol on his body, Feng headed for a shower and changed into clean clothes before venturing downstairs, where he soon spotted a stunning figure, Sylvia. Her golden hair was tied back in a ponytail due to the weather, and she wore ultra-short denim shorts with a snug-fitting top, perfectly accentuating her tall and curvaceous figure. "Oh, you're finally awake," Sylvia remarked with a hint of displeasure upon seeing Feng descend. "Did I sleep for long?" Feng Nkita, frowning as a dull pain throbbed in his head. "You can't possibly be unaware that you've slept for nearly a day and a night?" Sylvia fixed her gaze on Feng. Goodness, he had just gotten up, dashed off to shower, and then, feeling ravenous, had come down to seek something to eat, entirely oblivious to the time. It was only then that Feng glanced at the clock. Well, with both parents away, at least his mother had left food behind. "I'll heat it up for you. Just wait a moment," he offered. Sylvia shook her head, looking somewhat exasperated. "Thank you," Feng responded gratefully. Over the past year, Villar had taken excellent care of him. Since moving into Uncle's house, he had hardly touched any kitchenware. As a foodie, Feng was quite adept at cooking, though it had never been his intention. Previously, his parents, being self-employed, worked tirelessly, leaving the responsibility of cooking to him. By the way, Lauren asked you to give him a call when you woke up. Sylvia's voice echoed from the kitchen. Oh, Li Feng replied, reaching into his pocket only to find it empty, suddenly remembering his phone was still upstairs. Reluctantly, he climbed the stairs to retrieve it. Oh my goodness. You finally woke up. Lauren's voice rang through as soon as he dialed, devoid of any complaints, instead infused with a hint of excitement. I may have overslept a bit, Li Feng admitted sheepishly. Wind, do you have any idea what has transpired? Lauren inquired, suppressing his enthusiasm. No, I slept for a whole day and night. How would I know? Li Feng couldn't help but retort at Lauren's vague question. Wind, you have no idea. I've been receiving calls from those clubs. It feels like I'm dreaming. Lauren was almost incoherent with excitement. Calm down. Can you explain what's going on? Li Feng thought he could picture Lauren's state, given how well he knew him as his manager. Where are you? I'm coming to find you, Lauren asked. This is my second home. I have long been as close as family with Uncle's household. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly, he said, abruptly ending the call. Is this guy out of his mind? A club? Could it be that a prestigious team has taken an interest in me? Li Feng pondered. At that moment, Sylvia emerged from the kitchen, serving bacon pancakes, fried potatoes, and milk. Thank you. Li Feng expressed his gratitude again and immediately began to eat, his hunger overwhelming. Sylvia sat on the opposite side of the sofa, silently watching him finish his meal. Before long, the doorbell rang, and Sylvia went to answer it, allowing Lauren to walk in. Dressed casually and still balding, Li Feng couldn't shake the feeling that Lauren's hair was thinning even more. You two take your time. I'll head upstairs. Once you finish eating, just leave your plate on the table. I'll come down to clean up. It was clear that Lauren was there to discuss matters with Li Feng, and aside from transfers, there was little else to talk about. No need. Come over and help me strategize. Li Feng shook his head, indicating that Sylvia need not go upstairs. Curious, Sylvia heeded his words and stayed, eager to know where Li Feng's conversation would lead. Manchester United, Milan, Bayern Munich, and Real Madrid have all called me, expressing their keen interest in you. Lauren revealed without preamble. As Lauren enumerated these illustrious names, Li Feng felt his mind struggling to keep up. Manchester United, Milan, Bayern, Real Madrid. What was going on? Beside him, Sylvia wore an equally incredulous expression. These were not merely top European clubs, but among the most prestigious in the world, coveted by any player, especially Real Madrid, heralded as the greatest and most successful club of the century. Are you certain you're not joking? They really want me? A player who has only played in a small club in Europe as second division? After a long pause, Li Feng stared at Lauren in disbelief, thinking that if Lauren wasn't insane, then perhaps the world had gone mad. With the aid of a system, Li Feng believed his future would indeed align with these elite clubs. He was confident of that. He was neither arrogant nor self-deprecating, but at this moment, the prospect of such clubs felt distant. He needed time, at least 2 or 3 seasons to enhance his attributes. For now, it was simply unattainable. Speaking of attributes, he couldn't help but mentally review his own. However, upon inspecting them, Li Feng was taken aback, for he discovered that his attributes had changed. What was going on? He gazed incredulously at his stats. I need to calm down. Give me a moment, he declared, and without further ado, dashed upstairs to his room, leaving Sylvia and Lauren exchanging puzzled glances. Locking the door, Li Feng collapsed on his bed, his character attributes flashing in his mind. Technical, 16 passing, 16 tackling, 13 marking, 5 control, 14 long shot, 14 shooting, 6 heading, 1 dribbling, 16 free kick, 14 crossing, 1 corner, 1 penalty, won a total of 118 attribute points, an increase for the previous 105, with each stat inexplicably rising by 1. Soon, he found an explanation beneath the attributes, due to the host assisting the team in unexpectedly winning the Dutch Cup. All attributes are rewarded with a 1. Wow, I didn't expect such a boon. In that moment, Li Feng couldn't help but let out a joyous shout to the heavens. He then turned his attention to his physical attributes, which, unsurprisingly, had also seen a comprehensive enhancement. Strength, 16 stamina, 16 speed, 16 physique, 16 jump, 16 balance, 16 agility, 16 explosiveness, 16 the exhilarating feeling of having all attributes and physical capabilities improved surged within him. Physical strength is the foundation of revolution. Perhaps I should prioritize enhancing my physical attributes. During the season, facing tightly knit defenses, I often found my stamina lacking. Thus, he resolved to max out his stamina, physique, and strength. However, The system's response left Li Feng speechless. Physical attributes are special and cannot be increased using attribute points. They can only be enhanced through special attribute points granted by the system. Li Feng nearly let loose a string of curses. Why hadn't he mentioned this earlier? But the system was in charge, and he could only grumble inwardly. Fine, if I can't boost my physicals, I'll focus on my skill attributes. He shifted his gaze to his skill set. With technical, passing, and dribbling all at 16, should he max those out first? As he contemplated these key attributes, he found himself torn. All right, I'll max out passing first. Being a playmaker, delivering quality passes to teammates is paramount. Just as Li Feng prepared to allocate his points, the system interrupted him again. Increasing attributes from 15 to 16 marks the threshold from player to star. After reaching 16, each additional attribute point requires 2 standard attribute points. And after 18, each point requires 3 standard attribute points. Why didn't you warn me beforehand? Do I have to discover this all on my own? Li Feng erupted in silent frustration, but the system offered no response. Furthermore, the all-attribute reward had been delivered without his consent, completely disregarding his feelings. Yet, the situation had unfolded as it had, and there was no altering it. Li Feng had gained a deeper understanding of this system. Fortunately, it had not attempted to deceive him, which was a small relief amidst the chaos. However, regarding how to allocate the subsequent attributes, Li Feng found it necessary to reconsider, as the system had already indicated that attributes reaching 16 were at the level of a star player, and any further additions would require doubling the cost. As Li Feng pondered on how to distribute his points, he was astonished to discover that he had gained an additional talent skill. Chapter 72. Next stop, the elite club talent skill, court vision. Possessing this talent grants an expansive view, enabling clear insight into every movement on the field, as well as the positioning of both teammates and opponents. Accurate anticipation. This talent allows the host to make precise judgments whether in defense or offense. Had he truly acquired a second talent? Li Feng gazed at the accurate anticipation skill beneath his court vision, and indeed, there was a system explanation stating that this was a special reward. Congratulations to the host for winning his first personal award, the best young player in the Netherlands, in his inaugural professional season, hence the granting of this talent skill. The significance of talent skills is self-evident. Li Feng recognized that his exceptional performance was largely aided by the court vision talent. The system, however, had bestowed upon him a second talent skill rather casually while he was inebriated. Had it not been for the promising nature of accurate anticipation, he might have been reduced to tears. A player can only possess 3 talent skills in a lifetime, underscoring their invaluable nature. System, are you there? Shall we converse? Li Feng attempted to engage with the system, but it was evident that there was no response. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that without the system, he would not be where he was now. Eventually, Li Feng refocused on his attributes, reflecting on his performance over the past season. He made a resolute decision to elevate all his attributes currently at 14 to 16, which cost him a total of 6 points. He then increased his marking to match his tackling, spending 7 points, as he aimed to become more versatile in both attack and defense. This amounted to a total expenditure of 13 attribute points. With the remaining points, Li Feng directed his attention to shooting and crossing. In the previous season, he rarely ventured to the flanks due to his crossing attribute being a mere 0. Even if he reached the wings, he could not deliver a quality ball. Similarly, with only 5 points in shooting, he lacked the courage to challenge the opponent's penalty area. After allocating the 30 points, his attributes stood as follows. Technique, 16. Passing, 16. Tackling, 13. Marking, 13. Ball control, 16. Long shot, 16. Shooting, 12. Heading, 1. Dribbling, 16. Free kick, 16. Crossing, 11. Corner kick, 1. Penalty kick, 1. Totaling 148 points. Observing the significant transformation of his attributes, a wave of satisfaction washed over Li Feng. Although these attributes may not qualify him as a mainstay at an elite club, they certainly position him as a viable rotation player, enhanced further by his 2 extraordinary talent skills. Having completed his attribute assignments, Li Feng left the room with a sense of accomplishment and returned to the living room on the first floor. At that moment, the Dutch uncle and his wife had returned, and the 3 of them were seated on the sofa watching television, while Lauren sat nearby, engaged in casual conversation with the uncle. Upon Li Feng's arrival, the entire hall fell silent, and Valerie promptly turned off the television. I'll prepare something for you, she said, rising with Sylvia to head towards the kitchen, leaving only the Dutch uncle, Lauren, and Li Feng in the hall. Please, tell me the specifics. Li Feng said candidly as he took a seat beside the uncle. The first call I received was from Bayern Munich. Given that your phone has been off for the past few days, Van Gaal reached out to me, hoping to bring you to Allianz Arena and wishing to meet with you. Lauren, aware of the bond between Li Feng and the uncle's family, did not shy away from discussing this matter. Well, that certainly took me by surprise, Li Feng admitted. While he had spoken to Van Gaal once months prior, the fact that he now managed Bayern, the dominant force in the Bundesliga, was a different matter entirely. The disparity between Bayern and his former club, Alkmaar, was immense. Even if Van Gaal had admired him previously, did he truly believe that Li Feng's current abilities were worthy of Bayern? And what about Manchester United, Milan, and Real Madrid? Li Feng Ninkidat. I can't say for certain, but it's no surprise that scouts from these elite clubs are ubiquitous, Lauren replied. She explained that all three clubs had contacted her to express interest in Li Feng. In fact, Real Madrid had become aware of Li Feng due to their scouting of Huntelaar during Calderon's tenure. And Li Feng had entered the radar of Madrid scouts thanks to his outstanding performances in the Eredivisie. A detailed report highlighting his strengths had recently reached the newly appointed manager, Sanchez, which, coupled with his Chinese nationality, prompted Sanchez to contact Lauren. Milan, on the other hand, had been in search of a successor to Pirlo, who was now 30 years old. His longevity was uncertain. Thus, they expressed interest in Li Feng, especially given his Chinese nationality. Manchester United's interest was similar. Previously, they had signed on Feng to tap into the Chinese market. Li Feng's impressive performances in the Netherlands had piqued the interest of these elite clubs, and his nationality played a role as well. Are there any other clubs interested in me? Li Feng asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Currently, Espanyol is the most active, but evidently, they lack a substantial transfer budget. Their manager hopes you can exert pressure on the club, Lauren explained. In the latest edition of the Dutch football newspaper, Li Feng's market value was estimated to be between 7 million and 9 million, undoubtedly bolstered by his award as best young player and his recent exceptional performances. That's impossible. I made an agreement with the chairman, and leaving Volendam means I must leave something behind for the team. The transfer fee is all I can manage right now. Li Feng shook his head, clearly rejecting Espanyol's advances. Apart from Espanyol, there was also Hamburg in Germany. They had observed Li Feng's prior performances in the Dutch Cup and shifted their focus to him after he declined Espanyol's offer. Newcastle United had previously expressed interest, but they had since been relegated. As a Premier League powerhouse, Newcastle had a dismal season and ultimately fell to the Championship, Lauren reported. You know, I can't shake the feeling that you're not particularly interested in joining an elite club. The uncle finally spoke up, his expression bemused as he regarded Li Feng. The pursuit of players is often to join prestigious teams, yet this young man was inquiring about mid-tier clubs, which was perplexing. Uncle, I'm concerned that with my current abilities, I might struggle to establish myself in an elite club. What I need most now is playing time. Not to be basking in the glory of elite club status while sitting on the bench wasting time, Li Feng explained. Young man, how will you know if you can't establish yourself in an elite club if you don't even try? Are you afraid of competition? Afraid of failure? The uncle's demeanor shifted, his usual joviality replaced by a serious gaze fixed on Li Feng. Chapter 73. Creating momentum for oneself indeed. What do I have to fear? Since elite clubs are interested in me, what harm is there in exploring my options? I stand to lose nothing. What is there to fear in failure? I have the system. If I can't hold my ground, I can always leave later. And with my 148 points in attributes alongside 2 talents, am I truly lacking? Previously, Li Feng had been troubled by his attributes, but the uncle's words had illuminated a new perspective. Previously, he had believed that he should first spend several seasons playing for a mid-tier club, enhancing his attributes before transferring to a prestigious team. However, now that elite clubs have expressed interest in him, why not join them directly? Does transferring to a top club mean there are no tasks left? Thank you, Uncle Ha, for helping me realize this. Li Feng immediately embraced the Dutch uncle wholeheartedly. Raphael, please respond to Manchester United, Real Madrid, and Milan. I am eager to join their ranks. Li Feng stated directly to Lauren before dialing Van Gaal's number. Hello, Mr. Van Gaal, this is Li Feng, he said as soon as the call connected. Hello, Feng. It is a pleasure to receive your call. Li Feng could sense the sincerity in Van Gaal's words. Raphael has informed me, and I greatly appreciate your interest. I am keen on joining your team. Could we meet? Li Feng inquired plainly. Of course, I am still in the Netherlands. If possible, let us meet tomorrow at noon in Amsterdam, Van Gaal replied. Thank you very much. They agreed on the time and place. Young man, are you leveraging these prestigious clubs to create a buzz for yourself? Uncle and Lauren looked at Feng with peculiar expressions. Of course, once I've decided to join a top club, I cannot remain inconspicuous. It is essential for these elite teams to know that I am not overlooked. This enhances my status and the club has regard for me. After all, I am not easily obtained, Feng acknowledged. You truly are a remarkable individual, the Dutch uncle remarked, observing Feng's sudden shift in attitude from rejecting the elite clubs to utilizing them for his own advantage in mere minutes. Are we aiming for Bayern? Lauren, now somewhat speechless, realized that Feng was more suited for the role of an agent than he was, effectively usurping his position. If all goes as planned, I believe our ultimate choice will be Bayern. Van Gaal holds me in high esteem, which signifies that I may have a good opportunity. And he understands my capabilities, Feng contemplated. Transferring to Real Madrid had crossed his mind, given that they are the most successful club of the century. However, he was aware that Florentino's return signified the resurgence of the Galacticos, and various elite clubs were wary of Real Madrid's poaching. He was conscious that Alonso would be transferring to Real Madrid this season. He did not consider himself capable of competing with Alonso, who is undoubtedly the premier central midfielder, having formed a formidable midfield trio with Mascherano and Gerrard at Liverpool, though unfortunately, Benitez had squandered that opportunity. As for Milan, there was no need for discussion. With Pirlo in his prime, Feng would likely find himself relegated to the bench, especially as Serie A was gradually declining, making the next season potentially its last flourish. At Manchester United, Feng faced challenges obtaining a work permit and was uncertain whether Ferguson would apply the special talent clause to him. Without it, he could not represent Manchester United and would only be loaned out. Additionally, there were internal factors, with Carrick advancing in his career. Bayern, however, presented a different scenario. Currently, they lacked a playmaker. Historically, Van Gaal had repositioned Schweinsteiger to the playmaking role, where he flourished, transforming from a regular star to a world-class player. But now, if Feng were to join Bayern, it was uncertain whether Van Gaal would alter Schweinsteiger's role. Even if he did, success would not come overnight. And with Feng as the priority, it would not be easy for Schweinsteiger to displace him unless Feng performed poorly. After making his decision, Lauren departed from the Dutch uncle's home. Shortly thereafter, Feng received an unexpected call from far-off Asia, from the national team leader, Wei Xiaowei. Upon answering the call, Feng was first reprimanded for his phone being unreachable, followed by a commanding tone instructing him to report to the national team training base by the 21st of this month. Before Feng could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Serving one's country is a dream shared by every Chinese individual, and Feng naturally yearned to contribute to the national team. Thus, he brushed off the tone of the caller and hoped to bring about some change and contribution to the team. Initially, he had hoped to finalize his next club before returning to China, but this unexpected development interrupted his plans. Consequently, Feng promptly booked a flight back for the following afternoon. Additionally, he needed to train and adapt to the newly acquired attributes, and this time would serve well for that purpose. Thus, after his meeting with Van Gaal, he would return home while Lauren remained in Europe. During their meeting, Van Gaal candidly expressed his admiration for Feng, stating that as long as Feng was willing to join Bayern, he would be afforded ample trust and opportunity. At that moment, Lauren seized the opportunity to reveal that several other elite clubs were also interested in Feng. This left Van Gaal silently cursing. It was evident that Lauren was inflating Feng's value, yet there was little he could do, such is the nature of agents. And coaches worldwide often harbor a disdain for them. Ultimately, however, Feng conveyed his eagerness and desire to play under Van Gaal, leading to a favorable response. After which Feng departed. The very next day, just after Feng's departure from Europe, the Dutch football newspaper published news of Feng's meeting with Van Gaal in a restaurant. It was well known that Van Gaal had long admired this young Chinese talent. Although during his time at Alkmaar, the young player had declined Van Gaal's invitation, choosing instead to stay at Volendam, where he not only aided the club in avoiding relegation, but also made history by securing their first Dutch Cup championship. Now, with Van Gaal having left Alkmaar to become the head coach of Bayern Munich, his admiration for this young talent remained unchanged. He had even appeared at the Dutch Cup final, indicating that the most outstanding young player in Volendam's history was about to leave the Netherlands for neighboring Germany. As reported by Dutch Football, following this report, The next day, Spain's Marca revealed that Real Madrid had been monitoring the Chinese player for Volendam. According to insiders, the new general manager of Real Madrid held Feng in high regard and hoped to bring this young Chinese talent to the Bernabeu. Simultaneously, both Gazzetta dello Sport and the Manchester Evening News reported Milan and Manchester United's admiration for this young Chinese player, with Milan even likening Feng to a new Pirlo. However, in recent years, they had acquired many players they referred to as the new Pirlo, but most had faded into obscurity upon arriving at Milan. Manchester United shares similar aspirations, seeking to recruit Feng to bolster their midfield strength. The long-injured Hargreaves, once regarded with high hopes by Ferguson, remained sidelined following last season's knee surgery. Fletcher, often plagued by minor injuries, is somewhat fragile, while the promising Irish youngster Gibson, labeled as the successor to Keane, has unfortunately only lived up to that title and name. As media outlets began to report extensively, the name Feng captured the attention of numerous prestigious European clubs, inciting curiosity about the young Chinese talent who has garnered interest from the continent's elite. Consequently, various newspapers commenced publishing profiles on Feng, accompanied by analyses that illuminated the reasons behind his rising prominence. Beyond his nationality, it is his exceptional abilities that have drawn the gaze of many top-tier clubs. As a midfield orchestrator, he possesses unparalleled vision, evident from his performances with FC Volendam, where he seemingly navigates the field without blind spots, consistently locating teammates and delivering astonishing passes, what one might call creativity. In addition to his playmaking skills, he is renowned for his remarkable long-range shooting and free-kick capabilities, exhibiting a commendable balance between his left and right foot, allowing him to strike from any corner of the pitch. His propensity for audacious long-range efforts often sees him single-handedly salvaging matches, contributing 8 goals in the 24 league games from his position, a striking statistic that undoubtedly stands out in the Eredivisie. Moreover, he possesses an athleticism that defies stereotypes often associated with Asian players. During matches, he frequently uses his physicality to assertively fend off opponents, showcasing his impressive physical attributes and fearlessness in contact situations. He is also recognized as one of the most active players on the field, not only within Volendam, but throughout the entire Eredivisie. However, his deficiencies are noteworthy. As an organizer, he still exhibits a degree of immaturity in controlling the pace of the game, and his emotional fluctuations can lead to impatience. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that at the tender age of under 21, his performances have been exceptionally commendable, and if he continues to evolve, his future promises great potential. Even the esteemed German publication Kicker featured an article on Feng, expressing anticipation for his future while simultaneously addressing concerns regarding his lack of competitive experience, having only played 1 season in the Netherlands. Though his performance has been stellar, questions linger about his ability to replicate such success in top-tier leagues. Presently, his skill set may pose challenges for establishing himself at a major club, suggesting that perhaps a few more seasons of development before contemplating a move to a footballing giant would be prudent. In a matter of days, Feng transformed from an unknown entity to a coveted prospect pursued by numerous elite clubs. With the emergence of these reports, he successfully captured the attention of several teams, much to the delight of his agent, Lauren, who relies on Feng to enhance his reputation as a sports agent. Few could have anticipated that the tumult of the European transfer market would be ignited by a Chinese player. Over the past few days, Feng has received treatment akin to that of a superstar, with nearly all of Europe fixated on this young talent from China. In China, the phenomenon is equally pronounced. Although Feng is currently engaged in national team training, he receives updates from Lauren almost daily. The envious glances from his teammates further reflect the overwhelming media coverage surrounding him. Be it on television or in newspapers, Feng's presence is ubiquitous, making his prominence undeniably unparalleled. Simultaneously, Feng learned from Lauren that clubs expressing interest had already made offers to FC Volendam. With a valuation of €10 million, his peak market price, significantly inflated by the competition among top clubs. Reports indicated that Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and Manchester United had formally approached Volendam, while AC Milan proposed €5 million plus a player. Other clubs have also shown interest in bidding for Feng. In the following days, Lauren made appearances in Madrid, Manchester, and Munich, while AC Milan's offer was turned down by Volendam, who preferred a higher transfer fee. After all, who would wish to transfer from AC Milan to Volendam? It was evident that Real Madrid and Manchester United viewed Li Feng primarily as a substitute, particularly at Real Madrid. Under Florentino Perez's renewed leadership, the Galticos are expected to return to prominence, with numerous stars anticipated to arrive at the Bernabeu. However, the club expressed its willingness to show sincerity by offering to loan out Gago should Li Feng agree to join. Currently, Manchester United's focus is entirely on Ronaldo, as they make final efforts to persuade him to remain at Old Trafford. The prospects for Li Feng are thus somewhat dim. As for other clubs, major teams continue to regard him as merely a backup option, and he has dismissed any consideration of moving to a non-elite club. Nevertheless, Lauren has not entirely shut the door. He initially followed up with Bayern Munich, which demonstrated genuine interest. Bayern's general manager, Hoeneß, and head coach, Van Gaal, personally welcomed Lauren. That evening, Lauren briefly phoned on the latest developments, affirming that Bayern Munich, particularly with Van Gaal at the helm, represents his best current opportunity. They expressed their sincerity by offering a yearly salary of €2.5 million. Chapter 75. The situation in the national team. Wow, you're worth a fortune. In the practice room of Girls' Generation, preparations for their second mini-album were underway. A group of girls needed to rehearse a new dance, and during a break, they gathered around a computer, intrigued by a comment from one of their members. Asia has historically been seen as a footballing underdog, with Park Ji-sung, who plays for Manchester United, being the most recognized figure. Yet, in a matter of days, Li Feng has eclipsed him, emerging as the new representative of Asian football. Whether in Korea or Japan, reports about Li Feng have proliferated across Asia, as he has become the first to attract interest from several top clubs. €10 million? How much is that in Korean won? Asked Kim Hyo-yeon. Let me calculate, replied Kwon Yuri, pulling out her phone for conversion. Oh my gosh, over 10 billion won, That's a huge sum. For young Korean artists, who often earn meager salaries in the early stages of their careers, such an amount is astronomical. Just to be clear, that's his market value, not what he actually has. Even if he transfers, that money isn't his, Kim Tae-yeon remarked, having gained some understanding of football through her connection to Li Feng. Not for him. Then who gets it? Kim Hyo-yeon inquired. The club he previously played for? Kim Tae-yeon answered. Wow, that's so much money. The group of girls exclaimed, clearly bewildered. Isn't the season over? Why aren't you back in Korea yet? Kwon Yuri pressed. Yeah, hurry up and bring us some food. The girls eagerly urged Yuna. What do you mean you all call him too? But he is currently in national team training. So there's no way he can come? Yuna retorted. Wow. Come look at this. Someone shouted, pointing at the computer screen, displaying a photo of Li Feng celebrating after scoring in the Dutch Cup final. Oh, the practice room erupted in excited shrieks, drawing the curiosity of passing artists and staff about what had caused such a commotion among the girls. Meanwhile, Li Feng was diligently training, aware that his enhanced attributes necessitated corresponding improvements in his skills. After nearly a week of rigorous practice, he felt a significant boost in his abilities. Movements that once felt awkward and uncoordinated now flowed with grace and ease. The current national team is remarkably youthful, with many players being fresh faces in the squad. Zhang Ji stands as the oldest member, while head coach Gao Hongbao's vision is commendable, opting to forego seasoned veterans in favor of a younger lineup to prepare for the 2014 World Cup. Li Feng is among the youngest players on the team, with only 2 members born in 1988, he being one of them, the other a promising talent for Dali and Shurda. Consequently, they share the same dormitory. Yet their interaction remains minimal, as Li Shueping, the other player, prefers the company of the team's older members. In truth, Li Feng has found it difficult to forge friendships within a national team, not due to any sense of superiority, but rather because of the prevailing leadership dynamics. He has often been summoned to the leadership's office, where direct and indirect demands for bribes have been made, to which Li Feng has resolutely turned a deaf ear. To those in power, Li Feng's European career signifies wealth, with the value of €1 translating to 10 Chinese yuan, and as he garnered attention from prestigious clubs, exaggerated rumors began to circulate, ultimately leading to a rift with the team manager. Although Gao Hongbao holds Li Feng in high regard, in China, the authority of the team transcends the coach's influence, being dictated by the Football Association's leaders, leaving Gao powerless in the situation. Aside from initial training sessions with the team, Li Feng has largely practiced alone. Despite his frustrations, he feels powerless. Offering bribes is out of the question. not only due to a lack of funds, but also a firm belief that he should not squander his hard-earned money on such individuals. Serving one's country should be a source of honor and pride, and if he were to compromise that integrity, it would tarnish its nobility. Nevertheless, Li Feng remains the most diligent player in the national squad, persisting with individual training even in the absence of teammates or coaching support. The closed nature of the national team's training camp has rendered their circumstances unknown to outsiders. However, media outlets have begun to speculate on the future of the new national team, with fans hopeful that Li Feng will instigate a transformative change. Despite earlier criticisms of Gao Hongbo for excluding older players, the narrative has shifted as Li Feng's rising star in Europe has silenced detractors. They now sing praises for Gao, believing he had the foresight to build a new national team around Li Feng, though sadly, this vision has yet to materialize. Amidst this backdrop, Li Feng spent his first birthday since his rebirth alone in the dormitory without a cake or celebration. Largely unaware of the occasion had it not been for well-wishing messages from friends and family. However, he has never placed much importance on birthdays. To him, it simply meant gathering joyfully with friends. After some time, the fervor surrounding Li Feng's transfer has subsided, with his move to Bayern Munich nearly finalized. As reports confirm that the contract is all but settled, the German publication Bild confidently asserts that the young Chinese talent is on the cusp of joining Bayern, pending a medical examination in Munich before signing the contract. Following this announcement, Li Feng's fans in China erupted with joy, as the Bundesliga is broadcasted by the National Sports Network, meaning that next season they could witness a new Chinese player in the ranks of the illustrious Bayern Munich. Previously, a Chinese player had been part of the Bundesliga with Cottbus, but sadly, the team failed to avoid relegation, which would have allowed Chinese fans to witness a captivating derby. Chapter 76. Seizing the opportunity for leave the day after Li Feng's birthday, the national team traveled to Shanghai for their first friendly match under Gao Hongbo, facing off against the German team, a prime opportunity for media hype, as it marked the first encounter with club teammates in adversarial circumstances. Leading up to the match, newspapers and television news outlets eagerly capitalized on this narrative, especially given that the current German national team features players from Bayern, such as Lahm and Schweinsteiger. Originally, there were also Klose and Podolski, but Klose is sidelined due to injury, while Podolski has transferred to Cologne. Additionally, Gomez, who has long been linked to Bayern, is seen as a strategic acquisition to bolster their strength while undermining competitors, a tactic that has become a staple of Bayern's domestic strategy. Therefore, the clash between Li Feng and his club teammates became a focal point of the match. Regrettably, the media's assumptions proved misguided when the starting lineup was announced. It caused an uproar as Li Feng did not even make the squad list. In response to media inquiries, Gao Hongbo could only deflect with claims of Li Feng's training injury. Nevertheless, the newly formed national team performed admirably, scoring within the first 5 minutes, though the lead lasted only 2 minutes before Germany equalized in the 7th minute. The match concluded in a 1-1 draw, with Li Feng watching from the stands. Post-match, an amusing incident occurred when Lahm and Schweinsteiger approached the stands for a brief exchange with Li Feng, expressing their eagerness for his arrival at the club and lamenting the missed opportunity to compete on the field. Their interaction elicited cheers from the crowd. Despite Li Feng's absence from play, the match's outcome was satisfactory, and fans found joy in witnessing his first dialogue with club teammates. After the game, Li Feng sought out Gao Hongbo, and given his injury, he requested a leave of absence. A somewhat reluctant Gao acquiesced, understanding that without the leadership's approval, Li Feng would not see playtime. The following day, Li Feng boarded a flight to South Korea to participate in the latest recording of Family Outing, an engagement he had previously arranged with Yoo Jae-suk but postponed due to national team commitments. Now that his obligations with the team were minimal, he seized the chance for some leisure. He had eagerly anticipated this recording, and upon securing leave, he promptly contacted Yoo Jae-suk, discovering that the new episode was set to record in 2 days. Thus, both parties swiftly agreed. This time in Korea, Li Feng was no longer the unknown figure. Now, he was recognized as Asia's top rising star. Upon arrival, the television station responsible for Family Outing sent a dedicated vehicle for his transportation and arrange accommodations, allowing Li Feng to finally revel in the privileges of fame. That afternoon, Li Feng's agent also arrived in Korea, having finalized contract negotiations with Bayern, awaiting Li Feng's signature in Germany. Lauren's visit to Asia was to address Li Feng's commercial endorsements. as his burgeoning popularity among elite clubs made him a coveted figure for advertisers, particularly given the scarcity of football stars in China. With an annual salary of $2.5 million, this figure is, of course, pre-tax. Germany imposes a tax rate of 45, leaving approximately $1.4 million after deductions. The appearance fee is $8,000, with bonuses of $5,000 for goals and $3,000 for assists. The contract spans 4 years, with a signing bonus of $500,000. This is the offer extended by Bayern Munich. Within Bayern, Li Feng's salary ranks in the second tier. The first tier includes players like Ribéry, Tony, Lahm, and Schweinsteiger. Li Feng is evidently pleased with this remuneration, considering it is 100-fold of what he earned at Volendam. After a brief exchange, Li Feng callously abandoned Lauren at the hotel, opting instead to seek out Girls' Generation, as today marks the birthday of Lim Yuna. The members of Girls' Generation planned to celebrate together in their dormitory. Notably, this year, Lim Yuna's Gregorian and lunar birthdays coincide, a rarity that occurs only once every 19 years, rendering this birthday particularly special. He had previously learned that she usually celebrates her Gregorian birthday with fans and members, while her lunar birthday is reserved for family. The day before, Yuna returned home to celebrate with her father and sister, and today she would initially spend time with her fans before gathering with the members afterwards. To surprise Lim Yuna, Li Feng intended to personally prepare a meal for her, and with the assistance of Kim Tae-yeon and Choi Soo-young, he stealthily infiltrated the Girls' Generation dormitory. For Li Feng, the dormitory was a realm of curiosity and imagination, much like it would be for any other man. However, under the watchful eyes of Kim Tae-yeon and Choi Soo-young, he found himself unable to explore the girl's secrets and retreated to the kitchen. Tae-yeon and Soo-young expressed skepticism about Li Feng's culinary ambitions, as it is uncommon for men in Korea to cook. Nonetheless, Li Feng quickly dispelled their doubts, demonstrating that despite a year away from the kitchen, his skills, honed since childhood, had not diminished. While not comparable to a professional chef, the flavors he conjured were undoubtedly delightful. Dishes such as garlic steamed ribs, dompa pork, boiled beef, spicy stir-fried crab, and stir-fried squid adorned the table, leaving the girls in awe. As Li Feng toiled in the kitchen, several members returned to the dormitory after their schedules. Wow, Yuna is so lucky. Why don't you pursue me instead? I'm not bad either, and I'm easier to impress with food, Choi Soo-young exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Li Feng. Yes. What about me? Kim Hye-oyen chimed in, while Jessica stealthily snatched a rib as Hye-oyen and Soo-young approached the kitchen. Hey, Yini, how can you steal food? Seo-yeon, freshly changed, caught her in the act, prompting Soo-young and Hye-oyen to dash back to the living room. Chaos ensued in the living room, and half an hour later, with Kim Tae-yeon's assistance, Li Feng completed the final dish, seaweed soup. The table was filled with over 10 dishes, all of which were Li Feng's specialties except for the fish. By this time, all members of Girls' Generation had returned from their schedules, with Lim Yuna also on her way back. Watching the girls devour his carefully prepared meal left Li Feng with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It is peculiar how one finds greater joy in seeing friends enjoy the food they have prepared rather than indulging themselves, as their enjoyment validates the time and effort spent creating the meal. However, such experiences are best enjoyed occasionally. Doing so daily would surely become tiresome. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I've eaten too much. My stomach is so full. Kim Tae-yeon lamented, reclining in her chair with her arms dangling. How can you complain? This was made for me. Yet you all ate more than I did. Yuna surveyed the satisfied faces of her members, feeling a twinge of frustration. Having indulged in snacks with fans before returning, she could only watch as her members relished the feast. Whose fault is that? You filled your stomach before coming back, Jessica remarked, patting her slightly protruding belly with a smirk. Yuna was left speechless by Jessica's comment. It's all your fault for not telling me every time you come to Korea. I always find out last. Yuna cast a forlorn gaze at Li Feng. All right, I want to do this thankless task again. Li Feng shrugged nonchalantly. No, don't listen to Yuna. Choi Soo-young interjected, rallying the others against Lim Yuna. Thus, the members of Girls' Generation were won over by Li Feng's meal. Once more, Lim Yuna felt a wave of gloom wash over her. It was her birthday, yet she felt like the villain. All right, everyone, let us clean up, Kim Tae-yeon commanded after the playful scolding of Yuna. Next time, I'll cook just for you. Li Feng whispered to a still dejected Yuna. Really? Her discontent vanished as her eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, just for you, Li Feng assured her. With Li Feng's affirmation, Lim Yuna transformed back into her cheerful self, joining the members in clearing the table. The dormitory, cramped and lacking a sofa, forced Li Feng to sit on the floor to rest. Is it true that your market value is 10 million euros? Kim Haiwen asked, seeking conversation as she noticed Li Feng sitting idly. Li Feng hesitated, then nodded. Wow, you're so valuable, Haiwen exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at him. Huh, that can hardly be considered valuable. Li Feng chuckled, shaking his head. 10 million euros ISNT valuable? My goodness, then what is? Haiwen clearly found his words hard to believe. Indeed, I read online that if it's really 10 million, then that makes you the second most valuable player in Asia, even surpassing Park Ji-sung. Another girl joined in. Clearly, you don't understand football. In Europe, transfer fees in the tens of millions are commonplace, and as time progresses, player values only increase. 10 million is merely average, Li Feng explained to the two girls. Wow, so football players are that valuable? They both exclaimed in astonishment. So, who is currently the most valuable? Another girl with golden hair, the Ice Princess, joined the conversation. Do you know about Ronaldo and Messi? Li Feng inquired, looking at the three. I know. Ronaldo and Park Ji-sung both played for Manchester United, and they're both very handsome. Haiwen raised her hand excitedly. Handsome indeed. Li Feng internally scoffed, but these two are likely the most valuable. For what I understand, Ronaldo is preparing to leave Manchester United and return to Real Madrid. Let me put it this way. If Ronaldo transfers this summer, he will undoubtedly set a new record for player market value. Fearing that the girls might not grasp the significance of this, Li Feng continued. The previous highest transfer fee was 73.5 million euros, set by French players at On. Do you think we could earn that much money in our lifetimes? The young girls erupted in a chorus of astonishment. If you were aware of how many years ago this was, you would likely find yourselves even more astonished. Li Feng regarded the group of girls with a sense of amusement. So, who currently holds the highest market value? After their initial surprise, the girls turned their gaze back to Li Feng, their faces alight with curiosity. Zinedine Zidane still holds the record, but this summer, Cristiano Ronaldo is expected to surpass it. Li Feng, Ruplia. Wow, how much will that be? At that moment, only Li Feng could provide an answer. Around 100 million euros, he mused, not foolish enough to divulge an exact figure. Oh, I can't believe it. You footballers are so wealthy. Hearing this figure, the girls gaped in disbelief. I must find myself a boyfriend who plays football. One girl suddenly exclaimed, jumping up in a frenzy, her enthusiasm infectious. Fool, that money doesn't even go to the players. It's useless no matter how much. Kim Tion interjected. That's true, but do you know how much players can actually earn? The girls quickly shifted their focus to a new area of exploration. I'm not entirely sure, but players like Ronaldo and Messi earn tens of millions of euros a year. He pondered. I've made up my mind. I will find myself a football player as a boyfriend. She exclaimed once more, her earlier excitement reignited. How much do you earn in a year? Kim Haiwen asked again, and the girls regarded Li Feng with rapt curiosity. Although the question was rather sensitive, their inquisitiveness could not be quelled. This question, I couldn't answer yesterday, but coincidentally, my agent just arrived. This new season, my pre-tax salary is around 2.5 million euros, approximately 1,400,000 after tax. Li Feng stated openly, feeling no need to conceal this information, especially since he was pursuing Lim Yuna. Yuna, from now on, we will depend on you, Jessica exclaimed, throwing her arm around Yuna in a playful manner. Exactly, Yuna. If the sisters run out of money for meals, we'll come to you, Quan Yuri chimed in, clinging to Yuna's other arm. Oomph. Lim Yuna replied with a proud expression, as the girls once again fell into a fit of excitement. Have you already transferred? After their outburst, Kim Tion seized on the key point of Li Feng's statement. To which team? Manchester United or Real Madrid? The girls were once more filled with curiosity. Neither. It's Bayern Munich in Germany, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. Why? Aren't Manchester United and Real Madrid better? The girls asked, puzzled. They cannot offer me what I seek. Li Feng explained. What do you seek? A higher salary? Not quite. In a team, there are core players, starters, rotational players, and substitutes. Park Ji-sung, as you mentioned, will be considered a rotational player at Manchester United, but I aspire to be a starter. Neither Manchester United nor Real Madrid can provide that position. whereas the coach at Bayern Munich values me highly. Do you understand? Li Feng elaborated. Following this, he engaged in further conversation with the girls. And by the end of the evening, a newfound closeness had developed among them. Chapter 78. Birth of the Family the next day. Li Feng set off for the recording location of Birth of the Family, situated in Gyeonggi-do's Chuncheon village. The program commenced with Yu Jae-suk calling the family members to inform them of the recording site, transitioning to each member's arrival. As the scene shifted, Yu Jae-suk stood by the seaside awaiting the members. The first to arrive was the eldest member, Kim Huma, followed by the elderly Yoon Jong-shin, who stepped down from the car, visibly weary and melancholic. Next came the family's female member, Park E-jin, followed by the spirited Lee Tae-hyung, the youngest Kang Da-seon, the family matriarch Lee Hyeri, and lastly, the muscular Kim Jong-kook. Once all family members were present, light-hearted teasing ensued, starting with a joke about Kim Jong-kook wearing a shirt similar to Kang Da-seon's, making the pair resemble each other even more. Kang Da-seon cleverly chimed in that his car had been taken by another group, leaving him with nothing, now that Kim Jong-kook had taken his style. I have no choice. My very close younger brother is coming today, so I, as the elder brother, must dress handsomely, Kim Jong-kook stated. Impossible. Which younger brother? Clearly I am closer. Yu Jae-suk retorted, leading to a playful argument between them. Just then, a black van pulled up. As the door swung open, Li Feng, clad in a black shirt and casual pants, with a black backpack slung over his shoulder, stepped out. The emergence of this super rookie, pursued by numerous prestigious European clubs, prompted the addition of a subtitle that introduced him. Oh, my dear brother. Both Yu Jae-suk and Kim Jong-kook rushed over to greet Li Feng, bringing him to the family members. Let me introduce you. This is my very close brother, a football player from China. This summer, I believe no one is unaware of him. He is the man making waves in Europe, Yu Jae-suk announced, embracing Li Feng in a display of affection. What do you mean, your close brother? Clearly, he is closer to me, Kim Jong-kook interjected, pulling Li Feng into his embrace. The family members, having done their homework, were well aware of Li Feng's identity, and since he and Kim Huma were meeting for the second time, Li Feng approached them, saying, "Hello, I am Li Feng, a devoted viewer of Birth of the Family. I have watched every episode." Really? Our show airs in Europe too? Elder Yoon Jong-shin inquired, adjusting his hairstyle, while the other members looked on with eager anticipation. No, I only watch it online, Li Feng replied, shaking his head with a look that suggested they were overthinking it, prompting the family members to feign disappointment. Since you are a loyal viewer of our family, which member do you like the most? After some introductions, Lee Hyeri directed this question at Li Feng. Upon hearing this, Yu Jae-suk and Kim Jong-kook immediately stood tall, clearly indicating that there was no need for selection. Of course, it had to be them. Without a doubt, the beautiful sister Hyeri, Li Feng remarked, not even glancing at Yu Jae-suk and Kim Jong-kook, as he walked directly to Lee Hyeri. Laughter erupted among the other members, mercilessly teasing the two men. Good brother, in our family, the sisters will look after you, Lee Hyeri said, playfully patting Li Feng's shoulder like a boss. Feng, you previously claimed to be my fan, Yu Jae-suk persisted. Brother, you are overthinking it. In the family, my favorites are Sister Hyeri and Sister E-jin. I am a fan of both, Li Feng quickly countered. Good brother. Today you will stay close to the sisters, both Lee Hyeri and Park E-jin said, delighted. At that moment, another van approached. Are there more guests? The family members were immediately captivated by the new arrival, and Li Feng too felt curious. In his memory, this episode was originally meant for a martial artist, but now it had transformed into him. In truth, the producers of Birth of the Family worried about Li Feng being a foreigner and not an entertainer, so they decided to invite an additional female guest. As the van door opened, the first thing that caught their eyes was a pair of long legs. The male members of the family erupted in cheers. My ultimate bias, Kim Yoo-jin. She gained attention in 2008 from a variety show, officially debuting in April 2009. Renowned for her sculpted legs and stunning figure, earning her the title of the nation's honey legs. The family members rushed to her side, leaving Li Feng and the two female members momentarily neglected as they surrounded her with excitement. Regarding the young woman, Li Feng was aware of her presence, having learned about her through the family gathering. He distinctly remembered that she had joined a family event later and even danced in my ear with Yu Jae-suk. Her most captivating features, apart from her alluring legs, were her remarkably sensual dance moves. It wasn't merely the allure of provocative clothing. Rather, her dance exuded an innate sensuality, rendering her enchanting regardless of her attire. Do you know her? After a playful exchange, Yu Jae-suk introduced Li Feng, who replied, "Of course I do." He bypassed Yu and extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Li Feng." She shyly responded, also extending her hand. Yet Li Feng found himself at a loss for words, creating an awkward silence between them. At that moment, Yu Jae-suk adeptly seized the opportunity to stir the atmosphere, as he delighted in crafting rumors for the show. I've never seen Feng blush before," Yu Jae-suk remarked, glancing between the two, while Kim Jong-kook chimed in, "I've known him for so long, yet I've never seen him blush." Yu Jae-suk directly inquired, "You don't have a boyfriend, do you?" To which she shook her head. "Perfect. My little brother is also single." Kim Jong-kook immediately embraced Li Feng, preventing her from leaving. "How do you know I don't have a boyfriend?" Li Feng retorted. "Someone who blushes just from shaking hands with a girl surely wouldn't have a girlfriend." Yu Jae-suk, clearly enjoying this moment, was relentless in creating rumors. "All right." Li Feng managed to free herself from Kim Jong-kook's grasp and sought refuge beside Lee Hyori. "We should find the elder quickly, otherwise it will be dark soon." Lee Hyori, ever supportive, stepped in to assist Li Feng. Although Yu Jae-suk was reluctant to let go, he had to comply when the actual head of the family spoke. Yet, at the moment he pulled out the map, an idea struck him. "Feng, here is the map. You all can search together." Each episode often revolves around the guests finding a house, and despite Li Feng initially stepping away from Lee Hyori, he began searching for the house with the group. "Look, there's such a good match." The members intentionally lagged behind, observing the two novices engrossed in their search. Their heights and figures complemented each other beautifully. And even Lee Hyori, who had just moments ago been fiercely protective, was now swept up in Yu Jae-suk's rumor-making antics. After a challenging search, the group finally located the elder's home. Under Yu Jae-suk's guidance, they politely bid farewell to the elder. The youngest member, Kang Dae-sung, rushed inside to retrieve their tasks. 1. Catch crabs. 2. Make crab sauce. 3. Set nets for fishing. 4. Look after the home. "Feng, do you like crabs?" Yu Jae-suk promptly asked. "I do. Crabs are my favorite seafood." Li Feng responded enthusiastically, feeling fortunate to encounter food he relished. "I like them too," Lee Hyori concurred. "Wow, everyone likes them." The family members erupted in cheers under Yu Jae-suk's leadership. After some playful banter, they changed into rubber pants and proceeded to the seaside, boarding a fishing boat and donning life jackets for their official outing. However, due to turbulent waves, the fragile family members soon succumbed to seasickness, leaving only Li Feng and another member alert on deck. Before embarking on their journey as entertainers, Li Feng had been a swimmer, and, as they chatted, they unknowingly grew closer. Upon reaching their destination, the crabbing commenced. Although Yu Jae-suk and Lee Hyori, the beloved sibling duo, were incapacitated by their seasickness, remaining in the cabin while the team, led by Kim Jong-kook, tackled the tasks alone. Through their conversation, Li Feng became much more at ease, assisting each other while crabbing, albeit regrettably without Yu Jae-suk's presence. After a flurry of activity, the family successfully completed their tasks, yielding a bountiful harvest of crabs and other seafood. Following their efforts, it was time for games, with this episode featuring beach soccer, thanks to Li Feng's influence. Back on shore, Yu Jae-suk regained his energy, launching into an enthusiastic speech. With precisely 10 participants, they set up for a 5-side beach soccer match, with team captains Li Feng and Kim Jong-kook. After a game of rock, paper, scissors, Li Feng's team consisted of himself, Yu Jae-suk, Kang Dae-sung, and the elder, Yoon Jong-shin, while Kim Jong-kook's team included himself, Lee Hyori, Park Yi-jin, Kim Soo, and Lee Tae-hee. As expected, the variety show could not mirror the authentic nature of beach soccer, leading to numerous fouls and disputes right from the start, especially with Lee Hyori, who became the queen of infractions. She clung to Li Feng throughout the match, maintaining her playful antics. The game was filled with laughter, and while Li Feng enjoyed the fun, Lee Hyori's clinginess, though flattering, also rendered him somewhat embarrassed. In the show, Lee Hyori was known for her audacity, engaging in playful touches and even collaborating with Park Yi-jin to attempt to remove Li Feng's shirt. With Li Feng, a key player, taken out of the game, Kim Jong-kook's team ultimately triumphed, winning 10-7, while Li Feng not only lost the match, but also ended up without his shirt. His physique, though not as bulky as Kim Jong-kook's, showcased perfectly defined muscles, akin to marble, undoubtedly eliciting cheers from numerous female fans when aired. After the game, it was time for dinner, during which they also helped the elder prepare crab meat sauce. Kim Jong-kook's choice of a fitted shirt sparked some playful banter, leading to two teams being formed for the task. Lee Feng, Kim Jong-kook, and Lee Hyori would gather water celery and green onions, while Kim Soo-ru, Kang Dae-sung, and the others headed to the market for necessary items. Under Lee Hyori's guidance, the two muscular men, Lee Feng and Kim Jong-kook, swiftly harvested the required water celery. Lee Hyori then suggested a game of guessing fingers, where each person used their thumbs to signal either 1 or 2. After just 3 rounds, Kim Jong-kook proposed changing the game as Lee Feng's exceptional talent allowed him to effortlessly predict the finger count. Kim Jong-kook then suggested a game of palm pushing, and despite his impressive physique, he could not surpass Lee Feng's strength and anticipation, leading to Lee Feng's triumph. This victory lifted Lee Feng's spirits after the earlier beach soccer match, leaving Kim Jong-kook frustrated. Uncertain if Lee Hyori had grown accustomed to being on Lee Feng's back, she jumped onto him as they headed to gather green onions, and Lee Feng did not refuse, appreciating her as a potential friend. He naturally handed over the water celery to Kim Jong-kook. Upon their return, the market team was equally cheerful, and they all began preparing the meal. Kim Jong-kook, still venting after his earlier game losses, engaged with the other family members while Lee Hyori recounted their game antics, with Lee Feng teaching how to clean crabs. Before long, Yoo Jae-suk noticed the closeness between Lee Feng and Lee Hyori as they were standing quite near each other while cleaning crabs. "Feng, are you two dating?" Yoo Jae-suk asked bluntly, instantly drawing the attention of everyone to the pair. In the midst of a lively gathering, the protagonists found themselves engrossed in a playful discussion, momentarily forgetting the crabs in hand, and even calling out to Lee Feng as brother, despite the fact that Lee Feng was slightly younger. Unbeknownst to both, the brothers' innocent banter seemed to inadvertently dismantle the budding rumors surrounding their relationship. After much effort to grow closer, the relationship was precariously threatened by a single careless remark. Lee Feng, having acclimatized well to the familial atmosphere, countered with a steadfast expression. The playful exchange sparked a flurry of excitement, particularly as Lee Feng's words elicited enthusiastic cheers. "My brother has finally forged a bond with my sister-in-law," someone exclaimed, only for the atmosphere to shift as the brother's comment rendered the situation awkward. Kim Jong-kook, abandoning the game, approached Yoo Jae-suk to assert his dominance. "Well done, Jong-kook. Cover Yoo Jae-suk's mouth to create an opportunity for me. Tonight, I shall present you with a gift. An exclusive item," Lee Feng exclaimed, igniting a wave of excitement. "What about us? Do we not receive gifts?" The other family members gazed at Lee Feng with eager, childlike eyes. "How about I gift each of you one of my jerseys?" Lee Feng offered, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he had not prepared gifts for the others. Seeing their hopeful expressions, he steeled himself to make the promise. With several jerseys prepared by Lauren for friends, he added, "If you wish, I can have them signed, but they are from last season. The new ones will have to wait until my new number is confirmed." "Splendid. This gives me a chance to show off to my peers," Jin Da-chung exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Do I get one too?" Another member inquired eagerly. "If you desire one, I shall gladly give it to you," Lee Feng replied. Joining the Korean entertainment industry was merely for amusement, with no intention of venturing into football. The Korean variety shows were undeniably entertaining. Those who had not yet seen Family Birth were encouraged to do so, as it was filled with hilarity. The evening meal was filled with laughter and passed without notice, featuring curry crab alongside kimchi and various side dishes. Yet, the day's filming was far from over, as nighttime activities awaited a fishing excursion. After a brief respite, the group arrived at the dock, where a game determined who would partake in the night's endeavors. They piled into a truck, and Yoo Jae-suk began posing questions. Correct answers exempted participants from the night activity, while incorrect ones required them to disembark and run to the dock. The drastic temperature fluctuations in Korea had everyone dressed for summer during the day, only to don winter coats by nightfall. As Yoo Jae-suk and Lee Tae-hui took their positions, the game commenced. The first aboard was Lee Hyori, who immediately inquired of Lee Tae-hui if he possessed a driver's license, to which he proudly retorted that he was a driving instructor. In a prior episode of Family Birth, the least competent were revealed to be Jin Da-chung and Yoo Jae-suk, while the highest score belonged to the often bullied Cinderella of the group. With a cue from Yu Jae-suk, the questioning began. Lee Hyori's question concerned the number of pigs that escaped during their first filming. After a fierce debate, she guessed 4, but the correct answer was 3. Following a round of merciless mockery, she was sent off the truck. Next was Kim Jong-kook, who also aired and had to join Lee Hyori on the ground. The third was Lee Feng, and upon boarding, he was met with pleas from the family members behind him, hoping he would also miss the question. His query pertained to the bed allocation competition in Strongbones Village. Were there only Lee Hyori and Lee Ji-yoon? Lee Feng asked. Indeed, Yu Jae-suk confirmed, presenting a 50-50 chance. Although he had seen Hyori's performance, recalling specifics proved challenging. Ultimately, he opted for Lee Hyori, with Yu Jae-suk's announcement of a correct answer. Lee Feng erupted in joyous celebration. How could you be so elated? It seems you score goals with less enthusiasm, Yu Jae-suk teased. Of course, my joy is derived from the misfortunes of my older siblings, Lee Feng replied with a sly smile before stepping down triumphantly. Behind him, only Kim Suaro managed to answer correctly, leading to a rock-paper-scissors showdown between Lee Feng and Kim Suaro, with those who answered incorrectly standing behind them. With the lessons learned from earlier, Kim Jong-kook and Lee Hyori positioned themselves behind Lee Feng, while Yu Jae-suk, Yoon Jong-shin, Jin De-chung, and Park Ji-yoon stood behind the game master. The outcome was predictable, as Lee Feng triumphed effortlessly, allowing his supporters to escape the night activity while the others commenced their fishing task. Those exempt from the night activity returned for warm baths and awaited the return of their companions. Before long, Lee Feng presented the promised gifts to his family members, having arranged for Lauren to deliver them during his stay in Korea. Brother Jong-kook, this is for you. Lee Feng presented a vibrant orange jersey, number 28, to Kim Jong-kook,
distributing the others to the remaining members. Take a look. What makes this one special? The family members inquired, intrigued, recalling Lee Feng's earlier mention of a special gift.
The jersey bore an additional signature, one that was familiar to all but absent from their own jerseys. Marco Van Basten's. Is this real? Kim Jong-kook gasped, examining the name with astonishment. Of course, I have a good relationship with Marco, and I had him sign this especially for you. Complete with a blessing, Lee Feng said, his pride evident. Truly, my dear brother, this touches my heart, Kim Jong-kook exclaimed, embracing Lee Feng in gratitude. Who is Van Basten? Is he a renowned football star? Lee Hyori queried, perplexed by Kim Jong-kook's joy, a sentiment echoed by the others. Kim Jong-kook then passionately informed everyone about Van Basten, and as they learned of his significance, the value of the gift became abundantly clear. What does the blessing say? The curious crowd inquired. Just then, the night activity participants returned and joined the conversation. May Brother Jong-kook find happiness soon. Lee Feng mischievously smiled. Look at this wonderful brother, Jong-kook. Do hurry and find a sister-in-law. Yu Jae-suk chimed in, delightedly wrapping an arm around Lee Feng while playfully patting Kim Jong-kook's shoulder. You should find a sister-in-law first. Kim Jong-kook retorted shyly, yet unable to resist a playful jab at Lee Feng. Indeed, both of you are my good brothers. Hurry and find a sister-in-law. Yu Jae-suk humorously redirected the focus back to Lee Feng, who quickly defended, but I am only 21. In Korea, I should be considered 22. At the age most conducive to romance, Kim Jong-kook naturally would not let Lee Feng slip away easily. Lee Kwang-soo, akin to a leaf in the wind, flitted between the two. You all haven't noticed, but I am currently in a relationship. Lee Feng's statement instantly widened the eyes of all family members present. Subsequently,
under the watchful gazes of everyone, Lee Feng approached and extended her arm. Although shy, she readily intertwined her arm with Lee Feng's, exclaiming, "Look,
we are the couple born from this family episode. We are indeed in a relationship." Lee Feng wore a smug expression as he regarded the crowd. His antics elicited a chorus of playful jeers. Yet Lee Feng, having grown accustomed to this group, paid no heed, though his cheeks flushed crimson. After all, she was merely a girl who had just debuted a few months prior, surrounded by seniors. While the audience assumed the filming was filled with joy and ease, those who had truly experienced it understood that participating in shows could be quite exhausting. After a round of playful banter, everyone began to tidy their sleeping arrangements for the night. Chapter 81. The birth of the family, a night passed in silence, and everyone slept soundly, including Lee Feng. In a crowded room with 10 individuals, the atmosphere was surprisingly pleasant. However, this dreamlike state was soon interrupted as dawn broke and Li Kwang-soo was awakened. Following a series of alarm bells, the family members had no choice but to rise and commence a new day of shooting. With barely enough time to brush their teeth before diving into games that determined who would prepare breakfast. The games revolved around soccer, involving heading the ball back and forth with Li Kwang-soo, counting 5 successful exchanges as a win. Lee Tae-hui was the first contestant, unfortunately failing to succeed. Next up was Kim Jong-kook, who completed the task effortlessly, thus exempting him from breakfast duties. Lee Feng followed suit, unsurprisingly succeeding as well. Subsequently, Kim Suaro and Park Yi-jin also triumphed, while Lee Hyori, Yoon Jong-shin, and Kang De-sung faced failure. The second round commenced, and with previous experience, Lee Tae-hui, Lee Hyori, and Yoon Jong-shin all succeeded, while Kang De-sung was left without a chance to compete, becoming the designated breakfast preparer. In accordance with the tradition of family episodes, guests would be selected to prepare breakfast, and this occasion was no exception. Lee Feng and Kang De-sung were chosen, with the final spot going to Li Kwang-soo. Ultimately, breakfast was entrusted to Li Feng and the family's one-day couple alongside the clueless brothers. Who among you can cook? Li Kwang-soo inquired as the 4 sat neatly in a row in the courtyard. I can. Li Feng nodded, while the others shook their heads. Really? Li Kwang-soo and Kang De-sung expressed skepticism regarding Li Feng's claim to culinary skills. However, they recalled that just the day before, Li Feng had adeptly taught Kang De-sung how to clean crabs, indicating some level of proficiency in the kitchen. Of course, I used to cook all the meals at home. Li Feng asserted with an expression of pride. That's wonderful. Today's breakfast is in your capable hands. Li Kwang-soo exclaimed, jumping up in delight as he patted Li Feng's shoulder. Brother, let me taste your culinary talents. I crave Chinese cuisine, Kang De-sung eagerly added. Li Feng, realizing she had been set up by these 2 clueless brothers, understood that the show often played tricks. However, having already committed, she felt compelled to proceed. The 4 decided to visit the market to procure ingredients, but due to time constraints, they could not buy much. Ultimately, they settled on 4 items: crabs, shellfish, pork, and greens. Li Kwang-soo suggested adding spicy soup to accommodate Li Feng, who does not eat fish. They opted for squid, but ended up purchasing a large lobster after spotting it on their way out. After gathering the ingredients, they needed to prepare the spicy soup, which meant digging up some burdock. This naturally included some playful competition. This time, they played a game where 2 stood face to face, pushing each other's foreheads to see who would falter first. Kang De-sung showcased an astonishing flexibility that had everyone in fits of laughter. As Li Feng and her companions prepared breakfast, though it was more akin to lunch by this point, the other family members, growing impatient, ventured out to play. You 2 are such a perfect match. Why not just date? Li Kwang-soo attempted to stir up rumors when he noticed Li Feng's seamless cooperation with her partner. Brother, do we still need a date? We are already married, Li Feng boldly retorted. Isn't that right, dear? He turned to Li Feng, who was equally compliant. Dear, we need to work quickly. Our silly friends will be here soon. Li Feng began to act out a scene. Ding dong, my beloved brother and sister-in-law. I'm here. Li Kwang-soo naturally played along. In-soo De-sung, you've arrived. Let me introduce you to my newlywed wife, Li Feng. He gestured as if opening a door. My sister-in-law is truly beautiful. My dear brother, how fortunate you are to have such a lovely sister-in-law. Li Kwang-soo congratulated. Brother, are you implying my sister-in-law is not beautiful? Are you unhappy? Li Feng's words prompted Li Kwang-soo to sprint towards her, swiftly covering her mouth. Wife, do not listen to his nonsense. I am very happy. I am the happiest person in the world, he declared, lowering his gaze toward the camera with feigned humility. This act sparked laughter from everyone present, with the clueless brothers collapsing to the ground. Feng, you mustn't harm your brother. He still wishes to return home, he said, releasing his hold on Li Feng's mouth with a feigned frown. How could I? You are my closest brother. How could I harm you, right, dear? Li Feng adopted an innocent expression, emphasizing her good intentions. Yes, husband, you are the best. She praised him with a heartfelt thumbs up. My wife is so gentle, kind, and understanding. Li Feng readily reciprocated the compliments, casting a mischievous glance at Li Kwang-soo. My dear brother, you should refrain from speaking. Your brother has erred, Li Kwang-soo. Noticing Li Feng's playful smile, quickly covered her mouth again, bowing his head in apology. In this playful exchange, Li Feng emerged victorious, leaving Li Kwang-soo resembling a defeated rooster, dejectedly preparing the spicy soup alongside the clueless brothers. Of course, all this was for the sake of the show, and the producers were pleased with the interaction between Li Feng and Li Kwang-soo. They had not anticipated that Li Feng would perform so brilliantly, shedding her initial shyness and embracing her role wholeheartedly. Ultimately, the meal was a resounding success, with Li Feng completing 5 dishes while the clueless brothers prepared 1 soup. Upon seeing the delectable spread laid out on the table, the ravenous family members wasted no time, diving into the food without uttering a word, leaving Li Kwang-soo and Kang De-sung feeling quite perturbed. They had hoped to showcase their spicy soup. After finishing the meal and tidying up, the family members returned, and a group photo was taken, marking the conclusion of this filming session. Afterward, Li Feng was approached by a fellow cast member who expressed gratitude for her care during the show and hoped to exchange numbers. Naturally, Li Feng agreed, finding this beautiful dancer quite pleasant, and they easily became friends. In addition to befriending the striking dancer, Li Feng enjoyed excellent rapport with other family members, particularly with Li Haiyuri, whose straightforward and candid personality made her a wonderful companion. Ultimately, everyone exchanged phone numbers, facilitating future private communication as friends. Thus, Li Feng's inaugural variety show journey concluded on a high note. After bidding farewell to each member, she returned to the hotel. Chapter 82. A reminder from Lauren with the filming wrapped up. What are you up to now? After finishing the recording, Li Feng's first action upon getting into the car was to send a message to Lin Yuna. Previously, he had mentioned to the members of Girls' Generation at their dormitory that he would be participating in the filming of a family show, which surprised the girls, as Li Feng was neither an artist nor a local. However, Lin Yuna did not respond immediately, perhaps due to being busy. While waiting in the car, Li Feng eventually fell asleep, only to be awakened by the driver upon returning to the hotel. Checking his phone, he saw that Lin Yuna had still not replied. Not overly concerned, he decided to take a shower and change his clothes. Hey, how was it? Was it fun? As soon as Li Feng returned, Lauren came directly to his room. Feeling quite refreshed after his shower, Li Feng replied while getting dressed, by the way, your car is ready, an Audi A8, a silver sports car. Audi has generously sponsored it. Lauren, being a diligent manager, had already arranged for Li Feng to have a 3-story villa in Germany after deciding to sign with Bayern Munich, and discussions regarding the car were likely already finalized. Audi not only sponsored Bayern, but also held a 9% stake in the club. Li Feng, indifferent to the details, had little interest in cars. For him, a vehicle was merely a means of transportation, though it could also be useful for impressing girls. Munich was not a small town like Volendam. It was Germany's 3rd largest city with a population exceeding 7 million, making a car quite necessary for Li Feng. Just then, Li Feng's phone finally rang. Lin Yuna had replied, I was recording a show earlier. How about we have dinner together tonight? Li Feng quickly responded, sure, what shall we eat? The prospect of food immediately piqued his interest, and instead of texting, he called Lin Yuna directly. I'll be going to Germany next season. Why don't we try a German restaurant tonight? Li Feng suggested. Sounds great, but unfortunately, I have to start recording again, Lin Yuna replied, somewhat disappointing him. All right, just give me a call after your schedule. Li Feng sighed deeply. Is she your girlfriend? Lauren, sensing the shift in Li Feng's mood, asked, even without hearing the conversation. No, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet, Li Feng replied, shaking his head. From the looks of it, you want to ask her out. But doesn't he have the time? Lauren inquired further. Sort of. She's an artist in Korea. You wouldn't understand. Korea is a rather peculiar country, Li Feng explained, sharing insights about Lin Yuna and the Korean entertainment industry with Lauren, who, as a Westerner, found Eastern cultures quite baffling. What is our relationship, then? Lauren asked earnestly. Of course we are friends. Family, even. Uncle is my family in the Netherlands, and you are too. Li Feng responded truthfully, unsure of why Lauren had posed the question. I'm glad to hear you say that. As a friend, I want to offer you a piece of advice, Lauren said seriously. From the moment you declined Van Basten and Van Gaal's invitations to stay in Volendam, I knew you were a sentimental person. Have you considered what would happen if you and this Korean girl actually started dating? Your future lies in Europe. For the next decade or so, you'll be here. I firmly believe you can become an outstanding player. But as you mentioned, Korea is a unique place. Have you thought about how your relationship would evolve? Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had never considered this before. The idea of a clandestine relationship might seem trivial, but the distance and time zone between him in Europe and Lin Yuna in Korea posed significant challenges. As a player, he would have little time for anything else until his career concluded, and Lin Yuna, as a member of the top girl group in Korea, would also be incredibly busy. He could envision them hardly seeing each other throughout the year. In the 6 months since he met Lin Yuna, their interactions have been limited, relying mostly on text messages and phone calls. Yet, their feelings have been steadily growing warmer. Li Feng could sense Lin Yuna's fondness for him, reciprocated by his own feelings. Perhaps all they needed was a catalyst to transform their current rapport into a genuine romantic relationship. However, the true test would arise after they became lovers. How would they maintain that connection? Could they rely solely on phone calls and messages? That seemed implausible. Who wouldn't want their beloved by their side every day? Of course, if he were merely playing around, it wouldn't matter much. As an athlete, he had more energy than the average person. Yet, it was clear that Li Feng, being sentimental, was not one to toy with emotions. Thus, Lauren cautioned him, if you truly pursue a relationship, be prepared to invest more time and effort than most, but that could be challenging since your time and energy must be dedicated to the field. Would Lin Yun be willing to sacrifice her career for him? Suddenly, Li Feng pondered this dilemma. Both of their identities were unique. Li Feng's circumstances did not allow for such sacrifices. Leaving Europe would render his career meaningless. The heart of global football lies there. Thus, it would be Lin Yuna who would have to make sacrifices. But would she be willing to do so? Li Feng hesitated to entertain the thought. Even if she were inclined, what about Girls' Generation? They were a collective, bound by shared destinies. And Lin Yuna would need to consider not only her own aspirations, but also the futures of her groupmates. Contemplating these matters, Li Feng felt increasingly agitated. He was uncertain how to navigate this, having never experienced genuine love before. Don't worry too much, you're still young. Remember, you're only 21, and your life is just beginning, Lauren reminded him, breaking the tension and encouraging him not to overthink. Damn it, are you messing with me? Li Feng thought, as a flurry of frustration surged within him. If he could, he would certainly give Lauren a piece of his mind. As long as you both genuinely care for each other, everything will work out. Love conquers all, trust me. My wife and I are living proof, Lauren quickly reassured him, sensing the storm brewing in Li Feng's eyes. Don't let me see you before tomorrow, Li Feng said angrily, pushing Lauren out of his room. Chapter 83. That Kiss. As Li Feng wrapped up his schedule for the day, he drowsily received a call from Lin Yuna. After shooing Lauren out, he felt distracted and somewhat muddled, not quite aware of his thoughts. Time slipped away until Lin Yuna's call broke through his haze. Should I come pick you up? Li Feng mumbled sloppily. Are you driving yourself? Lin Yuna's voice radiated joy, as it was the happiest moment of her day after finishing work. I forgot that I don't have a car in Korea. Should I buy one? Li Feng suddenly recalled, remembering Lauren's earlier mention of his car being ready. Are we going to buy a car before we eat? Won't we starve? Lin Yuna looked artili. Sorry, I was confused. My manager mentioned my car was ready, and I mixed it up while napping, Li Feng chuckled, now fully awake. Whenever Li Feng communicated with Yune, whether through text messages, phone calls, or in person, he always experienced immense joy. This was precisely why he cherished spending time with her. It was reminiscent of his moments with Kim Tae-yeon, where he felt relaxed and at ease, devoid of any burdens or pressures. Shall we book a hotel and get a car? Just the two of us tonight? Li Feng suggested after a moment's thought. Sure, I'll have my manager leave first, and then I'll have him pick me up, Yune replied, her tone infused with excitement, reminiscent of a playful girl scheming a prank. They quickly established a meeting point, and Li Feng hurried to find the hotel manager to arrange for a vehicle, which they then drove slowly toward their designated location. You are so slow. Upon seeing Li Feng extend his hand from the car, Yune dashed to the passenger seat, voicing her complaints. I'm still not very skilled at driving, Li Feng apologized. What should we do? Is it dangerous? Yune's expression shifted to one of concern. Not at all. It's just that I have a license, but rarely drive. Li Feng playfully tapped her on the head, a small reprimand for her lack of faith in him. All right then, my life is in your hands. Yune feigned a pitiful expression. I will take responsibility for that life. Li Feng nudda earnestly. Ha. Yune finally burst into laughter, her playful side shining through. When it comes to German cuisine, the first thoughts that spring to mind are German sausages and beer. The German restaurant Li Feng took Yune to was relatively upscale, with a serene ambience. Knowing Yune's fondness for meat, he ordered a feast of German sausages, roast pork knuckle, and vinegar braised beef. Having never tasted authentic German dishes, Li Feng was indifferent to authenticity. He simply cared about the taste. Authenticity could wait until he visited Germany, and dining with Yune was paramount to him, as their shared happiness was what truly mattered. This is really delicious. Next time, we should bring the other members along, Yune remarked, savoring her meal while considering her fellow Girls' Generation members. Why not plan a trip to Germany together sometime to enjoy the genuine German delicacies? Li Feng proposed suddenly. Impossible. We're about to release our mini-album, and our schedule will be packed until the end of the year. Yune shook her head. Since their debut, they have been on a relentless schedule without any breaks. That's all right. Discuss it with the members and find a time for all of you to visit Germany. I'll cover all expenses as a birthday gift for the entire Girls' Generation, Li Feng generously offered. Why are you so nice to them? What are your intentions? Yune's expression shifted, her doe-like eyes narrowing as she questioned him. Isn't my intention obvious enough? Li Feng's gaze playfully roamed over her. Hee, your answer pleases me. Allow me to reward you with a piece of beef, she said joyfully, using her fork to bring a piece of beef to Li Feng's mouth. Without hesitation, he bit into it, a look of sheer enjoyment spreading across his face. Wow, I'm so full, they laughed and played around. Their meal stretching nearly 2 hours. Shall I take you back, or do you wish to enjoy the breeze for a bit? Li Feng asked, contentment swelling within him as he observed Yune. Let us take a stroll by the Han River, Yune suggested after a moment's contemplation. She genuinely enjoyed Li Feng's company and wished for more time together. But as an artist, many times she felt her life was not her own. Initially resolved to never return to the Han River, Li Feng's resolve crumbled at Yune's request, and he eagerly drove her to the riverside. Wearing a baseball cap and mask, they bundled themselves up and exited the car. Initially, everything seemed fine, but they soon realized their surroundings were less than ideal as they found themselves near Uedo Park, where even at midnight, intimate couples could be seen, leading to an awkward situation for both. Ultimately, they hastily concluded their outing and returned Yune to the Girls' Generation dormitory. Yune, I'm heading back to China tomorrow, Li Feng said, feeling a pang of reluctance as Yune unbuckled her seatbelt. When will you return? She paused, looking up at him. It might take about a week. After the national team disbands, I need to fly to Germany to finalize my contract with the club, and then I'll return to China for a football program recording. After that, I should be free, Li Feng explained. Close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Yune suddenly changed her tone as if making a significant decision, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. However, Li Feng remained oblivious to her embarrassment. Recalling what Lauren had mentioned earlier, and complied with her request, closing his eyes. Suddenly, Li Feng felt something soft touch his lips. The sensation left him bewildered, and for a moment, his mind went blank, as if time had frozen. By the time he processed what had happened, Yune had already fled the scene. He chuckled to himself, gently touching his lips, and remained in a daze for some time before finally driving away from the Girls' Generation dormitory. Meanwhile, after Li Feng's departure, a few shadows emerged nearby, members of Girls' Generation, exclaiming, Yune and Li Feng are officially dating, exclaimed Sunny excitedly. Yune certainly took the initiative, Yuri said with a mischievous grin. This must remain a secret. We cannot let anyone find out, Tion instructed in a low, expressionless voice. We're not fools, but we can't just let this slide. Jessica exchanged knowing glances with Yuri, both of them smirking. Having been on the receiving end of Yune's pranks in the past, they were determined to seek revenge. The girls had gone out to buy snacks and returned just in time to witness Yune kissing Li Feng. Chapter 84. Unmasking the truth. Yune's kiss seemed to instill a newfound courage in Li Feng, solidifying his resolve. He no longer fretted about the future, convinced that, as long as they strove to maintain their bond, they would ultimately succeed. Carrying the memory of that kiss, Li Feng enjoyed the most delightful sleep he had experienced since his rebirth, waking with a smile that conveyed indescribable joy. The moment he awoke, the first thing he did was gently touch his lips, his heart brimming with happiness as he boarded the flight back to his homeland. However, the instant he disembarked from the plane, his elation evaporated upon facing a throng of reporters. Both he and Lauren were taken aback, but they quickly comprehended the situation. They had been expelled from the national team. This morning, the national team coach, Li Coy, issued a statement declaring that Li Feng had acted in an undisciplined manner, leaving the training camp without approval and failing to return for several days. Despite repeated calls from the association, he had not responded, demonstrating a blatant disregard for national interests and a lack of patriotism. His arrogance and avoidance of training were deemed detrimental, leading to the decision to expel him from the national team training. Upon reading this statement, Feng was infuriated, while Lauren remained remarkably composed, promptly seeking to clarify the details. After hearing Feng's account, Lauren was once again astonished, never having imagined the absurdity of the situation. He had heard of bribing referees, players, and even coaches, but he had never encountered a scenario where officials sought bribes from players. Raphael, I am determined to hold a press conference to counter these accusations. I will never admit to actions I have not committed, Feng declared through gritted teeth, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the so-called leaders. Naturally, you must come forth to clarify your stance, yet I advise against acting impulsively, for you are merely a player. Lauren cautioned, agreeing to Feng's plan but urging restraint. I know precisely how to proceed, Feng replied, struggling to contain his agitation. He could scarcely fathom the audacity of these shameless individuals. Surrender was not an option. Very well, I shall disseminate the news of your press conference, and upon my return, we will strategize on how to navigate this situation as it bears significant implications for your future. The Football Association's statement had thrust Feng into the eye of the storm. Consequently, a multitude of reporters congregated outside his hotel. The moment Lauren appeared, the journalists, lying in wait, swarmed around him. Greetings, I am Raphael Lauren, the agent of Feng. I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose any details regarding Feng's current situation. However, tomorrow morning, in this very hotel lobby, we shall convene a press conference where you will receive the answers you seek. Lauren managed the situation with remarkable poise. After delivering his statement, he disregarded the reporters and returned to the hotel, leaving them in a state of excitement. With their keen instincts, they sensed that something intriguing was afoot, anticipating a narrative far more captivating than the Football Association's announcement. The Football Association quickly learned of Feng's intention to hold a press conference. In the office of the association's president, a palpable tension filled the air. A press conference? What does this young man intend to accomplish? The president inquired with narrowed eyes and an authoritative tone. What could he possibly do? I find it hard to believe he would dare to act out of line. The vice president scoffed, asserting their dominance in the domestic scene where no player had ever dared to rebel. Oof. This young man thinks he is impressive simply because he plays in Europe. He must be made to realize that domestic affairs are dictated by us, an official remarked, particularly irked by Feng's dealings. Let us observe what tricks this young man has up his sleeve, the president concluded. It was only when Lin Yune's call came through that Feng found a semblance of calm. Adjusting his mood, he engaged in a lengthy conversation with Yune. Without any pressing commitments, was eager to chat. Not only Yune, but the entire girls' generation was occupied with preparations for their mini-album. Feng refrained from divulging his predicament. As a man, he felt it was a burden he must bear alone, and sharing it with Lin Yune would serve no purpose other than to cause her worry. Following his conversation with Yune, Feng discussed the details of the upcoming press conference with Lauren, articulating his bold plans. Lauren, upon hearing Feng's intentions, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. If Feng were to follow through, Lauren envisioned a scenario in which, even if Feng did not formally withdraw from a national team, his relationship with the association would be irreparably strained, creating a situation of mutual destruction. On the following day at 9 o'clock, the hotel lobby where Feng was staying was teeming with reporters, not only from China but also from various Asian nations. The strength of Chinese football was of concern to all, as it bore implications for the interests of numerous countries in the region. They could not afford to remain indifferent, especially as news spread of Feng's pursuit by several prestigious European clubs, inciting envy and admiration across Asia. Outside the hotel, hundreds of Chinese fans gathered, some to support Feng, others to oppose him, but many simply to witness the unfolding spectacle. At 9 o'clock, Feng and Lauren made their timely entrance into the lobby, where the security arrangements were commendable, preventing any chaos. Here, I must clarify. First, when I left the training facility, I had sought the coach's approval to do so. Second, regarding the repeated calls from the association's leaders, that is utter nonsense. I did not receive a single call. If you do not believe me, I can produce my phone as evidence. Third, concerning national interests, I joined a national team to serve my country. I take immense pride in being Chinese and yearn to represent my nation on the field, striving to strengthen it through my abilities. However, not everyone shares this sentiment. Indeed, some scoundrels do not. I have been injured due to certain filthy reasons, and they have denied me this opportunity, Feng proclaimed, not waiting for the reporters to interject. The journalists had anticipated an explosive conference, but even they were unprepared for the magnitude of Feng's declarations. His actions had clearly severed ties with the Football Association, leaving no room for reconciliation. Yet, among the Chinese reporters present, a subtle thrill coursed through them. They longed for someone to stand up against the association. Mr. Feng, will you withdraw from the national team? A Japanese journalist eagerly inquired. If there were nations in Asia most familiar with Feng, they would undoubtedly be Korea and Japan. Some players possess the ability to transform a team, enhancing the performance of their teammates. From Feng's display at FC Volendam, it was evident he belonged to that category, a player capable of changing the game, representing a significant threat to both Japan and Korea. This question echoed the sentiments of not only the Japanese and Korean journalists, but also the entire assembly. The Chinese reporters watched Feng anxiously, acutely aware that once he severed ties with the association, it would be unlikely for someone of his caliber to grace the national team again. Yet, they still yearned to hear him articulate this sentiment. I have done nothing wrong, nor have I betrayed my country. Why should I withdraw from the national team? Feng's response left many reporters disheartened. However, his subsequent words reignited their excitement, as they held the weight of a withdrawal without explicitly stating it. However, from this moment forth, until certain scoundrels are removed from their positions, I shall refuse to represent the national team. Feng concluded his statements at the press conference. Chapter 85. Arrival in Munich after the press conference. Feng found himself at the center of controversy. The leaders of the Football Association were infuriated by his audacity to confront them publicly, especially his refusal to represent the national team, which served as a profound embarrassment for the esteemed officials. They realized they had no leverage against Feng, fully aware of their standing in the eyes of the fans. Chinese fans divided into three factions in response to the uproar. Some supported Feng, believing he was right to challenge the corrupt elements, advocating for a purer form of football and a fresh environment. Others criticized him for airing internal grievances and drawing global attention to trivial complaints, disregarding national dignity, and causing embarrassment on the international stage. While some may have deemed the notion of global disgrace exaggerated, the truth remained that Feng's open defiance had indeed tarnished China's reputation. Yet another group of fans remained indifferent, pointing out that as the third largest country in the world and the most populous, it was already shameful to struggle to find even 20 competent footballers. In their view, the ongoing embarrassment of Chinese football was chronic, and an additional incident mattered little. The discussions among these factions grew heated, and the media buzzed with excitement, while Feng, the central figure in this drama, retreated into silence. However, the Football Association did not cease its tumultuous activities. Perhaps buoyed by the satisfactory performances in the previous two friendly matches, a leader, during an interview, indignantly proclaimed that the national team did not require players like Feng. The recent performances of the national team were evident to all, and under the guidance of the new head coach Gao Hongbo, the team was indeed on a promising path. Yet, following this interview, the national team faced its third friendly match, challenging Saudi Arabia. After this encounter, the Football Association fell silent, refusing any interviews, and mandated that players must not disclose any information regarding the national team. Otherwise, they would never return to the squad. The match against Saudi Arabia ended in a devastating 41-0 defeat. Where was Feng? At Franz Josef Strauss International Airport in Munich. An Asian and a European emerged hand in hand. Feng, now a figure of quiet significance. That day, Feng departed directly, transiting through Shanghai before flying to Munich. He boarded a vehicle dispatched by Bayern and headed to the club's headquarters on S-Bahn-Straße. It was here that Feng met Uli Hein, the general manager of the Bundesliga giant, a stout man with a rosy complexion and a receding hairline. I'm delighted you could join our family, Hein remarked, shaking Feng's hand with a smile. Hello, Mr. Hein. It is my honor to join Bayern Munich. You see, I fell in love with the German team as a child during the 2002 World Cup, especially admiring Mr. Kahn and his association with Bayern. Feng responded with fervor. Ah, this is what you Chinese refer to as fate. It's a pity Oliver has retired. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to compete alongside him. Hein laughed heartily. Indeed, it is a pity. However, I am incredibly fortunate to join the illustrious Bayern and to play alongside my idol in the same club, something I never imagined would happen. Li Feng expressed. It seems you are quite fond of Oliver. How about this? When time permits, I shall introduce you to him, Hein suggested. Thank you so much, sir. Li Feng replied as they conversed while entering the headquarters of this world-renowned club. Li Feng was required to undergo a medical examination first. Hein, demonstrating great enthusiasm for Li Feng's arrival, personally escorted him to the medical facility. The medical examination was a tedious and monotonous ordeal, yet it was a necessary procedure. Li Feng finally experienced the feeling of being amidst a prestigious club, which was incomparable to his time at FC Volendam. The examination consumed almost an entire day, and by the time he left, darkness had descended. The medical staff regarded him with expressions akin to bewilderment. They had never encountered a player whose attributes were so exceptional. Describing him as perfect would not be an exaggeration. When Bayern sports expert Riccardo Proietti reviewed the medical report, he initially doubted his own eyes. It was simply unbelievable. There were no hidden injuries, and his physical condition was flawless, almost superhuman. Proietti quickly contacted Hein, who, upon seeing Proietti's call, felt a jolt of apprehension, fearing unfavorable news. What is it? Is there something wrong with that Chinese player? Hein inquired, losing his appetite for dinner. No, Uli. This Chinese player has no issues whatsoever. In fact, he is the most perfect specimen I have ever seen. No. This fellow is simply not human. His physical attributes are beyond description, Proietti replied, his voice brimming with excitement. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. With Proietti's response, Hein's spirits lifted, and the food on the table suddenly seemed far more delicious. Does this mean we can sign this Chinese player? Hein asked. Of course. If he fails to pass the medical, I believe there's not a single player in the world whose physique is adequate, Proietti answered. Meanwhile, after completing his medical examination, Li Feng left Bayern with Lauren to find a place to satisfy his hunger. He then prepared to visit his new residence. The villa was a standalone property with a private garden. The first floor housed the kitchen and living room, while the second floor contained the bedrooms, totaling 5 rooms. The third floor featured a gym, an office, and other recreational facilities, alongside a charming balcony that boasted a small swimming pool. This villa was not purchased outright, but was rented, though it could be bought for just over €1 million if Li Feng desired. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Lauren inquired after showing Li Feng around. Not just satisfied. I am absolutely thrilled. Li Feng exclaimed. Excellent. I will arrange for someone to tidy it up for you to move in tomorrow, Lauren said, relieved by Li Feng's enthusiasm. The villa was conveniently located, just a 20-minute drive from Bayern's training base, and Lauren had specifically researched the area, noting that it was predominantly middle class with an excellent environment. After inspecting the villa, Li Feng and Lauren prepared to return to the hotel, which had already been arranged by Bayern. However, upon returning to the hotel, Li Feng received a call that astonished him, primarily due to the identity of the caller. Guess where I am? Upon pressing the answer button, Li Feng was greeted by the cheerful and melodious voice of Yunei. Did you take the members to a German restaurant? Li Feng bunderadalot. No, Yunei denied from the other end of the line. Did you go to China? Li Feng continued to guess. No, try again. There's a reward if you guess correctly. Li Feng could easily envision Yunei's expression at this moment. However, just then, a familiar voice interrupted the conversation, one Li Feng had only heard earlier that day. You're in Germany? Li Feng managed to contain his excitement, cautiously inquiring. Surprise. Since I can't hide any longer, I'll just admit it, Yunei confessed. Did the entire Girls' Generation come along? Is there an event? Li Feng immediately speculated that perhaps Girls' Generation had a schedule in Germany, though he secretly hoped it was just Yunei who had come alone. In reality, after Li Feng's press conference, news outlets across Asia reported on the rift between the Chinese Football Association and Li Feng, with South Korea even broadcasting the conference live. Girls' Generation had seen the news online, prompting Yunei to call Li Feng directly, while other members sent messages of concern. Following that night of conversation, Li Feng and the members of Girls' Generation had grown significantly closer, exchanging contact information. Yunei was quite displeased that Li Feng had not informed her of such a serious matter, despite their relationship not being officially acknowledged yet. The kiss they shared that night had made Yunei's feelings clear, and she was merely waiting for Li Feng to formally express his feelings so they could solidify their relationship. However, the fact that Li Feng had not disclosed such significant events to her left Yun a feeling somewhat hurt. Thus, when Li Feng answered the call, Yun confronted him directly, questioning why he had not told her about such a serious situation. Understanding her tone, Li Feng could easily guess Yun's frustration. Yet, rather than feeling anxious, he found himself quite pleased. Nonetheless, he knew he needed to provide an explanation to avoid any misunderstandings, as many issues stem from seemingly trivial miscommunications. Yun felt touched by Li Feng's thoughtfulness, yet she also experienced a twinge of disappointment. Although their experiences together had been limited, even less than those of typical couples, it was precisely this brevity that made their connection all the more precious. From their initial meeting until now, it seemed as if Li Feng had been the one making all the efforts. Upon concluding the phone call, Yuna made the boldest decision of her life. She resolved to request a few days off from her company, secretly traveling alone to Germany without her family's knowledge. She was uncertain as to why she felt such audacity, yet she understood that a relationship requires the commitment of both parties. Of course not. I took a few days off myself and came here secretly. So here I am, at Munich airport, all alone. What should I do? Yuna lamented in a tone that was both pitiful and playful as she chided Li Feng. Wait for me at the airport. I'll come to you right away. Li Feng responded, promptly leaving the room and rushing downstairs to hail a taxi to the airport. After more than half an hour, he spotted Lin Yuna, who was dressed simply in deep blue jeans, a white shirt, and a small backpack, her mid-length hair flowing naturally. Why did it take you so long to get here? Yuna exclaimed as she dashed toward Li Feng, her tone tinged with mock reproach. I should be asking you that. What made you venture to Germany alone? Li Feng, despite his delight, feigned a serious demeanor. Hee, don't you like that I came? Yuna replied, her doe-like eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Let's go. Come with me to the hotel, Li Feng said, naturally taking her hand as they returned to the taxi. How could you be so audacious as to come to Germany alone? Aren't you afraid of being abducted? Li Feng glanced at the grinning Yuna while maintaining his stern facade. I'm not a child. Besides, I thought about it. Yuna's words caused Li Feng to momentarily lose his serious expression. She had a keen understanding of his character and knew how to showcase her charming, feminine side. Hey, driver, can you stop at a place where I can buy some clothes? Li Feng, aware that he couldn't stay mad at Yuna and feeling quite pleased, turned his attention to the taxi driver. Sure, but haven't I seen you somewhere before? You look quite familiar, the driver remarked, having noticed Li Feng for some time, but unable to place him. Haha, you will likely see me often in the future. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Feng, soon to be a player for Bayern Munich, Li Feng stated confidently. Oh, now I remember. Welcome, Li Feng. I'm Eric Muller, the driver exclaimed, recalling the name after hearing it. Thank you, Eric, Li Feng replied, and soon Muller dropped them off at Shopping Street, assuring Li Feng he would wait there while he took his girlfriend shopping. Did you just speak in German? Yuna, though unable to understand Li Feng's conversation with the driver, was utterly unfazed, as her admiration for him only grew. She knew he was fluent in many languages, far surpassing the so-called linguistic prodigies. Well, let's help you buy a few outfits. Judging by your appearance, it's clear you didn't bring any clothes, Li Feng observed, glancing at the small backpack Yuna carried. I was too busy sneaking away from my family and the members, and, of course, I couldn't carry too much by myself. Yuna playfully stuck out her tongue, appearing both mischievous and adorable. Thus, we shall first procure you some change of clothes. As they walked along, chatting, Li Feng held Yuna's hand, and everything felt effortlessly natural. Yuna was not a girl prone to extravagance, so her clothing choices were predominantly inexpensive. She hardly glanced at luxury items. However, shopping took time, a fact Li Feng had evidently underestimated. Ultimately, after an hour, Yuna managed to buy only 3 outfits, leaving Li Feng feeling apologetic towards Muller. After their shopping spree, they returned to the hotel. Their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy that would allow them to share a room. Upon arriving, Li Feng sensed Yuna's nervousness and withdrawal. The hand that had been held so comfortably now slipped away. Thus, Li Feng's first task was to secure a separate room for Yuna, which visibly relieved her. Chapter 87. Entering the elite club early the next morning, Lauren received a call from Honus, requesting that Li Feng arrive at the club headquarters to sign his contract. Soon after, Bayern's official car arrived at the hotel. It was the first time Lauren met Lin Yuna, who was enjoying breakfast with Li Feng at that moment. Honus called me. We can head to the club for your signing, Lauren stated politely, nodding. Let's leave right after breakfast, Li Feng replied, introducing the two. Today, I finally get to see you in person. You're even more beautiful than I imagined. No wonder this guy keeps running off to Korea, Lauren remarked, sitting down with a smile directed at Yuna. Lauren spoke in Dutch, which Yuna did not comprehend, so she could only respond with a smile. Raphael, you're speaking Dutch. Yuna can't understand, Li Feng interjected. Apologies, you are quite lovely, Lauren complimented Yuna in English instead. Although her English was not particularly strong, she managed to understand the simple praise. Please wait for me here after breakfast. I need to finalize my signing at the club, Li Feng said to Yuna. By the way, what jersey number do you want me to wear? Li Feng suddenly realized he had not decided on his jersey number and wished for Yuna to choose for him. What number do you want? Yuna tilted her head, questioning him. Actually, I have two numbers in mind, 7 and 30, Li Feng replied, having no intention of wearing the previous number 28. He wished to keep the memories associated with it in Volendam. Then let it be 7. Yuna understood the significance of both numbers. A wave of sweetness washing over her heart. All right, I will discuss it with the club. Li Feng nodded, feeling a preference for the number 7, as Yuna had mentioned celebrating her lunar birthday with her family. Raphael, isn't the number 7 jersey at Bayern associated with rivalry? If Li Feng remembered correctly. The jersey had previously belonged to Shaw, and after his retirement, Ribery had taken it over. You want to wear number 7? Lauren surmised Li Feng's intentions based on his inquiry. If possible, I would like the number 7, Li Feng affirmed. That might be somewhat challenging. Ribery has proven himself to be Bayern's core player, Lauren frowned. However, rumors suggest Real Madrid has its eyes on him, so perhaps he might transfer to Spain. Not everyone is as peculiar as you. Few players can refuse Real Madrid. I'll ask for Ribery's phone number and see if he can let me have the 7. Li Feng resolved, recalling Ribery's desire to transfer to Real Madrid, though Bayern had been adamant about keeping him. For years to come, Ribery remained a cornerstone of the team. Are you doing this for the girl beside you? Lauren remarked, glancing at the quietly eating Lin Yuna, as their conversation continued in Dutch, a language she could not comprehend. Isn't it obvious? Li Feng replied dismissively. After breakfast, Li Feng bid farewell to Yuna and set off with Lauren towards Sabenerstrasse, the Bayer headquarters, where Honus awaited their arrival. Mr. Honus, may I ask for Ribery's phone number? Upon meeting the Bayern Titan, Li Feng directly inquired. Of course. But may I ask why you need to contact Frank? Honus inquired with a nod. I would like the number 7 jersey, so I want to call Ribery and see if he can relinquish it. Li Feng answered candidly, feeling no need to conceal his intentions. Does this number hold special significance for you? It is indeed a matter concerning jersey numbers. In truth, the digits assigned to players within a team carry significant symbolism, reflecting their stature within the club. Unless a player possesses a particular affinity for a number, certain digits hold unique meanings for the club itself, akin to Manchester United's number 7 and Real Madrid's number 7. Yes, this number bears profound significance for me. Thus, I hope you could share Ribery's contact information. I wish to converse with him directly, Li Feng responded. Very well, however, regardless of whether Frank agrees to your request. I hope this does not affect your relationship within the club or your performance on the pitch, warned Honus, as he retrieved his phone and provided Li Feng with Ribery's number. Upon acquiring the number, Li Feng promptly dialed Ribery's contact, while Honus and Laurent entered the office. Hello. After a brief wait, the call was answered, but it was a woman's voice. Is this Mr. Ribery's phone? Yes. May I ask who is calling? The woman inquired. Greetings, I am Li Feng, the new player joining Mr. Ribery's team. I have a matter to discuss with him. Could you kindly ask him to take the call? Please hold for a moment, the woman replied. Shortly thereafter, a man's voice emerged on the line. Hello, I am Frank Ribery, the Bayern Scarface, introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Ribery. My name is Li Feng, a newly signed player at the club, Li Feng reciprocated. Hey there, just call me Frank. We are teammates now, and welcome to the team. Ribery expressed his welcome to Li Feng's arrival at Bayern. During the first week of the transfer period, Li Feng's signing was reported throughout Europe, and Ribery had certainly heard of him, even expressing surprise at his choice of Bayern, considering that both Real Madrid and Manchester United sought to recruit him. I am delighted to be your teammate, Frank. But before I proceed, I must express a request. I hope you will still welcome me, Li Feng said, noting Ribery's positive first impression and jokingly adding, I have something to ask. Go ahead, I'm on vacation and in a good mood, Ribery humorously replied. Frank, I must clarify that I am not competing with you for the number. It holds special significance for me. Therefore, I hope you might consider allowing me to wear the number 7, Li Feng articulated clearly. Hey buddy, I take back what I just said. I'm no longer welcoming you, Ribri said after a brief silence. However, Li Feng felt relieved upon hearing his tone, indicating that the matter might be negotiable. I apologize for this, Frank, but the number truly holds special meaning for me. It is not a matter of rivalry, Li Feng reiterated earnestly. I need to think this over, Ribri responded after another moment of silence. Certainly, but I hope you can decide swiftly as I am preparing to sign with the club, Li Feng replied without pressuring him. If it came to it, he would have to settle for number 30, which would be somewhat embarrassing for him. Yet he recognized that he could not compare himself to Ribri at this point. Ultimately, Ribri did concede the number 7 to Li Feng, significantly boosting Li Feng's admiration for Ribry. Subsequently, Bayern's official website released 2 photographs, one of Li Feng signing the contract at a desk, and the other depicting Hoeneß presenting a Bayern number 7 jersey to Li Feng. The site also clarified that after discussions between Li Feng and Ribri, the number 7 jersey would belong to this newly joined Chinese player for the upcoming season. At the moment Li Feng fully signed the contract, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have embarked on a journey with a prestigious club and received a special reward, all attributes 1. Note, this reward is only effective while the host remains within the elite club. It will be forfeited upon departure. Technical attributes: 17 passing, 17 tackling, 14 marking, 14 ball control, 17 long shots, 13 shooting, 2 heading, 17 dribbling, 17 free kicks, 12 crossing, 2 corner kicks, 2 penalties. Total attributes: 161. Physical attributes: strength 17, stamina 17, speed 17, physique 17, jumping 17, balance 17, agility 17, explosiveness 17. System note: creating an outstanding physique to ensure your success as a player. Physical attributes cannot be altered by the host.